Konoha, year 27. Today is yet another peaceful day. On the streets of Konoha, a man with a head of naturally curly black hair ambled leisurely beneath the eaves of the shops, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance, as if he were a spirited young lad. Though the man possessed strikingly handsome features, his pair of lifeless eyes marred his overall demeanor, rendering him somewhat insufferable. Despite his appearance as a disreputable vagabond, the surrounding townsfolk did not shy away from him. An elderly gentleman basking in the sun chuckled and inquired, "Ain, are you off on a mission?" "No, I'm just wandering about. I decided to take a day off for myself," the man, known as Ain, replied casually after halting his steps. After speaking, he seemed to recall something. Rummaging through the high-collared robe he wore for a moment before producing a stick-like object and tossing one to the old man. Also pocketing one for himself, the old gentleman, with a furrowed brow, looked at the lollipop that had been thrown his way and remarked, "At our age, we can no longer indulge in such things." "Really? I recall you used to quite enjoy them," Ain said, casting a sidelong glance at the elder, his lifeless eyes flickering with an unusual emotion. "Yes, that was in the past," the old man replied, though he accepted the lollipop with a smile. "I can save it for my grandson. He will be a month old tomorrow. You must join us for the celebration." "Why must I partake in such festivities?" "On a shinobi salary. I cannot afford such extravagance. Alas, it seems I must go catch a few cats again," Ain lamented, scratching his unruly curls. "Do remember to come," the old man chuckled. "By the way, have you chosen a name for your grandson? I could help you with that. A name like Dog Egg would surely bring prosperity, don't you think?" The elder gazed at the somewhat eccentric man in disbelief. "It's already been decided his name is Minato." Ain, who had been animatedly brainstorming baby names, froze at the sound of this name, a fleeting memory flashing through his mind. "What's the matter? Is it not a pleasant name?" Recalling the elder's youthful golden locks, Ain found some solace. "Nothing at all, merely some memories of the past haunting me." With that, he raised his gaze toward the distant mountains adorned with contrasting rock carvings. Letting out a sigh, "I believe your grandson possesses remarkable potential. He may very well be the reincarnation of the sage of six paths, destined for greatness." The old man looked somewhat puzzled. "But you haven't even met him yet." Observing the stars, the elder mused, glancing up at the glaring summer sun. The celestial signs are indeed blinding. Upon turning back, he found that the man had already vanished. "TSK, how many times has it been?" "He always leaves without a word," the elder sighed, returning to tend to his shop. Meanwhile, the man continued to wander aimlessly, his lifeless eyes seemingly devoid of interest in anything. "Lord Ain, the clan meeting is about to commence. Why are you still here idling about?" A voice suddenly broke the silence, as a young man with black hair knelt respectfully behind Ain. "The clan leader isn't even home. What's the point of a meeting? Do you expect me to listen to those so-called elders prattling on?" "I would rather wander," the man, known as Uchiha Gin, replied nonchalantly, scratching his ear as if dismissing the significance of the gathering. The messenger seemed to anticipate this response, his expression revealing hesitation, a mix of trepidation and confusion in his eyes. Carefully choosing his words, he timidly stated, "Please don't make it difficult for me. I am merely here to inform you whether you attend is your choice. However, the elder has expressed that you must not forget you are still an Uchiha." With that, he vanished in a flash. How utterly tedious. Do they really think that with that detestable white-haired fool gone, they can stir things up? The murky waters of Konoha are not something they can wade through so easily. Why not simply relax and enjoy the day with me? Uchiha Gin scoffed, rolling his eyes at the departing figure. In the Hokage office beneath Hokage Rock, smoke wafted through the air as a figure hunched over a mountain of documents taller than himself. Suddenly, the door swung open. "Hisashi, I have received reliable intelligence that the Uchiha clan is convening in secret once more. I have obtained details of their discussions. It is time to act." A striking man in his 30s, his chin marked with a shaped scar, slammed a document onto the desk of the man buried in paperwork. The interrupted individual looked up, exasperation etched across his face as he stared at his friend, casually tossing the document into the nearby trash can. "You!" The young Danzo's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on his breath. "Danzo, you must not fixate solely on the Uchiha clan. Our village has only just entered a period of peace. It is a time for rebuilding. We cannot afford any internal strife now. Sarutobi Hizashi, the recently appointed third Hokage, soothed his agitated friend, drawing on his cigarette. But they are a clan inherently steeped in malevolence. We must not underestimate them. Danzo replied vehemently, though internally he reveled in his newfound leverage. Finally, I have caught them off guard. Shoo. Sarutobi Hizashi glanced around warily, signaling for silence, realizing his gaffe. Danzo's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, yet he stubbornly retorted, "You are the Hokage now. Are you still afraid?" Afraid of what? Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a languid voice interjected, "Afraid of that curly-haired, lifeless-eyed fellow." Ah! Danzo, halfway through his sentence, was abruptly cut off as he turned to find a figure standing behind him, having appeared without notice. Afraid of what? Afraid of the handsome man, he stammered, his face turning crimson as he recalled something terrifying. "Oh, isn't this little Danshan? Long time no see." Uchiha Gin chuckled, playfully resting a hand on Danzo's shoulder. "What have you been up to lately? Still dabbling in that root of yours? Are you recruiting? I could use some funds," Uchiha Gin remarked, observing the panic in Danzo's expression with satisfaction. "Just kidding, little monkey. I came to pick up a few drank missions. That little brat from the Namikaze. Family is already a grandfather, inviting me to the full moon celebration. I need to earn some money," Uchiha Gin announced, turning to Sarutobi Hizashi, who was seated at his desk. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi's expression indicated he had anticipated this. He deftly retrieved several mission forms from his drawer and handed them to Uchiha Gin. "I prepared these for you, but are you sure you don't want to take on something more challenging? Your skills should. What should I do?" "I'm merely a genin, the #1 genin as dubbed by Hazy Mama. What do you think my abilities are?" Uchiha Gin cheerfully flipped through the mission forms he had received. "These all look good. Well, I'll take my leave now. You two enjoy your time together," he said, departing. Watching Uchiha Gin leave, Danzo let out a long sigh, his expression heavy with concern. Why is he still like this? Seated comfortably, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes betraying a flicker of genuine trepidation, while a grave expression settled upon his visage that it appears he still resembles a man in his 30s. Throughout the years, since the time we began to form memories, he has seemingly remained unchanged, has he not? Indeed, he has never altered. Could it be that this technique is truly so miraculous? Both fell into a contemplative silence. For in this present age, only a scant few possessed such an extraordinary skill, leaving them unable to ascertain the truth of the matter. In the depths of a dense forest, under the cloak of night, a small group of individuals had established a camp, with a makeshift tent pitched beside a crackling campfire. Surrounding the fire were 4 figures, all cloaked in high-collared robes, their pallid and somber visages casting an eerie presence in the flickering light. Each bore the marks of injury. And after a prolonged silence, one of them, a man with a ponytail of dark hair, finally broke the stillness. "If it weren't for this fool's incompetence, we would have already completed our task. I'm going to teach him a lesson." With that, he rose and strode toward the tent, his hand resting ominously on the hilt of the long knife at his waist, as if prepared to exact immediate retribution. "Enough. This matter requires the judgment of the clan leader. In these tumultuous times, adding another member increases our chances of success," interjected the elder seated in the center, his voice steady and authoritative. Although he had little direct interaction with the occupant of the tent, the latter's status rendered him powerless. After all, it was the clan leader who had entrusted him with the care of this individual. Despite the man's apparent shortcomings, he felt compelled to offer some semblance of protection. The ponytailed man seethed with anger at the elder's words, but ultimately recognized the futility of opposing his superior's command. Meanwhile, within the confines of the tent, another figure was slowly regaining consciousness. "Where am I?" he thought, disoriented. "I remember drinking too much by the river, and then I must have slipped." A sharp pain throbbed in his head, and his back felt as though it had been struck by a vehicle. Struggling to open his eyes, he found no familiar ceiling above him. In the pitch blackness, he could barely discern the rough fabric of the tent overhead. He attempted to raise his hand, but discovered he was as immobilized as if under a malevolent force. As a wave of agony surged through his mind, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. After some time, the man was roused by the sounds of argument outside the tent. feeling a renewed strength in his limbs as he managed to prop himself up. Observing his unfamiliar hands and garments, as well as the katana resting beside him, he pondered the fragmented memories flooding his mind. Could it be? I've actually traversed into another world? He mused. And it's from Naruto? Fortunately, I recall much of the plot, though this timeline seems a bit off. Indeed, he was a newcomer to the workforce, living a mundane life while occasionally indulging in leisure at his job. During a team-building event, he had over-imbibed and found himself wandering alone to the riverbank, where, under the influence of alcohol, he stumbled and fell into the water, meeting his demise. Upon awakening, he found himself inhabiting the body of an unfortunate soul. Uchiha Gin. Was he truly an Uchiha? According to his memories, this was during the Warring States period, long before the founding of Konoha. It was a time of chaos, with the Uchiha clan having recently forged an alliance with the Uchiha clan to stand against the Senju clan. Their current mission involved a covert operation to weaken the Senju's emerging forces, targeting the young members of the clan to disrupt their lineage. The original host was named Uchiha Gin, an orphan whose parents had perished in the throes of war. As his mother was the elder sister of the current clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, he had been taken in by him, becoming a ward of the clan. However, amidst the illustrious Uchiha clan, Uchiha Gin appeared rather unremarkable, and one might even say somewhat inept. At over 20 years of age, he found himself at a disadvantage in a contest against a 10-year-old clansman, ultimately suffering a dismal defeat. Reflecting upon the humiliating memory of being bested by a child, Uchiha Gin wore an odd expression. After all, that was none other than the young Madara. Had he been able to vanquish him, he could boast about it for a lifetime. Having perused the memories of the original host, Uchiha Gin, now bearing his name, began to assess his current predicament. It was the Warring States period, a time devoid of order, rife with peril, where blades were merciless and ninjutsu indifferent. A single misstep could lead one to an untimely demise. As an ordinary person who had just traversed into this realm, Uchiha Gin deemed it paramount to safeguard his life, for in this era, merely reaching the age of 30 was a luxury. Recalling the original host's memories, Uchiha Gin endeavored to channel the chakra within his body, only to discover it flowed sluggishly. Akin to a snail, at times barely present, he attempted to mentally invoke the system. System activate. After a prolonged period of silence, Uchiha Gin opened his eyes with a sigh. A talentless individual without a system. What a disastrous beginning. After some contemplation, Uchiha Gin resolved to cling to the original host's influential connections. Uchiha Taijima, the current clan leader, possessed considerable strength. As his distant grandnephew, Uchiha Gin believed that by avoiding peril, he could lead a relatively peaceful existence until the founding of Konoha. With this thought, Uchiha Gin rose and made his way out of the tent. The three individuals by the campfire, previously feigning slumber, opened their eyes upon sensing his movement. The elder among them, upon seeing Uchiha Gin emerge, narrowed his gaze and coldly commanded, "Come here." Noticing that he was able to move, the elder gestured for him to sit. Uchiha Gin, obediently, took a seat opposite the elder. Uchiha Gin, regarding the losses incurred due to your blunder earlier today, I shall report them to the clan leader upon my return. In the tasks ahead, you must not act recklessly. All actions must adhere to my command. As he spoke, a flicker of crimson flashed in his narrow eyes, and the pressure emanating from him made Uchiha Gin struggle to breathe, yet he managed to nod in acknowledgement. The Double Tomoe Sharingan. This already constituted the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's combat prowess. Observing the fleeting Double Tomoe in the elder's eyes, Uchiha Gin pondered the considerable difficulty of their current mission. The original host had learned earlier that the Uchiha clan had completed a significant task ahead of them, and as a proud Uchiha, he could not abide the Uchiha clan's arrogance. Thus, he resolved to venture deep into the territory of the Senju clan in search of their mission objective. Unexpectedly, before even entering the Senju's domain, they were detected by an outer lookout, leading to a relentless pursuit by a squad of Senju warriors. The original host, lacking in strength, was struck in the back by an overwhelming force, sent flying like a projectile for several dozen meters, rendering him unconscious upon impact. Fortunately, the elder before him, Uchiha Koka, their squad leader, intervened just in time to save the original hostess' life. Such mindless behavior has undoubtedly drawn the ire of several teammates. However, the captain, Uchiha Fenghua, aware of Uchiha Yin's identity, intervened to quell their indignation. Was the original host truly this reckless? At that moment, a figure swiftly appeared before the group. It was the Uchiha with a ponytail who initially sought to reprimand Uchiha Gin. Having been on guard duty, he rushed over upon hearing the commotion in the camp, and upon seeing the restored Uchiha Gin, a scowl formed on his face. Uchiha Gin, were it not for the captain's protection, I would have incinerated that wild mane of yours long ago. If you cause any more trouble, I shall deal with you before the Senju clan has the chance. These words elicited a sharp pang of discomfort in Uchiha Gin's teeth, and as he glanced at the unkind expressions of the others, he felt a profound sense of dread. Just how detestable was the original host? Casting a sidelong glance at the massive shuriken lodged nearby, he caught a glimpse of his own reflection in its smooth blade, disheveled, voluminous curls, and a pair of eyes that seemed to invite trouble. Although bolstered by Uchiha clan genetics, there was an inexplicable air of provocation about the original host's appearance. My sincerest apologies, everyone. I was reckless during the day, and I promise to follow your commands henceforth. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Especially since he had yet to fully grasp the original host's powers, it would be wise to remain low-key for the time being. The astonishment of those present was palpable, as if they had encountered a specter. As Uchiha Gin pondered their extreme reactions, all four individuals simultaneously activated their Crimson Sharingan, fixating on him with an intensity that left him paralyzed with trepidation. One bore 3 tomo, while the others had 2. Under the scrutiny of their piercing gazes, Uchiha Gin, nearly paralyzed with fear, slowly raised his hands above his head and cautiously spoke. Everyone, whether you intend to execute or punish me, please provide clarity. Although I have delayed our mission, it hardly warrants this treatment. Silence. Who are you? Such an advanced transformation technique. I cannot discern a single flaw with my 2 Tomoe Sharingan. The ponytailed Uchiha snarled. Rest assured, he is indeed Uchiha Gin, Uchiha Funghua asserted, diligently scrutinizing Uchiha Gin from head to toe with his 3 Tomoe Sharingan before finally closing his eyes and deactivating it. What is happening now? Inquired the burly Uchiha, who had remained silent until this point, his brow furrowed in confusion. Uchiha Gin then recalled the original host's peculiar personality, realizing that it was not merely the lack of strength that defined him. The original host's behavior was that of a truly spoiled child, leveraging his status as the clan leader's nephew to bully ordinary clan members. He had acted like a debauched scion, repeatedly clashing with his companions during this mission. Were it not for Uchiha Funghua's intervention, he would have been severely beaten by the others long ago. Contemplating the original host's actions, Uchiha Gin could not help but draw a sharp breath. The fact that the original host had survived until now could only be attributed to the blessings of the Sage of 6 Paths. Upon contemplating this, Uchiha Gin perceived that if he continued to act in the same manner as his predecessor in the forthcoming endeavors, he would likely face dire consequences. After all, his previous reckless actions were not without encouragement from others, and he had offended too many people. It was conceivable that someone wished for his demise. It was imperative that he took decisive action. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Gin's eyes glimmered with a newfound resolve, and he spoke forth. In times past, I viewed the world solely from my own perspective, my vision clouded by a narrow sense of individualism. Seizing the moment while his companions were momentarily puzzled, he began to perform. Upon hearing his words, the others deactivated their Sharingan, curious about his unfolding antics. However, through these recent interactions with them, I have genuinely realized that as a member of the Uchiha clan, I must not live solely for myself. I must fight for the resurgence of the Uchiha legacy. Uchiha Gin clenched his right fist, summoning his inner strength. Those who had initially gathered merely to spectate found themselves inexplicably stirred by Uchiha Gin's impassioned speech. Their blood seemed to surge with fervor, as though something deep within yearned to be unleashed. This fellow appears to possess something remarkable, murmured the ponytailed Uchiha. I have spent the first half of my life sheltered beneath the wings of clan leader Taijima, basking in the residual glory of my ancestors. Reflecting on it now fills me with disdain. Henceforth, I, Uchiha Gin, shall dedicate my life to the rise of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Gin began to speak with fervor, and his stirring rhetoric resonated deeply with the others, who nodded in agreement. What this lad articulates bears truth. It appears he has indeed experienced an awakening. Acknowledging one's faults and striving for improvement is of utmost significance. Observing the impact of his genuine display on the others, a sly smile crept across Uchiha Gin's lips, and he intensified his fervor. As a member of the Uchiha Youth Vanguard, I pledge under the emblem of our clan, I am determined to uphold the teachings of our ancestors, to hone my ocular techniques, to master ninjutsu, and to refine my physical prowess, ever prepared to contribute all my strength to the cause of the Uchiha clan's revival. His impassioned declaration left the audience in a state of awe, as if they could vaguely discern a radiant red emblem shimmering behind Uchiha Gin. One reticent Uchiha swiftly produced a scroll, fervently transcribing his words verbatim. Applause erupted spontaneously from an unknown Uchiha, prompting the others to awaken from their stupor and join in unison. Among them, the ponytailed Uchiha, who had previously clashed with Uchiha Gin, clapped the loudest. The leading Uchiha, Fenghua, looked upon Uchiha Gin with a sense of pride, nodding repeatedly. It was unexpected for this wayward youth to express such invigorating sentiments. It was indeed a remarkable talent. Uchiha Gin, your words have ignited a fire within me. Now, I, Uchiha Ryuchi, acknowledge your identity. I have long regarded Ryuchi as a person of great promise. His mastery of shuriken techniques a testament to our ancestors' legacy. I, Uchiha Feiha, share that sentiment as well. Fei Hishion's rib technique is indeed a pinnacle of mastery, dazzling and striking at the enemy's vital points with precision. I, Uchiha Daro, am no different. Daro's mastery of fire release is nothing short of divine, leaving not a blade of grass in its wake, as if he has fully comprehended the transformative nature of chakra, rivaling even the clan leader in power. Nevertheless, let us reserve our praises until we have completed our mission. As the first light of dawn broke on the horizon, Uchiha Fenghua halted our banter. At the captain's command, we reluctantly ceased our exchanges, for had we lingered any longer, we might have found ourselves bowing to Uchiha Gin in a pledge of brotherhood. Our team has fallen behind in this extermination operation, particularly as the Ue clan has taken the lead, a disgrace to our own clan's honor. With the war now at a fever pitch, I shall distribute the mission details to you. Due to the Ue clan's successful elimination of their targets, the Senju clan has become aware of their intentions, prompting Uchiha Fenghua to no longer withhold any information regarding our task. Receiving the documents from Captain Uchiha Fenghua, Uchiha Gin began to read intently. The original targets were only vaguely known, but with an understanding of the narrative, Uchiha Gin could surmise the purpose of our mission. The list detailed over a dozen children from the Senju clan, the eldest just over 10 years, and the youngest merely 4 or 5. Uchiha Gin reflected on the brutality of this era. It was no wonder that reaching the age of 30 during the Warring States period was considered a long life. The ages of the Senju children on the list reminded him of carefree school children in his past life. He then began to scrutinize the first name on the list. Senju Hashirama, 14 years old, eldest son of Senju Buddha, skilled in taijutsu and shuriken technique, suspected of possessing innate superhuman strength, further details unknown. Gazing at the hand-drawn image of the boy with a melon-shaped head, Uchiha Gin faintly recognized this future figure who would bring an end to the Warring States era, establish the ninja village system, and dominate the nine-tailed beasts, eclipsing Uchiha Madara throughout his lifetime. Estimating the timeline based on his age, Uchiha Gin deduced that in another decade or so, the peace he yearned for might finally arrive. It seemed the tragic fate of Hashirama and Madara was already unfolding. Continuing to read, he found Senju Tobarama, 10 years old, second son of Senju Buddha, proficient in water-release ninjutsu and swordsmanship, remarkably swift in taijutsu, further information unknown. Observing the red-eyed, white-haired child depicted in the documents, Uchiha Gin felt a twinge of concern for the future prodigy, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The numerous forbidden techniques he would eventually develop, such as the multi-shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique, and the pivotal Edo Tensei used during the Fourth Great Ninja War, all stemmed from his ingenuity. Though he held great admiration for him, he could not help but recall Tobarama's biases against the Uchiha clan, constantly undermining them during his lifetime and, upon being reanimated, disparaging the later Uchiha generations as evil little Uchiha. The underlying reason seems to be that the elder brother, captivated by Madara, has neglected his sole sibling, thereby succumbing to a debilitating jealousy that drove him to relentlessly suppress the Uchiha clan in the years to come. With this thought lingering, Uchiha Gin sighed inwardly and continued to peruse the documents. Senju Wakaji, age 7, son of Senju Butsukane, proficient in earth release and taijutsu. Further details are sparse. As a relatively young ninja, The information provided was not overly detailed, merely encapsulating his overall strength in a few brief phrases. However, unlike the two preceding individuals, Senju Wakaji's portrait bore a striking red X, accompanied by a hasty annotation that read, erased. The glaring presence of those three words indicated that Senju Wakaji, being the son of Senju Butsukane, had also been eliminated, signifying that this war had escalated to a fever pitch. Yet, for Uchiha Gin, who had not yet fully transitioned into his new identity, the notion of taking the life of a child under 10 was an unbearable thought. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, one could only take it one step at a time. The Yuhi clan had already dispatched the third son of the Senju clan. Thus, we must intensify our efforts. Uchiha Kazuhiko, observing the focused expressions of his comrades, resolved to bolster their spirits. Is it truly acceptable to target such a young child? Uchiha Gin, stifling his discontent, quietly inquired of Uchiha Ryoichi, earning a look of surprise in return. Weren't you the most eager for this mission? Charging ahead and almost compromising our position. We barely escaped after a prolonged engagement with the Senju clan, Uchiha Ryoichi questioned, puzzled. Uchiha Gin felt a twinge of discomfort. Although he had absorbed the original owner's memories, the brevity of time and the shock of it all had caused him to forget much of the original's actions. Unlike others, who might not immerse themselves into the characters of the films they observed, he had experienced the events as if he were the protagonist. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Jin's face flushed with embarrassment as he gestured towards his head, still bandaged in several places. I was struck by a member of the Senju clan, and my head collided with a rock. My recent memories have become muddled. I apologize for the inconvenience. Upon noticing Uchiha Jin's injuries, Uchiha Ryoichi expressed understanding. Given Uchiha Jin's capabilities, it was a stroke of fortune that he had not been utterly incapacitated by a single, powerful blow from a Senju elite. Taking advantage of the moment while reviewing the documents, Uchiha Gin endeavored to delve deeper into the original owner's memories. However, the recollections from several years prior were fragmented, reminiscent of the stuttering images from an old VCD, rendering the endeavor quite laborious. After a brief interlude, Uchiha Gin regained his focus, a flicker of insight illuminating his gaze, which began to elucidate his previous impulsive actions. Due to the war, Uchiha Gin had lost his parents at the tender age of 8, and it was then that Uchiha Tanida, who had yet to become clan leader, took him in. 2 years later, upon ascending to leadership and starting a family of his own, Uchiha Tanida treated Uchiha Gin as if he were his own flesh and blood. In comparison to his nephew, Uchiha Silver bears a striking resemblance to Uchiha Taijima's son. With the birth of several children to Uchiha Taijima, the adolescent Uchiha Silver, as the eldest brother, assumed the role of protector for the sons of the clan leader. However, the brutality of war is unforgiving. The enemy's blade does not pause for the innocence of youth. On the contrary, anyone who stands in their path, regardless of age or gender, is deemed an adversary. During a fierce battle, the Uchiha clan's territory fell prey to a surprise assault by the enemy. Uchiha Taijima had taken the young warriors to the front lines, leaving only women and children behind. As the protector of Uchiha Taijima's wife and children, Uchiha Silver was tasked with their defense. Unfortunately, his lack of strength led to his swift defeat at the hands of the enemy. In a cruel twist, the assailants forcibly pried open his eyelids and, before his very eyes, mercilessly slaughtered Uchiha Taijima's wife and 3 young children. What a useless fool, unable to even keep his eyes open. It is better for a wretch like him to remain alive, the perpetrator mocked, laughing heartily at the now pale Uchiha Silver. The enemy ruthlessly decimated the entire territory, leaving only Uchiha Silver, who had been rendered numb by his grief, amidst the carnage. For such a person would pose no threat to them in the future. After the enemy departed, a shattered Uchiha Silver knelt in the pile of corpses for 3 days, oblivious to the stench of decay surrounding him. Upon Uchiha Taijima's return, the sight of such devastation brought forth 2 streams of blood tears from his Sharingan. In a stroke of misfortune, his eldest son, Obito, and second son, Izuna, had reached the age for battle, so Uchiha Taijima had taken them along on this outing, thus sparing their young lives from the massacre. However, for the sole survivor, Uchiha Silver, Uchiha Taijima chose not to pursue any further inquiries. To him, it seemed that Uchiha Silver had been irrevocably broken by this traumatic event. His existence, whether alive or dead, served no purpose. Though this reasoning was understandable, There lingered a sense of peculiarity in these memories, as if they were meticulously orchestrated, the tragedy unfolding too seamlessly. Uchiha Silver found himself lamenting that in the original memories, the Uchiha clan had indeed sought to investigate the incident, yet their methods were limited, and the enemy's tactics were clearly masked. No traces of ninjutsu were left at the scene. All victims succumbed to external wounds, and ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity, becoming an unsolved mystery. Although the original host was a witness, he lacked comprehension of the enemy's attack methods. He only recollected seeing an assailant withdrawing weapons from their own body to commit the murders, but due to the dim light, he could not discern the exact means employed. As a transmigrator, Uchiha Silver possessed a different perspective. Having thoroughly studied the entirety of Naruto, he immediately recognized that the enemy had wielded their own bones as weapons. However, throughout the narrative, the only beings capable of such a technique were either the progenitor Kagaya Otsutsuki, sealed upon the moon, or the Kagaya clan, who had been driven overseas by the Uchiha and Senju clans. Contemplating this, Uchiha Silver's mind began to race, speculating on the underlying truths of this incident. If the perpetrators belonged to the Kagaya clan, how had they infiltrated Uchiha territory? Had we harbored a traitor among us? Was there a guide akin to Obito? Although aware of the true culprit behind the ancestral land massacre, Uchiha Gin exhibited little emotional turbulence, for he was not the original Uchiha Gin. At present, the paramount concern was to comprehend the extent of his own abilities, as this constituted the essence of his survival. It was essential to acknowledge that the former Uchiha Gin had been incapable of besting even the 10-year-old Uchiha Madara, who had barely begun to awaken his powers. The implications of such inadequacy weighed heavily on Uchiha Gin, prompting him to glean an understanding of the current hierarchy of strength from his memories. In this era, the distinctions of shinobi ranks, such as upper, middle, and lower, had yet to emerge. Instead, individual combat prowess could be categorized into leaders, elders, captains, and regular combatants. This classification could be equated to the ranks of Kage for leaders, pseudo-Kage for elders, elite Jonin for captains, and special Jonin, Chunin, and the lowly Genin for regular fighters. The clan heads of the prominent families, such as Uchiha Taijima, Senju Hashirama, and the Uzumaki clan's Uzumaki Ashina, as well as Sarutobi Yashikage, likely possessed strength at the Kage level. The second-in-commands and elders of each clan would likely fall into the pseudo-Kage category, a level of strength that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Kage after a desperate struggle. His captain, Uchiha Hoka, having awakened the Double Tomoe Sharingan, was presumably situated between elite Jonin and regular Jonin in terms of prowess, while Uchiha Ryuchi and a few others, who had awakened the Double Tomoe Sharingan, hovered around the ranks of special Jonin or Chunin. Uchiha Gin, however, faced a grim reality, remaining in an unawakened state thus far, with mediocre physical combat skills, subpar swordsmanship, and only a meager proficiency in ninjutsu, limited primarily to the non-lethal compassion ninjutsu, the Great Fireball technique. The only aspect in which he excelled was his accuracy with shurikens. I am Uchiha Gin, 24 years old, and considered a failure. Just moments ago, while still sorting through his memories, Uchiha Gin was assigned to the rear of the formation by Captain Uchiha Hoka, likely to accommodate his still healing injuries. However, the more pressing reason lay in his evident lack of strength, which could easily compromise the team's formation and expose them to enemy attacks. According to the mission brief provided by Uchiha Hoka, Uchiha Gin learned that their target was Senju Hashirama's fourth son, Senju Banjin. His elder and second sons were frequently in close proximity to Senju Hashirama, making them formidable adversaries. Consequently, the team had no choice but to focus on the more accessible target, Senju Banjin, located at the rear of the battlefield. As dawn approached, the group cautiously advanced through the Senju clan's territory, yet they encountered no sign of the enemy. They passed several camps, only to find them deserted. Perhaps the recent slaying of Senju Wakana by the Yui clan had heightened the Senju's vigilance, compelling them to tighten their defenses. After all, the rear lines were primarily composed of children, fresh blood, and the Senju clan understood the necessity of remaining alert. Suddenly, a blaze and the sound of thunderous clashes erupted not far ahead. Uchiha Hoka, positioned at the forefront of the team, leapt to the treetops, with Uchiha Gin and the others following closely. Uchiha Hoka activated his Sharingan, and with his exceptional dynamic vision, he swiftly discerned the two factions engaged in fierce combat amidst the swirling smoke ahead, members of the Yui clan and the Senju clan. Uchiha Hoka spoke in a grave tone. Shall we proceed with the reinforcements? Uchiha Ryoichi inquired, his eagerness palpable, while Uchiha Tsuru and Uchiha Dared displayed bloodthirsty smiles at his side. Uchiha Hoka, narrowing his eyes in contemplation, replied, "Let us wait for a moment. We shall strike once their energy is sufficiently depleted." This Uchiha Hoka, with his prominent brows and large eyes, unexpectedly bore the demeanor of a cunning strategist. Upon hearing Hoka's command, Uchiha Gin could not help but scoff internally. In contrast to his comrades, who activated their Sharingan to survey the battlefield, Uchiha Gin, without the benefit of his own Sharingan, could discern only wisps of smoke and sporadic bursts of fire and water. Indeed, lacking the ocular prowess, he felt woefully inadequate. In such a grand conflict, a single misstep could cost him his life. As he pondered his survival, Uchiha Hoka seemed to have made a discovery, pointing towards the rear of the battlefield. That boy, could he be our target? Following the direction of his finger, the group noted that although the opposing teams were engaged in battle, the Senju clan appeared to be retreating, seemingly disinterested in prolonged confrontation. A few adult members of the Senju clan were shielding a child as they withdrew, the black and white-haired boy standing out conspicuously. "Indeed, Captain, that is Senju Hashirama," Uchiha Tsuru exclaimed excitedly after quickly comparing the details. "Ha ha ha, we have finally found our quarry. Let us advance." With the target identified, there was no need to remain passive observers. Uchiha Hoka gestured grandly, and except for the slightly lagging Uchiha Gin, the others swiftly followed him towards the battlefield, hurling shurikens as they ran. The two opposing factions, already embroiled in a fierce struggle, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the newcomers. The members of the Yui clan, upon witnessing the blood-red eyes, felt a wave of relief wash over them. After such a prolonged battle, reinforcements had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the Senju clan members felt an immediate surge of pressure at the sight of the Uchiha. The frontline Senju warriors exerted themselves, channeling chakra to perform earth techniques, raising stone barriers in an attempt to buy time. After all, this was the territory of the Senju clan, and their reinforcements should be on the way. Uchiha Jin arrived late to the fray. Upon entering the battlefield, the acrid scent of blood overwhelmed him, inducing a wave of dizziness and nausea. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground and the pools of blood, he suppressed his discomfort, drawing his katana and warily observing the unfamiliar foes. The leader of the Yui clan was a middle-aged man clad in armor, with long, coffee-colored hair. Uchiha Jin could faintly discern a small protrusion on his forehead, obscured by his bangs. The man was rapidly forming hand seals, unleashing a series of ninjutsu upon the earth techniques erected by the Senju, indicating that his strength was at least that of an elite jonin. The Yui clan operated in groups of 5, and already 2 of their members lay on the ground, their fates uncertain, while their elite jonin leader was visibly winded. The recent barrage of ninjutsu had drained a significant amount of his chakra. If such a powerful individual struggled against the enemy, it was apparent that the Senju clan was not to be underestimated. Yui clan members, fall back. We shall handle the situation from here. Uchiha Fenghu glanced disdainfully at the panting Yui clan, dismissing them with a wave to step back. The pride of the Uchiha clan rendered them unwilling to join forces with other clans to vanquish foes. Even alliances were merely a facade of individual battles. However, we have nearly exhausted our adversaries, the Yui clan's jonin urged, observing the Uchiha clan's reluctance to share the spoils of war. Do you have any objections? Several pairs of cold, crimson eyes from the Uchiha simultaneously turned to fixate on him. No, the Yui clan member, feeling the pressure of their gaze, bowed his head in resignation, acknowledging their dominance. Satisfied with the response, Uchiha Fenghu nodded. The Senju clan, witnessing a potential conflict between the Uchiha and Yui clans, signaled for retreat, prompting the others to prepare for a hasty escape. Just as the Senju members turned, Uchiha Fenghu's long blade surged forward, compelling the Senju jonin to react swiftly, raising his arm to deflect the strike with his armored limb. Did I permit your departure? Uchiha Fenghu and his companions encircled the Senju clan. Senju Koji, still reeling from the earlier shock, found his arms too heavy to lift. He had already exhausted too much energy in the initial skirmish with the Yui clan, and his wounds bled profusely. Now, cornered by Uchiha Fenghu and his allies, he sensed his dire predicament. Yet, he could not resign himself to inaction. The future of the Senju clan rested in his hands, and he would risk his life to protect this budding hope. Resolute, he forced chakra through his being, fervently draining his vitality to unleash forbidden techniques that accelerated his recovery from injuries and fatigue. The Senju clan, endowed with formidable physical attributes, possessed an extraordinary reservoir of chakra and healing capabilities. In dire straits, they often unleashed powers far beyond their usual limits. Gritting his teeth, Senju Koji charged directly at the formidable Uchiha Fenghu, striving to barter his life for the chance of escape for his kin. Witnessing such tenacity, even as rivals, Uchiha Fenghu could not help but feel a surge of respect, prompting him to treat this adversary with earnestness. Thus, he advanced with his blade, engaging Senju Koji in a fierce contest of martial prowess, the arena alive with flashes of steel. Among the remaining three encircled Senju, they huddled protectively around a child, vigilantly watching the encroaching Uchiha Ryoichi and his comrades. The child at the center of this gathering was none other than their target, Senju Hashirama. Regret washed over the 5-year-old Senju Hashirama, who trembled in fear, wishing he had heeded his father's counsel to remain safely within their territory. Despite his fear, the pride of the Senju clan propelled him to draw a kunai from his waist, holding it defensively across his chest, his ill-fitting armor creaking with his every shiver. This marked the young Senju Hashirama's inaugural experience on the battlefield. Recently, his elder brother, Senju Tobarama, had been assassinated on the outskirts of their territory, forcing his father to confine him within their lands. As a unique heir among his kin, Senju Hashirama had lived sheltered, far removed from the harsh realities of combat. However, the unexpected demise of his third brother imbued Senju Hashirama with a profound sorrow, intertwined with a fervent desire for vengeance. When Senju Tobarama led his two brothers to the battlefield, the restless spirit of revenge compelled Senju Hashirama to stealthily escape the camp under the cover of night, donning his brother's armor in search of his nemesis. Despite the vigilant Senju clan's guards promptly detecting his absence, they encountered an ambush from the Uchiha clan while attempting to retrieve Hashirama. In the ensuing surprise attack, several ordinary warriors from the Senju clan met their demise, leaving only Captain Senju Koji and 3 elite Chunin to withstand the onslaught. As they fought and retreated, reinforcements from the Uchiha clan arrived, abruptly transforming the odds for Senju Hashirama, who now found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Surrounded by the Uchiha, they were left to engage in a desperate struggle for survival, praying that Senju Koji could vanquish Uchiha Kage and send aid their way. Uchiha Ryuchi and his comrades began to assault the Senju defenders, while Uchiha Gin stood idly by, reluctant to engage in a conflict of such magnitude, wary of becoming the shortest-lived time traveler. As his gaze swept over the unfamiliar faces of the Senju, Uchiha Jin's attention ultimately settled on the center figure of Senju Hashirama. From a distance, he scrutinized the tragic fate that awaited this character, recalling a poignant scene from the original narrative where Hashirama was surrounded and slain by 5 Uchiha. Suddenly, the sound of a loading screen from a game in his past echoed in his mind, and he felt as though time had come to a standstill. The fierce visages of the battlefield frozen in that moment. Ding! The system detected the host encountering a plot character and activated the preemptive mode, allowing for the unlocking of hidden functions upon the completion of preliminary tasks. In that instant, Uchiha Gin was on the verge of tears. Fate had smiled upon him, affirming the authenticity of various time travel narratives. With exhilaration coursing through him, he endeavored to awaken the system within his mind. As the thought emerged, a rudimentary dialogue box materialized before his eyes. Do you accept the preliminary task? Yes, 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 yes. Uchiha Gin fervently agreed in his mind. Task initiated. Rescue Senju Hashirama from Uchiha Kage and his allies to earn 10 points. Failure if Hashirama perishes. Upon reading the task, Uchiha Gin felt a surge of indignation. Rescue that young boy? What a far-fetched notion. What use were points? Once he calmed his emotions, he curiously inquired about the purpose of the points. Complete 1 D-rank task daily to accumulate 1 point. Points can be amassed to a certain total to unlock the shop, which will then randomly drop golden orbs each day. Unlock the shop? Golden orbs? Uchiha Gin stared incredulously at the system's explanation, recognizing it as reminiscent of a game from his past. What did preemptive activation entail? He pondered why the system had mentioned this, eager to comprehend its significance. Due to the current system not being fully activated, the shopping mall module is still loading. The points accrued from the trial server will accumulate until the system is officially launched. So, Does that mean my efforts to accumulate points are futile? Given that the system's functionalities are not entirely operational, the significance of completing tasks is greatly diminished. If I rashly accept the task to rescue the thousand-handed, my own strength may lead me to be easily defeated by Uchiha Amaterasu and his companions. Even if I am not killed on the spot, I could have my legs broken and be delivered to Uchiha Tanegashima for judgment. Can I choose not to accept this? Uchiha Gin inquired tentatively. The host has already accepted the task. It cannot be relinquished. Otherwise, it will be deemed a failure, and the host will be annihilated on the spot. Annihilated? What version of the system are you? What year is it? When did I ever accept this? Uchiha Gin was perplexed. Yes, 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 yes. Suddenly, the system began replaying the moment when he had furiously clicked yes at the start. Damn it, I've been ensnared by this ancient system. Who doesn't choose yes when first encountering a golden opportunity? However, the system did not wait for him to ask further questions and presented him with a notification. A beginner's gift package is being distributed. Do you accept? Uchiha Gin desperately wanted to select no, but since he had already been tricked into accepting the task, he might as well take the gift. Congratulations, the host has acquired a heart of steel treasure chest and a purple orb. Is the objective to explode the shopping mall with points? The heart of steel treasure chest, you say? The purple orb, you say? Is your system logo not a penguin wielding a golden spatula? To the left of Uchiha Gin floated a large gray chest, resembling a heart of steel treasure chest from a game in his past life. To the right floated a purple orb, which radiated a bright question mark at its center. Uchiha Gin was taken aback, now deeply suspicious of the reliability of this system. What if it turns out to be yet another deceitful product from the ancient era? However, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to accept. With a thought, he clicked yes on the heart of steel treasure chest. Above it appeared a description of the treasure. Defeating opponents. The host can acquire heart energy by defeating opponents. Losing a battle. Losing a battle will yield greater heart energy. Heart energy conversion. After 4 days of combat, the host may convert heart energy into powerful rewards. Heart energy accumulation is limited to 1 battle per day and can evolve. This is clearly a solid heart of steel bond, and it's even the 3 steel version. Though starting with 3 steel is somewhat fortunate. While this heart of steel treasure chest may not serve immediate purpose, no one can resist such temptation. With steel, play with steel. Without steel, harden with steel. After examining the treasure chest, Uchiha Gin shifted his gaze to the purple orb on the right, muttering incantations. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits. Amitba, quickly reveal your power. Grant me a boon. With a sudden forceful slap of his right hand, a brilliant purple orb erupted with dazzling light. As the luminescence faded, Uchiha Silver found the battlefield eerily devoid of any presence. The orb had vanished without leaving a trace. Was the orb truly empty? While Uchiha Silver was vociferously demanding the return of his funds from the dog system, an unexpected notification reverberated through his mind. Ding! Daily random skill refresh in the backyard. Would you like to learn it? What does a daily random skill refresh in the backyard mean? Puzzled, Uchiha Silver clicked yes. Daily random skill refresh in the backyard. Each day, a skill will randomly refresh in the host's backyard, manifested as an NPC release. The host cannot control it, but the skill cannot harm the host. Upon completion, there is a chance to drop skills or fragments. Collecting enough fragments allows the host to learn the skill. This skill may not be deemed particularly powerful. One could argue it holds no current value. After all, he was without a stable abode. Where would the skill manifest? Learning it was futile, survival was paramount, and the prospect of even acquiring a house was uncertain. These 2 elements bore no relevance to the present predicament. To ensure his survival, he would have to seek alternative means to fulfill this troublesome task. As the novice rewards were claimed, it seemed as though time around him began to flow. Although he had spent what felt like an eternity in the system, mere moments had passed outside. The emergence of the system instilled Uchiha Silver with newfound confidence in his goal of enduring until the establishment of Konoha. Yet, he must first complete the task at hand. Otherwise, all would be rendered moot in the face of annihilation. Despite the ancient epic system offering little assistance in his current situation, Uchiha Silver resolved to persevere and fulfill the task. With the activation of this foolish system, he found himself temporarily tethered to Senju Hashirama. Nearby, Uchiha Kane was already engaged in a fierce struggle with Senju Koji, and a resolution to their conflict seemed imminent. Uchiha Ryuchi and his companions were gradually wearing down the stamina of 3 Senju clan members, who, mindful of Senju Hashirama behind them, could only endure the onslaught passively. At that moment, one of the Senju warriors noticed a gap in the encirclement around Uchiha Ryuchi and his allies. With a swift clap of his hands, he unleashed the Earth Release, Earth Barrier technique. Instantly, a thick earthen wall rose before them, obscuring Uchiha Ryuchi's line of sight. Seizing the opportunity, another Senju clan member exerted his immense strength to propel Senju Hashirama out of the encirclement, urging him to flee quickly. Having been thrust several meters away, Senju Hashirama immediately comprehended his clan's intentions. As he surged forward, he propelled himself off the ground, not daring to glance back as he raced toward the gap. However, fate would have it that this very location was where Uchiha Silver had been idly observing from the outset. Uchiha Ryuchi, upon witnessing the target's escape, prepared to pursue but was obstructed by the Senju warrior who had cast the Earth Release. Helplessly, he watched as the opponent fled, only to realize that Senju Hashirama was escaping in the direction of Uchiha Silver. A surge of joy filled his heart. "Silver, the target is fleeing your way. Act swiftly." Upon hearing these words, the Senju clansman's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that members of the Uchiha clan were lying in ambush. In a moment of panic, he unleashed a tremendous force, launching a fist toward Uchiha Ryuchi, who was momentarily distracted by the battle. His powerful punch hurtled toward Ryuichi's chest. In the nick of time, Uchiha Ryuchi spun around, revealing a colossal wind-style shuriken behind him. With a resounding thud, the Senju clansman's punch struck the enormous shuriken. Uchiha Ryuchi was sent flying but emerged relatively unscathed, quickly retaliating with a blade aimed at the Senju warrior, and the two resumed their fierce combat. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gin observed with growing exasperation as Senju Hashirama rushed toward him. In his desperate flight, Hashirama found his path blocked by an Uchiha clansman, and despair washed over his youthful features. At merely 5 years of age, no matter how prodigious his talents, confronting an adult Uchiha left him with scant hope of resistance. The Uchiha before him, with curly hair wrapped in bandages and lifeless, dull eyes, seemed rather indifferent to the impending confrontation, his somewhat handsome face contorted in a conflicted expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Senju Hashirama charged at the still-dazed Uchiha Gin, armed with a kunai. However, upon witnessing Hashirama's determination, Uchiha Gin drew his katana, preparing to defend himself. The clash of their weapons resonated with a dull thud, as Uchiha Gin felt the force reverberate through his arm. He was sent tumbling several meters away, astonished as he scrambled to his feet. "Is this kid really that strong?" he pondered. Conversely, the stunned Senju Hashirama could hardly believe he had managed to repel an adult Uchiha. Uchiha Gin vowed that he had not held back. Instinctively, he had unleashed his full strength in this initial battle after his rebirth, yet he had been vanquished by a mere 5-year-old child. As Uchiha Gin struggled to rise, he noticed a spark of hope ignite in Hashirama's eyes, prompting the young Senju to fervently brandish his kunai and charge once more at the Uchiha. Just then, a notification chimed in Uchiha Jin's mind. Host detected in combat. The Steel of Heart treasure chest is accumulating. The treasure chest within his consciousness began to tremble, accompanied by an exhilarating background music reminiscent of a gaming soundtrack. Listening to the familiar tune, Uchiha Jin's mind jolted. He mused on the reliability of this outdated system. Returning to the fray, and limited by his height, Senju Hashirama's kunai was poised to strike Uchiha Gin in a critical area, blocking out the distracting music. Uchiha Gin barely managed to evade the lethal thrust aimed at him. He then initiated a classic Uchiha technique against Hashirama, only for the young Senju to effortlessly parry it with his kunai, leaving Jin speechless at how easily his full-power strike had been thwarted by a 5-year-old. It was at that moment that Uchiha Gin truly realized the original owner of his body was, without a doubt, a complete novice. Over the course of more than 2 decades, all efforts have seemingly been squandered on the canine realm. With his combat prowess now merely comparable to that of a low-ranking shinobi from a later era, not among the illustrious 12 Guardians, but rather akin to those mere background characters. Even so, he could not easily concede defeat. Uchiha Kane and Uchiha Ryuchi would likely conclude their battles shortly, and should he allow Senju Hashirama to escape, he would find himself at the mercy of their blades in the next instant. Furthermore, his mission involved rescuing Senju Hashirama from Uchiha Kane and his companions. and being alone in this moment raised doubts about his ability to fulfill that task. Should he fail, the only recourse would be to erase his account and start anew. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each struggling to gain the upper hand. It was a stalemate between two novices. Truly, the prodigious heir of the Senju clan, I, Uchiha Gin, shall honor you as the strongest in taijutsu. Uchiha Gin remarked, slightly out of breath, towards the somewhat fatigued Senju Hashirama. So you are Uchiha Gin. You are not lacking either. I, Senju Hashirama, acknowledge you, came the soft-spoken response, embodying the endearing qualities of a young prodigy. In this initial confrontation, Hashirama's spirited essence as a youth shone through, revealing the innate charm characteristic of the Senju clan. While the two remained locked in their duel, Uchiha Kane and his companions had already brought their conflicts to a close. Senju Koji was struck directly by Uchiha Kane's great fireball technique, his fate uncertain. The situation had escalated, with the three members of the guarding Senju clan also being defeated by Uchiha Raichi and his allies, bloodied and sprawled upon the ground. Witnessing Uchiha Jin's reluctance to eliminate Senju Hashirama, they swiftly encircled him. Amidst the fierce battle between Hashirama and Jin, a mutual respect began to blossom. Yet, being merely 5 years old, Hashirama's stamina paled in comparison to the fully matured Uchiha Gin. In a moment of intense struggle, he faltered, sent flying by Jin's strike. Colliding with a protruding rock behind him, rendered momentarily incapacitated. With this, the system declared the host victorious, awarding 1 heart energy point. With an additional 3 battles required to unlock the Steel Heart Treasure Box reward, current cumulative heart energy, 1. Overcome and unable to rise. Senju Hashirama was deemed defeated by Uchiha Gin. As the battle concluded, Uchiha Kane and his companions approached Jin, forming a tight circle around the slowly rising Hashirama. Achieving a scene reminiscent of the original narrative. Despair painted across his features, Hashirama trembled as he clutched his kunai, realizing he was now surrounded by 5 adult Uchiha. Fully aware that he might soon meet the same fate as his elder brother, Uchiha Ryoichi, toying with him like a cat with a mouse, flung a shuriken that grazed Hashirama's cheek before embedding itself in the rock behind him. This act shattered Hashirama's final psychological barrier, and at the tender age of 5, he began to tremble uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes. Well then, our task is nearly complete. Let us finish him off swiftly. Reinforcements from the Senju clan should be arriving shortly. Uchiha Kane, having absorbed a lethal blow from Senju Koji moments before his demise, was not in optimal condition, his eyes feeling strained from the excessive use of his Sharingan. The remaining members, upon hearing this, turned their gazes toward the silent Uchiha Gin. In this arduous mission, it is Uchiha In who exhibits the most fervent determination, even daring to venture alone into the territory of the Senju clan to accomplish his objective. Despite his lack of strength, those who have heard his Uchiha declaration instinctively feel that he should be the one to conclude this task. Uchiha In, aware of their gazes, discerns their thoughts, and, without hesitation, with a countenance oscillating between light and shadow, slowly draws his blade, advancing towards the already surrendered Senju Hashirama. With a swift motion, he renders Hashirama unconscious with the flat of his sword, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. What is the meaning of this, Uchiha In? The others question his leniency, perplexed by his actions. The living heir of the Senju clan is far more valuable than a corpse. Maintaining a stoic expression, Uchiha In sheaths his katana and crouches to hoist the unconscious Hashirama onto his shoulder. Our mission is merely to eliminate the Senju seedlings. Do not interfere. Kill him quickly, and let us retreat. Uchiha Fenghua, the team leader, appears irked by Uchiha Yin's defiance, finding it unacceptable that a subordinate would contravene his orders. I have stated it clearly. A living Senju is more useful than a dead one. Just as tensions escalate between the two parties, Uchiha Feihei's expression suddenly shifts. The traps I said have been triggered. Reinforcements from the Senju clan are on their way. It turns out that Uchiha Feihei had strategically placed several traps around the area prior to the battle, allowing him to sense their activation immediately. Fall back. Upon hearing that reinforcements are approaching, the injured Uchiha Fenghua realizes further delay would be detrimental. Yes, the team responds promptly, rising to retreat swiftly in the direction away from the Senju clan's territory. Uchiha In breathes a temporary sigh of relief, yet he dares not abandon Hashirama, carrying the unconscious youth as he follows the group. After a vigorous escape, the team halts in a secluded cave, where Uchiha Gin binds the unconscious Hashirama with iron chains. Lacking the ability to seal chakra or employ similar techniques, he resorts to roughly wrapping Hashirama in chains like a dumpling. Uchiha Gin, I expect a reasonable explanation from you. Seated before the campfire, Uchiha Funghua gazes at the tightly bound Hashirama, directing his inquiry towards the perspiring Uchiha Gin, who has just completed his task. Anticipating the inevitable questioning, Uchiha Gin presents the justification he had prepared earlier. I spared him at the behest of the clan leader, he explains. The others exchange glances. For the mission they received from the clan leader was solely to eliminate the Senju, with no directive to capture him alive. Thus, Uchiha Gin's fabrications begin to unfold. It all began during my vigil at the Patriarch's door on a particularly dark and tempestuous night. As was my custom, I dutifully stood guard outside the Patriarch's office, unwavering even as the hour grew late, for the Patriarch was tirelessly devising strategies for the impending conflict. Suddenly, I was startled by the sound of objects crashing, followed by the Patriarch's furious roar. At this juncture, Uchiha Gin paused, casting a glance over the rapt audience of Uchiha clan members. Do continue. What did the Patriarch roar? Urged Uchiha Ryuchi, eager for the details that had been left hanging. Indeed, chimed in Uchiha Katsu and Uchiha Daru, while Uchiha Hoka, who had been silent, gazed at him with keen curiosity. Feeling parched, Uchiha Gin reached for the water flask at his back, only to find it utterly empty. As he pondered this predicament, Uchiha Ryuchi promptly offered his own flask with both hands. Quenching his thirst, Uchiha Gin gratefully accepted and drank heartily. After savoring the refreshing liquid, he raised his hand to signal his companions to be patient, taking a moment to cultivate an air of mystery before declaring, "Cursed Senju Hashirama, I shall reduce you to ashes, and I shall care for your wife." What could this mean? Uchiha Ryuchi and the others were left perplexed. Uchiha Gin feigned an expression of exasperation and sighed, shaking his head. You see, despite my humble prowess, I have managed to serve as the personal guard to the esteemed Patriarch for all these years. What do you think has afforded me this position? Surely, it is not merely because the Patriarch is your uncle? Uchiha Katsu, usually reticent, quietly remarked, but the confines of the cave amplified his words, echoing around them. Ahem. As the saying goes, one must not avoid employing the worthy simply due to kinship. Uchiha Gin coughed awkwardly. My allegiance to the Patriarch is unwavering, and more importantly, I possess the ability to interpret his every action and utterance. Interpret? Questioned the others, intrigued. A ninja of the Patriarch's stature carries profound significance in every seemingly casual gesture and spoken word. Some statements, though voiced, carry no real meaning, while others, though unspoken, contain depths that are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In regard to our current mission, the Patriarch's overt command was to eliminate the genius of the Senju clan on the spot. However, the deeper, unspoken objective was to capture him alive. Consider this. Senju Hashirama has always held a deep affection for his young son. A mere assassination would only incite the Senju clan to fierce resistance, resulting in needless losses. Yet, should we capture Hashirama's son, the Patriarch could leverage him to coerce the Senju clan, a strategy that would yield immense benefits for us Uchiha. Truly a brilliant scheme. Has the Patriarch shared all this with you? Uchiha Hoka, who had been listening intently, couldn't help but express his astonishment. Not at all. It is merely my conjecture. Although perilous, my explanation has sufficed to placate Uchiha Hoka and the others. Once the mission is concluded, the fate of Senju Hashirama's offspring will be of no concern to me, Uchiha Gin. After a night of rest, the group regained some stamina and began their journey back to the Uchiha clan's territory, carrying the bound Senju Hashirama. Since they had ventured deep behind enemy lines, the return journey would still take nearly half a month. Given that it was Uchiha Gin who had unilaterally decided to spare Hashirama's life, the responsibility of transporting him fell solely upon him. The primary reason was his fear that the others might inadvertently cause Hashirama's death, leading to their own mission's failure and demise. On the following day, after a long day of travel, the group set up camp by a small river for the night. During this time, Senju Hashirama briefly regained consciousness, but before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, Uchiha Gin struck him down with a swift blow. At that moment, Gin lacked the energy to engage in conversation with Hashirama, burdened as he was with a captive. Though he had removed Hashirama's cumbersome armor, the child still weighed around 30 to 40 pounds, and Jin's frail body struggled under the weight. As Gin sat in a daze, He suddenly recalled that he had yet to trigger the Steel of Heart treasure chest today. He was still uncertain about the activation mechanism of the treasure. After a moment's contemplation, he stood up and approached Uchiha Ryuchi, who was leaning against a tree. Seeing Jin approach, Ryuchi frowned, perplexed as to why Jin was disturbing him instead of resting. During the day, his presence had delayed their progress significantly, leaving Ryuchi somewhat resentful, as he had hoped to return early to report back. Ryuchi, brother, Uchiha Jin began. Don't call me brother. I'm younger than you, Ryuchi retorted. Although Jin was 24 and Ryuchi only 20, their combat prowess differed greatly. Ryuchi, I wish to spar with you. Ryuchi paused, taken aback by Jin's request. However, without receiving any notification, Jin mused that it seemed a unilateral challenge could not activate the conditions for the Steel of Heart. I don't have time, Ryuchi replied, dismissing Jin, who he deemed inexperienced. Are you afraid? After all, my shuriken technique has been personally taught by the clan leader, and I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent, Jin stated with a hint of sarcasm, shaking his head in mock dismay. Damn it. If I don't turn you into a sieve today, I'll change my surname to Senju, Ryuchi exclaimed, his temper flaring. The poor ancient soul, having never studied Sun Tzu's art of war, was unaware of the impending confrontation. Upon detecting the host's engagement in combat, the Steel of Heart treasure chest began to accumulate. Indeed, hearing the notification in his mind brought Jin a surge of joy. The ensuing battle with Ryuchi was inevitable. After all, they were of the same clan, and their strikes would not be fatal. Ryuchi initiated the confrontation by hurling 5 shurikens at Jin from 5 different angles, targeting the gaps around his limbs. Drawing upon the memories of his predecessor, Jin skillfully retaliated by launching 5 shurikens in response. As anticipated, the 10 shurikens collided with precision. And as he gazed at the scattered weapons, Uchiha Gin couldn't help but elevate his assessment of the original owner, realizing that he was not merely a handsome figure devoid of merit. Intriguing indeed. Let us see how this unfolds. Observing his own thrown shuriken being deftly intercepted, Uchiha Ryuchi began to take the encounter seriously. He unfastened the wind demon shuriken from his back and hurled it forcefully towards Uchiha Gin. Instead of hastily evading, Uchiha Gin remained composed, watching the massive shuriken soar ever closer. This scene unnerved Uchiha Ryuchi, leading him to ponder whether Uchiha Gin had a death wish for not dodging. He had no desire to bear the guilt of slaying a fellow clansman, so he swiftly moved to intercept his own shuriken before it could bisect Uchiha Gin. Uchiha Ryuchi was swift, and as he reached for the shuriken, Uchiha Gin dropped to the ground in a prostrate position, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike, causing Uchiha Ryuchi to stumble, nearly tumbling into the river. Lying on the ground, Uchiha Gin raised both hands and mockingly declared, truly deserving of the title of the clan's foremost shuriken prodigy, Uchiha Ryuchi, I, Uchiha Gin, humbly acknowledge your supremacy. With a splash, Uchiha Ryuchi, enraged by these words, lost control of his body and fell straight into the water, having never encountered such unabashed audacity. The host failed, earning 10 heart energy, and after 2 subsequent battles, the reward of the Steel Heart treasure chest could be unlocked. Current accumulated heart energy, 11. Upon hearing the notification, Uchiha Gin's eyes brightened. Disregarding his awkward position on the ground, he swiftly rose and rescued the drenched Uchiha Ryuchi. Ryuchi, let us conclude today's battle here. It was indeed a thoroughly exhilarating encounter, from which I have gleaned much. I hope to engage in combat once more after a night of recuperation. Uchiha Gin's words rang with grandiosity, causing Uchiha Ryuchi's forehead to throb with veins of ire. Cursing under his breath, Uchiha Ryuchi departed, leaving Uchiha Gin with a sense of longing. The individuals surrounding him appeared to be ripe for the picking, akin to lush green leeks awaiting harvest. It seemed that Uchiha Ryuchi would not be of assistance on the morrow. Uchiha Gin lamented internally, but could not refrain from calling out, Ryuchi, let us spar again on another day. Without looking back, Uchiha Ryuchi extended a hand, offering a friendly gesture with his middle finger, indicating an eagerness for Uchiha Gin's challenge. TSK, the local Uchiha is dreadfully impolite, Uchiha Gin remarked with a tone of exasperation. Having exhausted his quota of battles for the day, according to the system's description, entering the Steel Heart treasure chest would no longer trigger. Thus, he began to scrutinize the treasure chest in his mind, its exterior as flamboyant as he had witnessed in a previous life. During the recent skirmish, a dynamic soundtrack resonated, reminiscent of yesterday's encounter with Senju Hashirama. However, today, having prepared in advance, Uchiha Gin actively muted the music. He attempted to interact with a treasure chest, only to find it unresponsive. He pondered to himself, is there no description of the item? The system, finally emerging after a prolonged silence, patiently explained, the preliminary server is loading. Please be patient, host. Just as Uchiha Gin was about to inquire further, the system vanished once more, leaving him with no response despite his persistent calls. It appeared he would have to gather 4 instances before discovering the rewards of this chest. After a fruitless exploration, Uchiha Gin decided to abandon his investigation. After all, he had only activated this system a day ago, and its features would reveal themselves over time. He then shifted his gaze towards the other Uchiha members, his eyes glinting with malice. Uchiha Feiha, who was polishing his blade, and Uchiha Dalan, who was meditating to refine his chakra, both shivered at the unsettling look. The following day, an early rising Uchiha Gin approached the typically reticent Uchiha Feiha. Brother Feiha, I have heard tales of your divine swordsmanship. Coincidentally, I have been taught a technique by clan leader Taijima and wish to seize this opportunity to spar and improve together. Uchiha Feiha, taken aback by this proposition, replied, we are about to set off. It may be too late for a spar now. Let us discuss it during our rest. However, Uchiha Gin, not one to let a golden opportunity slip away, countered, surely you wouldn't let a cooked duck fly away, would you? Let us settle this with a single exchange. Noticing Feiha's reluctance, he added, or are you, Brother Feiha, afraid of falling to my hand? It is understandable, given that it is the clan leader's personal technique, which is indeed formidable for an ordinary Uchiha. With a wistful expression, he provoked further. Uchiha Feiha, astonished by Jin's audacity, thought to himself, when did this lad become so inflated with confidence? He swiftly drew his tanto and katana, positioning himself in readiness. I welcome your challenge. Uchiha Gin, observing Feiha's dual-wielding stance, steeled himself and unsheathed his own katana, gripping it firmly as he locked eyes with his opponent, searching for any sign of weakness. The two remained in a stalemate for a while, neither making a move. Uchiha Feiha sought an opening, only to realize that Uchiha Gin was rife with vulnerabilities. Conversely, Jin awaited a prompt from the system, which prompted his uncertainty due to the lack of guidance. Please, Brother Feiha, make the first move. Recalling the previous 2 battles, where the opponent had always initiated, he finally broke the silence. Meanwhile, Uchiha Feiha felt the pressure, despite Jin's seemingly ordinary movements. Indeed, filled with flaws, he maintained an air of confidence, as if assured of victory. This series of actions set his mind racing, causing him to perspire profusely. As Uchiha Jin's words hung in the air, Uchiha Feiha darted forward, testing the waters with his first strike. As Uchiha Feiha suddenly made his move, Uchiha Yin's nerves instinctively tensed, and the voice of the system echoed in his mind, indicating that the host had entered combat. The heart of steel treasure chest began to accumulate energy, confirming his suspicion that the system only recognized the initiation of battle when the opponent struck first. However, did this not imply that in future confrontations, he would be compelled to engage in a bout of verbal mockery to draw aggro from his adversary? Stealthy assassinations would not trigger the heart of steel treasure chest, transforming him from a shadowy assassin into a warrior who must first provoke his foe. Without time to ponder further, upon witnessing Uchiha Feiha close in, Uchiha Gin discarded his katana, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, proclaiming, I concede. Uchiha Feiha's blade halted mere inches from his nose, his normally stoic visage blushing with indignation, as if deeply insulted. He hesitated for 3 seconds, preparing to retract his weapon and utter a response, when suddenly, Uchiha Gin executed a forward roll, deftly retrieving the fallen katana, and struck upwards at the unsuspecting Uchiha Feiha. Fortunately, Uchiha Feiha, seasoned in the art of swordsmanship, utilized his extraordinary reflexes to deflect Uchiha Yin's blade with his left arm before leaping back to reassess his stance. Was this tactical maneuver part of swordplay? To feign weakness only to exploit a moment of lowered defenses for a surprise attack? Such conduct would surely tarnish the reputation of the Uchiha clan and could not have been taught by the clan leader. Observing Uchiha Yin's failed attempt, Uchiha Feiha spoke with a tone rife with disdain. My lord, have you taken leave of your senses? Uchiha Gin, maintaining a serious demeanor, explained while inwardly lamenting, having received a warning from the system for his premature surrender. In that fleeting moment of conceding, he did not hear the expected notification of gaining energy. Instead, A system alarm sounded. Detection of match-fixing behavior. Deducting 10 energy points. The system has zero tolerance for match-fixing. Should the host engage in further such behavior, the Heart of Steel treasure chest will be revoked. The battle continues. In the instant he heard the warning, Uchiha Gin reacted in a mere 0.001 seconds, and thus began his counterattack. The loss of 10 energy points stung him deeply, extinguishing any thoughts of exploiting a bug. It appeared that one must tread the righteous path in all endeavors. With no alternative means to easily acquire energy points, Uchiha Gin ceased his pretenses, entering battle mode earnestly. It was no surprise that he was swiftly defeated by Uchiha Feiha in 3 moves, nearly losing grip of his katana. Is that all? Uchiha Feiha asked incredulously, gazing at the easily vanquished Uchiha Gin. You seemed so confident just a moment ago. How did you falter so quickly? Host defeated. Gained 12 energy points. The Heart of Steel treasure chest reward will unlock after one more battle. Current accumulated energy, 13. To his astonishment, he had gained 2 points more than previously. Ahem. What a thrilling combat. I, Uchiha Gin, shall henceforth declare you the master of swordsmanship. Kneeling on the ground, Uchiha Gin supported himself with one hand while extending his thumb with a smile, revealing a gleaming tooth. Uchiha Fei was rendered speechless by this scene and immediately sheathed his sword, walking away without a glance, as if deeply insulted. Through this encounter, I have gained much. I hope to rest today and engage in battle again tomorrow. Cast a wide net and gather many fish. Uchiha Fei, too, is a valuable target that must not be overlooked. Fool. The taciturn Uchiha Fei muttered from a distance. Their skirmish was brief, and the others in the camp had tidied up, erasing all traces before setting off on their journey home. The unconscious Uchiha was still being carried by Uchiha Gin. After a day of arduous travel, he had grown accustomed to moving with a person in tow, making today's journey considerably easier. Fortunately, they encountered no enemies, and as night approached, Uchiha Fenghua, who was leading the way, halted and ordered the group to set up camp. Each individual erected their tents, and Uchiha Gin was just preparing to rest when, brother. At that moment, Uchiha, who had been unconscious for a day and a night, slowly awakened, murmuring for his brother. Your brother is gone. Uchiha Gin whispered near his ear, like a devil's murmur. Woo. Right, your brother is gone too. Congratulations on becoming a little girl who squats to pee. Wasn't he always gone? The series of blows had thoroughly awakened Uchiha. Seeing the dead fish-eyed figure before him, he recalled his capture, but just as he called out, something was shoved into his mouth, causing tears to stream down his face. Under the dark night, the pale moonlight illuminated the face of the Uchiha who had captured him. Coupled with his sinister smile, it appeared exceedingly eerie, making the timid Uchiha tremble uncontrollably, his mouth muffled, producing only sorrowful whimpers. Little brat of the Senju clan. If I were you, I would eat quickly. The Uchiha demon before him remarked after rolling his eyes at the boy's vacant stare. Upon hearing this, Uchiha instinctively licked the object in his mouth with his tongue, detecting a savory flavor. He bit down forcefully and discovered that it was jerky. Having not eaten or drunk for 2 days, he disregarded any thoughts of poison and began to chew eagerly, finishing a large piece in no time. After he swallowed, he smacked his lips and asked, "Is there more?" At the audacity of this captive, Uchiha Gin felt a vain throb on his forehead and promptly delivered a sharp knock on his head. Kid, do you not understand your situation? The Senju clan never submits. If you dare, kill me. My father and brother will avenge me. Uchiha retorted defiantly. Observing the boy's fearless demeanor in the face of death, Uchiha Gin, who initially intended to mock him, felt a sudden disinterest. In his previous life, he had siblings. A boy as large as Senju Hashirama likely spent his days indulging in animated shows and snacks, living a carefree and blissful childhood. Yet, in this era, such young children are found either killing on the battlefield or being slain themselves. It is indeed a detestable time. The weight of this realization weighed heavily on Uchiha Gin. After all, just a few days prior, he was an ordinary modern individual, unable to seamlessly adapt to the peculiarities of this age. It is rather odd for a protagonist to adjust to new rules immediately upon transmigration. What did you say? I assure you, I will not utter a single word regarding my clan's secrets. Senju Hashirama, speculating that his captor sought to extract information about the Senju clan, spoke defiantly, his youthful visage betraying a maturity beyond his years. Such an insufferable little brat. Uchiha Jin suddenly regarded him from a higher vantage point, his gaze emanating a chilling intensity. The intensity of Uchiha Jin's stare sent shivers down Senju Hashirama's spine. Yet the pride stemming from his Senju lineage compelled him to maintain eye contact with the Uchiha before him. A commendable gaze. For now, we shall spare your life. But do not entertain thoughts of escape. And certainly do not consider suicide, for if you were to perish, we would simply capture your brothers instead. Observing the piercing glare from the young boy, Uchiha Jin slowly crouched down, closing the distance, and whispered softly in his ear, "Little one, you wouldn't want your brother to be captured because of you, would you?" Like the whisper of an ancient deity, his words momentarily disoriented Senju Hashirama, shattering his nascent resolve to resist. "We hope you will cooperate well. The esteemed Uchiha clan has always treated captives with kindness. Perhaps in the end, you may yet find a way to survive." Uchiha Jin continued to manipulate. "Can you guarantee that?" After a moment of silence, Senju Hashirama lifted his head, his small face radiating determination. "I swear by the honor of the Uchiha ancestors." After all, the ancestor is currently confined within the body of that Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Jin felt no burden in making such a pledge. A certain hedgehog-haired boy practicing skipping stones by the river suddenly felt a chill down his back and let out a loud sneeze. Beside him, a mushroom-haired boy was instructing him on how to throw stones across the water. Noticing the sudden sneeze, he asked with concern, "Are you all right? Don't rush if you can't make it. You must find that upward flicking sensation. It's all your fault for standing behind me, you strange fellow. I'm the kind of person who can't even relieve myself if someone stands behind me due to my overly sensitive nature. I'm sorry." The scolded mushroom-haired boy sat down in dejection. The intertwining of two fates begins, marking the dawn of the ninja era. Senju Hashirama conceded. At present, his captor held his weakness in hand. Being so young, he could not analyze Uchiha Jin's words with the same acuity as his sagacious elder brother, Senju Tobirama. Had Uchiha Jin's earlier remarks been directed at Tobirama, he likely would not have seen the light of another day. Because Senju Hashirama chose to cooperate, Uchiha Jin removed the iron chains binding him. After all, carrying this little brat while trudging along was burdensome, even with the weight of several pounds of iron chains. Retrieving the scroll significantly alleviated the burden. Subsequently, with simple ropes, he bound Senju Hashirama's hands together. It was imperative that the opponent did not get any rest. So Uchiha Jin cleared a space behind the tent, drove a stake into the ground, and, reminiscent of how Konoha's flag was first tested with Naruto, secured Senju Hashirama to the stake. After ensuring everything was in place, Uchiha Jin felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. It was time to return to the tent and rest. As he pondered how to cleverly deceive Uchiha Dialogue into engaging in battle, hoping to obtain some of the heart energy from the heart of steel treasure chest, he stretched lazily. Just as he was about to navigate back to the tent, he suddenly sensed a stillness in the air around him, feeling the presence of someone lurking behind. Instinctively, he glanced back at the stake binding Senju Hashirama. And in the inky darkness of the night, a figure stood silently atop the stake, while the bound Senju Hashirama had vanished without a trace. An ambush. Uchiha Jin's pupils dilated in shock. This mysterious individual had managed to infiltrate their camp without being detected by the Double Tomoe Sharingan of Uchiha Koka. He instinctively thought to raise the alarm, to call upon his fellow Uchiha, but as a sliver of moonlight illuminated the scene, the figure's identity gradually became clear. The words he wished to shout caught in his throat. The person before him elicited a reaction from Uchiha Jin that felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. A chill coursed through him from his heels to his forehead. As the moonlight fully revealed the shadowy figure, Uchiha Jin's parched lips uttered the identity of the newcomer. It was impossible for Uchiha Itachi to exist in this era. Could it be the Dragon Vein? The young man, clad in a black outfit adorned with red clouds, stood silently with his eyes closed. His pale, handsome visage bore two deep lines of age, and a forehead protector, clearly from a different time, was adorned with a visible scar. Having immersed himself in the lore of Naruto for years, Uchiha Jin recognized the figure as Uchiha Itachi, the man indispensable to the female protagonist, Tsunade. Amidst his astonishment, Uchiha Jin's mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that the Akatsuki had discovered the dragon vein hidden deep within Luan, and that Uchiha Itachi had been transported to this era by its power? Noticing that Uchiha Itachi remained silent and motionless, Uchiha Jin prepared to call out to Uchiha Koka and the others. At that moment, The young man on the stake slowly opened his eyes, revealing Sharingan that glimmered with an otherworldly light. An eerie phenomenon transpired around Uchiha Gin. The once pristine moon seemed to vanish. A blood-red moon rose on the horizon, and the entire space around him became suffused with a sanguine hue, an oppressive aura enveloping him. In a moment of disorientation, Uchiha Gin felt as though he were being lifted high into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself bound to a crucifix. The blood moon. A crucifix. What could this mean? Regaining his composure, Uchiha Gin was left speechless by shock. He had witnessed such events within the pages of a book, yet experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Uchiha Silver lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, as one after another, Uchiha Itachi emerged, each wielding a katana. One of the Itachis, his expression devoid of emotion, proclaimed, "In the realm of Tsukuyomi, space, time, and mass are under my dominion. For the next 72 hours, I shall relentlessly pierce you with this blade." With each piercing sound of steel meeting flesh, the realm echoed with Uchiha Silver's anguished cries. A stark contrast to the trivial injuries he had endured in his previous life. On the brink of despair, he grappled with the reality that, despite knowing it was an illusion, each thrust inflicted genuine agony, leaving him trembling with pain. The characteristics of this illusory space prevented him from losing consciousness. He could only bear witness as the wounds, which had just mended, were reopened by the sharp blades. Tears streamed down Uchiha Silver's face, and he found himself overwhelmed to the point of losing control of his bodily functions. Time became a blur, and just as he felt the weight of despair, a haunting voice whispered in his ear, 71 hours remaining. His wails of misery persisted. The Tsukuyomi realm had been a relentless torment for what felt like an eternity, and Uchiha Silver's nervous system had grown numb to the pain. He stared vacantly at the Itachis as they methodically continued their assault, as if they were but mincing meat. In a desperate attempt to cope, Uchiha Silver began to jest, mocking the Itachis. "Have you not eaten? Put some effort into it. Don't just focus on the front. If you tire, flip me over for a balanced approach. Fairness is key, after all." The Itachis, now agitated by his incessant chatter, increased their pace, as if wound up like clockwork. Hey, don't stab there. I'm still a pure soul, 24 years old, just a student." The delirious Uchiha Silver began to ramble incoherently. After an indeterminate time, the movements of the Itachis suddenly halted. As Uchiha Silver, with his eyes closed, savored the torment of Tsukuyomi, he felt his hands released. As he fell to one knee, he struggled to open his eyelids, gazing up at the pristine crescent moon. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down his face. He had endured. "Finally, I made it through." Uchiha Silver grumbled in frustration. "What is wrong with you?" asked Senju Hashirama. Bound to a pillar, his expression bemused as he observed the kneeling Uchiha Silver. Just moments before, this individual had bound him and then suddenly collapsed, now weeping and exclaiming about having persevered. "It's nothing, just a fleeting thought about something sorrowful." Aware of the peculiarities of Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Silver stood, wiping his tears as he turned away. "What are you sorrowful about? Shouldn't it be me who is grieving?" Senju Hashirama remarked, astonished as he watched Uchiha Silver turn. "Why are you activating your Sharingan? Are you attempting to hypnotize me for interrogation?" The inherently malevolent Uchiha was momentarily taken aback by the statement. But it was then that Uchiha Gin realized his vision had remarkably improved, allowing him to see clearly even in the darkness. The chakra circulating within his body was no longer as obstructed as before, gradually flowing towards his eyes. A sensation akin to savoring a refreshing ice treat on a sweltering summer day. Despite his joy, Uchiha Gin chose to overlook Senju Hashirama's insolent remarks. "What can a mere single tomo do? Are you attempting to hypnotize me with Jinjutsu?" he retorted, delivering a sharp blow to the disdainful Hashirama's head, leaving a sizable bump. "Behold my physical hypnosis." Uchiha Gin bore no grudges. "Ah!" cried Hashirama, wincing from the pain, tears welling in his large, expressive eyes. After dealing with Hashirama, Uchiha Gin surveyed his surroundings, finding everything as it should be, with no signs of human presence on the pillars. Perplexed, he decided to return to his tent, retrieving a small mirror to scrutinize his eyes. Indeed, he had awakened the Sharingan, albeit a single tomo. To have endured the torment only to unlock just a single tomo seemed an absurdly low talent for the original owner. Having suffered for so long, Uchiha Gin felt a profound sense of worthlessness, Yet he had not contemplated who the last individual to awaken a single tomo after experiencing Tsukuyomi might have been. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Daily random skill refresh in the backyard. Jinjutsu Tsukuyomi. Acquired 1 Tsukuyomi fragment." To his astonishment, it was this skill, the seemingly trivial rule he had obtained from the purple orb during his last encounter. The system had apparently designated the open space behind his tent as his backyard, thus granting him a refresh of Tsukuyomi. Recalling the description of this skill, daily random skill refresh in the backyard. A skill randomly refreshes every day in the host's backyard, manifested as NPCs unleashing the skill, which the host cannot control. However, the skill cannot kill the host, and upon conclusion, there is a certain probability of dropping skills or fragments. Collecting enough fragments allows the host to learn the skill. It cannot kill me, but it can certainly torment me. Uchiha Gin grumbled inwardly. However, it appeared that he would not suffer harm after the skill concluded. Reflecting on the days when Kakashi had endured at Tsukuyomi for an extended period, he considered himself fortunate amidst misfortune. Is this what it means to be favored by fortune? My first refresh yielded a kaleidoscope skill. He then attempted to click on the Tsukuyomi fragment. Tsukuyomi fragment, 140. Collect 40 fragments to synthesize Jinjutsu Tsukuyomi. The kaleidoscope Sharingan skill can be learned. 40 fragments? What a scam. Upon seeing the glaring number, 140, next to the fragment, Uchiha Gin felt utterly drained. I have to endure 39 more Tsukuyomi? I won't spend any more money. Give me back my funds. This implied he would need to encounter Uchiha Itachi at least 39 more times to gather the required skill fragments. With this thought weighing on him, the exhausted Uchiha Gin fell into a deep slumber. The following day, just as dawn began to break, Uchiha Dairo, assigned to keep watch, had been concealing himself not far from the camp throughout the night. As he ambled towards the camp, stifling a yawn, a sudden figure emerged from the shadows. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Uchiha Dalen's simple expression morphed into one of bemusement. "Uchiha-in, is there something amiss? Your night watch duties have concluded. There is no need for a shift change." The arrival was none other than the weary Uchiha-in, who had endured 72 hours of torment under the moon reading technique. Each time he closed his eyes, he envisioned a horde attacking him, with several wielding blades aimed at his most vulnerable spots. Although the system had repaired his physical injuries, the scars on his psyche were not so easily mended. With dark circles reminiscent of Gaara's panda eyes, Uchiha-in awaited Uchiha Dalen on his customary path, driven by a singular desire to open a treasure chest. "Brother Dalen," he began, "I have heard from Captain Fenghua that your mastery of fire release is nothing short of extraordinary. B-rank techniques seem to come to you effortlessly, and you have even begun to delve into A-rank ninjutsu. I hold you in the highest esteem." Employing his habitual flattery, he sought to ingratiate himself first. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ryoichi and Uchiha Feiha had clearly refrained from informing Uchiha Dalen about the challenges surrounding them. Upon hearing Uchiha Yin's words of admiration, Uchiha Dalen instinctively scratched his head, a shy smile gracing his face. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely utilized my rest time to practice fire release. It's hardly noteworthy. I have previously received guidance on fire release from our clan leader, and encountering you, Brother Dalen, feels akin to a mountain meeting a flowing river. I was delayed by a mission, but now that it has concluded, I have relinquished my obsessions. My only remaining wish is to spar with the prodigious ninja, Fire Dalen. Not for competition, but to behold your extraordinary ninjutsu." Fire Dalen was a nickname bestowed upon Uchiha Dalen within the clan, while Uchiha Ryoichi was known as Eerie Sword Ryoichi and Uchiha Feiha as Twin Swords Feiha. However, with the assembly imminent, Uchiha Dalen proposed, "Perhaps we should wait until the evening's respite to converse further." Although flattered by Uchiha Yin's praise, his commitment to duty prevailed. There was no time to squander energy and chakra for mere practice when a journey lay ahead. "Not a problem," Uchiha Yin replied, flipping his dead fish-eyed gaze as he prepared to employ his usual tactics on Uchiha Feiha. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air behind them. "What are you two dawdling about? We are about to set off." Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Fenghua had materialized like a specter, frowning at the pair. Uchiha Yin and his companion were immediately drenched in cold sweat. They had not even sensed Uchiha Fenghua's approach and could only nod in agreement. On their return journey, Uchiha Yin trailed behind them, lamenting silently that he would have to wait until evening to seek out Uchiha Dalen again. Yet, he marveled at Uchiha Fenghua's stealth. for he had detected not a hint of chakra fluctuation before the ninja appeared at their backs. It was then that he recalled Uchiha Fenghua's own title, one that resonated not only within the clan, but also throughout the warring states. The enigmatic Flames, a man who has perfected the art of stealth, once infiltrated a modest clan to execute an assassination task. After circumventing the vigilance of over 100 guards, he successfully eliminated his target, only to be discovered the following day. Upon returning to their encampment, Uchiha Ryuchi and Uchiha Tsuru had already erased all traces and awaited departure. When they spotted Uchiha Gin and Uchiha Daru, they exchanged peculiar glances. Seizing the opportunity while Uchiha Gin went to fetch Senju Hashirama, they approached Uchiha Daru. "Did that fellow Uchiha Gin ask you for a spar?" Uchiha Ryuchi inquired. Uchiha Daru, taken aback by the question, responded with curiosity, "Yes. How did you know? Did he mention that the clan leader taught him something?" Uchiha Tsuru interjected, "Indeed. It seems he has played you for a fool with the same ruse. That scoundrel is merely toying with us. He claims to spar, but concedes after only a few exchanges. Not just that, when he sparred with me, he simply tossed his weapon aside," added Uchiha Tsuru. After a moment of confusion, Uchiha Daru finally grasped their implication. "So you mean Uchiha Gin pretended to seek our guidance, but was merely mocking us?" "Precisely." Uchiha Ryuchi and Uchiha Tsuru affirmed in unison. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Daru's face shifted from red to green in exasperation. That insufferable rogue. But what could he possibly gain from such antics? Upon inquiry, the trio fell into silence. "Perhaps he is simply bored," Uchiha Fuwa, who had been listening nearby, remarked languidly. "After all, that lad may only possess a shell of his former self." Uchiha Ryuchi and the others looked on, puzzled. Just as they prepared to question further, Uchiha Gin arrived, carrying the bound Senju Hashirama, prompting the trio to fall silent. Uchiha Ryuchi and Uchiha Tsuru gazed skyward, as if something in the heavens beckoned them, while Uchiha Tsuru focused intently on counting the ants scurrying below, leaving Uchiha Daru to glare at Uchiha Gin in frustration. "Brother Daru, I still have some lingering doubts about earlier," Uchiha Daru huffed, turning away in a manner that suggested he was too embarrassed to associate with them. "Onward," Uchiha Fuwa commanded. Disregarding the farce, the territories that the Uchiha and Senju clans vied for lay within the borders of the future Land of Fire. The Senju clan's domain was to the east, adjacent to the coastline, while the Uchiha clan's habitation resided to the west. Uchiha Gin and his companions were currently situated in the eastern expanse of the Land of Fire, fleeing along the southwestern coastline. In June, the sun shone brightly, and due to their proximity to the coast, the travelers could sense a slight coolness amidst the sweltering air. Based on the map, Uchiha Fuwa deduced that they were nearing the boundary of the Senju clan's territory. If they could successfully escape, they would leave their pursuers behind and reach the shores of the Land of Whirlpool, ensuring their safety. At the rear of the group, Uchiha Gin engaged in a casual conversation with the young Senju Banjian, who was being carried along. "Banjian, I've heard that you share a good relationship with the Uzumaki clan from the Land of Waves. Of course, we are practically relatives. The leader of the Uzumaki clan often visits our Senju clan. Last time he came, he even mentioned an arranged marriage with our family," Banjian replied, subtly shifting his petite body away from Uchiha Jin's warm hand. Aware that escape was futile and self-harm was not an option, Banjian resigned himself to his fate, recognizing that reaching Uchiha territory meant certain death. For now, he reasoned, living another day was a blessing. Moreover, after spending several days together, he realized that his survival was due to Uchiha Gin, who had intervened when others aimed to kill him. Though there was a lingering suspicion regarding Jin's true intentions, he had not been mistreated. During their banter, Uchiha Gin would chastise him with a firm fist, but would later offer him dried meat, fearing that the boy might starve. He would also share peculiar jokes that, while incomprehensible, never failed to elicit hearty laughter from Banjian, as maintaining a joyful spirit was essential for survival. Throughout their journey, Jin carried him without showing any impatience, cautious not to harm the fragile child inadvertently. The young Senju Banjian suddenly noticed that Uchiha Jin's demeanor resembled that of his beloved older brothers. How unfortunate it was for one so young to tread upon the grave of love. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Gin couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. "Are you perhaps interested in marrying a woman from the Uzumaki clan? I've heard they dwell on mist-laden islands, and their women are renowned for their porcelain skin and fiery red hair. Truly, how alluring they must be," he teased, observing the blush that crept onto Banjian's cheeks. Flustered by such adult topics, Banjian turned his head away, his ears burning as he stammered, "I have no interest in Uzumaki women. They are all violent." "Oh, blushing now? Are we? Do you have a secret crush? Come on, confess," Uchiha Gin prodded, his playful spirit ignited by the sight of Banjian's embarrassment. "No, I do not have a secret crush on Sister Taohua." In his moment of panic, Banjian inadvertently revealed a name that was unfamiliar to him. Ha ha, such a little rascal. He wished he could vanish into the ground for having inadvertently divulged such information. "You wicked Uchiha," Banjian exclaimed in frustration. "I shall ignore you from now on." With that, he closed his eyes and fell silent. What a delightfully amusing child. Uchiha Gin chuckled and shook his head, contemplating how to handle the troublesome Senju Banjian once their mission was complete. Initially relying on jest and the pretext of the clan leader's hints, he knew that upon returning to Uchiha territory, the truth would inevitably be revealed when confronted by the clan leader. The boy could very well end up as the victim of Uchiha Taijima's wrath, facing a gruesome fate. The task at hand involves rescuing Senju Hashirama from the clutches of Uchiha Fugaku and his associates. I believe I have successfully saved this young lad. Yet the task remains incomplete. The initial task description was rather succinct, leaving Uchiha Gin in a state of perplexity, akin to being subjected to a searing fire from both sides. On one hand, he fears returning to his clan only to find that the task remains unfulfilled, which would surely lead to his demise. On the other hand, there is the anxiety that if he were to release this boy secretly, although he may evade death at the hands of the clan leader, his subsequent existence would be a living nightmare. Alas, how unfortunate it is to be burdened with such an ancient, formidable system. While others receive beginner-esque packages filled with powerful jutsu or extraordinary artifacts, or at the very least, attribute points that propel them to greatness, I am left waiting 4 days to open a mere treasure chest. After enduring a series of defeats, I find myself starting anew due to the system's punitive measures. I was granted a skill that nearly frightened me to death, having spent 72 hours within Tsukuyami facing 7 adversaries, only to receive fragments as a reward, followed by the revelation that I must endure 39 additional trials. Days have passed, and my strength remains stagnant, overshadowed by the Damocles sword of the system looming over my head. Is there a more unfortunate traveler than I? Oh, great system! When shall my task reach completion? I have indeed rescued Senju Hashirama. In frustration, Uchiha Gin once more attempted to summon the system within his mind. The system, for the first time, responded, "Post-task completion is at 60. You must protect the target, Senju Hashirama, until his return to the Senju clan, in order to complete the task." This unexpected response left Uchiha Gin astounded, nearly spewing blood in exasperation. Once he regained his composure, he retorted, "The initial task did not stipulate the need to protect Senju Hashirama until he reaches the Senju territory." At that moment, the system revealed. The content was not fully loaded at the time. 80 remained unprocessed, resulting in incomplete task data. The current task is as follows: rescue Senju Hashirama from Uchiha Fugaku and his associates, protect him back to the Senju clan, earn 10 points, and receive random skill, Orb 1. Should Senju Hashirama perish, the task will be deemed a failure. It seems the missing line was indeed the crux of the matter. Insufficient power. Please strengthen your abilities. The system coldly notified him. The activation speed of the system is tied to his own strength, which ignited a spark of motivation in Uchiha Gin. It appears that the successful loading of Senju Hashirama's task was thanks to the accidental activation of his Double Tomoe Sharingan during the previous night's Tsukuyami. This awakening had elevated his prowess from that of mere cannon fodder to an ordinary genin, bringing him closer to the formidable 12 guardians. Though still a tad shy of matching Hinata, with a manic laugh that echoed through the air, Uchiha Gin covered his face with one hand, prompting Senju Hashirama, who was feigning unconsciousness behind him, to secretly open one eye in curiosity. What madness has taken hold now? Unable to contain himself, Senju Hashirama could not resist voicing his thoughts, only to be met with a playful smack from Uchiha Gin. With a lump forming on his head, Senju Hashirama pouted, struggling to hold back tears. With a composed demeanor, Uchiha Silver regarded the young boy and found him less disagreeable than he had initially thought. The boy, with a cheerful smile, uttered a chilling remark to Senju Hanjian. "Perhaps before long, you will be reunited with your family. You wish." Senju Hanjian, clearly misunderstanding, began to howl in frustration. Given the cacophony he was creating, which could potentially attract enemies, Uchiha Silver promptly produced an object to silence him. Upon tasting the salty, fishy flavor of the item in his mouth, Senju senses overwhelmed him, causing him to faint on the spot. The humidity by the seaside was oppressive, causing one to sweat profusely throughout the day. Uchiha Silver, satisfied, withdrew his hand, observing the foul sock he had stuffed into Senju mouth, and seriously remarked, "We are about to enter the territory of the Uzumaki clan. Conceal your chakra. We must not be detected." Suddenly, Uchiha Funghua, the leader, interjected. The Uzumaki clan, renowned for their sealing techniques, also possesses exceptional sensory abilities. We have a mission at hand. Let us not provoke them. Is it possible that we have already been discovered? Uchiha Silver murmured from the back of the group. A notification chimed in his mind, indicating that the host was engaged in combat, signaling the presence of enemies nearby. Several kilometers away, a red-haired figure opened his eyes, his crimson pupils emanating a hint of coldness. Before him stood 5 ninjas, their chakra exuding an ominous chill, likely members of the Uchiha clan, while one radiated vibrant energy. The red-haired man addressed his similarly red-haired companions. "Can we confirm the one filled with vitality?" inquired a robust red-haired man. "My Kagura heart has never been mistaken," the crimson-eyed man replied. "That must be them. Let us move." The muscular redhead gestured grandly, and the others sprinted toward Uchiha Silver and his companions like arrows released from a bow. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Silver, Uchiha Funghua and the others still on the path were oblivious to the approaching threat. Hearing the notification, Uchiha Silver deliberately slowed his pace, gradually trailing behind the group. The Uchiha members had long since become accustomed to his tendency to lag behind and paid it no mind, assuming he would catch up during their upcoming rest. As the Uchiha party navigated through the forest, Uchiha Funghua, leading the charge, suddenly felt a blockage in his chakra. Before he could contemplate further, an instinctual sense of danger surged within him. Years of assassination experience prompted him to halt immediately. An ambush. Uchiha Funghua activated his 3 Tomoe Sharingan, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The 3 Uchiha behind him, not daring to be careless, also activated their Sharingan. At that moment, several red-haired men emerged from the woods, led by the earlier muscular figure, who scrutinized Uchiha Funghua and his companions. Realizing there were only 4 of them, he appeared somewhat taken aback. "Impressive, Uchiha clan. You managed to perceive our sealing formation," the muscular redhead said, crossing his arms with feigned seriousness. Uchiha Funghua, despite being praised, felt no sense of honor. After surveying the muscular man with red hair, he remarked, "Our Uchiha clan has never had any conflict with the Uzumaki clan. Why then do you conspire against us without cause? There should be 6 of you. Where are the other 2? The red-haired muscular man remained silent, while another man with red hair and red eyes retorted. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Funghu's heart sank. Realizing that they were targeting the young member of the Senju clan, he discreetly glanced behind, noting that Uchiha In had yet to arrive, and felt a surge of urgency. "This boy must not come here. I do not comprehend what you are saying. We are merely a 4-man team executing a standard mission," Uchiha Funghu stated, even as one hand discreetly signaled to the 3 individuals behind him. "A standard team? Does a renowned figure like the god of concealment, Funghu, let a mere standard mission? What task could possibly warrant such a presence?" The red-haired muscular man bluntly exposed Uchiha Funghu's identity and inquired straightforwardly, "Attack." Realizing his identity had been compromised, the individuals who had just received the signal sprang into action, their crimson Sharingan eyes glaring as they charged at the members of the Uzumaki clan, and the battle was imminent. Meanwhile, Uchiha In, who had fallen behind, encountered his own adversary. As he witnessed the red-haired figure emerging suddenly from the forest, the alert in his mind chimed once more. Host detected in combat. The Steelheart treasure chest begins to accumulate. Uzumaki Sueho, the beloved daughter of Uzumaki Amino, the clan leader, had demonstrated an extraordinary talent for sealing techniques since childhood and was cherished by her father. However, upon learning that her father had promised her to the distant Senju clan, she was consumed by rage. In a fit of anger, she secretly boarded a merchant ship departing the land of whirlpools, embarking on her journey to escape the impending marriage. "From this day forth, I shall be a chivalrous heroine." On board, she listened to tales from a storyteller hailing from the land of iron, recounting the exploits of gallant heroes. The naive and fervent 10-year-old girl began her adventure as a heroine. First, She utilized her physical prowess to subdue a group of local ruffians at the dock, garnering applause from the onlookers and greatly satisfying her dream of becoming a heroine. Subsequently, she employed her sealing techniques to deal with several rogue ninjas who oppressed virtuous women, sealing their chakra and banishing them to the mountains for reformation. Through these exploits, she garnered considerable acclaim, and the renown of the red-haired heroine spread far and wide. Yet another peaceful day, the girl with the bun and round face savored the sweets gifted by an elderly woman, her face beaming with satisfaction as she patrolled the small town she had protected. Though referred to as a town, it was merely a small fishing village along the coastline. What once was a chaotic locale had been transformed into a haven of peace and stability through her efforts. I remember the storyteller mentioning that a hero's pursuit is to wander the world, making the four seas their home. Gently touching her own little head, Uzumaki Mizuhito resolved to bid farewell to her humble village and embark on a journey towards a grander and more distant world where many souls awaited her aid. Clenching her delicate, fair fists, she bolstered her own spirits. Having come to a realization, Mizuhito said her goodbyes to the elders of her fishing village. Though reluctant to part, the villagers waved their farewells, bestowing upon the young girl a bountiful bundle of snacks for her journey. As she ventured deeper into the jungle along the coastline, Mizuhito munched on her provisions while walking. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a man with dark, curly hair, carrying a child on his back. To her horror, she observed that he had not only bound the child, but had also struck the poor thing. What was even more shocking was that he stuffed a foul sock into the child's mouth. This must be the notorious human trafficker she had heard whispers about. Yet, her brother had mentioned that such villains resided only in the northern regions. Intrigued, Mizuhito stealthily followed him. As she trailed him, she noticed the man's pace began to slow, and she prepared to approach with a dazzling entrance, intending to startle this wicked trafficker. Thus unfolded the scene, a red-haired girl with a round head, her cheeks bulging with food. In her left hand, she clutched a half-eaten dried fish, while her right embraced a half-eaten flatbread. Her mouth, stuffed with food, rendered her speech incoherent. "You wicked trafficker, release that boy." Ding. The system detected that the host had encountered a narrative character, and a mission was initiated. Defeat Uzumaki Mizuhito, a dreamer of chivalry, and enlighten her on the perils of the world and the unpredictability of human nature. Reward, 10 points, 1 random spell orb. Failure to defeat the host would result in mission failure. Before her stood a charming girl with a porcelain complexion, sparkling eyes, and a mouth resembling a cherry. Her fiery red hair was styled into 2 playful buns, making her look irresistibly cute. Upon seeing her, Uchiha Gin was momentarily taken aback, revealing his sharp little canines, his large eyes brimming with dissatisfaction, akin to a small kitten ready to pounce. Feeling belittled, Mizuhito was about to retort, yet the morsels of flatbread still lingered in her mouth. As she opened her mouth to speak, air rushed in, forcing the unchewed food down her slender throat, causing her to gasp. With little hands forgetting the food, she clenched her fists and pounded her chest, attempting to swallow the food down. Observing the girl's struggle, Uchiha Gin, exasperated, retrieved his water bottle from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her. On the verge of choking, the girl perceived the water bottle as a lifeline, seizing it eagerly and tilting her head back to drink, the sound of gulping filling the air. Like one who had narrowly escaped a calamity, she glanced at the bottle in her hands, ready to express her gratitude to her benefactor. However, upon raising her gaze, she was startled to see Uchiha Gin smiling beside her, prompting her to leap back several meters, her expression rife with suspicion. Is this how one treats their savior? Uchiha Gin squinted his eyes, a smirk adorning his face. While I am indeed grateful, I believe it is time for you to surrender, kind-hearted trafficker. The young girl furrowed her delicate brows, contemplating for a moment before responding. Are you referring to this little brat? Uchiha Gin pulled the unconscious Senju Tobarama from behind him, presenting him to the forefront. Releasing him is not out of the question, but you must first defeat me. Determined to fulfill his mission, Uchiha Gin prepared to strike the adorable little loli. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mido displayed an expression of expected realization. She gently set down her enormous backpack and began her warm-up routine, stretching her slender arms and legs, reminiscent of tender lotus roots. With an earnest demeanor, she struck a charming pose and declared, "Please teach me." Uchiha Gin kicked aside the obstructive Senju Tobarama, sending the unconscious boy rolling away like a tumbling gourd, his muffled cries echoing as he was kicked. Bring it on, Uchiha Gin taunted, beckoning with a flick of his fingers. Against a little brat like you, I need not unsheath my blade. With that, he sheathed his katana at his waist. The disdainful behavior of Uchiha Gin ignited a flame of indignation within Uzumaki Mido. She propelled herself forward with tremendous force, resembling a cannonball in her swiftness, causing Uchiha Jin's eyelids to flutter. Take this punch. The girl, fueled by anger, delivered a vertical strike towards the stationary Uchiha Gin. With no time to evade, he crossed his arms, bracing himself for the impact. To his astonishment, the force transmitted through his arms left them tingling, causing him to lean backward and execute a backflip, narrowly landing on his feet. Shaking his trembling arms, Uchiha Gin felt a surge of shock. Indeed, the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails possessed remarkable strength at such a tender age. Uzumaki Mido glanced at her petite fists in disbelief, astonished that the trafficker could withstand her punch. She had awakened her rare strength talent at the age of 5. And even seasoned Chunin found it difficult to endure her full-force blows. The realization that her opponent had only staggered back a few steps stoked her competitive spirit, and she dismissed any underestimation of him. Once more, Uzumaki Mido summoned the chakra within her body, channeling it into her hands. Instantly, a faint azure glow enveloped her delicate palms. Observing her little fists, Uchiha Gin felt a chill run down his spine. Isn't this just like Tsunade's monstrous strength? Imagining the consequences of being struck by those tiny fists, Uchiha Jin's heart sank. He initially intended to exploit his size advantage, but it seemed he had bitten off more than he could chew this time. As the girl prepared to strike, Uchiha Gin swiftly retreated, simultaneously activating his newly awakened Sharingan. The single Tomoe Sharingan allowed him to perceive movements, enabling him to barely discern the girl's actions and dodge her taijutsu techniques. The gently rotating Tomoe gradually helped him acclimate to her speed, as he felt he could anticipate her next move the moment she raised her hand. Such deceitful eyes. No wonder they attract envy from the future. Marveling at the prowess of the Sharingan, Uchiha Gin deftly evaded the girl's punch, contemplating how to counterattack as he observed her arm brush past him. He found it hard to bring himself to use lethal force against a child. It wasn't he out of a sense of mercy. When faced with genuine threats, he would not hesitate to act, yet the girl before him, panting and exhausted, had never intended to inflict harm. He could only rely on cunning. With a subtle twist of his wrist, a transparent thread was deftly dispatched by Uchiha Gin, embedding itself into the katana planted in the ground. As his body began to deliberately circle around the girl's erratic punches, she remained blissfully unaware, led like a puppet. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline endowed her with formidable vitality, akin to that of the Senju clan, excelling in prolonged battles. You slippery eel, what a coward you are. Why not face me head-on instead of dodging? The frustrated Uzumaki Mizuho exclaimed, having failed to land a hit. Very well. Uchiha Gin, who had been circling, abruptly halted and nodded seriously from a short distance away. Prepare yourself. Seizing the moment, the girl charged forward, her fists charged with energy. Uchiha Gin recognized the timing was right, his wrist yanking sharply. In an instant, a whirlwind of grass and foliage swirled around her, as transparent threads swiftly ensnared her. The next moment, the girl, unable to evade, found herself tightly bound by the threads. Her petite form struggled desperately, but with each movement, the threads constricted tighter. I suggest you cease your struggles. The more force you exert, the tighter they become. Your flimsy fabric will easily be torn apart, Uchiha Gin declared. And as his words fell, a tearing sound echoed as the girl's delicate clothing suffered several rips, exposing her fair skin. The silken skin, akin to white jade, bore crimson marks from the threads, causing the previously defiant Uzumaki Mizuho to flush with embarrassment, steam practically rising from her. You vile wretch, release me. For the first time facing such humiliation, Mizuho's eyes brimmed with tears, her demeanor transformed from fierce to pitiful. Then you must concede defeat, Uchiha Gin observed, unwavering before the sight of the girl resembling a defeated kunoichi. Of course, had she been a few years older, he might have faltered. If I concede, will you let me go? The beleaguered Mizuho gazed at him incredulously, believing he would merely bind her further and sell her off to some sordid establishment. I swear upon the honor of the Uchiha ancestors. Uchiha Gin once more invoked his lineage. Achoo! Just days after sparring with the boy with the melon head, he felt a chill down his spine. Madara, are you all right? The melon-headed boy inquired with concern. Seeing Uchiha Jin's resolute expression, the girl relented and finally uttered, "I concede." Ding. Host has defeated Uzumaki Mizuho. Mission accomplished, 10 points awarded, and 1 blue orb obtained. Uchiha Gin was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with emotion. After traversing through time for what felt like an eternity, he had finally accomplished a task. He began to delve into his rewards within his mind. Upon activating the system once more, Uchiha Gin discovered that the once monotonous void of his consciousness had transformed into a chessboard-like arena. He found himself embodied. Guided onto the board where he noticed on the left side, a treasure chest made of heart steel, a reward from his mission, adorned with a scrolling series of numbers. Host successful. Heart energy acquired. 1. Heart steel treasure chest reward has been unlocked. Current accumulated heart energy, 14. As a delayed notification chimed, Uchiha Gin observed the numbers above the heart steel treasure chest come to a halt. 14. Awaiting opening 110, 101, 2114. Due to an unfortunate bug encountered mid-mission, the layers of heart steel were ultimately reduced to 14. Miracles happen with great effort. Uchiha Gin clicked to open the chest, and the heart steel treasure chest began to pulsate, accompanied by an infectious BGM. 2 colorful orbs emblazoned with the heart steel logo tumbled forth. With a mix of trepidation, Uchiha Gin selected one, and as a burst of light enveloped him, a gold bar materialized in his grasp. Gold bar 1, universal currency, applicable for real-world transactions. To his astonishment, it was indeed a monetary boon. Uchiha Gin weighed the substantial gold in his hand. It was enough to incite considerable contention. His gaze then shifted to the remaining orb. Could it also contain gold? With this thought, he activated the second orb. Vortex Clan Physique 1, upon use. Acquire a trace of Vortex Clan bloodline, resulting in a slight enhancement of attributes. The second orb unexpectedly yielded a bloodline. Uchiha Gin's pulse quickened at the sight of the word Vortex. Several pivotal characters in the narrative were indeed orphans of the Vortex Clan. The enigmatic leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, wielded the Vortex Clan bloodline to sustain the Rinnegan, first defeating the Sage of the Six Paths, and subsequently obliterating Konoha, establishing himself as a formidable force of mid-tier combat. Not to mention the prince. Even without the 9 tails, he was an extraordinary talent, possessing unparalleled stamina and recovery. Attributes. Though the bloodline was tempting, the subsequent attribute intrigued him equally, drawing from the memory of his past life in the realm of systems. Uchiha Gin attempted to summon the attribute panel. No sooner had he uttered the thought than a luminous screen arose on the board, his avatar prominently displayed. Indeed, it existed. Host, Uchiha Gin Ninjutsu, 5 physical, 4 intelligence, 9 spiritual, 3 charm, 1 eye, 5 skills, basic taijutsu, great fireball technique, Uchiha entry swordsmanship, intermediate shuriken technique. Overall evaluation, a somewhat clever, single tomo Uchiha ninja with a penchant for trouble. What does a penchant for trouble mean? What does a charm score of 1 signify? Uchiha Gin felt his eyes nearly roll back in exasperation. Subsequently, he activated the Vortex Clan Physique, and a warm current spread from his heart throughout his entire being. Originally, the chakra that was as stagnant as dripping water transformed into a rushing stream. The warm chakra enveloped Uchiha Gin in a comforting embrace, filling him with an inexhaustible vigor. After experiencing this profound transformation, Uchiha Gin suddenly recalled the subtle enhancements mentioned in the rewards. He lifted his gaze to his attribute panel. Host, Uchiha Gin Ninjutsu, 7 stamina, 8 intelligence, 9 spirit, 6 charm, 1 eye, 5 skills, basic taijutsu, great fireball technique. Uchiha entry-level swordsmanship, intermediate shuriken technique. Overall evaluation, a slightly clever but irritating Uchiha Chunin with a single tomo. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan prominently manifested in his ninjutsu. Stamina and spirit, with both stamina and spirit experiencing a doubling of growth, corresponding to his physique and chakra. Having thoroughly examined his attributes, Uchiha Gin discovered a peculiar device on the right side of the game board. It bore a resemblance to a game machine he had encountered in his previous life. He attempted to power it on, and as the screen illuminated, a large 10 appeared before him, followed by a message. Mall game machine. Accumulate points to unlock grand prizes. Beyond this, there were no further explanations. After a futile exploration, Uchiha Gin reluctantly abandoned the game machine and curiously inquired of the system. Why have so many things appeared this time? Because the host has completed one of the prerequisite tasks, the system has loaded 10. This is not the entirety of the system's scenes. Uchiha Gin gazed at the now luxurious system space, incredulous. The system was still loading and could not provide answers. It seemed that many functions of this system remained undiscovered. Uchiha Gin's confidence in his survival until the establishment of Konoha surged several-fold. Perhaps he might even endure until the era of Boruto. Uchiha Gin drifted into a realm of fantasy. Hey, weren't you supposed to let me go? You can't go back on your word. The Uzumaki Suahu, who had just admitted defeat, noticed his opponent lost in thought and couldn't help but shout. In the next moment, Uchiha Gin's eyes regained their brilliance. Although he had spent what felt like an eternity in the system, only a fleeting moment had passed outside. All right. I will untie you now. Uchiha Gin, having gained much, beamed at the significant contributor before him, his smile nearly reaching the heavens. Ugh, why does your smile look so disgusting? Uzumaki Suahu remarked, observing Uchiha Gin's beaming face. Don't squirm so much. This thin strand could not be severed by ordinary weapons. It could only be retracted by finding its origin. Uchiha Gin, undeterred, began to search upon Uzumaki Suahu's body. Naturally, as a paragon of virtue, Uchiha was resolutely focused on his task. However, upon sensing a pair of hands exuding a familiar aura brushing against his back, Uzumaki Suahu's small frame trembled involuntarily. What's wrong? Do you need to use the restroom? Just hold it in. I'll find it soon. Misunderstanding the situation, Uchiha Gin quickened his pace. Why do I sense a familiar aura from this fellow? As Uchiha Gin exerted his influence over Uzumaki Mido, her mind began to wander, but perhaps it was not unfounded. Uchiha Gin had just merged with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and such a shared lineage naturally possesses an inherent allure. While Uchiha Gin sought the thread's end, a charm adorning Mido's chest caught his attention. Observing the talisman shaped like a ghostly visage, Uchiha Gin curiously inquired, "This charm is rather unique." Still dazed from the interaction, Mido instinctively explained, "This is my father's concealment talisman. Inscribed within are sealing techniques. Wearing it allows one to hide their chakra. I managed to evade my family's search thanks to this. Truly impressive, a testament to the Uzumaki clan," Uchiha Gin sincerely complimented. "It's not as remarkable as you say," Mido replied. At last, Uchiha Gin discovered the thread after searching for what seemed like an eternity, finally locating it at Mido's waist. He reached out towards it. "Beast, what are you doing?" A furious roar echoed as a figure radiating a crimson glow descended from the heavens. Sunlight cascaded through the verdant branches above, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. In the distance, the occasional sound of cicadas and birdsong filled the air, accompanied by a gentle, briny sea breeze, creating an ambience of sheer tranquility. In the distance, a couple huddled closely together. The older man supported the girl's back with one hand while reaching for her belt with the other. The girl showed no signs of resistance, her beautiful eyes glimmering with warmth as she leaned into him, allowing him to dictate the moment, their interaction imbued with an intoxicatingly amorous atmosphere. This was the scene witnessed by Uzumaki Hanato. "Beast, what are you doing?" Hanato's anger surged like an impending volcanic eruption, the boiling magma of fury roiling within him, causing his entire being to tremble. Startled by the sudden outburst, the couple looked up to see a strikingly handsome man with a physique as robust as tempered steel. Upon first glance, Uchiha Gin thought to himself, broad-shouldered and fair of face. It was only upon hearing the man's words that Uchiha Gin realized his current actions appeared rather indecorous. The young girl, Uzumaki Mido, blushed deeply and with a soft puff. Steam seemed to emanate from her head before her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Quick to react, Uchiha Gin caught the unconscious Mido, but his abrupt motion further damaged her already torn attire. With a few rip sounds, her clothing was completely shredded, leaving only tattered remnants clinging to her form. Her delicate skin glistening in the sunlight like exquisite jade. Feeling the soft warmth in his grasp, Uchiha Gin fell silent. Moments later, he lifted his gaze, his expression as clear as that of a sage. "If I were to claim that all of this is a misunderstanding, you would not doubt me, would you?" Upon hearing the Uchiha clan member attempt to justify himself despite being caught in the act, Uzumaki Hanato cracked his knuckles ominously. Vivid red chakra surged forth, akin to a roaring flame, as his eyes glinted with a predatory light. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from his opponent, Uchiha Gin felt an ominous wave wash over him. Even with his usual dullness, He could discern that the strength of the other was on par with Uchiha Hoka, if not more imposing. The only course left was to cleanse the shame of Uzumaki Mizuhana with blood. As Uzumaki Hanato advanced menacingly towards Uchiha Gin, desperation struck. He shook the unconscious Uzumaki Mizuhana draped over him, and, seeing no response, delivered a sharp thump to the space between her twin bonds. "Wake up. Explain yourself, or I might just be done in by your kin." The sudden jolt roused the dazed Uzumaki Mizuhana, who blinked groggily at the anxious Uchiha Gin beside her. As her lips parted to utter something, her peripheral vision caught the sight of the approaching muscular man, and terror flooded her eyes. Without a second thought for propriety, she grasped Uchiha Jin's head, leaning in to whisper urgently, "You must hold me captive. Do not let Hanato brother take me back." The closeness brought an intoxicating fragrance that tickled Uchiha Jin's nose, nearly provoking a sneeze. The warmth of her breath against his ear sent a shiver down his spine. But upon realizing her youth, he quickly quelled the stirrings of his heart. Umitba, I am not a Lulakan. I am not a Lulakan." Survival took precedence. Uchiha Gin tightened his grip around Uzumaki Mizuhana's neck while drawing a sharp kunai from behind, his visage shifting to one of menace. "Hee. You wouldn't want this fellow to come to harm, would you?" Witnessing the true nature of the Uchiha before him, Uzumaki Hanato halted, struggling to keep his composure as he grimly demanded, "Despicable Uchiha, what must you do to release my sister?" His fists clenched tightly, fingernails digging into flesh. Uzumaki Hanato, the eldest son of Uzumaki Arena, had perfectly inherited the talents of the Uzumaki clan. His ninjutsu mastery was unparalleled, hailed as the strongest genius in a century, possessing strength comparable to the elders of his clan at merely a teenage age. Recently, the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, Mizuhana, had gone missing, prompting the usually doting Hanato to lead his subordinates in search of her. "What should I say?" Uchiha Gin whispered, his head tucked behind Mizuhana. Sensing the weight of masculinity pressing upon her, the girl felt dizzy, yet urgency prevailed. Gritting her teeth, she spoke to the man behind her. "Aren't you a professional trafficker? Do I need to teach you? When did I ever claim to be a trafficker?" Uchiha Gin replied, realizing that the situation had not yet clarified his identity. "What?" Uzumaki Hanato seethed with rage as he witnessed the audacity of the Uchiha daring to speak near his precious sister's neck. He felt a visceral urge to tear him to shreds. Just as the standoff reached a boiling point, the sounds of combat echoed through the woods, drawing nearer, and several figures stumbled into Uchiha Jin's view. To think that not long after their separation, Uchiha Funghua and his companions appeared so battered, particularly Uchiha Liani, whose arm hung helplessly by his side, twisted and weakened, while his other hand continuously hurled shuriken. Upon catching sight of Uchiha-in, Uchiha Funghua shouted, "Uchiha-in, quickly take that little brat away. The target of the Uzumaki clan is that child." "Little brat?" Uchiha-in glanced at the Senjubanban, who lay unconscious several meters away after being kicked, and then at the temporarily allied Uzumaki Suibuto. A sense of overwhelming confusion washed over him. He felt as if he had jumped into the Yellow River with no hope of cleansing himself. Upon hearing Uchiha Fenghua's words, Uzumaki Wadao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this a misunderstanding? You despicable Uchiha. Is there no way to resolve this peacefully?" Uchiha-in urged the Uzumaki Suibuto, "We must flee quickly." However, Uzumaki Suibuto, with no desire to return home, insisted, "It's easy for you to say, but the strength of the Uzumaki clan members across from us cannot be underestimated." The strongest among them, Uzumaki Huadao, had yet to make a move, and Uchiha Fenghua and his companions were already struggling to defend themselves. With their meager strength, how could they possibly escape? Why not convey to your brother that this is all a misunderstanding, and let us turn our swords into plowshares? Wouldn't that be a splendid tale? Uchiha-in attempted to persuade the girl. "No, if you don't take me away, I will tell my brother that you are bullying me," Uzumaki Suibuto threatened, pouting slightly as she regarded the waffling Uchiha-in. "How can such a chilly statement come from those lips of yours?" Uchiha-in mused, reflecting on the difficulties of dealing with both women and petty individuals. At this juncture, it was evident that merely handing Uzumaki Suibuto over to the opposition would not suffice. The existence of Senjubanban would inevitably attract the attention of the Uzumaki clan. As a high-ranking member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Huadao might very well recognize Senjubanban. The Uzumaki clan, loyal allies of the Senju, would certainly not overlook him. Senju Banban was crucial to Uchiha Yin's mission, and he could not allow the child to escape his sight before the task was completed. As Uchiha Funghua distanced himself from an Uzumaki clan member, he swiftly approached Uchiha Yin. Upon noticing the bound Uzumaki Subuto in Uchiha Yin's grasp, he was momentarily taken aback. But urgency left no time for questions. "Where is the Senju brat?" Uchiha Yin gestured towards the unconscious Senju Banban beside him. "I will provide cover. You take him and withdraw." Without further contemplation, Uchiha Funghua declared, "Why must the weakest among us retreat first?" Uchiha Yin was perplexed, wondering if it was merely because he was the clan leader's nephew. Yet, there was no time for further reflection. Uchiha Funghua had already hoisted Senju Banban onto his back. Now, Uchiha Yin found himself carrying a child on his back while cradling another in his arms, resembling a mere caretaker. After giving his instructions, Uchiha Funghua cast a deep, meaningful glance at him before re-entering the fray, engaging the two Uzumaki clan members in combat to buy time for Uchiha Yin's escape. Watching his captain's retreating figure, Uchiha Yin felt a surge of emotion. Though Uchiha Funghua had often shown him little kindness, he had chosen to cover his escape in this critical moment. Without a hint of pretense, Uchiha Yin turned and fled towards the west. "Jin, your child has grown so much." As Uchiha Funghua witnessed the departure of Uchiha Yin, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "You are simply too weak. You bear no resemblance to me. There was no way you could escape." Vortex Wada, upon seeing Uchiha Yin fleeing with his sister, felt an immediate surge of anxiety. He forcefully propelled himself forward, intent on pursuing Uchiha Yin, but as he rose, he was met with a pair of indifferent Sharingan eyes, the three tomo within them subtly rotating, radiating an enchanting glow. "To pass, you must first confront me." Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Funghua had incapacitated two of his subordinates, now standing defiantly in his path. "You seek death." Vortex Hwada unleashed an astonishing burst of strength, his fist striking with the force of 1,000 pounds, the gale from the impact stinging Uchiha Funghua's face. "You have already met my gaze." Illusory restraint technique, one of the Uchiha clan's signature Jinjutsu techniques, later frequently employed by Uchiha Itachi. Utilizing the Sharingan, the user ensnares their opponent in a realm of illusion, manifesting large iron spikes that pierce the adversary's body, rendering them immobile. Caught off guard, Vortex Hwada succumbed to the illusion. In an instant, he found himself submerged in a sea of blood, massive steel spikes pinning him to the ground, unable to move. In the real world, a somewhat exhausted Uchiha Funghua covered his eyes, overwhelmed by a wave of discomfort, and promptly shut his Sharingan. Indeed, it proved somewhat taxing to confront an opponent of this caliber. Observing Vortex Hwada trapped in the Jinjutsu, Uchiha Funghua turned to assist Uchiha Liangi and the others, who were engaged in a fierce assault on a long-haired member of the Vortex clan, while the weaker members of the Vortex clan lay defeated on the ground. At that moment, Uchiha Funghua heard Vortex Hwada's voice beside him. "I nearly fell for your trick." Turning around, he gazed in disbelief at the man who had regained his senses. The previous illusion had taken him considerable preparation, and merely a single glance had drained much of his ocular power. Fortunately, the sealing technique prepared for him by his father enabled him to withstand one mental attack. Vortex Hwada revealed a symbol on his chest, composed of tadpole-like characters, which were gradually fading. Recalling the sealing technique his father had implanted in him before his departure, Vortex Hwada felt a wave of relief. What a nuisance. Uchiha Funghua thought of the sealing techniques most adeptly wielded by the Vortex clan, and reluctantly activated his Sharingan once more, signaling the commencement of their second round. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yin, who had been fleeing, suddenly halted, and under the puzzled gaze of Vortex Mizuho, he set down the two individuals he had been carrying. Checking his ninja tool pouch, he stated, "What do you intend to do?" The girl tugged at the hem of Uchiha Yin's clothing, inquiring, "You are now free. If I do not return, you must help me deliver this little brat back to the Senju clan," Uchiha Yin replied, lowering his gaze to Vortex Mizuho. "Are you going back to seek death? My brother is exceptionally strong. You cannot withstand even a single blow from him." The girl, seeing his intention to sacrifice himself, hastily intervened. "I wish to live too. I still wish to see Konoha," Uchiha Yin sighed. Recalling the proud Uchiha Ryoichi, the cold yet warm-hearted Uchiha Tsurugi, the honest and straightforward Uchiha Daru, and the seemingly special concern shown by Uchiha Funghua, He found himself developing profound bonds with these individuals within just a few days of his unexpected journey. Indeed, I am unable to harden my heart. His gaze then grew resolute as he wrenched his hand free from Uzumaki Mizuho's grasp, preparing to depart. Wait. Uzumaki Mizuho hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. Are you afraid of being defeated by my brother? Uchiha Gin teased, observing her demeanor. That S nodded. You could never best him. Aside from our father, no one in the clan can confront him head-on, Uzumaki Mizuho replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. After a moment of deliberation, the hesitant girl retrieved a black orb from her bag and extended it towards Uchiha Gin. Examining the peculiar object with curiosity, Uchiha Gin noticed it was a pearl, its dark surface adorned with swirling ink-like patterns. Be careful, this is for my protection, given to me by my father. It contains a sealing technique that can temporarily ensnare my brother when activated with chakra. You can use that chance to escape, she explained. Aren't you afraid I might trap your brother and then kill him? Uchiha Gin inquired, holding the orb and gazing at the girl before him. You wouldn't do that, she responded earnestly, her large, watery eyes brimming with trust. Why are you so certain I wouldn't? Uchiha Gin questioned, perplexed by her unwavering faith. I possess a natural gift that enables me to sense the good and evil in those around me. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt no malice emanating from you. You are a good person, she concluded. Uchiha Gin, slightly bemused by being so hastily branded as a good person, curled his lips in a smirk as he accepted the orb and affectionately ruffled her hair. What a convenient ability, thank you. The capabilities of the Otsutsuki descendants are indeed wondrously diverse. No wonder she trusts him so completely. It seems her ability resembles that of the future prince of the Nine Tails, sensing good and evil. After expressing his gratitude, Uchiha Gin sprinted towards the location of their recent battle. System, is there any way for me to navigate this current predicament? Feeling the disparity in strength, Uchiha Gin couldn't help but inquire of the system. After a brief silence, the system responded, incomplete activation, unable to assist the host. What use is a flight system if it can't help? Uchiha Gin thought, increasingly frustrated. He had initially believed that activating the system would elevate him to great heights, allowing him to live a life of ease while treading upon Kaguya and striking down extraterrestrial foes. Little did he anticipate that this half-baked, antiquated system not only possessed a mechanism for erasure, but also dispensed rewards as if squeezing toothpaste. The novice gift package had provided a base for his defense. Acquiring skills required him to gather fragments for synthesis. Forget flying. These past few days had been exceedingly challenging. Had he known, he would not have activated this antiquated system. With his modest understanding of the plot, he could have survived until the founding of Konoha. Then, during the honeymoon period between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, slipped away to a distant small nation to enjoy a peaceful old age. What a delightful scenario that would have been. Truly, this system is a pitiful joke. Uchiha Gin indignantly exclaimed, ding. The system has detected the host's intense dissatisfaction and has issued a challenge task to rescue Uchiha. Rescue the Uchiha Flame Squad from their dire predicament. Complete the task to earn 50 points and receive 4 random spell balls. Failure occurs upon the death of any task target. Seeing the sudden appearance of the task in his mind, Uchiha Gin couldn't help but entertain a suspicion. Could it be that the system only responds to complaints? If so, would I not be able to provoke it further? Detection of the host's negative thoughts has increased task difficulty. You must defeat Vortex Hanada to proceed with subsequent tasks. Thank you. Uchiha Flame's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his sword, his crimson pupils radiating a ghostly aura. The figure before him, a member of the Vortex clan, possessed a monstrous strength. Although his own martial skills were not lacking, he found himself being overwhelmed after mere exchanges. Vortex Hanada's formidable fists could withstand the finely crafted sword of iron in his hands. Furthermore, the sheer volume of chakra emanating from Hanada far surpassed his own, and the chakra had shown no signs of waning despite prolonged exposure. It was evident that Hanada had yet to unleash his full potential, and the battle felt akin to a child's play. With an air of indifference, Vortex Hanada yawned, facing the renowned Uchiha Flame. Initially, he had harbored great expectations, but to his dismay, the encounter was nearing its conclusion before it had even begun, with only a mere illusion posing any threat. How dull. If this is all you can muster, kindly step aside. I am off to find Shueito. With a nonchalant wave, he effortlessly deflected several shuriken hurled by Uchiha Flame. Observing his shuriken being swatted away with ease, Uchiha Flame, rather than feeling disheartened, donned a look of strategic enlightenment. With a sudden flourish, he directed his hands forward, and the previously deflected shuriken, as if under his command, altered their trajectory and launched towards the stationary vortex Hanada. In an instant, the shuriken spiraled around Hanada, skillfully avoiding all vital points. Is this the precision of the Uchiha clan's throwing techniques? Hanada mocked, remaining unfazed. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a constricting sensation enveloping him. The technique of manipulating shuriken had been employed by Uchiha Flame, ensnaring Hanada with threads akin to those used by his sister. But this was merely the beginning. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Uchiha Flame conjured searing flames, unleashing a fire dragon from his mouth that surged along the threads towards the ensnared vortex Hanada, engulfing him in an instant. Witnessing his opponent consumed by flames, Uchiha Flame remained vigilant, raising his katana to strike at the flaming figure of Hanada. As the blade inched closer to Hanada's head, a surge of triumph welled within Uchiha Flame. However, in the blink of an eye, a horrifying scene unfolded. A fiery arm firmly grasped his sword, and no matter how he strained, he could not break free. A combination technique? Quite rare indeed. Hanada's voice rang out leisurely. It was then that Uchiha Flame realized that despite being enveloped in roaring flames, Hanada had not uttered a single cry of agony. Bang! As the aura surrounding vortex Hanada tightened, the binding threads and the flames scorching his body were violently dispersed, revealing his unscathed form. Shaking off the smoldering embers from his hair, Vortex Hanada praised, "Truly worthy of the Uchiha, your pyrotechnics are nothing short of magnificent." Uchiha Fenghu, his eyes feeling somewhat dry, swallowed hard. The physical prowess of this member of the Vortex clan was indeed extraordinary. A wave of despair washed over him as he recalled that on the other side of the battlefield, Uchiha Ryuichi and his comrades were still locked in fierce combat. The long-haired member of the Vortex clan appeared to be at ease, indicating that defeat was merely a matter of time. Was this truly how it would end? Uchiha Fenghu reflected on his life spent in warfare, lamenting that he might meet his demise on such a mission. As he sensed his chakra dwindling and his Sharingan becoming increasingly difficult to maintain, he laboriously lifted his gaze to the heavens. Memories of his past flashing before him like a revolving lantern. The image ultimately settled on a man with curly hair and a warm smile, stirring a sense of nostalgia within Uchiha Fenghu. Suddenly, an idea ignited within him, and his resolve intensified. I have not yet burned out. As long as I can hold you off a little longer, that boy's chances of survival increase. With this thought, a surge of power welled up within Uchiha Fenghu, and his previously dormant Sharingan quietly activated. As this emotion coursed through him, the three tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly, gradually drawing closer together. Furrowing his brow, Vortex Hanada, relying on the Vortex clan's heightened perception, sensed an extraordinary chakra emanating from the seemingly exhausted Uchiha. A chilling aura enveloped him. What is this? Hanada had encountered enemies who, in their desperation, burned their life force in a bid for mutual destruction. Yet the Uchiha seemed devoid of such a capability, or were they merely bluffing? While Vortex Hanada diverted his attention to ponder this, an eerie chakra erupted behind Uchiha Fenghu, slowly coalescing into an unusual shape. Just as that energy was on the verge of taking form, a figure flashed in front of Uchiha Fenghu. Holding a kunai in one hand, Uchiha Gin landed with an air of self-importance. Did I arrive too late? With that, he flashed a grin he deemed charming. With Uchiha Gin's sudden appearance, the transformation within Uchiha Fenghu abruptly ceased as he stared incredulously at the figure before him. What the hell are you doing here? Uchiha Fenghu fumed, exasperated that he had prepared to sacrifice himself to carve a path for Uchiha Gin, only to have the boy return to court death. Aren't you supposed to be weeping tears of gratitude? Uchiha Gin, bewildered by the sudden barrage of complaints, found himself at a loss. He had come back to save the day only to be scolded, which displeased him greatly. You're here. After the initial anger subsided, Uchiha Fenghu sighed. I am. You shouldn't have come. Yet here I am. Are you two done? Are you just padding the word count? Vortex Hanada interjected, veins bulging in frustration. Oh dear. My sincerest apologies. Embarrassed, the Uchiha Silver scratched his head, his dead fish eyes glancing dismissively as he offered an insincere apology. You despicable Uchiha, how dare you return? Where have you hidden Mito? Upon recognizing the lecherous Uchiha who had laid hands on his beloved sister, the vortex Hanada tightened his fists, producing a resonant crack. Staring at the hefty fists of the vortex brother, Uchiha Silver gulped nervously, brushing his hand over the divine artifact gifted by Vortex Mido. He hoped that the trinket from the young girl would prove its worth. Uchiha Silver, why do you refuse to heed the captain's orders? Uchiha Fenghu, now calmed, inquired in a low voice, his heart racing with urgency. What was this fool's intention in returning? Captain, let us set aside idle chatter and focus on the enemy. Uchiha Silver retorted, unsheathing the katana from behind him. When did you awaken your eyes, lacking even the Sharingan? Uchiha Fenghu pondered, bemused by Uchiha Silver's audacity. Could he truly be so oblivious to his own limitations? After all, facing an opponent he could not defeat, what difference would another Uchiha Silver make? But in the next moment, he noticed the familiar Tomoe spinning within Uchiha Silver's dead fish eyes, momentarily stunned as a familiar figure merged with Uchiha Silver's presence. What use is a single Tomoe against a master of taijutsu? You are inherently frail. Against such a foe, your chances of survival are slim, he mused. Although he felt a flicker of joy at Uchiha Silver's awakening. Yet, the current situation was far beyond the influence of a mere single Tomoe. Do not test my patience. Despicable Uchiha. Surrender Mido, and I may consider leaving your corpse intact, Vortex Hanada declared coldly, his body enveloped in a crimson chakra cloak. His refined features accentuated by furrowed brows akin to a lion poised to pounce. While I wish to clarify that this is all a misunderstanding, it appears that this misunderstanding cannot be easily resolved. Feeling the overwhelming chakra emanating from his adversary, Uchiha Silver sensed a predatory gaze upon him, causing his muscles to tense up in response. At this juncture, discussing misunderstandings was futile. Once I shatter your limbs, you will undoubtedly reveal the truth. With that, Vortex Hanada surged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Uchiha Silver's arm. As if charged with the might of thunder, Uchiha Silver's Sharingan began to whirl in sync with the adrenaline coursing through him. Just as the punch was about to land, the Tomoe in his eyes transformed into two. And with remarkable precision, he angled his blade to stab at Vortex Hanada's exposed armpit. Possessing keen awareness, Vortex Hanada understood that should this strike land, both would suffer grievous injuries. Swiftly, he pivoted, redirecting his punch toward a massive tree nearby. The colossal trunk, capable of being embraced by 3 men, was obliterated in an instant, teetering before crashing to the ground. As the smoke began to clear, Vortex Hanada glanced at the minor gash along his ribcage, already healing under the extraordinary constitution of the Vortex clan. Nonetheless, he remained astounded by the ruthless decisiveness of his opponent. On the other side, Uchiha Gin was not faring well either. He touched his right arm, which, despite the fact that Vortex Wada had altered the trajectory of his punch due to his apprehension of Uchiha Yin's retaliatory strike, still bore the brunt of the attack. The force of the punch had caused the flesh on the outer side of his arm to tear, resulting in a significant flow of blood. Miraculously, however, mere moments later, the wound began to sprout tender shoots, and the bleeding gradually ceased. It was then that he noticed the world around him had become remarkably clearer. The regenerative prowess of the Vortex clan was indeed astonishing. Having absorbed only a minuscule fraction of their bloodline, he had acquired such formidable healing abilities. Approximately 10 breaths later, Uchiha Yin's wound had astonishingly healed, leaving only a small scab that was on the verge of falling off. With his arm restored, Uchiha Gin performed his first hand seal to utilize ninjutsu, the only long-range technique known to the original host. In the original narrative, this technique was referred to as the art of compassion, notorious for its lamentable hit rate. As he felt the searing heat gathering in his mouth, Uchiha Gin experienced an overwhelming urge to release it. Drawing a deep breath, he puffed out his cheeks and forcefully expelled the concentrated fire chakra towards Vortex Wada, who stood not far away. Upon witnessing the enormous fireball hurtling towards him, Vortex Wada's eyes nearly bulged out of his head in disbelief. He looked up in astonishment, wondering if this was truly the Great Fireball technique or merely a grandiose illusion. Typically, the Great Fireball utilized by Uchiha clan members encompassed a volume of nearly 100 cubic meters, with a damage radius of merely a few meters. Vortex Wada was well acquainted with this technique. However, the colossal fireball before him, which was several times larger than the usual, was astonishing. Had he not witnessed Uchiha Gin form the seals, he would have deemed it utterly implausible. Moreover, this fireball was not merely an impressive display. With his acute perception, Vortex Hwada could distinctly sense the immense destructive force contained within it. Unlike the feeble dragon fire technique previously employed by Uchiha, this great fireball posed a threat that his physical body might not withstand, compelling him to hastily retreat to a safer distance. In essence, there is no inherent hierarchy among ninjutsu. Their efficacy is dictated solely by the practitioner's strength. The B-rank fire release, great fireball technique, when unleashed by Uchiha Madara, possessed a cataclysmic destructive power. Uchiha Gin, having expelled all the air from his lungs and compressed it, paused his ninjutsu, inhaling deeply to rejuvenate his parched lungs. At that moment, the chakra within him had dwindled to mere remnants. Upon opening his eyes and surveying the charred expanse of forest reduced to a clearing the size of a football field, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Am I under an illusion?" he questioned uncertainly, noting that Uchiha Funghua, who had been disconnected from the action, bore an expression strikingly similar to Vortex Hwada's just moments ago. Both pairs of Sharingan seemed on the verge of popping out of their sockets. Uchiha Funghua swore that since the dawn of his memories, he had never witnessed such a terrifying ninjutsu. Even the clan's strongest member, Uchiha Taijima, had never executed a great fireball of this magnitude. Despite being in the aftermath of the fire release, the terrifying residual heat enveloped him, causing discomfort as the moisture in the air evaporated, making breathing arduous. What technique is this? Uchiha Funghua gazed at the disarray before him, contemplating the situation as Uchiha Gin, still mulling over the events, scratched his curly hair in uncertainty. It must be the great fireball technique, he mused. Although the hand signs were indeed familiar, he questioned whether something had gone awry, as the magnitude of the fireball he had unleashed was incomprehensibly larger than that which the original host had ever produced, by a factor of several times. Could it be the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan? Uchiha Gin speculated that perhaps the infusion of Uzumaki blood had amplified his chakra, allowing him to wield such a devastating jutsu. However, upon further reflection, he realized it didn't quite add up. He had merely absorbed a minuscule portion of Uzumaki lineage. And according to the system's parameters, his chakra enhancement was only marginal, at best, doubled from its previous state, insufficient to execute such a colossal great fireball. If sheer chakra volume could elevate jutsu to such extremes, the Uzumaki clan, known for their abundant chakra, would have long since dominated the warring states and unified the ninja world. System, what is happening? Unable to ascertain the cause of his predicament, Uchiha Gin decided to inquire of the system, yet received no response. After all, the flow of time within the system differed from the outside world. And in the next moment, he opted to enter the system space. The arena appeared as familiar as ever. The arrangement remained unchanged. With the steel heart treasure chest quietly resting, its levels reset to 0, awaiting tomorrow's refresh. Turning his gaze to the seemingly useless arcade machine on the right, Uchiha Gin discerned an anomaly. The screen, which previously displayed the number 10, now showcased a sequence of characters. Where had his hard-earned 10 points vanished? "Hello, is anyone there, system? Please respond." Sensing something amiss, Uchiha Gin called out to the system. After a few moments of silence, a dispassionate voice echoed from the void. "Detected host's power enhancement. System loading speed at 10, updating, please wait. Power enhancement? Have I grown stronger?" Uchiha Gin recalled the events of the confrontation with Uzumaki Hanada, noticing he had perceived the opponent's movements with greater clarity. Could it be that his Sharingan had evolved? Ding. Update complete. With the system's notification, the previous display on the arcade machine gradually faded, transforming into a 0. What? Where did my substantial 10 points go? The kind that reads 1 and 0. Uchiha Gin stared blankly, his eyes wide as he gestured towards the arcade machine in disbelief. "I am Uchiha Gin. Ever since I encountered this antiquated system, I have not known a single day of peace. I am burdened with the completion of its tedious tasks, coerced into deceiving others and enduring their wrath, only to return home at night, ambushed by skills conjured by the system in my own yard. And now, even the hard-earned points from my arduous tasks have been devoured by the system. My plight is unbearable." Ding. Arcade machine loading complete. Please review at your leisure. As the system's prompt echoed once more, the otherwise unremarkable gaming machine radiated a brilliant light, compelling Uchiha Gin to close his eyes. Moments later, the luminosity dissipated, revealing a pristine blue slot machine before him. This machine bore no distinction from those found in the arcades of his past life. At the top, a screen recorded scores, while the bottom featured the classic 3 glass frames. Inside the frames, words began to roll instead of the familiar patterns he once knew. Peering closer, Uchiha Gin discerned the scrolling text: ninjutsu effect double, taijutsu effect double, chakra amount double, and a cryptic indication of random effect double. Each attempt at spinning the slot would cost 10 points, with rewards available for immediate settlement or accumulation. Immediate settlement meant that the host would receive a bonus on their next skill usage, while accumulated rewards could be exchanged on a 1-1 basis for corresponding attribute points. Patiently perusing the machine's instructions and glancing at his utterly barren points table, Uchiha Gin inquired, "Surely, my points have not been taken, have they? Congratulations, host. Fortune smiles upon you. You have unlocked a functional reward. Lucky value 100, critical combination guaranteed on spin. So, you have indeed taken my points?" Uchiha Gin asked, his expression as deadpan as a fish's eye. "System, is there any way for me to navigate this predicament?" Suddenly, a projection materialized in the void, displaying Uchiha Gin on his journey, questioning the system. The system, having detected the host's plea, executed an emergency protocol, as the host possessed only points for use. It automatically performed a spin. The system's prompt resounded, and for reasons unknown, Uchiha Gin detected a hint of schadenfreude in its typically emotionless tone. "Congratulations, host. You have spun the ninjutsu combination, yielding an effect of 10. The host has opted for timeout. The system randomly acquires a ninjutsu effect of 10. The delayed prompts continued to flood in. "Autoplay? Here, take my phone, you play it. I'm done." This system not only lagged the client, but also took the liberty of spinning on his behalf, an outrageous breach of decorum. At last, he comprehended how that exaggerated giant fireball had manifested. Uchiha Gin felt a pang of sorrow. 10 attribute points. It was crucial to note that his attribute points were still in single digits. Reflecting on this, he summoned his status panel. Host, Uchiha Gin ninjutsu, 7 taijutsu, 8 intelligence, 9 chakra, 6 charm, 1 eye, 10 skills, basic taijutsu, great fireball technique, Uchiha entry swordsmanship, intermediate shuriken technique, comprehensive evaluation, a slightly clever, double tomoe Uchiha Chunin, somewhat vexatious. If he were to add those 10 points to his ninjutsu, with a staggering total of 17, perhaps he could elevate the potency of his ninjutsu to that of a special jonin. However, as he calculated his attribute points, he suddenly recognized a glaring oversight. Why were only ninjutsu, taijutsu, chakra, and the like appearing on the slot machine? The correlations to his attribute points were readily comprehensible, yet where were intelligence and charm? Due to the host's extraordinary intelligence and striking appearance, the system found itself incapable of effecting any changes. It seemed to have sensed his unspoken thoughts, offering a rather abrupt explanation. Intelligence and appearance rated at 1. What does that imply? Should we all cease to exist? Let us embrace destruction. After a lengthy tirade, Uchiha Gin took a deep breath, resignedly examining his own hands, acutely aware that the external crisis had yet to be resolved. Defeating Uzumaki Hanado in his current state appeared exceedingly challenging, unless the item provided by Uzumaki Mito truly bore some efficacy. Remaining ensconced within the system was not a viable solution. It was time to venture forth and test his mettle. With this resolve, Uchiha Gin exited the system, returning to his senses, and found that only an instant had elapsed in the outside world. Beside him, Uchiha Hokage wore a look of astonishment, while Uzumaki Hanado emerged from the side, clearly shaken by the earlier fireball. Upon seeing Uchiha Gin, he refrained from rushing forward, opting instead to maintain a distance while assessing Jin's condition through his sensory abilities. Strangely enough, Hanado noted that while Gin possessed a considerable amount of chakra, it was not as extraordinary as it first appeared. How had he managed to unleash such a formidable fireball? Utilizing his keen perception, Uzumaki Hanado scrutinized Uchiha Gin, sensing within him a chakra that was significantly more potent than that of an average Uchiha. Unable to decipher the mystery, he found himself in a state of indecision. Moreover, he detected a surprisingly familiar energy emanating from this seemingly despicable Uchiha, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that this youth was of mixed heritage? Hanado speculated. His gaze shifted to Jin's visage, who felt as if he were being undressed under scrutiny. Seeing Hanado's relentless focus on his face, Jin's heart raced with alarm. This fellow possessed a strikingly handsome appearance combined with a robust physique. Could he possibly be a member of the southern lineage? The intense gaze unnerved Uchiha Gin, causing him to tense up. Jin, I am uncertain how you managed to unleash such potential, but it will prove futile in this battle. You should escape. Do not return this time, Uchiha Hokage said, having regained his composure as he approached the perspiring Uchiha Gin. Misinterpreting Jin's anxious expression as fear, he sought to reassure him. Captain, I believe the adversary's focus may solely be on me. Allow me to hold him off while you assist Ryuchi and the others. Once the Uzumaki clan is dealt with, you can return to aid me. Uchiha Gin, seizing the opportunity to divert his captain's attention, proposed this plan, noting that Hinato's focus remained fixed on him, disregarding Uchiha Hokage. But your strength. Uchiha Hokage hesitated, the unspoken words clearly conveying his doubts about Jin's capabilities. Fear not, Captain, I have undergone a profound transformation. Is it not said within our clan that the Uchiha awaken their true power only in moments of dire straits? With his eyes now reflecting a pair of crimson Sharingan, Uchiha Gin turned to face Uchiha Hokage, his two Tomoe-like shapes spinning quietly. You have activated the Double Tomoe. Could this be the so-called culmination of latent potential? Uchiha Hokage marveled, witnessing Uchiha Jin's rapid awakening of the Sharingan and its elevation to a level that most clan members could scarcely attain. Although the Uchiha clan boasts a considerable number of members, only a mere tenth of them possessed the capability to awaken the Sharingan, with some clan members unable to do so throughout their entire lives. It was not until the age of 24 that Uchiha Silver finally unlocked his eyes, and following a fierce battle, his single Tomoe swiftly evolved into a double Tomoe, prompting Uchiha Flame to concoct an excuse of latent potential. Be careful. I shall swiftly conclude the battle over there. As he departed, Uchiha Flame cast a lingering glance at Uchiha Silver, as if to etch his visage into his memory. What is with that expression? I am not truly seeking death, Uchiha Silver retorted weakly upon witnessing Uchiha Flame's demeanor. However, unbeknownst to him, in the fleeting moment as Uchiha Flame turned away, he silently mused, truly, he is your child. I am confident he will create miracles just as you did. With the bothersome individual finally gone, Uchiha Silver, who had little interest in him to begin with, sighed in relief. Casting a glance at the departing Uchiha Flame, Vortex Flower Path shrugged his iron-like shoulders and remarked casually, I had no interest in him anyway. Upon hearing the words of interest from the other party, Uchiha Silver's face turned an alarming shade of green. Could he truly be such a fool? Though I am handsome, I am certainly not a mere plaything. As he absently stroked the orb nestled in his arms, Uchiha Silver recalled Vortex Water's words. This orb sealing technique can only be unleashed at close range, and only when the opponent is unguarded. With her adorable bun hairstyle, Vortex Water puffed out her cherubic cheeks, offering guidance to Uchiha Silver. Your brother is such a formidable taijutsu ninja. If I approach him, I would likely be defeated before even reaching him. How foolish. Why must you insist on confronting him directly? Vortex Water scolded, exasperated by his lack of foresight. Then I shall have to adapt to the situation as it unfolds. With his resolve still wavering, Uchiha Silver secured the orb close to his person and bid farewell to the concerned Vortex Water. The reminiscence abruptly ceased as he observed the imposing figure of Vortex Flower Path, radiating a crimson chakra aura. Uchiha Silver could only sigh inwardly, resigned to the confrontation ahead. He took the first step towards Vortex Flower Path, who, suspicious of Uchiha Silver's bold approach, admonished, What do you intend to do? The recent colossal fireball had left him with considerable trepidation, fearing another assault. In response to the reprimand, Uchiha Silver drove his katana into the ground and raised his hands, signaling his lack of malevolence. This unexpected gesture bewildered Vortex Flower Path. He had anticipated a fierce struggle, yet the reality seemed to diverge sharply from his expectations. Is the young clan leader of the Vortex family truly afraid of an ordinary Uchiha? Uchiha Silver declared with calm confidence, his words laced with provocation. Afraid of you? Preposterous. The easily riled Vortex Flower Path promptly dashed to Uchiha Silver's front, towering over him. Standing at around 6 feet tall, Uchiha Silver was considered tall among the Uchiha clan. Yet in the presence of the over 6-foot Vortex Flower Path, he appeared somewhat diminutive. In close proximity, Uchiha Ine took his first careful look at the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan. The youth, around 18 or 19 years of age, possessed a delicate visage, yet was endowed with a physique reminiscent of Schwarzenegger. creating a striking contrast that left one momentarily dazed. Paying no heed to Uchiha Yin's peculiar expression, Uzumaki Hanadu spoke first. "You despicable Uchiha, where have you hidden my sister? Tell me now, and as long as I can ensure her safety, I might consider sparing your life." The formidable Uzumaki Hanadu held little wariness towards the weak. In his eyes, even Uchiha In, who had awakened the Double Tomoe, was merely a plaything at his disposal. The colossal fireball technique he had just unleashed was presumably a manifestation of the life force he had extracted, a method somewhat akin to that of their clan. With this thought in mind, Uzumaki Hanadu refrained from immediately severing Uchiha Yin's limbs and opted instead to engage him in conversation. "As long as the young clan leader is willing to spare us, I assure you that my sister will not suffer a single hair out of place." Uchiha In appeared quite compliant. "Merely sparing you is already my limit. Do not presume to bargain with me." Uchiha In, potentially a descendant of their Uzumaki lineage, must be returned to the clan for his father's judgment, even if tainted by Uchiha blood. A flicker of struggle crossed Uchiha Yin's face, as if he were wrestling with conflicting thoughts, before he ultimately conceded, "Very well, please assure me you will not harm me, and I shall immediately take you to meet my sister." "You are wise to comply." With the desired answer in hand, Uzumaki Hanadu held his head high, as if proudly declaring his triumph to the world. "Then it is settled." As he spoke, Uchiha In extended a clenched fist. "What does that mean?" Uzumaki Hanadu frowned. "It's a fist bump, a custom learned from the northern lands, signifying an agreement between us," Uchiha In replied solemnly. Such an odd custom. Despite the peculiarity, the arrogant Uzumaki Hanadu extended his fist, large as a sandbag, and gently bumped it against Uchiha Yin's. In that fleeting moment of contact, a calculating expression of triumph flashed across Uchiha Yin's serious face. Observing this expression, Uzumaki Hanadu felt a tightening in his chest. Just as he prepared to employ his heightened senses, his chakra stagnated, as if mired in still waters. Simultaneously, a potent force of attraction emanated from the fist he had extended, as if a black hole had ensnared him. Upon closer inspection, Uchiha Yin's fist had opened, revealing a familiar orb resting quietly within it. At that moment, several dark tendrils emerged from the orb, ensnaring his hand tightly, rendering him unable to break free despite his efforts. The four symbols sealing orb. "How could this be in your possession?" Uzumaki Hanadu exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing that this orb had been crafted solely by his father for Uzumaki Mido's protection. The orb contained the four symbols sealing technique, capable of sealing enemies within it, with only Uzumaki Rumina possessing the ability to release the seal. Without addressing the inquiries posed, Uchiha In exerted all his strength to channel his chakra, manipulating the shadow extending from the orb to ensnare the immobile vortex Hanada in layers. Eventually, he found himself enveloped in a shroud of darkness, as the orb in his hand generated a formidable suction, twisting and drawing the 2-meter-tall vortex Hanada into its depths. Once the last vestige of shadow was absorbed into the orb, Uchiha In finally released his power, collapsing onto the grass, panting heavily. He gazed in astonishment at the trembling orb in his grasp, its dark hue tinged with crimson, marveling at the sealing technique. Truly the most enigmatic skill in the original narrative. Utterly terrifying. Had the Vortex clan not been annihilated, their mastery of sealing techniques would have been akin to divine intervention, vanquishing all who opposed them. Alas, they fell victim to a convoluted plot twist. Ding. Vortex Hanada has been defeated. Task: rescue the Uchiha Sealing Fire team in dire straits. Completion rate: 80. The system's notification chimed melodiously for the first time. After hastily organizing his gear, Uchiha In, benefiting from the Vortex physique, had restored a significant portion of his chakra. Only the battles of Uchiha Ryo and the others remained unresolved, yet before attending to them, he needed to meet someone first. In a cave a few miles away, Senju Hashirama, muffled by stinky socks, gradually awoke. Instead of encountering the detestable Uchiha clan, he was met by a dazed girl with a bun hairstyle, her eyes radiating a glimmer of hope. Ignoring the foul odor emanating from his mouth, he strained to emit a series of hums. Ah. The peculiar sounds instantly disrupted the girl's contemplation, prompting her to turn towards the bound child before her, ensnared by the Uchiha traffickers. ABA. When the girl noticed him, Senju Hashirama intensified his wriggling, emitting louder hums. Observing Hashirama's plight, Vortex Mizuhito pondered momentarily before inquiring, "Do you have something to say to me?" Hashirama nodded fervently in response, while the cleanliness-conscious girl expressed her distaste, rising to rummage for a stick. After some time, she procured one and attempted to extract the socks from the child's mouth, but the stench was overwhelming. Vortex Mizuhito was compelled to pinch her delicate nose with one hand. However, in her effort to avoid proximity, she inadvertently pushed the sock deeper into his throat, realizing the sock was not only unremoved, but perilously lodged near his airway. Hashirama shook his head in agony. Mizuhito, fearing for her vision, turned her head away, completely oblivious to the child's distressed state. As she continued to maneuver the stick forcefully, Hey, what is this peculiar play? If you continue, this child might truly perish. Uchiha Gin arrived, casting a strange gaze upon the antics of the two children, and only when Hashirama appeared near the brink of unconsciousness did he speak up. Should Vortex Mizuhito inadvertently cause the demise of this Senju child, he too would be caught in the ensuing calamity. Ah, you're back? How is my brother? Upon recognizing Uchiha Gin, the girl flung aside the stick and circled him twice, then reached out to examine him. You're unscathed. Did you not go? Uchiha Gin extended a finger and playfully tapped the forehead of the incessantly chattering girl. Ouch, what was that for? She exclaimed, covering her swollen forehead, tears brimming in the corners of her eyes. Ignoring her protest, Uchiha Gin retrieved the trembling black-red orb from his possession and presented it to her. The girl, still teary-eyed, was momentarily speechless, her words stumbling out. You actually succeeded? Even without relying on her sensory abilities. Uzumaki Mizuho could discern from the orb's aura that it contained her older brother, Uzumaki Hanato, sealed within. What do you plan to do with him? She asked anxiously. Her lips pursed in trepidation, unable to fathom that her brother had been defeated by this seemingly unreliable Uchiha. Although her innate talent allowed her to sense that he was not malevolent, she understood that sometimes the conflicts between factions overshadow human nature. Narrowing his eyes, Uchiha Gin rubbed the orb in his hand a few times, and without a moment's hesitation, he tossed it towards her, despite her worried expression. Startled, Uzumaki Mizuho hastily caught the orb, disbelief etched across her face. You're just giving it back to me like this? My brother is an important figure of the Uzumaki clan. If you were to hand him over to your clan, you would undoubtedly receive substantial rewards. Small in stature, yet wise beyond years, Uchiha Gin mused as he regarded the girl before him. While adhering to her suggestion would undoubtedly lead to a clear arrangement from the clan leader, it would also forge an insurmountable rift with the Uzumaki clan. As the saying goes, more friends, more paths, more enemies, more walls. If I find myself unable to thrive within the Uchiha, I may yet seek refuge with you. Uchiha Gin rolled his eyes, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Uzumaki Mizuho cast him a strange glance, first placing the orb back into her bag before stepping closer to grasp his left hand. Startled by the sudden grip, Uchiha Gin was momentarily taken aback, noticing that her hands emanated a blue glow. Just as he contemplated withdrawing his hand, she urged him to stay still. Do not move. I will use the Uzumaki clan's secret technique to bestow upon you a chakra mark. Should you ever find yourself without a home, this mark will allow you to seek assistance from the Uzumaki clan. As the girl earnestly began her incantation, she was unexpectedly thrust back by a powerful red light. What is happening? Why did it fail? She murmured, perplexed by the strange force that interrupted her. Leaning in closer, she grasped Uchiha Gin's left hand, scrutinizing it repeatedly. Yet even her heightened senses could not uncover any anomalies. How could this fail? Uchiha Gin clenched his left hand into a fist, releasing it after a moment of testing. Feeling no discomfort, perhaps the girl was still mastering the technique. If it doesn't work, should I try the other hand? Or perhaps a foot? Uchiha Gin jested, extending a foot, which startled Uzumaki Mizuho into grasping his right hand once more, this time with success. As a refreshing sensation coursed through his left hand, Uchiha Gin observed a swirling emblem materializing on the back of his right hand, the Uzumaki clan's insignia, before it vanished mere seconds later. What are your plans next? Uchiha Gin, marked by the emblem of the Uzumaki clan, inquired as he lowered his head, fixating on the young girl's two bobbing buns. Only my father can lift my brother's seal. I've played long enough and should return. Aware of her brother's importance to the family, she felt compelled to return, despite her yearning for further adventures in the world. Shall we part ways here? Uchiha Gin raised an eyebrow as he spoke. In the world, one is often bound by circumstances, Uzumaki Mido, adopting a mature demeanor, sighed earnestly. As long as you are happy. With a hint of exasperation, Uchiha Gin waved farewell to Uzumaki Mido, who once again hoisted her enormous burden. Just as she stepped away, the girl paused, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle, her gaze drifting as she said, "Mr. Trafficker, will we meet again?" "Certainly." Uchiha Gin nodded, fully aware of the girl's impending fate. "Oh." Upon hearing this, the girl turned, a slight smile gracing her lips as she skipped towards home. Watching Uzumaki Mido's retreating figure, Uchiha Gin turned back to the cave, kicking the unfortunate Senju Banjin, who lay unconscious on the ground. "Stop pretending to be dead, little brother, we must leave." The exposed Senju Banjin reluctantly opened his eyes, filled with pleading. "As long as you promise not to chatter excessively on our journey, I shall retrieve the sock from your mouth," Uchiha Gin stated, grasping the implication. The young boy nodded vigorously, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. After extracting the foul sock from his mouth, Senju Banjin greedily inhaled the fresh air, only to suddenly recall some horrific memory, leading him to curl up and retch violently. Once the boy had purged until nearly empty, Uchiha Gin hoisted him up and began heading toward the battlefield where Uchiha Ryuchi and the others awaited. His pace was brisk, a stark contrast to the labored breaths he had taken while carrying the boy earlier. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan proved its worth. It was indeed a lineage that had inherited sage powers in the original tale. Feeling the explosive potential and vast chakra within him, Uchiha Gin mused internally. Ding! Host successfully rescued Uchiha Inbu's team from peril, earning 50 points and a random spell ball. The sudden notification caused Uchiha Gin to momentarily falter. How had he completed the task before even arriving? Without further delay, he sped toward the battlefield. By the time Uchiha Gin reached the scene with Senju Banjin on his back, only members of the Uchiha team remained. Uchiha Inbu stood guard. Uchiha Tsuru tended to Uchiha Ryuchi's injured arm, while Uchiha Dalin, with only minor external injuries, sat nearby meditating to recover his chakra. "Uchiha Gin, you are alive?" Uchiha Ryuchi, having learned that Uchiha Gin had chosen to stall Uzumaki Hanada, could not help but activate his Sharingan to scrutinize the seemingly unscathed figure before them. "It was merely luck," Uchiha Gin replied. Now he too was intrigued about how the battle had concluded. There were no bodies of the Uzumaki clan in sight. Where had the members of the Uzumaki clan gone? That long-haired individual from the Uzumaki seemed to sense something during the fight, suddenly unleashing a peculiar ability. Uchiha Daro opened his eyes to elucidate. "What peculiarity?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. Suddenly, Uchiha Gin erupted, chains forged from chakra emerging from his body, proving quite troublesome. Yet, his opponent appeared disinterested in prolonged combat, seizing the opportunity to whisk away several injured members of the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Fenghua approached to continue the explanation. "Jin, how did you manage to escape?" Having faced the Uzumaki Hanada directly, Uchiha Fenghua was acutely aware that with Uchiha Jin's prowess, a mere encounter would have left him utterly annihilated. However, observing Uchiha Gin standing before him, unscathed and in excellent condition, he felt not only relief but also a surge of bewilderment. The Uzumaki clan's intent was not solely to take my life. Their primary aim was his sister. Coincidentally, the girl I had captured was indeed his sister. I informed him that during my initial escape, I had concealed her in a hidden location, ensnaring her with an illusionary technique. Unless he uttered the corresponding code, she would perish on the spot. Uchiha Gin calmly recounted the excuse he had prepared along the way. "And then he let you go?" "Indeed. The Uzumaki clan is truly as single-minded as the legends suggest." Uchiha Fenghua couldn't help but comment, recalling the reputation of the Uzumaki clan. "All right, from this point onward, we shall hasten our journey with all our strength, aiming to reach the clan's territory by tomorrow." With a sweeping gesture, Uchiha Fenghua issued the command. Under the moonlight, Uchiha's team accelerated westward, the battle of the previous day having consumed too much of their time. Originally considering a longer route, Uchiha Fenghua decisively opted for a direct path. The remaining members voiced no objections. The shortcut would save them more than half the time. Along the way, they encountered no obstruction from the Senju clan, indicating that the Senju were overwhelmed and unable to dispatch forces to pursue them. "Very well. We shall set up camp for the night." Upon recognizing the increasingly familiar path, Uchiha Fenghua ordered the team to rest. Panting heavily, Uchiha Ryo and the others, having just endured a grueling battle, were utterly exhausted from the high-intensity travel. To their surprise, The member of the Uchiha clan they deemed the weakest, Uchiha Gin, appeared remarkably energetic, showing no signs of fatigue and not a speck of dust upon him. Sensing the peculiar gazes of his companions, Uchiha Gin realized the precariousness of his situation. Swiftly, he discarded the singe of board he carried on his back, collapsing onto the ground and forcing out beads of cold sweat, stretching out his tongue to feign exhaustion, which finally eased the concerns of his companions. "I'll take the first watch. You all hurry and rest." Uchiha Fenghua, skilled in stealth and in decent condition, volunteered for the watch, allowing the others to recuperate. After a brief respite, the others gradually rose and began to set up their tents. Once they had moved away, Uchiha Gin also stood up, retrieving a tent. However, considering his peculiar skill, he abandoned the idea of camping in place and instead chose a more secluded corner. Setting up the tent, he chose not to tie the thousand hands board outside this time, but rather tossed it inside. He then circled around to the back, meticulously carving out a space like before. He hoped to uncover some useful skills tonight. Recalling the moon reading from the previous night, Uchiha Gin felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Although the moon reading was enticing, being subjected to interrogation for 2 consecutive days was unbearable. Praying not to encounter the moon reading again, Uchiha Gin sat cross-legged on the ground, awaiting the refresh of his skills. However, he had yet to claim the rewards from his daytime tasks, so he decided to explore those first and delved into his mind. Standing on the game board, Uchiha Gin noticed that the score on the previously cleared arcade machine had turned to 50. Suppressing his excitement, he shifted his gaze to the 5 floating orbs of power. Although the task had only provided 4, why was there an extra one? The reward for defeating Vortex Mizuho, the system promptly informed him. "Why didn't you use this orb during my emergency instead of my points?" Uchiha Gin asked, recalling the reason for the additional orb. Task orbs can only be activated by the host. The system is not authorized to handle them automatically. Understanding that his points were akin to earnings and that the system would naturally spend them on itself, Uchiha Gin perceived the orbs as rewards from the system. Essentially, it's stock goods, not to be used lightly. What a cunning merchant. Disregarding the system, Uchiha Gin began to scrutinize the orbs before him, 2 blue and 3 white. Aside from the fixed blue orb from the girl's task, the mission to save Uchiha Hokage and others yielded 4 orbs, of which only 1 was blue, no purple, and certainly no gold. Casually, he tapped the first white orb, and a faint white light flickered, revealing Gold Brick 1. Universal currency. Can be used for real-world purchases. Jackpot. The second orb yielded the same result. Gold Brick 1. Universal currency. Can be used for real-world purchases. Another win. By the third orb, he received Gold Brick 1. Universal currency. Can be used for real-world purchases. What else with this trifecta of gold bricks? It seemed the least useful outcome was simply coins. Suppressing his frustration, Uchiha Gin tapped the first blue orb, and the result was Gold Brick 5. Universal currency. Can be used for real-world purchases. How disappointing. Uchiha Gin felt an urge to leap up and slap the system. He felt like an unfortunate soul who had drawn nothing but her cards in a tenfold draw, utterly enraged. After venting his frustration, Uchiha Gin extended his trembling finger, closed his eyes, and tapped the final orb. The message read, Flying Thunder God Kanai 1, a weapon used by Wave Wind Minato, imbued with a trace of space-time power. Note: wearing it may accelerate the comprehension of space-time ninjutsu. Gazing at the trident-like weapon in his hand, a yellow figure emerged in his mind. This kunai was the 4th Hokage's specialized weapon, marked with the unique Flying Thunder God technique, enabling long-distance teleportation when combined with space-time ninjutsu. Wearing it may accelerate the comprehension of space-time skills. Testing the kunai by swinging it a few times, Uchiha Gin found it quite manageable. Even without mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, this weapon was suitable for daily use. Concealing the precious kunai and the scattered 8 gold bricks upon the ground, Uchiha Silver approached the gaming machine. Gazing at his meager 50 sweat points, he gritted his teeth and pulled the lever of the slot machine, daring to gamble, hoping to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. As the classic BGM of the slot machine resonated, the 3 characters on the panel began to flash rapidly. Uchiha Silver held his breath, his eyes fixed on the changing patterns. The first character, Body. Moments later, the second character also halted on Body. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Silver's breath quickened. Could it be that he was about to undergo a transformation from a mere novice to an expert? Body, body, body. He could not restrain his voice from exclaiming. Just as Uchiha Silver's words fell, the final character came to rest on Ninja. Congratulations to the host for achieving the combination of body, ninja, with the effect of physical techniques doubled. I choose body 1. Fearing the system would finalize too swiftly, Uchiha Silver hastily made his selection. Seizing the moment, he continued to pull the lever of the slot machine, yet the subsequent 4 attempts yielded no critical hits. Only minor combinations. The final tally revealed: body 2, ninja 2, spirit 1. Host, Uchiha Silver. Ninja, 9, body, 10. Wisdom, 9, spirit, 7. Charm, 1, 10. Skills: basic body techniques, great fireball technique, Uchiha entry sword technique, intermediate shuriken technique. Overall evaluation: a balanced yet troublesome Uchiha Chunin. After allocating his points, he felt a significant boost in his strength, and in a comparative assessment, he deemed his prowess comparable to that of Uchiha Ryo and the other 2. Once he had counted his spoils, Uchiha Silver exited the system space. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with complete darkness. Save for the kunai of flying thunder god that he grasped, which offered a semblance of reality. Furrowing his brow, he murmured to himself, "Why haven't today's skills refreshed yet?" No sooner had he spoken than the aura surrounding him suddenly stagnated, and a ripple of light emerged above him. Subsequently, a figure descended from the heavens, landing heavily with a foot aimed directly at the still meditating Uchiha Silver. Despite possessing a degree of sensory perception characteristic of the Uzumaki clan, which alerted him to impending danger, he could not evade this swift strike. The forceful blow struck his back, the overwhelming power coursing through him, and Uchiha Silver immediately collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. As the smoke dissipated, a tall figure materialized before him. The newcomer's light yellow hair was tied into a grand ponytail, complemented by delicate, short eyebrows and bright brown eyes, with her hands adorned in striking red nail polish. Moonlight cascaded down, casting a soft glow upon her fair skin. She wore a long coat of tea green with black edges over a loose, sleeveless garment reminiscent of a kimono, secured at the waist with a black cloth belt and deep blue cropped trousers. Yet, none of this captivated Uchiha Silver's attention as he focused solely on the 2 magnificent peaks before him, feeling a rush of warmth flood his nostrils. Before he could regain his composure, the assailant launched another straightforward punch at him. Without a moment to react, Uchiha Silver activated his Sharingan, attempting to simulate the trajectory of the incoming strike, hoping to evade this devastating blow. Yet before he could turn, he found himself immobilized, a sharp pain radiating from his right arm. Unbeknownst to him, his adversary had seized his right arm with another hand, effortlessly snapping it like a withered branch. Ignoring the agony, Uchiha Gin attempted to break free, only to be horrified as a delicate, pale fist surged towards him with the force of a tempest. The nail polish was rather attractive. This was the final thought that crossed Uchiha Gin's mind before he lost consciousness. He then slipped into a dream, a vivid tapestry of moving images unfurling before him. In the first scene, a young boy held the hand of a weeping girl, whispering comforting words. The second scene depicted the boy, despair etched upon his face, kneeling amidst a sea of flames, surrounded by the shattered bodies of the elderly, women, and children. In the third scene, ominous black shadows loomed around the kneeling boy, set against the backdrop of a crimson moon rising slowly. The fourth scene illustrated the flames encircling the boy, cast into an eerie black hue by the moonlight. In the fifth scene, the boy's eyes transformed into 2 gaping wounds, blood streaming continuously, yet a radiant smile adorned his lips. As he prepared to turn the page, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, abruptly halting the dream. Struggling to lift his eyelids, he found the round moon still hanging in the sky, the surroundings unchanged. From the tent before him came the indistinct murmurs of the Senju clan, rendering everything more tangible. He attempted to rise, only to discover his body felt as if it had been shattered, particularly his back and head, reminiscent of the moment he first traversed into this realm. Uchiha Gin raised his arm to inspect for any signs of injury, only to find that the right arm, which had been so easily broken by the woman before his unconsciousness, was now restored to its former state. It appeared he had successfully endured this test. With his injuries healed, it indicated that the skills refreshed for the night had been fully activated. A notification echoed within him. Random skill, super strength, refreshed in the backyard. Acquired super strength 1. Ignoring the psychological pain, Uchiha Gin executed a swift roll and stood upright, scrutinizing his slender, pale hands. He attempted to clench his fist tightly and immediately felt a unique warmth radiate from his heart, gathering in his hands, a tempestuous power threatening to burst forth. Fixating on a massive boulder nearby, Uchiha Gin raised his fist and struck it with force. The moment they made contact, the seemingly fragile punch unleashed a tremendous gale, carving a vast crater into the hard rock. Cracks, resembling a spider's web, spread from the point of impact across the entire stone. Staring in disbelief at his accomplishment, Uchiha Gin felt his throat go dry. Is this the legendary super strength? The system kindly elucidated super strength, the ability of the Senju clan, allowing for precise control of chakra, concentrating it in any part of the body, and then unleashing a powerful gust capable of shattering walls with ease. After engaging in some exercise, the pervasive soreness in my body gradually dissipated. The damage inflicted by the skills employed in the backyard would restore itself once the abilities were fully executed. While my mind retained the memory of the blows endured, my body remained unscathed. In a state of exhilaration, Uchiha Gin settled into a kneeling position, closing his eyes to reminisce about the striking figure of the woman who had descended from the heavens moments ago. Although it was merely a fleeting glimpse, as a devoted follower of the original tale, he immediately recognized the technician's identity. Tsunade, was she not there to exact revenge for Uzumaki Mido? Reflecting on the moment, Uchiha Gin couldn't help but voice his thoughts regarding Tsunade, who might still be a girl at heart. Just earlier in the day, he had bid farewell to Uzumaki Mido, and now, he found himself engaging intimately with her granddaughter. Truly, there was no lingering grudge. With a raised brow, Uchiha Gin mused on the fruitful outcome. Nevertheless, he had finally acquired a useful skill. Having grasped the concept of immense strength, Uchiha Gin had ascended to a new level of power. He could now likely engage in an arm wrestling match with the unsuspecting Uchiha Enho. Although his enhanced abilities brought him joy, the thought of the mission involving Senju Hashirama filled him with frustration. Why must such a seemingly basic task be so convoluted? Unable to fathom the reasoning, he abandoned his thoughts and retreated to the tent, where he beheld Senju Hashirama sleeping soundly. Anger surged within him, and with a burst of mischief, he seized the slumbering child and tossed him outside, then lay down upon the warmth of the mat that had just been heated by Hashirama. Relishing the comfort beneath him, Uchiha Gin fell into a contented slumber, leaving Hashirama to contend with the cold wind outside the tent. Achoo! Achoo! Hearing the repeated sneezes from outside, Uchiha Gin, who had been enjoying a sweet slumber, stretched lazily. Upon stepping outside, he discovered Senju Hashirama curled up by the tent's edge. Ignoring the boy's resentful gaze, Uchiha Gin swiftly packed away the tent. According to their journey, they should be able to return to the clan today without incident. Observing the young boy who had received his care along the way, Uchiha Gin felt a wave of concern wash over him. What if he brought this child to the Senju? A bold idea flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. The two clans were currently embroiled in fierce conflict. The Uchiha and Senju were in a frenzy of violence, and he would likely be met with immediate death as a spy should he attempt to defect. Even if he successfully switched allegiances, he would certainly be regarded as a traitor by the Uchiha, potentially facing retribution from Uchiha Enho in the night. None of these scenarios seemed viable. Uchiha Gin thought to himself, shaking his head discreetly. He could only proceed step by step. Having packed his belongings, he took Senju Hashirama and made his way to join the others, who were already seated together in anticipation of departure. Upon seeing the last to arrive, Uchiha Gin, the group exchanged knowing glances, maintaining silence while regarding him with caution. This left Uchiha Gin bewildered. Had someone awakened the ability to eavesdrop on his thoughts? Perceiving his fleeting intention to flee, he began to concoct wild scenarios in his mind. We certainly want to be sparring with you. Uchiha Ryuichi spoke first, noticing Uchiha Gin's peculiar demeanor. Indeed, echoed the others. Uchiha Tsuru and Uchiha Dero exchanged a knowing nod. So that was the issue. Uchiha Gin finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his recent attempts to acquire Heartsteel treasure boxes had put the others on edge. He promptly reassured them, rest assured. Everyone, we shall be home shortly. I will not waste your time or energy on sparring. We can arrange that upon our return. No sparring, uncle, we shall not. The three of them replied in unison, shaking their heads in agreement. All right, once we finish packing, we shall depart, Uchiha Hoka, who had appeared behind them, declared. Indeed, The subsequent journey was relatively smooth, and as they pressed on, the distance to the Uchiha clan's territory diminished, with the wisps of smoke rising in the distance. The members of the Uchiha team finally relaxed their anxieties, except for Uchiha Gin. Who goes there? Just as they were nearing the Uchiha stronghold, two figures emerged from the shadows, their dark hair and crimson eyes unmistakably revealing their identities. We are the Uchiha team returning from a mission. I am Captain Uchiha Hoka, here to report back after completing our task. As the captain spoke, he revealed his Sharingan. Ah, it is Lord Hoka of the Hidden God. You return with remarkable speed, being the first team back. Please, go and rest. One of the Uchiha members, filled with respect, responded upon hearing Hoka's introduction. The patrolling Uchiha, being mere foot soldiers lacking the qualifications for external missions, held great reverence for the already renowned Uchiha Hoka. A quick glance at the Uchiha members following Hoka led the patrolman's gaze to settle on Uchiha Gin, who was carrying a child. Who is that? Why is he with a little one? One of the patrolling Uchiha could not help but inquire. In an instant, his companion hastily covered his mouth, signaling him in terror to refrain from speaking further. As the Uchiha team was given passage and moved on, the one whose mouth had been covered broke free from his companion's grip. Why did you stop me from questioning that guy? He demanded. You should be thanking me. I just saved your life, the other Uchiha replied, shaking off his hand, relieved. The previously silenced Uchiha was left in confusion. That guy is Uchiha Gin. Despite his curiosity about the peculiar behavior of the patrolling Uchiha, Gin had little time to ponder as the team continued their journey. As the pace of the group slowed, a massive fortress appeared before Uchiha Gin. While the productivity and living conditions of the Warring States period were relatively primitive, a clan as prestigious as the Uchiha had constructed a formidable stronghold of exquisite stone. Though it did not rival the cement walls of future Konohagakure, it was distinctly characteristic of its era. The guards at the entrance merely checked their identities before allowing them to pass. Upon entering the Uchiha clan's territory, Jin was greeted by the sight of clan members training, young and old alike, including children as young as a few years old. At such a tender age, the youngsters were already honing their precision with sharpened shurikens, while the older ones practiced the swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan. The sound of the resounding gong echoed continuously, and among them were not a few women, embodying the spirit of a nation of warriors. As Uchiha Gin traversed this path, he discovered the undeniable prowess of the Uchiha lineage. From the eldest to the youngest, from male to female, not a single individual was lacking in aesthetic appeal. In contrast, his own self-perceived handsome visage seemed rather ordinary in this esteemed company. Though he mused upon this, Uchiha Gin noticed that his fellow clansmen instinctively averted their gazes whenever he approached. Even Uchiha women, accompanied by their daughters, would swiftly pull their children indoors at the sight of him, hastily shutting doors and windows. What could be the reason for such trepidation? Uchiha Gin scratched his curly hair in confusion. Was the original host truly so unlikable? Uchiha Gin, upon our meeting with the clan leader, you are to report on the mission, Uchiha Hoka, who led the group, remarked as he turned back. Understood, Captain, Uchiha Gin acknowledged, realizing there was no escape from this situation and nodding in acceptance. The group arrived at the grand entrance of a majestic building at the heart of the clan's territory. Uchiha Hoka informed the guards of their intent to meet the clan leader to report their mission. After a brief interval, the guards returned and opened the gates for them. Upon entering, they navigated several corridors before arriving at the door of a particular room. Pushing the door open, they found a middle-aged man seated prominently, flanked by two elderly gentlemen, one stout and the other slender, both with graying hair, who appeared to be engaged in discussion. The trio halted their conversation and turned their attention to the newcomers. This was Uchiha Jin's first encounter with the original host's uncle, the current clan leader, Uchiha Taijima. With the characteristic long hair of the Uchiha clan, his gaunt face bore two deep lines of age, and his dark, profound eyes exuded a subtle pressure. As Uchiha Gin beheld this familiar, yet unfamiliar figure, the members of the Uchiha squad knelt on one knee in greeting. Uchiha Gin was taken aback by their actions, realizing they had not forewarned him. Now, it was too late to kneel. He could only stand there awkwardly, feeling somewhat out of place. The others continued to gesture subtly, urging him to comply, but Uchiha Gin, unaccustomed to such customs, found himself at a loss. Simply returning alive is sufficient. You may rise, Uchiha Taijima, seated in the center, spoke coldly, showing no sign of reproach towards Uchiha Gin, as if his failure to bow was a matter of course. "Thank you, clan leader." The group replied respectfully, standing up once again. "Hoka, I have always had confidence in your abilities. It comes as no surprise that you completed the mission first," Uchiha Taijima remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Uchiha Hoka, indicating a cordial relationship between them. "All thanks to the clan leader's guidance," Uchiha Hoka responded, revealing a facet of his character that was previously unobserved, his capacity for flattery, albeit in a rather exaggerated manner. "Now, please recount the details of the mission," Uchiha Taijima continued. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Hoka remained silent, directing his gaze toward Uchiha Gin. Prompted by the look in his eyes, Jin stepped forward, presenting the unconscious Senju Taijima behind him, and spoke. "Clan leader, allow me to report on the mission's progress." "Jin, cease your antics. Esteemed elders are present. Kindly withdraw for now. I shall assign you a task shortly." Uchiha Taijima regarded his nephew with mild surprise, fully aware of his current capabilities. Sending him on a mission was merely a means to keep him from causing further trouble within the clan, with no expectations of significant contributions. It would be a stroke of luck if he did not hinder others. "Let Uchiha Gin report," Uchiha Hoka interjected. The squad leader's endorsement piqued Uchiha Taijima's curiosity, prompting him to attentively observe his often overlooked nephew. Then, "Jin, do share the details of your mission." With Taijima's blessing, Uchiha Gin began recounting the events, starting from his audacious intrusion into Senju territory. When he recounted being gravely injured by a formidable member of the Senju clan, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed Taijima's eyes. Upon hearing of their encounter in the midst of the conflict between the Yui clan and the Senju, while Uchiha's team observed the chaos, admiration flickered across Taijima's expression. He continued narrating how they captured the son of Senju Butsuma, igniting a spark of brilliance in Taijima's eyes as he glanced at the unconscious child before Jin, deep in thought. Finally, Jin described their pursuit by the Uzumaki clan. "That muscular man is the son of Uzumaki Ashina, possessing formidable strength. How did you survive his grasp?" inquired the intrigued elder Uchiha, captivated by the tale. Unfazed by the interruption, Uchiha Jin contemplated the question, while Taijima's focus remained on him. "Because I awakened it in the face of despair," he replied, gesturing to his eyes, where the crimson orbs with their spinning tomo spoke of newfound power. Typically, the awakening of Uchiha Jin's eyes would be a cause for celebration. However, as the two elder Uchihas beheld the dual tomo, an abrupt tension enveloped the room. The previously composed expressions of the older Uchihas darkened with an unsettling severity, akin to a dramatic shift in a traditional performance. Uchiha Taijima, seated with a piercing gaze, activated his own 3-tomo Sharingan, fixated on Jin's eyes, as if the swirling tomo sought to draw him in. The sudden chill in the atmosphere left Uchiha Jin momentarily speechless, his prepared remarks faltering. After a brief pause, he cautiously inquired, "Should I continue?" Uchiha Taijima, interrupting Jin's question, declared, "Uchiha Hoka, you and your companions may withdraw. Your mission is deemed a perfect success. You shall be granted a few days off to reunite with your families." Oblivious to the underlying tension, Uchiha Hoka and the others complied with the clan leader's command and promptly took their leave. As Uchiha Silver observed his teammates departing, he prepared to make his own escape. Just as he was about to flee with the Senju's board in hand, the icy voice of Uchiha Taijima resonated. "Silver, you must stay. I have matters to discuss with you." Realizing he had no choice but to comply, Uchiha Silver reluctantly set down the small figure in his grasp and looked at his uncle with a sense of resignation, awaiting inquiry. However, Uchiha Taijima initially ignored him, turning instead to the portly elder of the Uchiha clan beside him. "Elder Yen, what is the meaning of this? It should not be possible." The elder in question, Uchiha Yen, was one of the oldest and highest-ranking members of the clan. "Elder Miao, please elucidate this situation for me," Uchiha Taijima demanded, shifting his focus to another lean elder of the clan, Uchiha Miao, who remained silent and instead bore down upon Uchiha Silver with his deeply wrinkled eyes, fixated on the still slightly swirling double tomo of Silver's Sharingan. Feeling unnerved under the elder's intense gaze, Uchiha Silver mused inwardly, is the original host's talent truly so lacking? Merely awakening a double tomo has astonished these high-ranking members to such a degree. "Silver, reflect carefully on how your Sharingan was awakened," Uchiha Taijima prompted. Having received no satisfactory answers from the elders, This question truly stumped Uchiha Silver, as his Sharingan had been activated under the profound influence of Uchiha Itachi's unique Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi. In a moment of peril, such knowledge must remain concealed. Do not be anxious. My inquiry stems from mere curiosity, especially since you awakened your Sharingan at such a young age. Uchiha Taijima reassured him upon noticing Silver's furrowed brow. The three individuals before him seemed to have returned to their usual demeanor, the previously frigid atmosphere now an illusion. The two elders regarded him with a benevolent warmth, their eyes radiating approval, creating a harmonious ambience. Yet, Uchiha Silver felt an underlying sense of unease. I hope this is merely a misconception, he thought, relaxing his tightly knitted brow. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. It was during a devastating encounter with the Senju clan that I awakened my Sharingan, as I found myself on the brink of death. His explanation, rooted in the concept of intense emotional stimuli triggering the awakening of the Sharingan, was entirely plausible, leaving no room for skepticism. Indeed, you have endured much. I had not anticipated the Senju clan's defenses to be so formidable. Uchiha Taijima remarked upon hearing such a reasonable account. Although doubts lingered in his mind, he refrained from pursuing further inquiries, as it would appear overly deliberate. After all, a mere double tomo should not warrant such a thorough interrogation from the clan leader. The two elders beside him tacitly refrained from speaking, yet their discreet gazes never strayed from Silver's eyes. Clan leader, this young one from the Senju clan, sensing Uchiha Taijima's subtle hint to dismiss him. Uchiha Silver quickly pushed the Senju board forward. Having long since detached his thoughts from the matter at hand, Uchiha Taijima spoke with a gentle demeanor. Since this is your captive, you may oversee him for now. Spare his life temporarily. He could serve as an additional bargaining chip when we confront the Senju clan. Upon hearing that Uchiha Taijima entrusted Senju Hashirama's fate to him, Uchiha Gin was instantly filled with elation, realizing that the young boy's life was momentarily secured. Fearing that the clan leader might reconsider, Uchiha Gin swiftly hoisted the still unconscious Hashirama and, with a hasty farewell, darted away. As the door closed behind him, the previously warm expression on Uchiha Taijima's face turned frigid in an instant, and the two elders, who had just moments ago appeared amiable, now wore furrowed brows. Elder Miao, you were one of the lead surgeons during that operation. You surely recall the outcome. Uchiha Gin can never awaken his Sharingan. Uchiha Taijima's voice was as icy as a winter gale. Leader Taijima, I assure you that there were no discrepancies in the procedure. But that individual had not yet been captured at the time. Elder Miao, gaunt and pallid as a withered reed, revealed a hint of unease in his eyes. Are you referring to that individual? Uchiha Taijima, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his weary eyes. Is he still alive? Is he still imprisoned in the dungeon? Uchiha Yin chimed in, his round figure betraying an air of concern. For now, let us set this matter aside. The battle against the Senju clan is imminent. I shall arrange for Uchiha Gin to remain within the clan, Uchiha Taijima declared, rubbing his temples in distress. For reasons unknown, Uchiha Taijima seemed afflicted by a malady of the mind lately, experiencing intermittent headaches. The clan's physicians had examined him and found no significant issues. He attributed it to overexertion. Carrying Senju Hashirama out of the clan leader's building, Uchiha Gin made his way toward the home of his memories, simultaneously discerning the identities of the two elders he had just encountered. After a brief reflection, he arrived at conclusions. The rotund elder, Uchiha Yin, had been the personal guard of the previous clan leader, possessing considerable strength in his youth as he followed the former leader into battle. Following Uchiha Taijima's ascension, he had retreated to a secondary role, becoming an elder tasked primarily with training new recruits and overseeing the clan's security. The lean and frail elder was Uchiha Miao, Yan's brother, whose strength remained unknown. He was the head of the clan's research department, dedicated to developing the clan's ocular and ninjutsu techniques. It was said they had another brother who perished in an internal conflict during their early years, and little else was known about him. The original owner of Uchiha Jin's body had limited knowledge about these individuals, and he discerned no significant insights. As he walked, Uchiha clan members stepped aside, avoiding disturbance as they observed his pensive demeanor. Following the memory's guidance, he traversed unobstructed to a secluded area, distanced from the gathering clansmen, where he found a modest wooden cabin. The cabin was indistinguishable from the homes of other clan members, albeit somewhat dilapidated. Pushing open the aged wooden door, Uchiha Gin surveyed the interior, which was straightforward yet revealing. The single room and living area were furnished with old, worn furniture. Yet the signs of wear indicated the previous owner's deep affection for these belongings. Upon entering the bedroom, one is greeted by a simple wooden bed, beside which rests a well-preserved family portrait. Uchiha Gin picked up the photograph, examining it closely. It depicted a modest family of 3, with the young original owner appearing as an adorable little boy, his curly hair tousled, and his face radiating joy and happiness. Flanking him were a man and a woman, presumably his parents. The man on the left wore a warm and gentle smile, his slightly wavy black hair framing a face that exuded a sunny disposition, with eyes that crinkled slightly as he smiled. To the right stood a stern woman, her short, jet black hair contrasting with her exquisite features reminiscent of a model from a past life. Her demeanor bore a resemblance to Uchiha Taijima, and while her expression seemed icy, her gaze towards the original owner was filled with tenderness. With a sigh, Uchiha Gin set the photograph down. It appeared the original owner had been a bright and optimistic young boy before a dark transformation ensued. Reflecting on the unpredictability of life, he put down his luggage and tidied up the dusty room. As hunger began to gnaw at him, he resolved to venture out to procure some ingredients. He felt uneasy leaving Senju Banjin unconscious at home, especially given the deep-seated animosity between the two clans. Should word get out, there was no telling if a vengeful Uchiha might come to harm the defenseless child to quench their thirst for revenge, which would spell disaster for him as well. With practiced ease, Uchiha Gin hoisted Senju Banjin onto his shoulder and made his way to the Uchiha clan's marketplace. Along the way, many onlookers noted the child he carried, whispering among themselves, yet none dared to approach him, likely out of fear of his formidable reputation. This inadvertently granted Uchiha Gin a measure of peace. Upon reaching the market, he made a simple purchase of ingredients, tossing money to the vendor while the vendor looked on in terror. Balancing the supplies, one chicken in his left hand and a duck in his right, Uchiha Gin hummed merrily as he returned home, the plump child on his back babbling away. As he neared his home, he was surprised to see someone waiting at his doorstep. Curiously, he approached and discovered it was none other than his younger sibling, a child of about 10 years old. The boy's wild black hair confirmed their kinship. However, upon closer inspection of the child's face, Uchiha Gin experienced a disorienting sensation, as the boy bore an uncanny resemblance to a future version of himself. The child, upon recognizing Uchiha Gin, sprang to his feet. Before Uchiha Gin could utter a word of inquiry, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, announcing the detection of combat and the activation of the Heart of Steel treasure chest. Just then, the boy, without warning, flung a shuriken directly at him. With a body technique enhancement of 10 points, Uchiha Gin effortlessly evaded the attack, watching the breathless youth before him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Upon witnessing his ambush fail, the boy resembling Uchiha Sasuke defiantly drew forth a shuriken, hurling it towards himself with a swift motion. Is this truly how you welcome your dear cousin, Izuna? Uchiha Gin recognized the identity of his assailant from memory. Uchiha Izuna, the second son of Uchiha Taijima. The future mastermind behind Uchiha Madara was exceptionally gifted yet excessively arrogant, ultimately falling victim to the cunning of a white-haired adversary, leaving behind a pair of Mangekyo eyes that would fade too soon. It could be said that Izuna's demise catalyzed the ensuing narrative. Had it not been for his death, Uchiha Madara would never have awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, at present, he was merely a recently awakened sibling obsessed with his brother. Damn it, when did you become so strong? Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, furrowing his small brow as he rummaged through his empty pouch of ninja tools, visibly frustrated. Where's the strength? You've remained at this level for years, don't speak nonsense. Perhaps it's time to reflect on yourself. In all these years, has your chakra capacity truly increased? Have you devoted yourself to training? Uchiha Gin remarked with a sardonic tone, observing the indignant Uchiha Izuna. How dare you? Enraged by these words, Uchiha Izuna disregarded the disparity in their abilities and drew a katana from behind, charging at Uchiha Gin. Yet, the agile Uchiha Gin effortlessly evaded, taunting, "Are you even trying, little brother?" Hearing his cousin's mocking voice, Uchiha Izuna felt his eyes burn with fury. Is he truly awakening the Sharingan now? His vision darkened with rage, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. For years prior, the 10-year-old Uchiha Madara had easily defeated his cousin, who was a decade his senior. That moment left a profound impression on the young Uchiha Izuna. Now, for years later, believing himself adequately prepared. Izuna sought to challenge his cousin Uchiha Gin on his 10th birthday to keep pace with his brother Uchiha Madara. What he never anticipated was that this seemingly arrogant cousin, often perceived as a mere fool, possessed such remarkable skill. It was known that his current strength, while perhaps not on par with elite combatants, ranked him among the top of ordinary fighters, equating to a Chunin level in terms of future capabilities. Realizing that his opponent was not as easily subdued as he had imagined, Uchiha Izuna steeled himself, his hands swiftly weaving through hand signs, serpent, horse, monkey, boar, tiger, and rabbit, culminating in the ultimate fireball technique. With his cheeks puffed, a torrent of scorching chakra erupted from his mouth, launching a fireball several meters in diameter towards Uchiha Gin. The boy, now breathless from unleashing such a formidable technique, observed how his opponent would respond to his most powerful ninjutsu. The approaching fireball only added to the wild curls of Uchiha Jin's already tousled hair. Casting a glance at the freshly acquired ingredients and his treasured senju relic behind him, Uchiha Gin extended his hands, preparing to withstand the fiery assault. As chakra coalesced in his palms, Uchiha Gin struck the fireball with a mighty punch, his overwhelming strength managing to counter the searing flames, creating a barrier against the onslaught. Upon witnessing his opponent face his fireball jutsu with unwavering resolve, Uchiha Izuna exclaimed in a panic, "Are you foolish? Dodge it at once." While sparring was permissible, the act of fratricide within the clan was an absolute taboo, especially considering that Uchiha Gin was his cousin, and their relationship was not as dire as it seemed. Feeling the searing heat emanating from the dual fists, Uchiha Gin sensed the opportune moment and unleashed his formidable strength to strike the fireball before him. With a resounding thud, the fireball dissipated under the force of his blow, sending Uchiha Gin tumbling backward, rolling helplessly on the ground before falling silent. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Izuna rushed to the side of the unconscious Uchiha Gin, his heart heavy as he beheld the burn marks on his cousin's body, filled with regret. How could he have inflicted harm upon his own kin? Overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, tears began to glisten in the depths of his dark eyes, cascading down his cheeks. "Cousin, please don't die. I shall fetch a doctor at once." As he attempted to rouse Jin but received no response, Izuna resolved to seek assistance from the clan. Cough, cough. "Truly, you are my brother." That fireball was indeed reminiscent of the clan leader's prowess. Uchiha Gin, with great difficulty, opened his eyes, his frail voice halting Izuna in his tracks. He quickly knelt beside him, propping up his cousin's upper body. "Cousin, you are alive. I wouldn't die before you, you rascal," Jin replied weakly. "Izuna, your strength now rivals my own. I am profoundly gratified to witness your growth." Uchiha Gin began with praise, then added, "This time, I concede defeat, but next time, the outcome may differ. Prepare yourself for my challenge. Anytime, I am ready." As the system's pleasant notification chimed, indicating that the host had failed and earned 10 spirit energy, with 3 more battles required to unlock the Steel Heart treasure chest reward, Uchiha Gin smiled contentedly, observing the naive newcomer stepping into the fray. This was a fine prospect. He must not be allowed to falter. After rising, Uchiha Izuna attempted to persuade Jin to seek medical attention, but was met with rejection. "These minor injuries are insignificant for a valiant Uchiha warrior. I have endured far worse in my missions." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Izuna felt a surge of respect and began to reevaluate his usually carefree cousin. "Izuna, what brings you to challenge me today?" Uchiha Gin inquired while assisting Izuna in gathering the scattered shurikens. "Today marks my 10th birthday. My elder brother defeated you on his 10th birthday, so I wish to follow suit," Izuna admitted, somewhat bashfully ruffling his spiky hair. "Ah, today is your birthday," Uchiha Gin exclaimed in surprise. "What of it?" "It is merely a date," Izuna replied. In the Warring States period, birthdays were not typically celebrated with any special rituals. Many families would not even remember the date, as merely surviving in such times was a formidable challenge. "That simply will not do. Come now, help me bring in the ingredients. I shall prepare a splendid feast for you." Uchiha Gin promptly instructed his cousin Izuna to move the untouched ingredients into the house. As he picked up the ingredients, he glanced at the unconscious Senju Hashirama on the ground. Curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Who is this fellow? His hair color is rather peculiar." "Never mind that. Come inside. Come inside," Uchiha Gin urged, finding explanations too cumbersome. He hoisted Senju Hashirama and hastened Izuna to enter the house. Once in the kitchen, after arranging the ingredients, Uchiha Gin, drawing upon his culinary skills from his previous life, began to prepare a feast with fervor. In the living room, Izuna crouched down and poked the unconscious Senju Hashirama, discovering he remained unresponsive. Amused, he pinched Hashirama's nose. As the latter's face turned increasingly red, the young boy, long in a state of unconsciousness, gradually awoke in a daze from the lack of oxygen. "Ah, who are you?" Senju Hashirama gasped, eyes warily scanning the unfamiliar boy before him. "I wish to ask the same," Izuna retorted, standing tall and looking down at him. "My brother said that when asking someone's name, one must first introduce oneself." The restrained Senju child replied indignantly. "Huh, that is something my brother has said too." Uchiha Izuna shot back. "My brother dares, my brother can." The childish banter continued unabated. Pulling aside the curtains, Uchiha Gin emerged carrying 2 plates of dishes. "Enough with the noise. What benefits does my brother possess? Whoever answers correctly shall receive them." In his previous life, Uchiha Gin had honed his culinary skills due to his solitary living. Now, after such a long time in this world, he finally had the opportunity to showcase his talents. As he presented his signature braised fish and sweet and sour pork, the previously raucous boys ceased their quarrel, their noses twitching as if searching for something. "Cousin, what is that aroma? What are you holding?" The impatient Izuna exclaimed, his curiosity piqued by the source of the enticing scent, while the bound Senju Hashirama also lifted his head to look. "Behold, it is my culinary prowess. Come and have a taste." Uchiha Gin raised an eyebrow, placing the dishes on the dining table before returning to fetch more. Upon hearing his invitation, Izuna abandoned his bickering with Senju Hashirama and quickly seated himself at the table. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the colorful and fragrant dishes, and unable to contain himself, he reached out for the glossy, sweet, and sour pork. "Wash your hands first," Uchiha Gin admonished, returning with a stack of bowls and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, observing the boy's eagerness. "Understood," Izuna mumbled, retracting his outstretched hand, slightly pouting at the reprimand. Once he returned after washing his hands, Izuna disregarded all etiquette, as the earlier scuffle had drained much of his energy. He quickly grabbed a bowl and began to feast with gusto. "This meat is deliciously sweet and sour," with his mouth full of sweet and sour pork. Izuna's eyes gleamed with delight, as if he wished to devour the entire bowl. As he gazed at the delectable food that had left Uchiha Izuna's mouth glistening, the bound Senju Hashirama could not help but swallow hard, having not tasted a morsel in several days. The enticing aromas wafting from the dining table made his stomach grumble audibly, causing his head to droop in resignation. "Ah, cousin, whose set of chopsticks is this? Have you invited others?" he inquired curiously, noticing an extra pair of utensils on the table. After finishing the dishes, Uchiha Gin, donned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen and walked directly to the downcast Senju Hashirama. With a sharp sound of tearing ropes, the bindings around Hashirama's wrists fell away. Gazing incredulously at the domestic Uchiha Gin before him, Hashirama was met with a gentle pat on the head and the words, "What are you dawdling for? Go eat." "Why?" Hashirama, perplexed, hesitated to move his stiff hands, his voice tinged with suspicion. "You eat because I told you to. Must there always be a reason?" Uchiha Gin playfully rapped his head, then swiftly hoisted him to the dining table, thrusting chopsticks into his hands. Tears brimming in his eyes from the sudden jolt, Hashirama gazed at the sumptuous spread before him, reluctant to take action. Uchiha Gin deftly lifted a piece of tender fish and placed it into Hashirama's astonished mouth. As the flavors of the braised fish danced upon his palate, tears streamed down his cheeks. He buried his face in the bowl, devouring the rice with fervor while exclaiming, "You insufferable Uchiha, stop hitting my head." It seemed the tears he shed were a result of Jin's playful antics. The ensuing moments were filled with a spirited contest between the two boys as they vied for the dishes. Ultimately, the elder and stronger Uchiha Izuna emerged triumphant without a doubt. After snagging the last piece of sweet and sour pork, he mockingly taunted the defeated Senju Hashirama. "Is this all you've got? Just this?" As the farcical episode drew to a close, Uchiha Izuna reclined contentedly on the sofa, patting his pleasantly full belly. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama, sensing the mood, assisted Uchiha Gin in clearing the table. "You've quite the keen eye for things, haven't you? Your brother must be very pleased to have such a thoughtful sibling," Uchiha Gin praised, noticing Hashirama's willingness to help after finishing his meal. At this commendation, a peculiar smile spread across Hashirama's face as he squinted mischievously at the supine Uchiha Izuna on the sofa. Witnessing Hashirama's playful demeanor, Izuna felt a mix of irritation and amusement. What a little rascal. Brother, who exactly is this imp? Unable to tolerate the teasing any longer, Uchiha Izuna declared his claim, intentionally raising his voice to question Uchiha Gin. Upon hearing the inquiry, Hashirama stiffened, his expression turning somber. Sensing his discomfort, Uchiha Gin reassuringly patted his shoulder, then explained. This lad is an orphan I encountered during a mission. He has a bit of a temper, but his potential is remarkable. I've brought him back with the intent to nurture him as a trusted confidant. In the tumultuous Warring States era, countless orphans roamed aimlessly. A fortunate few were welcomed into families and became mere servants. However, the majority, unblessed by fortune, either perished on the streets from starvation or became fodder for the relentless wars. The most unfortunate among them were captured for gruesome human experiments, leading to tragically dire outcomes. Upon hearing Uchiha Jin's explanation, Izuna ceased his inquiries, recognizing that he was merely an orphan from a foreign clan, unworthy of the attention of the clan leader's son. Jin's words eased Senju Hashirama's worries. His identity remained undisclosed, yet it raised a significant question within him. Why was this individual so intent on preserving his own safety? During a casual post-meal conversation, Uchiha Gin settled onto the sofa and inquired of Izuna, who was still preoccupied with his teeth. Has anything transpired within the clan of late? Not really, Izuna replied nonchalantly. Everyone has been diligently training. Father says that combat will soon resume. His understanding of the significance of war was rather superficial. Are we on the brink of a decisive battle? Pondered Jin, stroking his chin thoughtfully. However, an oddity soon emerged. There is something peculiar, Izuna remarked, his expression darkening. What troubles you? Jin's curiosity was piqued as he observed Izuna's discomfort. Lately, my brother has been acting mysteriously, Izuna said with uncertainty. It seems he is in love. He sneaks out every day, returning in high spirits. How can you be certain it is love? Jin nearly choked on his drink at Izuna's amusing conjecture. Uchiha Tsukahana, the village head, had been secretly meeting Uchiha Tetsudan in the woods at night, returning with a radiant smile, which ultimately led to their marriage. I have seen that smile. It is identical to my brother's current expression, Izuna declared earnestly. At that moment, Jin, who had just taken a sip of water, erupted, spraying it across the room, directly hitting Senju Hashirama, who was eavesdropping nearby. Wiping his mouth, Jin playfully ruffled Izuna's hair. At such a young age, you should not be prying into others' romantic affairs. Who else is aware of this? I have already reported this to father. He instructed me to keep a close watch on my brother and observe whom he is secretly courting, rubbing his sore head from the playful pat. Izuna spoke with a sense of duty. It seemed that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, these two adversaries, were already acquainted, indicating that the founding of Konoha was not far off, and his days of safely lounging were approaching. Just as he envisioned a bright future ahead, a sudden, urgent knock echoed through the room. Uchiha Jin rose warily, signaling for Hashirama to retreat into the inner room before opening the door. Standing at the threshold was a stranger from the Uchiha clan, with cold eyes and a gaunt face, resembling a lifeless corpse. Uchiha Jin, the clan leader commands your presence. The voice that emerged was harsh and raspy, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. Uchiha In furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend the whimsical intentions of his maternal uncle. Yet he acquiesced with a nod. In the ensuing days, the prospect of working in the dungeon sent a chill down his spine, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. You will commence your duties tomorrow, the man declared with a breathless demeanor. His presence was fleeting, leaving Uchiha In to close the door behind him. Pondering the motives of his clan leader uncle, Chennai, my young cousin, what do you think prompts the clan leader to assign me to the dungeon? Uchiha In inquired. Turning to Uchiha Izuna, who was engaged in a silent standoff with Senju Hashirama. Perhaps he fears you might venture too far, Izuna mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Given your prowess, it is quite understandable. The hesitation in his young cousin's voice resonated with Uchiha Yin's own suspicions. From the remnants of the original owner's memories, it was evident that since the tragic incident in his childhood, his abilities had stagnated. Whether it was due to a shattered resolve or limited talent remained uncertain. Regardless, Uchiha Taijima had consistently assigned him simple tasks within the clan, such as guarding the clan leader's tower or patrolling nearby areas. This assignment to the dungeon was a reluctant concession, born from the original owner's desperate insistence. Was it merely a veiled form of protection? Uchiha In pondered. hoping his concerns were unfounded. After a sufficient interlude, Uchiha Izuna noted the waning daylight and, with a cheeky grimace directed at Senju Hashirama, rose leisurely to take his leave. Uchiha In accompanied him to the door, and as Izuna suddenly turned away, his voice was tinged with awkwardness as he expressed, "Thank you. The food was delightful." Without another glance, he fled in haste. Is Uchiha Izuna truly so prideful? Uchiha In mused as he returned indoors. Upon entering, he found Senju Hashirama upright and stiff, his eyes darting with suspicion. "What exactly is your intention?" the latter demanded. "Child, you are safe for now, but only within my confines," Uchiha In replied, offering no further explanations. "It would be wise for you to remain here quietly until the war begins." Very few were privy to Senju Hashirama's true identity. It was likely that Uchiha Taijima would not publicly announce such matters. Entrusting this child to his care indicated that the war had not yet reached its boiling point. When the time for battle drew near, the fate of this child would be precarious indeed. Contemplating the burdensome tasks assigned by the bothersome system, Uchiha In felt another wave of frustration wash over him. Was the expectation to have a Uchiha safeguard his sworn enemy, the Senju, merely a ploy for him to play the double agent? "From today onward, you shall sleep in the bedroom," Uchiha In declared, observing the bewildered child. He allocated the sole bedroom to him, then entered to rummage through the wardrobe. After a considerable search, he emerged with a stack of clothing. "These are garments from my childhood. They should fit you." He handed the clothes to Senju Hashirama, whose own attire had become tattered from his tumultuous journey. "I shall rest now. You may try them on tomorrow." It had been a long day filled with travel and an unexpected encounter with Uchiha Izuna. After a moment of relaxation, Uchiha Gin felt a sense of fatigue wash over him. He paid no mind to Senju Hashirama, who was lost in thought while clutching a piece of clothing and reclined onto the living room sofa, succumbing to slumber. Senju Hashirama, gazing at the garment in his hands, hesitated for a while before retreating to the bedroom, where the sound of his snoring soon echoed. At this juncture, Uchiha Gin, who should have been deep in dream, quietly opened his eyes. Once he confirmed that Senju Hashirama had drifted into a deep sleep, he stealthily rose and exited the room, his footsteps silent as a whisper. The night had enveloped the world in darkness, save for the faint flicker of a distant watchtower fire. After circling his home, he settled on a secluded corner at the back of the house, gathering a few sticks to construct a rudimentary barrier. Brushing the dust from his hands, Uchiha Gin surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. Given the time constraints, it was commendable. He then sat cross-legged within the makeshift enclosure, closing his eyes in a feigned slumber. Time slipped by, and suddenly the air around him grew still. Having experienced this sensation twice before, Uchiha Gin recognized it as a precursor to skill refreshment. He swiftly opened his crimson eyes and scanned his surroundings, his enhanced vision rendering the night crystal clear, yet he detected nothing amiss. Just as he pondered what might transpire this time, he felt a hand quietly rest upon his shoulder. Instantly, a chill coursed through him, his body rigid with fear. The owner of the hand remained motionless as he stiffly turned to glimpse it. The hand was pale, its long fingers revealing prominent knuckles. But it was not these details that instilled terror within him. It was the black nail polish adorning the fingertips and the gemstone ring on the ring finger that sent a shiver down his spine. Without needing to examine the engraving of the character Do on the ring closely, he already surmised the identity of the newcomer. Recognizing he was outmatched, Uchiha Gin refused to resign himself to fate. He covertly summoned chakra to coalesce in his arms, activating his superhuman strength. With a vengeful elbow strike, Uchiha Gin unleashed a blow, the figure behind him transforming into a flock of crows that scattered, only to converge into a silhouette clad in black with red clouds in the distance. Though he was aware of his impending destiny, Uchiha Gin yearned to deliver a blow to this ungrateful son. His Sharingan activated, he hesitated not, resolved to strike even at the risk of being ensnared in Tsukuyomi. And he swung his empowered fists towards the bewildered Itachi Uchiha. Curiously, this time Itachi merely opened his right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan. As a tear of blood trickled down, Uchiha Gin realized he had not been drawn into the illusionary realm. Just as confusion washed over him, an agonizing burning sensation pierced through his hands, as if his very soul were ablaze. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that his fists were enveloped in a layer of black flames, the intensity of the heat unbearable, compelling him to wish for the severance of his own hands. This was Amaterasu, the ability housed within Itachi's right eye, reputed to incinerate all. Damn it! Where was the promised Tsukuyami? Uchiha Gin writhed on the ground in agony, unable to counter the devastating effects of Amaterasu. In the original narrative, the sealing fire technique was crafted by the Uzumaki clan specifically to target the Uchiha, a fact he was well aware of. Was he truly destined to sever his own arm in a desperate bid for survival, much like the fourth Raikage? Just as Uchiha Gin was on the brink of madness from the torment of the flames engulfing his hands, a sudden wave of coolness surged through his right hand. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld a faint blue glow emanating from the back of his hand, enveloped in the black flames. Soon, a swirling mark materialized, and as it rotated gently, intricate runes extended forth from within. Upon contact with the runes, the black flames recoiled as if they had encountered a formidable adversary, retreating into a tight ball before being wholly enveloped by the runes, which gradually drew them into the swirling mark. Instantly, his right hand felt a profound relief. While the swirling mark dimmed and flickered before vanishing into his skin, the immediate threat to his right hand had subsided, but the black flames on his left hand intensified dangerously, threatening to engulf him entirely. Uchiha Gin had no choice but to extract a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, preparing to sever his hand in a desperate attempt at survival. Gritting his teeth, he struck down. It was better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one, for once the technique concluded, everything would revert to its original state, and his severed hand would heal. Meanwhile, in a confined, shadowy space, a figure gradually opened its crimson eyes. Sensing the stirrings within, the figure appeared anxious. Moments later, as its body trembled and it gasped for air, a mesmerizing pattern flickered in its eyes. Just as Uchiha Gin was about to part ways with his longtime companion, the left hand emanated a rosy hue, mirroring the mark that had appeared on his right hand. However, unlike the Uzumaki clan seal, this mark was unfamiliar to him. Despite the lack of memory, his body seemed to embrace this symbol, a feeling of inexplicable affinity blossoming within him. The emblem comprised 3 boomerang-shaped patterns circling a central red dot. The once ferocious black flames transformed into a docile and gentle presence as the mark emerged, eventually dissipating into a soft red light. In the rear courtyard, upon receiving the system prompt for the random skill, Amaterasu, Uchiha Gin felt a refreshing coolness envelop his hands, and the searing pain inflicted by Amaterasu vanished without a trace. His body bore no remnants of the earlier ordeal, as if it had all been a mere dream. Yet, an inexplicable throbbing pain lingered in his right eye, the crimson tomo spinning rapidly, gathering a chilling aura that left him feeling stifled. Attempting to channel this energy, Uchiha Gin instinctively released it towards the empty ground before him. As a black flame ignited in midair, he realized his ocular power was rapidly depleting. Warm blood trickled from the corner of his eye, prompting him to hastily close his Sharingan. The black flame, akin to a lighter's flicker, gradually faded into the air as Uchiha Gin shut his eye. Breathless from the exertion, Uchiha Gin wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his eye, a flicker of doubt rising within him. As a skill exclusive to the kaleidoscope, how could he possibly unleash it with merely a Double Tomoe Sharingan? Could it be the system? Unable to derive a logical explanation, he reluctantly shifted the blame onto the system. After resting for a moment, Uchiha Gin rose, touching his still sore right eye. The emergence of Amaterasu compensated for his lack of offensive ninjutsu, for while brute strength was formidable, it proved ineffective against agile foes. Yet, it seemed that in the original narrative, Amaterasu had only incinerated white Zetsu, never claiming a human life. Reflecting on Amaterasu's track record in the original work, Uchiha Gin couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Turning back into the room, he found Senju Hashirama still snoring peacefully. Uchiha Gin reclined on the sofa, a grave expression etched upon his face as he scrutinized his hands. When Amaterasu had struck him, he had almost resolved to sever his own fate, but unexpectedly triggered an odd protective mechanism. The whirlpool emblem on his right hand was a special protection bestowed by the Uzumaki clan, passively activating in moments of peril. The earlier runes were likely a sealing fire technique, automatically deployed upon the mark encountering fire-style damage. However, Uchiha Gin gazed at the emptiness of his left hand, attempting to probe it with chakra, only to find his efforts swallowed into the void, slowly depleting his chakra without any response. Recalling the fleeting strange markings, Uchiha Gin endeavored to search for answers within the memories of the original host, yet yielded no results. Since his transmigration, He had perused the original's memories multiple times. Childhood recollections were vague, perhaps due to his tender age. The fragmented memories of the camp attack in his youth reflected a scene too harrowing, prompting the original's mind to employ avoidance mechanisms. Subsequent memories were rather mundane, depicting the ordinary life of an inept individual, until his arrival had supplanted the original. Resigned to the lack of answers, Uchiha Gin decided to embrace a lackadaisical approach, opting for a nap, as he had work to attend to the next day. As he relaxed, slumber enveloped him swiftly. On the following morning, Uchiha Gin rose early, swiftly pulling back the covers of Senju Hashirama, who lay soundly asleep. Clutching a piece of his childhood clothing, not inclined to indulge him, Uchiha Gin delivered a classic slap to his head. "Ah, what was that for?" Hashirama exclaimed, jolting awake. Cradling his head and glaring at the instigator before him. Ignoring his familiar complaints, Uchiha Gin stated, "I am heading to work today. There's food in the kitchen. Don't even think about escaping. The streets are filled with Uchiha, and you know all the consequences should someone recognize you." Understanding his predicament, Hashirama pouted reluctantly and nodded. "I'll buy some hair dye tonight to change that conspicuous hair color of yours," Uchiha Gin remarked before stepping out. Once outside, Uchiha Gin, guided by the original's memories, ambled leisurely towards the dungeon. Encountering several members of the Uchiha clan along the way, he extended his hand in a gesture of greeting. Yet the moment they laid eyes on him, they fled as if confronted by a cataclysm, leaving Uchiha Gin with a countenance of bewilderment. Reflecting on the reputation of the original owner, Uchiha Gin could only shake his head in resignation. Such a situation would not change in the foreseeable future. Arriving before a foreboding door, Uchiha Gin knocked firmly. After a brief moment, a small aperture opened, revealing the grim visage of the Uchiha clansman who had come to inform him the previous day. After a cursory glance, the individual closed the aperture, and the grand door began to creak open. Trusting the unfolding events, Uchiha Gin stepped inside. Following the somber Uchiha clansman, Uchiha Gin traversed a narrow, pitch-black corridor, passing through another door. As the path widened, the darkness receded, illuminated by torches affixed to the walls. "From this moment forth, I shall be your superior," the guide declared suddenly, his voice resonating as though it emerged from the depths of the abyss, sending chills down one's spine. "May I inquire how to address you?" Uchiha Gin, uncertain of the other's temperament, cautiously posed the question. "Uchiha Luing," came the cold reply. The two continued onward, the dungeon seemingly endless. After what felt like an eternity, Uchiha Luing halted. Uchiha Gin raised his gaze to discover a small door marked with the words Archive Room. Uchiha Luing led him inside, revealing a chaotic scene of scrolls haphazardly strewn across tables, floors, and shelves, as if plundered. Meeting Uchiha Gin's inquisitive stare, Uchiha Luing articulated, "The former archivist perished, and the catalog of documents has vanished. You are to reorganize them." With this explanation, Uchiha Gin learned that the previous archivist had met his end during an outing, and with his demise, the catalog had also been lost. The clan's attempts to retrieve prisoner information had become laborious, requiring exhaustive searches, resulting in a disordered archive and painfully slow progress. A new archivist was urgently needed to reassess and categorize the prisoner's records. Gazing at the scattered scrolls, Uchiha Gin felt a headache brewing. He surmised that Uchiha Tianjima wished for him to remain indoors, yet he had not anticipated such a dreary task would be assigned to him. The sheer volume of scrolls suggested that the endeavor would consume an extensive amount of time. "Do I have any assistance for this plethora of documents?" Uchiha Gin inquired tentatively. "There are no additional personnel available," replied Uchiha Luing, his expression as gaunt as his demeanor, devoid of any discernible emotion, resembling a soulless automaton. "Very well." Uchiha Gin conceded reluctantly to the task. "What about meals? And how will I rest?" "The dungeon has a cafeteria. You may return home in the evening." Uchiha Luing replied succinctly. Upon hearing that he could return home, Uchiha Gin released a sigh of relief. He had a perilous little spirit awaiting him. And should he fail to return, any mishap involving Senju would spell disaster for him as well. In order to facilitate your verification of the materials, you are free to enter and exit the cells within the dungeon at will. Uchiha Ryu's calm eyes glanced around as he spoke. Though the prisoners had their chakras sealed and their limbs bound, they were still exceedingly perilous individuals. Hearing Uchiha Ryu offer a word of caution took him by surprise. "Do not die. I would find it difficult to explain to Elder Yin. I truly appreciate your concern." Having delivered his message, Uchiha Ryu did not linger and departed, leaving Uchiha Gin to bask in the solitude of the moment. Shaking his head, Uchiha Gin commenced his task, first gathering the scattered scrolls strewn about the floor and stacking them upon the lone desk in the archives. Gazing at the towering pile of scrolls, Uchiha Gin sighed, casually pulling one from the stack and beginning to peruse its contents. Kagaya Jasuk, wandering ninja, has slain 2 members of the Uchiha clan, suspected of mental instability. Unable to be interrogated with Jinjutsu, details unrecorded, currently detained in cell number 2. Kagaya, you say? Driven by curiosity regarding a clan mentioned in the original narrative, Uchiha Gin promptly resolved to investigate this individual. The archives contained a map of the dungeon, which not only marked the office and resting areas, but also designated the numbered sections where the prisoners were held. There were 3 such areas, labeled 1, 2, and 3. However, the dungeon's design appeared peculiar, causing Uchiha Gin, who was innately accustomed to symmetry, considerable discomfort. Easily locating the section marked 2, Uchiha Gin exited with the scroll in hand. The second cell was relatively close to the archives. After a few minutes, Uchiha Gin arrived at a heavy iron-barred door, where 2 Uchiha clansmen stood guard. Who approaches? Recognizing the familiar voice, Uchiha Gin noticed that the 2 guards appeared increasingly familiar. Aren't you supposed to be on patrol? What brings you to the dungeon again? Recognizing the 2 as the very clansmen he had encountered upon returning to the clan, Uchiha Gin was intrigued by their unexpected presence. Despair gripped Uchiha Tiedan's heart. He realized that Uchiha Gin had pursued him even into the dungeon for the sake of revenge. Just yesterday, he had been unaware of Uchiha Jin's identity until overhearing from his teammates that he had nearly provoked the notorious figure. Fearing retribution, he had submitted a request that very night to be reassigned to a desolate post. Yet on the very first day of his new assignment, this demon had come to confront him. Suehua, I have wronged you. I hope you do not remain a widow for my sake, and that you find happiness. With his eyes closed, Uchiha Taidan wore a tragic expression of resignation. What are you dawdling for? Open the door. I need to verify the prisoners. Observing one of the Uchiha clansmen with eyes shut, muttering to himself, while the other seemed to gaze vacantly, as if blind to his presence, Uchiha Gin impatiently interjected. Huh, aren't you searching for me? Upon hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Uchiha Taidan, who had been awaiting his fate with closed eyes, opened them in confusion. What do you want with me? I am quite busy here, so be quick about it. Taidan hastened to open the door for Lord Uchiha Gin. Another member of the Uchiha clan nudged Uchiha Taidan, who was leaning against the door lock, and he, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly retrieved his keys to unlock the door, allowing Uchiha Gin to enter. It was all quite bewildering. Uchiha Gin was at a loss regarding the actions of this Uchiha, known as Taidan. Where is Kagaya's Jonin? Sir, I shall lead you there, another Uchiha clan member offered, casting a reassuring glance at the dazed Taidan. Following this clan member, Uchiha Gin entered the depths of the dungeon for the first time. On either side were rows of wooden bars that appeared fragile, yet each bore the unique fire talismans of the Uchiha clan, without the corresponding technique to dispel them. Anyone who carelessly touched the bars would be immediately engulfed in flames, suffering burns at best and being reduced to ashes at worst. As the footsteps of the 2 echoed, the prisoners confined on either side began to stir restlessly, their voices rising in a cacophony of threats and taunts. Evil Uchihas, let me go, or I shall turn you into minced meat, shouted one, embodying the archetype of a furious brawler. Ouch, this fellow is tender. I wish to pin him down, exclaimed another, resembling a playful yet sinister figure. Kill me, you must kill me, cried yet another, displaying signs of mental collapse. In that moment, the prison resembled a cauldron of chaos, with a myriad of voices overlapping. Yet for Uchiha Gin, it was not merely the shouts of these individuals that captivated his attention, monitoring hosts' engagement in battle, accumulating steel of heart treasure chest. A persistent notification echoed in his mind, an endless loop since he had entered the cell. The desires for combat radiated from these individuals directed at him, making him ponder if this place was akin to a lush field of green chives. Suppressing his exhilaration, he followed the clan member to the innermost cell, where a middle-aged man was tightly bound, his limbs emaciated. His limbs were contorted at irregular angles, his hair a disheveled gray, with 2 classic red markings of the Kagaya clan above his brows. He was Kagaya Jonin. Be cautious, sir. Though his chakra is sealed, we cannot suppress his physical prowess. We can only starve him and break his limbs, the clan member explained. It's fine. Open the door. I wish to question him, Uchiha Gin replied. Feeling reassured upon hearing that not only was the opponent's chakra sealed, but his limbs were also broken. Yes, although it was against protocol to open the cell doors. Recognizing Uchiha Jin's authority, the clan member complied and unlocked the gate. What is your name? I am Uchiha Rucha. The clan member hastily introduced himself. Very well, Uchiha Rucha. You may step outside. I will interrogate this prisoner alone. However, Uchiha Rucha hesitated, aware of the significant risks involved, should anything go awry. His own life would be in jeopardy. Rest assured, this fellow can hardly move. I will merely ask a few questions from the doorway, Uchiha Gin reassured him. Very well. My lord, please be cautious. Should there be any unusual movements from the opponent, do not hesitate to call for assistance immediately. Uchiha Rue, discerning the gravity of the situation, discreetly withdrew. Uchiha Gin entered the cell of Kagaya Obito, where a middle-aged man sat upon a straw mat. Upon sensing movement, he slowly raised his head, his murky eyes devoid of any life, resembling a mere puppet. Kagaya Obito? Furrowing his brow at the seemingly catatonic member of the Kagaya clan, Uchiha Gin attempted to inquire. The man appeared oblivious to his question. According to the records, you were apprehended 6 years ago for the massacre of Uchiha clan members during an external mission. As he unfurled a scroll in his hand, Uchiha Gin continued, Are you aware that 6 years ago, your Kagaya clan launched a surprise attack on our Uchiha territory? Noticing the man's apparent withdrawal into silence, Uchiha Gin remained undeterred in his questioning. Ha 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 ha. As if triggered by a specific cue, Kagaya Obito's vacant expression suddenly morphed into something peculiar. First, a deranged chuckle, followed by a profound terror, as though he had encountered a specter. A fleeting glimmer of clarity flickered in his vacant gaze as he regarded Uchiha Gin, gradually raising his bound hands. In the next instant, Uchiha Gin was jolted by the system's alert in his mind. Combat detected. Heart of steel treasure, chest accumulation initiated. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Gin swiftly retreated. And at that moment, fine bone spikes erupted from Kagaya Obito's fingertips, all embedding themselves in the very spot where Uchiha Gin had just stood. Indeed, he possesses a bloodline ability, Uchiha Gin thought, his heart racing as he gazed at the bone spikes deeply embedded in the stone. The records did not indicate he had such a power. It must be a hidden trump card he concealed after his capture. Yet, how strange it is that he would reveal it so easily to an unremarkable Uchiha on our first encounter. Seeing his initial attack thwarted, Kagaya Obito prepared to unleash another assault, directing his hands once more towards Uchiha Gin. However, this time, it would not be so straightforward. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Uchiha Gin propelled himself forward, his fist, imbued with immense strength, hurtling towards the still formulating bone spikes of Kagaya Obito. Corpse bone pulse, 10-finger penetration. Faced with another barrage of bone spikes, Uchiha Gin chose not to evade, but instead concentrated more chakra into his fist. With a resounding thud, Kagaya Obito's spikes were obliterated by Uchiha Jin's iron fist, which then unerringly struck the man's chest. Kagaya Obito, already emaciated from prior torment, felt his chest cave, and under the force of the blow, Uchiha Jin's fist lodged against his skeletal frame. Just as Uchiha Gin pondered the ease with which he had landed such a blow, Kagaya Obito raised his head, a maniacal glint in his eyes as he grinned eerily. Blood spilling from his lips as he rasped, I've got you. The expression on Uchiha Silver's face changed dramatically as he felt the bones in his chest cavity fracture and become lodged. He discovered a colossal, radiant white bone flower blooming within the sunken cavity of his opponent's chest, with countless ribs thrusting toward his face. The stench of death loomed ominously, and in that critical moment, Uchiha Silver's eyes transformed to a deep crimson. The tomo in his right eye spun wildly, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power. Kagaya, who had believed she was on the brink of victory, anticipated witnessing the demise of Uchiha Silver. However, instead of the anticipated spray of blood and his anguished cries, she felt an excruciating heat emanating from her wound. A black lotus unfurled in her chest cavity, and an infinite pain rendered her breathless. As the searing sensation spread from her lungs throughout her body, the skeletal growths that her bloodline had summoned shattered upon contact with the eerie black flames. Overwhelmed, Kagaya could no longer sustain her bloodline technique. The blossoming bone flower dissipated like mist, and Uchiha Silver was propelled backward. before Kagaya could retaliate. Uchiha Silver landed on one knee, struggling to support himself with one hand while the other wiped away the blood tears streaming from his right eye. Pale-faced, he declared, "Truly, the legendary corpse bone pulse is formidable. I, Uchiha Silver, humbly acknowledge your superiority in taijutsu." With that, he weakly closed his eyes and dispelled the Amaterasu. As the black flames extinguished, Kagaya, gravely injured and barely clinging to life, began to cough up blood. The gaping wound on her chest, seared by intense heat, emitted an appalling scent of charred flesh. Following her grievous injury, Kagaya's earlier stupor dissipated, and clarity gradually returned to her gaze. Observing the somewhat disheveled Uchiha Silver beside her, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. "You little one, have you recalled something?" Noticing the clarity returning to her consciousness, Uchiha Silver hastily inquired. This member of the Kagaya clan seemed to possess knowledge of the tragic events that had transpired 6 years prior at the Uchiha encampment. He was fervently eager to uncover the truth behind the Kagaya clan's assault on their territory and the missing memories of the original host. "No, you are not him. Your eyes." Kagaya's voice trailed off, her vitality waning after enduring relentless torment and the forced activation of her bloodline, draining her remaining life force. The last flicker of lucidity was merely a fleeting glow. As Kagaya's voice grew fainter, Uchiha Silver, perceiving her imminent collapse, pressed on with urgency. "Who orchestrated the massacre of the Uchiha clan? Where did the other members of the Kagaya clan disappear to?" Upon hearing this question, an overwhelming terror surged within Kagaya's dimming pupils. She struggled to retreat, her voice trembling as she murmured, "Everyone is dead. Those who have gazed upon the moonlight are all dead." "Who died? What moonlight?" Upon hearing these new keywords, Uchiha Silver rushed to Kagaya's side. Gripping her shoulders with intensity, his Sharingan fixed on her fading eyes. 2. Amidst the dimly lit chamber, a sinister atmosphere lingered as Uchiha Silver's eyes, glimmering with a swirling pattern of double tomoe, fixed upon Kagaya's lifeless form. The once vibrant Kagaya, now reduced to incoherent murmurs, succumbed to the encroaching silence. The malevolent Riddler. With a furrowed brow, Uchiha Silver relinquished the body of Kagaya and exited the cell. Not far along his path, he encountered Uchiha Ryu, who was taken aback by Silver's disheveled appearance. The sight of his blood-stained hands sent a chill through Ryu, invoking the ominous reputation of Uchiha Silver. Mustering his courage, he cautiously inquired, "My Lord Silver, what transpired?" "Kagaya attacked me during my inquiry," Silver replied nonchalantly. "However, his prolonged confinement rendered him weak, and I managed to turn the tables. Please arrange for someone to dispose of the body." With no intention to conceal Kagaya's demise, Silver regarded him merely as a deranged prisoner. His death was inconsequential, warranting nothing more than a brief report. "Understood," Ryu responded, feeling a shiver traverse his spine at the casual mention of killing a prisoner. As Silver's imposing figure receded from view, Ryu exhaled deeply, shaken by the chilling presence that had just left him. Entering Kagaya's cell, Ryu approached the corpse that lay on the ground. The sight was harrowing. Kagaya's emaciated hands, previously bound and broken, were a testament to his tragic end. The fingers, cruelly extracted, dangled limply like strands of spaghetti. Yet, what was even more horrifying was the gaping black void that marred the chest, devoid of life. The shattered ribcage bore the scars of a brutal fire technique. The acrid scent of charred flesh still pervading the air, inducing waves of nausea within Ryu. As he lifted his gaze, the image of Uchiha Silver's seemingly innocuous visage haunted him. It was unfathomable to reconcile the gentle exterior with the brutality that had unfolded. No wonder tales of Uchiha Silver's notorious reputation circulated within the clan. Such methods were beyond the grasp of ordinary men. Inwardly, Ryu resolved to hasten his departure with his close ally, Uchiha Iron Egg, far away from Uchiha Silver. Pushing open the door to the archives, Uchiha Silver was greeted by an unexpected presence in his workspace. The individual, upon noticing Silver's entrance, rose with a welcoming smile. "Lord Silver, I just began my duties here. Please, do not hesitate to express any requests. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." It was none other than Elder Uchiha Yen, whom Silver had briefly encountered in the clan leader's office the previous day. Round and jovial, he bore no resemblance to the decisive executioner he had once been in his youth. "You are too kind, Elder Yen. Uchiha Flowing Shadow has already made arrangements for me," Silver replied graciously. "As a newcomer, I appreciate your understanding regarding any shortcomings I may exhibit. While the paperwork was tedious, it offered solace. The clan leader had noted Silver's recent restlessness and sought to provide him with a period of recuperation, along with some tasks to occupy his mind. Uchiha Yin elucidated the intentions of Uchiha Taijima on his behalf. Everything is at the discretion of the clan leader, Uchiha Yin respectfully stated. Inkuin, where did you just go? I was left waiting for quite some time. Uchiha Yin inquired with a cheerful smile. I happened to come across some information on an inmate and, out of curiosity, went to take a look, Uchiha Yin replied, acknowledging that he could not conceal the truth. Inkuin, your dedication to duty is truly commendable. You have already begun your work upon your arrival, Yin remarked. Oh, not at all, Elder Yin. It is you who treats your responsibilities with such care as if they were your own family. The two engaged in pleasantries typical of adults. As their conversation flourished, Uchiha Lukai barged in, declaring, Lord Yin, the inmate's body has been properly dealt with. Rest assured, nothing will remain. He then noticed Elder Yin, and, taken by surprise, he immediately knelt before his superior. The sudden stillness in the air was palpable. Believe me, it was the inmate who struck first. Uchiha Yin broke the silence. His face a mask of sincerity and innocence. Ahem, these prisoners are truly audacious, daring to launch a blatant attack. Thankfully, Inkuin, your prowess is unparalleled. Had you been injured, how would I have explained it to the clan leader? Uchiha Yin, regaining his composure, offered comforting words, embodying the demeanor of a caring elder. Just a stroke of luck. Uchiha Yin humbly waved his hand. Since all is well, I shall not disrupt your work any further. I leave this archive in your capable hands. As he departed, Uchiha Yin patted his shoulder, encouraging him to perform well. Once Uchiha Yin left, Uchiha Lukai, still on the floor, rose reluctantly and approached Uchiha Yin, seemingly awaiting punishment. Lukai, I see you possess a certain cleverness. I have a favor to ask of you. Uchiha Yin did not hold a grudge but instead sought his assistance. You flatter me. Whatever Lord Yin wishes, I, Uchiha Lukai, shall not hesitate to undertake, he responded, immediately donning an expression of unwavering loyalty. Thank you so much. I simply wish for you to investigate which inmates were imprisoned in the dungeons 6 years ago. Uchiha Yin conveyed his request. No problem, leave it to me. The enigma surrounding the massacre in the Uchiha territory 6 years ago had long cast a shadow over Uchiha Yin's mind. He had hoped to extract useful clues from the suspicious Kagaya clan, only to accidentally kill one of them in his eagerness. Burdened by concerns, he found it difficult to concentrate on work and sketched the mark on his left hand from memory, gazing at the peculiar symbol. He pondered but could not recall where it had appeared in the original text. 3 shurikens encircled a red, resembling the emblem of a certain clan. He resolved to inquire about it the next time he encountered Uchiha Taijima. Unconsciously, he found himself at the end of the workday. Uchiha Yin adhered firmly to the policy of never working overtime, timing his exit from the dungeon perfectly. As the sun gradually descended towards the horizon, Uchiha Silver ventured forth to procure some supplies. He entered a relatively large grocery store and inquired of the attendant whether there was any black hair dye available, particularly a long-lasting variety. The attendant, recognizing the legendary Uchiha Silver, tremulously retrieved a bottle of black dye from the shelf and presented it to him. Upon receiving the item, Uchiha Silver reached into his pocket, yet after a prolonged search, he found nothing, and a hint of embarrassment crept across his face. Lord Silver, consider this bottle of dye a gift. Please accept it, the perceptive attendant suggested, sensing that the esteemed figure might be financially constrained. No, how could I deprive you of this modest sum? He insisted. Closing his eyes, he delved into his system for a moment before reopening them. He then extracted a hefty gold ingot from his bag. The moment it emerged, the radiant glimmer nearly dazzled the attendant's eyes. Swallowing hard, the attendant accepted the nearly 10-pound gold ingot, unable to resist pinching his own cheek. The sting confirmed that this was no dream. In all his years in the store, he had never encountered such a substantial piece of gold. However, the attendant hesitated. Lord Silver, I regret to inform you that our humble establishment cannot provide change for such a valuable item. Indeed, the worth of the ingot was beyond estimation. 10 pounds of gold could nearly purchase the entire store. As Uchiha Silver watched the attendant return the ingot, he felt a tinge of awkwardness. He adhered to his principles, never to take without due compensation, yet always seizing opportunities when they arose. Just as he found himself in a quandary, a spiky-haired youth burst through the door, exclaiming, "Boss, do you have the strong water-style shuriken technique?" Before anyone could react, the youth spotted Uchiha Silver and exclaimed in astonishment. "Silver, when did you return?" His gaze then shifted to the gleaming gold ingot in Silver's hand. "Wow, have you struck it rich?" Uchiha Silver regarded the boisterous spiky-haired boy with a mix of amusement and exasperation. This fellow exhibited none of the aloofness one might expect of someone destined for greatness. "Call me cousin, Ban. Show some respect to your elders," he replied, bemused. "Just a defeated foe," Ban retorted with an air of youthful bravado. "If you behave, I might let you have a taste." Uchiha Silver observed the haughty Uchiha Ban with a smirk, gesturing toward the gold ingot. "Cousin, you are my true brother," Ban declared, bending in a comical bow. "Even the future scourge of the ninja world would ultimately bow beneath my influence," Uchiha Silver mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction at Ban's submission to the allure of wealth. It was worth it. Regrettably, this era lacked the convenience of a camera. Capturing this moment would surely result in countless future evenings filled with white Zetsu flinging rubber bands at his windows. "Rise, cousin, by whatever you wish. And I shall cover the cost," Uchiha Silver proclaimed, gesturing grandly to permit him to indulge freely. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ban's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly gathered all the items his father typically forbade him from purchasing, soon filling an enormous bundle to the brim. As Uchiha Gin observed Uchiha Madara laboriously carrying a burden larger than himself, he felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. On an island thousands of miles away, Uzumaki Naruto, confined by his father, stared blankly at a jewel that had regained its original luster, when suddenly he felt a tickle in his nose. Achoo! Is someone thinking of me? Ultimately, the interaction between Uchiha Gin and Madara merely involved them breaking off a corner of a gold brick. With the immense burden on his back, Uchiha Madara walked along the path, curiously inquiring of his cousin, whom he had not seen in quite some time. "Cousin, what business have you been up to earn such a large gold brick?" Since Madara had defeated his 10 years older cousin Uchiha Gin at the age of 10, his cousin had intentionally avoided meeting him. Even when they encountered each other at their father's place, it was usually just a hasty greeting before Madara would make his exit. "I just completed a rather perilous mission, and this gold brick was an incidental reward," Madara replied. "How wonderful. I also wish to embark on missions," Uchiha Gin said, filled with envy upon hearing that Madara had ventured out on a task, having never done so himself. This was understandable, as after the tragic incident 6 years ago, Uchiha Taijima had been overly protective of his remaining 2 sons, rarely allowing them out of his sight. Consequently, Madara had not undertaken any missions and had few friends. "By the way, I heard you have a romantic interest?" Uchiha Gin teased, attempting to change the subject as he noticed Madara's melancholic demeanor. "What? A romantic interest? Who told you that?" Madara responded, bewildered, as he had never been interested in matters of the heart. "I heard it from Izuna. He said you were secretly dating by the riverbank." Without a hint of remorse, Jin promptly revealed his brother's secret. I must be going," Madara retorted angrily. "That deceitful Izuna, I shall deal with him." With a brief farewell, he hurriedly made his way home. Well, Izuna might have bitten off more than he can chew today, Uchiha Gin mused, holding a hair dye in one hand and a chipped gold brick in the other as he leisurely strolled towards his secluded abode. Upon opening the door, Jin felt something hard pressing against his waist. Startled, he glanced down to meet the bewildered gaze of Senju Hashirama, who was brandishing a small kitchen knife, clearly having resorted to the kitchen for a weapon. Gently patting the boy's head, Jin handed him the hair dye. "Your vigilance is commendable, but next time, perhaps refrain from wielding a kitchen knife. It's rather amusing." Hashirama's cheeks flushed at the remark. Noticing that Hashirama had donned clothing from his childhood, Jin appraised him and concluded, "Not bad. You possess about 1/10 of my boyhood charm." Hashirama's expression shifted from crimson to a deep shade of embarrassment. Having read the instructions, Jin knew that the hair dye required clean hair, so he promptly instructed Hashirama to take a bath. The mention of bathing elicited initial delight from Hashirama, but his joy quickly faded upon seeing Jin begin to undress, startling him. "What are you doing?" Hashirama exclaimed, bewildered. Jin looked at him, equally perplexed by the question. "What else can one do but bathe? It has been quite a while since I last indulged in such a luxury." As Uchiha Gin nonchalantly remarked while shedding his garments, a sudden clap echoed as Senju Hanjin slammed the door and dashed out, exclaiming, "You go ahead and wash. I shall tend to the fire for the water." The bathing area in the Uchiha residence featured a traditional Japanese wooden tub heated over an open flame, requiring constant vigilance to maintain the perfect temperature for a soothing soak. It was amusing to observe the bashful young lad. Yet Uchiha Gin dismissed the notion with a shake of his head. At his age, he could easily be the father of Senju Jin. During the Warring States period, it was commonplace for individuals to marry and bear children at the tender age of 13 or 14. It was, in fact, curious that at 24, he had yet to father any offspring. Upon entering the bath, the water bubbled pleasantly, indicating a suitable warmth. Peeking through the window, he spotted Senju Jin, cheeks puffed, fervently tending to the flames outside, tossing in armfuls of kindling and shouting, "Burn brighter, burn hotter. Incinerate this stubborn flame." "I have not provoked anyone," Uchiha Jin mused. After a refreshing soak, he wrapped himself in a towel and noticed Senju Jin fidgeting at the entrance. "Little one, would you like me to scrub your back? My skills are renowned," he offered playfully. "No," protested the blushing Senju Jin, who had been unceremoniously ejected. "What a shy little rascal you are. Why must you be so coy?" After an hour had passed, the thoroughly bundled Senju Jin cautiously emerged, his expression tightening upon seeing Uchiha Jin still lounging in the living room. "At last, how could you take so long? I nearly fell asleep," he exclaimed, stifling a yawn. With a bottle of hair dye in hand. "Don't come over here," Senju Jin insisted, gripping the door tightly to prevent entry. With a mischievous grin, Uchiha Jin pressed against the bathroom door, teasing, "Are you up to some mischief? You must take care of your body at such a young age." As Uchiha Jin exerted more force, the door swung open, sending the unclothed Senju Jin tumbling out. Before he could comprehend the situation, he instinctively covered himself, his face flushed with embarrassment. "So what if I'm undressed? At your age, I ran about bare-bottomed in the streets," Uchiha Jin jested, eyeing the young boy's bare form. "Shameless," Senju Jin shouted, his entire visage crimson, akin to a steam bath. All right, I've placed the dye here for you," Uchiha Jin relented. Sensing the urgency in the boy's demeanor, he set down the hair dye and prepared to leave. "I must say, your skin is quite fair," he remarked as he turned to exit, narrowly dodging the shampoo bottle hurled in his direction, chuckling as he evaded it. Stepping outside and circling to the back wall, Uchiha Jin reinforced the fence once more, officially establishing the modest few square meters of the backyard, where he would hone his skills in the days to come. Having attended to the affairs of the backyard, he noticed the sky gradually darkening and returned indoors to await the witching hour. Inside, Senju Hashirama had already donned his attire. His once black and white hair now dyed a uniform hue. Uchiha Jin nodded in approval. With this new hair color, the lad appeared quite handsome, and he would likely attract less attention. Perhaps irked by Uchiha Jin's earlier actions, Senju Hashirama turned away, sulking in silence. Such a dreary little brat. Unbothered by the child's mood, Uchiha Jin offered a few parting words before reclining on the sofa, succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama gazed with a complex expression at the curly-haired Uchiha, his thoughts veiled, before silently rising to retreat to his bedroom. In the depths of the night, Uchiha Jin awoke from his slumber, confirming that the occupant of the bedroom was fast asleep. He tiptoed back to the backyard, standing in the open space, awaiting the arrival of the refresh. Once again, the night sky was obscured by clouds, and Uchiha Jin's residence lay far from the gathering place, surrounded only by sheer cliffs and dense forests. One had to traverse the forest to reach the Uchiha clan settlement. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, producing a chorus of whispers that heightened Uchiha Jin's alertness. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar presence in the air. Amidst the rustling leaves, a faint chime of a bell echoed, and with his remarkable senses, Uchiha Jin instinctively pinpointed the source. A figure adorned with a conical hat, draped in dark fabric with crimson clouds, gradually materialized from the void. Raising a hand with nails painted in deep black, the figure lifted the hat slightly, revealing a pair of crimson eyes devoid of emotion. It was Uchiha Itachi once more. Having suffered losses at his hands twice before, Uchiha Jin reacted swiftly, activating his Sharingan. The Tomoe in his right eye spinning rapidly as chakra surged through him like an unrelenting tide. Amaterasu, taking the initiative, black flames erupted spontaneously from Uchiha Jin's chest, the inferno now larger than the previous time, previously on the receiving end of attacks. Uchiha Jin was eager to see what would transpire if he managed to injure or even defeat the NPC that unleashed the skill. ignoring the raging black flames before him. The newly emerged Uchiha Itachi calmly removed his conical hat, his eyes transforming into the shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. In the next moment, the once intensifying Amaterasu flames seemed to sputter out, as if doused by a torrential downpour, extinguishing upon the appearance of Itachi's Mangekyo. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Uchiha Gin quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Itachi's eyes. Looking down, he noticed that the once verdant grass had morphed into a transparent lake, the surface reflecting his image. Above him, the sky was dominated by a blood-red moon. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Gin's heart sank. He realized he had fallen into a trap, as Uchiha Gin found himself uncontrollably suspended by the cross. He realized that this night was destined to be one of sleepless torment. Sighing, he gazed once more at the ever-present figure of Uchiha Itachi surrounding him, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. Come, do not pity me, for I am but a delicate flower. In the next moment, the cacophony of blades echoed throughout the illusory space. After enduring 72 hours within this Jinjutsu, Uchiha Gin finally welcomed his liberation as the countdown reached 0. As the illusionary realm fragmented, the surroundings reverted to their familiar state, and Uchiha Itachi vanished without a trace. Having endured the agonies of Tsukuyomi for 72 hours, only a fleeting moment had passed outside. Lying on the ground, Uchiha Gin felt a splitting headache, and his Sharingan, overwhelmed by stimulation, voluntarily entered a state of slumber. After experiencing Tsukuyomi twice, Uchiha Gin discovered that with each iteration, the power of his left eye would incrementally increase, and his mastery over the Sharingan grew ever more refined. In the backyard, the system refreshed the random skill, Tsukuyomi, granting him 4 fragments of Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi Fragment, 540. Collect 40 to synthesize Tsukuyomi, skill available for the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Uchiha Gin was taken aback by the system notification, astonished to have acquired 4 fragments this time. Was it sheer luck? Or were the rewards calculated based on combat evaluation? He pondered within himself. Concurrently with the system alert, the fatigue that enveloped him dissipated entirely, and his mind, once clouded by the trauma of Tsukuyomi, gradually cleared. The right eye, which had bled from the release of Amaterasu, returned to its former state, and all negative physical debuffs were eradicated by the system with a single command. Rising effortlessly, he assessed his physical condition, confirming there were no abnormalities, and quietly returned indoors, reclining on the sofa and succumbing to slumber. After a long stretch devoid of dreams, Uchiha Gin once again found himself immersed in peculiar fragments of a dream. In a pitch-black hospital room, a boy lay on a bed, his eyes bound by bandages, his expression vacant, like a puppet manipulated at will. A middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, gently stroked the boy's head, seemingly uttering words. Uchiha Gin could only observe from a distance, unable to hear a thing. The middle-aged man regarded the boy with a complex expression, just as the door to the hospital room swung open, and a girl, slightly younger than the boy, entered. Upon seeing him, she appeared overwhelmingly emotional, kneeling by his bedside and weeping uncontrollably. As Gin yearned to delve deeper into the scene, his consciousness was abruptly thrust out by an unyielding hand. Upon awakening, it was already the following morning. Rubbing his head, he recalled the disjointed dream from the night before. After freshening up, Uchiha Gin commenced his life as a ninja in the shinobi world. He left some money for Senju Hashirama, who had dyed his hair black, instructing him to manage his own sustenance. With his newly dyed hair, he blended seamlessly among the Uchiha, alleviating any concerns regarding his safety. Do not wander off. If you do, I shall fetch your brother, Uchiha Gin admonished the young boy. I know, came the reply. In the dim light of the dungeon, Senju Hashirama gazed at the curly-haired Uchiha who attempted to threaten him, a look of incredulity etched upon his face. He had come to a clear understanding. He was not a fool to be swayed by such trivial justifications. What did that expression of yours, reminiscent of a simpleton, truly convey? Uchiha Gin, feeling belittled, furrowed his brow in irritation, preparing to deliver a righteous smack to the impudent child. However, Senju Hashirama, having seen through the ruse, effortlessly evaded the impending blow. As he observed the grimacing visage of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Gin narrowed his eyes, akin to a dead fish. The more he scrutinized the boy, the more he sensed an unsettling difference within him, yet the specifics eluded his grasp. Upon returning to the dungeon for work, Uchiha Gin found himself devoid of the discomfort that had plagued him the previous day. It seemed the original occupant had a peculiar affinity for this environment. He made his way to his designated station, greeted by the same chaotic scene as the day before, causing a slight ache to throb in his head. Yet, with Uchiha Rian having stated he lacked an assistant, Jin could only sigh and proceed alone. The layout of the archive room was quite straightforward, with shelves lining the walls and a solitary desk positioned in the center. Uchiha Jin began to inspect the shelves one by one, searching for any discernible labels. Cell No. 1. Document scroll color. Teal. Crime severity. High. Upon reading the brief descriptions inscribed on the shelves, Jin exhaled in relief, as this would save him considerable effort. In the ensuing moments, he discovered the shelves corresponding to cells number 2 and number 3, their scroll colors being blue and purple, indicative of medium and low crime severity, respectively. The scroll he had casually perused yesterday was blue. It struck him as surprising that Kagaya Zangetsu was merely a medium-level criminal. His thoughts then turned to the details in the file indicating that the individual was a wandering ninja with mental health issues. From this, it could be inferred that those who captured Kagaya Zangetsu were unaware of his connection to the tragic events that transpired at the Uchiha clan 6 years prior. The incident had merely arisen from the individual's frenzied assault on an Uchiha patrol, resulting in the deaths of 2 clan members. Having engaged in deep conversation with Kagaya Zangetsu, Uchiha Jin was acutely aware of the latter's deteriorating mental state. After his capture years ago, it was unlikely that much information had been extracted during interrogations. Otherwise, he would not have languished in the comparatively lenient confines of cell number 2, with no one bothering to question him over the years. With the lead regarding Kagaya Zangetsu effectively severed, Jin pondered who had apprehended him back then, speculating that perhaps traces of the capture could still be unearthed. He silently deliberated, then retrieved Kagaya Zangetsu's file from the desk, reading, Kagaya Zangetsu, wandering ninja, responsible for the slaughter of 2 Uchiha clan members, suspected mental instability, incapable of using Jinjutsu during interrogation, details sparse, currently detained in cell number 2. As he continued to flip through the documents, he stumbled upon a note. The perpetrator Kagaya Zangetsu was captured under the leadership of Uchiha Ryuin. It was him. The terrifying presence of the man who had guided him yesterday flashed vividly in his mind. Uchiha Ryuin was indeed the individual who had apprehended Kagaya Zangetsu 6 years ago. Yet this man bore an unapproachable demeanor. Furrowing his brow, Uchiha Jin contemplated how he might broach the subject. At that moment, the door to the archive room creaked open. As if summoned by name, Uchiha Ryuin entered the room, his countenance gaunt, exuding an aura of coldness. Upon stepping inside, he was taken aback to find Uchiha Jin meticulously examining a scroll, a surprising sight for someone of Jin's notorious reputation as a debauched scion. However, he set aside his astonishment. Today, he had come at Elder Yan's behest to inquire about the incident involving the execution of a prisoner the previous day, a matter that fell squarely within his purview. Although the dungeon was under Elder Uchiha Yan's jurisdiction, Ryuin found himself managing numerous departments, making it impossible to oversee all affairs personally. Consequently, each department had an acting manager, and Ryuin served in that capacity for the dungeon, overseeing all operations within its confines. You killed a prisoner yesterday? Ryuin asked, his expression turning frigid. No, it was self-defense. Uchiha Jin protested vehemently, then elaborated, I merely went to verify some information. But to my shock, that wretch dared to assault me. Fortunately, he was in such a decrepit state, his bones frail and brittle, that after a few counterattacks, he succumbed to exhaustion and perished. Brittle bones? Ryuin frowned, pondering the implications of Jin's mention of the condition. What was his name? Kagaya Zangetsu. I wonder who had the audacity to imprison such a ruthless criminal in dungeon number 2. It is truly a travesty. Jin feigned indignation, subtly implicating those responsible for Zangetsu's capture. It was I who apprehended him, Ryuin admitted, his face darkening as he felt the weight of Jin's seemingly innocuous words. A most astute choice indeed. It is essential that prisoners experience our Uchiha clan's humane management approach, Jin remarked, observing Ryuin's expression gradually shifting towards a more palatable hue. Seizing the opportunity, Jin posed a question, truly commendable. Commander Ryuin, how did you manage to capture such a formidable criminal? Ryuin's brow unfurled at this compliment, as if he were sifting through the recesses of his memory. Not wishing to interrupt, Jin remained silent, patiently awaiting the unfolding of Ryuin's recollection. After several moments, Ryuin began to recount the tale. 6 years ago, shortly after assuming the role of clan leader, Uchiha Taijima sought to establish his authority by leading all the young warriors to the front line. To his dismay, the clan compound faced a cataclysmic upheaval, leaving only one survivor in the aftermath. Filled with remorse, Taijima subsequently expanded the patrol unit and broadened the scope of their surveillance. A month after the tragedy, a patrol of Uchiha clansmen encountered a peculiar adversary. Initially, this individual did not engage with the patrol but aimlessly wandered near Uchiha territory, leading the patrol members to believe he was merely a lost soul. The two parties coexisted peacefully until a particularly cautious member of the Uchiha clans detected signs of chakra emanating from the other. Activating his Sharingan, he attempted to cast a Genjutsu. To his astonishment, upon encountering the Sharingan, the opponent seemed to trigger some internal switch, launching an unrelenting assault on the patrolling squad. Under the relentless barrage of his formidable taijutsu, 2 weaker Uchiha members were pierced through the chest, perishing on the spot. Witnessing their inability to contend with the assailant, the remaining members hastily contacted their clan, prompting the elder to dispatch the formidable Uchiha Rin to apprehend the perpetrator. Was Kagaya's mental state stable at that time? Uchiha Gin could not restrain himself from interrupting Uchiha Ryuin's account, yet the latter paid no heed and continued. By the time Uchiha Ryuin and his team arrived, it was already midnight. Following the leads left by the patrolling squad that had been tracking the assailant, they finally caught sight of the true face of the perpetrator. It was a pitiful sight. Kagaya was disheveled, clad in tattered garments, swaying unsteadily as he walked. At first glance, one would not associate him with a murderer, but rather perceive him as a foolish vagabond. Uchiha Ryuin responded to his inquiry. Did he sustain any injuries? Uchiha Gin pressed further. Yes. His entire back appeared as if it had been scorched by fierce flames, oozing with pus and blood. Scorched by flames? Mental collapse? The convergence of these revelations left Uchiha Jin's mind in a whirl, granting him a fleeting spark of inspiration that remained elusive. How did they ultimately capture him? Uchiha Gin yearned to understand the entirety of the process. Uchiha Ryuin proceeded with his narrative. Upon their initial encounter, Uchiha Ryuin sought to test Kagaya, only to be taken aback when the latter was felled by a single blow. As he pondered this oddity, one of his team members activated their Sharingan mid-battle, and to everyone's shock, Kagaya surged back to life once more. Fortunately, his companions were formidable, suffering only the loss of an arm while their lives remained intact. What followed was a fierce clash, predominantly a contest of taijutsu, with the opponent displaying remarkable speed that rendered conventional ninjutsu ineffective. Kagaya, in a state of delirium, was immune to genjutsu, forcing them to rely solely on physical prowess. The combat was evenly matched, yet for reasons unknown, Kagaya frequently became distracted, retreating into the shadows of the trees, allowing Uchiha Ryuin to identify openings and ultimately shatter his limbs, securing the capture. Hiding in the shadows? Uchiha Gin furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the rationale behind this behavior. During the battle, I too was perplexed by his actions. However, after capturing him, I heard him mumbling softly. Uchiha Ryuin recalled. What was he mumbling? This question piqued Uchiha Jin's curiosity. Run. Do not let the moonlight touch you. Uchiha Ryuin's chilling voice echoed in his ears. After grasping the situation, Uchiha Ryuin did not linger and departed promptly. In a haze of confusion, Uchiha Gin found himself unable to piece together any meaningful truth from the scant clues. After weighing his options, he resolved to first attend to the tasks at hand. Upon discerning that the files were categorized by color, organizing them became remarkably efficient. In no time, the disordered scrolls were neatly classified. Gazing upon the 3 piles of scrolls, each adorned in vibrant hues, Uchiha Gin commenced the next phase of classification. The scrolls were not merely to be sorted by dungeon. Each document required clear labeling and a meticulously organized directory for precise reference. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to begin with the Azure Scrolls. Shinobu Shimizu, a member of the Shimizu clan, he poisoned the water source of the Uchiha clan, resulting in the tragic demise of 23 Uchiha members, proficient in wind release and toxicology. Such despicable acts warranted placement in the first tier. Sarutobi Takazuki, a member of the Sarutobi clan, he launched a surprise attack on the supply troops of the Uchiha clan. leading to 12 fatalities and 5 individuals sustaining lifelong disabilities. Skilled in fire release, earth release, and summoning techniques. Such brutality necessitated a position in the first tier. Yamamoto Aya, a member of the Yamamoto clan. As Uchiha Gin perused numerous Azure Scrolls, he noted that most of these offenders hailed from renowned clans of the future. It appeared that, even during the Warring States period, the ascent of common ninja was fraught with challenges. The preeminent figures were predominantly clan members. The quantity of Azure Scrolls was limited. Those confined to Dungeon 1 were deeply culpable. This category of offenders typically possessed considerable strength, making apprehension difficult. Hence the mere handful of individuals documented. Having swiftly organized the Azure Scrolls, Uchiha Gin reviewed the arrest records, which predominantly dated back over 6 years, revealing no suspicious individuals. Scratching his curly hair, he shifted his focus to the Cerulean Scrolls, eager to uncover valuable leads. Regrettably, halfway through, he found no notable suspects. The criminals detailed in the Cerulean Scrolls were largely from minor clans or wandering ninjas, lacking formidable power, their transgressions primarily involving espionage or ambushing isolated Uchiha members. Upon examination, the gravity of Kagaya's crimes was astonishingly the most severe among the Cerulean Scrolls, yet due to his mental afflictions, effective communication was unattainable, resulting in his relegation to Dungeon 2. Dungeon 2 housed a significantly greater number of scrolls than Dungeon 1, and after perusing more than half, Uchiha Gin felt his eyes strain and his head swell, reminiscent of the reluctance to attend work in his past life. Understanding the necessity of balancing labor with leisure, Uchiha Gin consoled himself, setting aside his tasks and closing his eyes to indulge in a moment of respite. Just as he began to relax, a cautious knock resonated at the door. Enter. Upon hearing the knock, Uchiha Gin promptly opened his eyes, seizing a scroll to feign diligence. The door creaked open to reveal Uchiha Ryu, whom he had encountered the previous day. Ryu cautiously surveyed the room for any other presence, and upon confirming that only Uchiha Gin was present, he exhaled in relief. Master Gin, your dedication to duty is truly commendable, a paragon for us all. Observing Uchiha Jin's earnest perusal of the scroll, Ryu immediately showered him with praise. Not at all. I merely fulfill my responsibilities. Uchiha Gin humbly gestured dismissively. Pray tell, what brings you here, Ryu? Master Gin, your humility is truly overwhelming. Simply call me Ryu. Very well. Ryu, what counsel do you wish to impart? As the surroundings were devoid of any onlookers, Uchiha Richa stepped forward, whispering to Uchiha Een. Lord Een, I have uncovered some leads regarding your request. Upon receiving the task from Uchiha Een the previous day, Uchiha Richa promptly set out on his mission, inquiring about the 3 dungeons. Ultimately, fortune favored the diligent, as he managed to extract a piece of information from an elderly prison guard. Pray, do share, Richa. Hearing this, Uchiha Een raised an eyebrow, contemplating the efficiency of this individual who had managed to find a clue in merely a day's time. According to an old guard here, the layout of this dungeon was not always as it is now. As he spoke, Uchiha Richa pointed to the dungeon map hanging on the wall, indicating the space between Dungeon 1 and Dungeon 2, and continued, there were once 4 dungeons here, but 6 years ago, Elder Yin abandoned one, leaving only the 3 that remain. Uchiha Richa circled the larger vacant area between Dungeons 1 and 2, suggesting that another dungeon had once existed there. If it was abandoned, it means it is no longer in use, correct? Uchiha Een inquired, applying logic to the matter. Whether it is in use or not is uncertain. However, the old guard mentioned that prior to its abandonment 6 years ago, a person had been secretly imprisoned there. Uchiha Richa replied mysteriously. Since it was a secret, how did he come to know of it? Although the news of the clandestine imprisonment was tantalizing, Uchiha Een wondered if the old guard might have disclosed too much. Oh, I did not inquire further, Uchiha Richa admitted, momentarily at a loss for words. He had not considered why the guard had so readily divulged this secret to a stranger, merely because he had hinted at being the new clan leader's trusted aide. Never mind, please continue. What else did the old guard tell you? The sudden appearance of this enigmatic old guard struck Uchiha Richa as somewhat peculiar. The timing of his revelation was too fortuitous. He informed me that once that individual was imprisoned, he never emerged again. Shortly thereafter, Elder Yin declared the dungeon unfit for use due to dilapidation. Uchiha Richa swallowed nervously, moistening his parched throat. What kind of person was imprisoned? Could it have been those who had attacked the Uchiha clan 6 years ago? I inquired of the old guard. But after sharing the initial details, he ceased to engage with me. Uchiha Richa confessed awkwardly. Where is that old guard now? Uchiha pressed, unwilling to relinquish the slim thread of information. He is in Dungeon 3, performing cleaning duties due to personal reasons, Uchiha Richa replied, hesitating to disclose more. What is it? Uchiha queried. That old guard is blind, Uchiha Richa admitted, his gaze evasive. The fact that the individual privy to such information was blind raised questions about the reliability of the news. No wonder Uchiha Richa had been able to uncover information so swiftly. It seemed he had spared no one, not even a blind man. Thank you, Richa. Should you acquire any further information, please inform me at your earliest convenience. The source of the news is surprisingly an elderly blind man, which leads one to suspect that the information may be largely fabricated. After all, how could a lowly prison guard possibly be privy to such clandestine matters? It is indeed an honor for a humble individual like myself to serve Lord Silver. Uchiha Ryu's face was filled with trepidation. Furrowing his brow, Uchiha Silver began to delve into the memories of the original owner. From those recollections, it was evident that although the original owner possessed a peculiar temperament and would sometimes use his position as the clan leader's nephew to oppress and provoke his clansmen, he had not engaged in any extreme actions against those who bore him no malice. Yet, why did the ordinary clansmen harbor such fear of him? Brother Ryu, how do the clansmen typically perceive me? Uchiha Silver inquired. Upon being posed this perilous question, Uchiha Ryu's gaze wavered, and he struggled to articulate a response. Though his recent interactions with Uchiha Silver had led him to believe that the latter was not as dreadful as the rumors suggested, he could not dismiss the possibility of being lured into a trap. Brother Ryu, given our current rapport, feel free to speak candidly, Uchiha Silver said, offering a warm smile and placing a reassuring hand on Uchiha Ryu's shoulder, signaling that he was now among allies and should have no reservations. Then I shall speak freely. Seemingly steeling himself, Uchiha Ryu gritted his teeth, raised his head, and his eyes radiated a resolve akin to facing death. After carefully choosing his words, Uchiha Ryu managed to utter, as far as I know, Uchiha Silver is nothing more than a pure-born menace. For the next hour, Uchiha Ryu recounted an array of Uchiha Silver's alleged misdeeds, ranging from trivial offenses such as failing to pay for meals, peeping on widows as they bathed, to snatching candies from children. He spoke of more grievous acts, including dragging young women into the woods under the cover of night and committing acts of violence before their boyfriends, ultimately silencing both victims. When the parents of the victims reported these incidents to the clan, they were met with further oppression, and in the end, the perpetrators were lauded for their supposed familial unity. Such instances were countless. Uchiha Silver's transgressions became the stuff of legend among the clan's folk, ultimately reaching a point where they were universally acknowledged. The ordinary clansmen regarded him with the utmost trepidation, while the more formidable members of the clan loathed him to the core. Had it not been for his esteemed status, they would have long since acted to deliver justice and rid the world of his menace. How could such crimes not have surfaced in the original owner's memories? The original owner had a rather reclusive nature, especially after enduring a tragic incident, resulting in minimal interaction with his clansmen. His daily affairs were managed independently, and the few provocations he engaged in were solely in response to discussions surrounding the survivors of that calamity. Are these accounts truly from your own observation? Uchiha Silver could not help but interrupt Uchiha Ryu, who was still enumerating the alleged offenses. Well, not exactly, Uchiha Ryu replied, scratching the back of his head in uncertainty. But why do you speak of them as if they were indeed true? It is unclear who first uttered these words, yet it seems that everyone began to echo them. Uchiha Gin, who has engaged in such actions, found himself in a state of confusion, pondering when he had subconsciously constructed such a persona for Uchiha Lu. Despite never having committed these deeds, others accepted them as truth. Was there someone deliberately spreading these rumors? Uchiha Gin was suddenly filled with doubt regarding the original owner's plight. Why was he unjustly burdened with baseless accusations? Who was the true architect behind the tarnishing of the original owner's reputation, leading to his isolation? And what motives lay behind these actions? These questions swirled in Uchiha Jin's mind, leaving him restless, wondering why the original owner, a mere weakling, was targeted. Was it simply because of resentment towards him as the sole survivor? The notion of survivor's guilt flashed through Uchiha Jin's thoughts. This theory posits that those who narrowly escape a disaster or crime face harsher scrutiny from the public and endure immense societal moral pressure. The original owner's seclusion and his indifference to these unfounded rumors may stem from this very survivor bias. Having survived the tragic calamity, the original owner often grappled with feelings of guilt towards his kin, which compelled him to remain silent in the face of damaging rumors. Yet silence equates to acknowledgement. Thus, the original owner's persona was established among the oblivious clansfolk. At this juncture, rumors became indistinguishable from reality, leading to a cacophony of hearsay. "My Lord Jin, that is all I know," Uchiha Lu said. Lost in contemplation, Uchiha Jin barely absorbed the latter half of Lu's account. Yet he understood that it largely pertained to various negative portrayals of the original owner. "Thank you, Brother Lu. I appreciate the truth," Uchiha Jin remarked, confident in the righteousness of the original owner's character, and thus bore no ill will towards Uchiha Lu's words. "I shall take my leave now." Uchiha Lu, parched from his lengthy speech, seized the moment before Jin's temper could flare and prepared to make his exit. "Perhaps we shall share tea sometime," Uchiha Jin nodded, signaling for Lu to attend to his own matters. Once outside, Uchiha Lu leaned against the wall, barely able to maintain his composure, feeling as though he was drenched. I spoke so much, yet he did not grow angry, nothing like the tale suggests. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that such matters were beyond the purview of a mere jailer. Today, Uchiha Taidan had submitted a request for a position transfer, and Lu needed to return to rest, for he would be on night watch alone. Setting aside the original owner's grievances for the moment, Uchiha Jin resolved to seek out the so-called senior jailer, hoping to glean more accurate information from him. In cell block 3, the inmates consisted mainly of petty thieves and minor offenders. Typically, they served short sentences of 10 days to half a month, while longer sentences would last around a year before release. Some were members of the Uchiha clan, while others were wandering ninjas. Their shared traits were a lack of strength and a timid disposition. The guards of cell number 3 were two young Uchiha, barely in their early teens, their youthful faces marred by an incongruous seriousness that seemed out of place. As Uchiha Jin approached, one of the slender boys spoke up, declaring, "This is a restricted area. No unauthorized personnel allowed." "Do you not know who I am?" Uchiha Jin inquired, noticing the boy appeared not to recognize him. "Regardless of your identity, without a command from the officer, you are not permitted to step forward." The boy maintained a formal demeanor, blocking Uchiha Jin's approach. The officer he referred to was the previous Uchiha Rin, who, as the acting manager, could be considered the unacknowledged sovereign of this dungeon. "I am the newly appointed archivist. I require access to verify the inmate information in cell number 3. Uchiha Jin chose not to engage in further debate, directly stating his position. "Since you are an archivist, then you may enter," the boy responded, stepping aside upon learning of Uchiha Jin's purpose. "Foolish Hwaha, why do you so readily trust a stranger?" Another Uchiha boy, witnessing his companion's naivety, rushed to intervene. "But he claims to be an archivist," the boy named Uchiha Hwaha replied, scratching his head in confusion, his expression one of inner turmoil. "I, Uchiha Iru, will not be easily deceived by someone like you." The other Uchiha boy, possessing a sturdy face and clear eyes that hinted at a familiar foolishness, asserted confidently, "You are Uchiha Iru. Is your brother Uchiha Daru?" Uchiha Jin noted, recognizing the growing familiarity of the boy. "How do you know?" Iru instinctively asked, surprised that someone would mention his long-absent brother. "I was a comrade on missions with your brother. I just returned a few days ago." Uchiha Jin invoked the bonds of camaraderie, observing how the boy would respond. "Oh, why did you not say you were a friend of my brother? Please come in." The straightforwardness of the Uchiha youth was evident. No wonder they had been outwitted to their downfall. "Thank you, Brother Iru." Uchiha Jin, pleased with his successful ruse, smiled appreciatively at the still grinning Uchiha Iru, then turned to the frowning Hwa, saying, "And thank you to you as well. Hwaha, is it?" Initially irked, Hwaha turned in perplexity. "How do you know my name?" Bidding farewell to the two Uchiha boys, he ventured deeper into the dungeon. Cell number 3 evidently housed more inmates than the other two. Yet the majority bore expressions of indifference, some even engaged in casual conversation. It appeared that the punishments for their crimes were not severe, resulting in a lack of strong resistance, which in turn meant that his heart of steel treasure chest had not been triggered. After a fruitless search, Uchiha Jin began to doubt whether Uchiha Ryu could be leading him astray with tales of a long-retired jailer. Just then, he caught sight of an open cell. Upon closer inspection, he saw a hunched figure mopping the floor of the cell. In the dim light of the corridor, The figure clad in the high-collared battle garb typical of the Uchiha clan turned to face Uchiha Gin, who greeted him with a polite hello, may I ask? Before he could finish his sentence, the hunched silhouette pivoted. Before Uchiha Gin stood an aged visage, deeply etched with the passage of time. The elderly man's face, a tapestry of wrinkles, bore the unmistakable marks of age. Most striking were his eyes, both a ghostly gray, and the hand clutching a mop resembled a desiccated claw. Devoid of any hue of life. Startled by the unsettling appearance of the elder, Uchiha Gin swallowed the words that hung on his lips. A flicker of dark energy crossed the old man's grayish eyes, and from his parched lips emerged a hoarse, crow-like cackle that tightened the knot of unease in Uchiha Jin's chest. You have finally arrived. The sudden chime of a system notification interrupted Uchiha Jin's thoughts, announcing, combat detected. The steel heart treasure chest is beginning to accumulate. With little time for contemplation, he swiftly activated his Sharingan. Eyes narrowed as he warily scrutinized the enigmatic old jailer before him. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to observe your growth, the elder declared, his eerie smile stretching unnaturally to the corners of his mouth. With that, the old jailer's form dissipated like smoke before Uchiha Jin's eyes. Immediately, Uchiha Gin employed the extraordinary dynamic vision of his Sharingan, searching every nook and cranny of the cramped cell for any trace of the vanished elder. Yet, the confined space revealed no blind spots. It was as if the old man had evaporated into thin air. What are you looking at? The rasping voice of the jailer echoed ominously in Uchiha Jin's ear, a chill creeping down his spine. The jailer's words felt like the gaze of death, rendering his limbs as heavy as lead. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Gin summoned his strength, launching a powerful elbow strike toward the direction of the voice, only to feel a sudden release of tension in his back as the strike met nothing but air. The old jailer had vanished once more, the flickering candlelight casting only his own reflection upon the wall, making the elder's appearance seem like a fleeting dream. Was it a special stealth technique, or perhaps an illusion? A flurry of hypotheses raced through Uchiha Jin's mind. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the kunai of flying thunder god strapped to his waist. However, at the moment his fingers brushed the weapon, an uncanny event transpired. The old jailer stood erect atop his shadow, his pale eyes fixed upon him, a manic smile still curling at the corners of his lips. The sudden scene caused Uchiha Jin's heart to race, and instinctively, he released his grip on the kunai, only to witness the bizarre jailer vanish as if erased by an unseen hand. In disbelief, he gripped the kunai once more, and the jailer reappeared. When he let go, the elder disappeared again. Recalling the description of this kunai, flying thunder god kunai, wielded by Minato Namikaze, imbued with a trace of space-time power. Note: wearing it accelerates the comprehension of space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Gin pondered whether the jailer's abilities were somehow linked to this space-time power. The power of time and space stands as one of the most enigmatic forces within the world of Naruto, briefly introduced in the original work. Yet its associated abilities are nothing short of astonishing. The flying thunder god technique of the second and fourth Hokage, Uchiha Obito's Kamui, Sasuke's use of the heavenly hand power with the Rinnegan, and Kagaya Otsutsuki's heavenly sovereignty. Each of these is a formidable skill in its own right. Speculation aside, Uchiha Ine feigned panic, casting furtive glances around him, while secretly gathering his strength with the kunai of the flying thunder god clutched tightly in his hand. Seizing the moment while the old jailer remained motionless, he swiftly drove the kunai toward the jailer's head with blinding speed. For the first time, a look of astonishment crossed the old jailer's otherwise inscrutable face as the kunai neared its target. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, the jailer sank rapidly into Yin's shadow, leaving him in disbelief. It was over. Something foul was afoot. Uchiha Ine questioned whether he had truly traversed into a genuine Naruto universe. The jailer's strange techniques were beyond his comprehension. Could he actually see me? When did he acquire such a talent? The jailer's head emerged from Yin's shadow, his gray-white eyes hollowly fixed upon him as he slowly inquired, "You seem to know me quite well?" Avoiding the question, Uchiha Ine refrained from responding and instead posed an inquiry of his own. The jailer merely chuckled, responding with his signature eerie laugh. "You intentionally leaked information to Uchiha Luocha to pique my interest and draw me here, did you not?" Uchiha Ine altered his line of questioning. "So the information you provided him is indeed true." Upon hearing this, the jailer ceased his laughter, his voice rasping as he replied, Then what is your purpose in bringing me here? Furrowing his brow, Uchiha Gin pressed further, seeking clarity. Without the desired response, the jailer suddenly lunged, seizing Uchiha Gin's legs with an overwhelming force that uncontrollably pulled him toward his own shadow. In a panic, Uchiha Gin thrust the kunai towards the jailer's hands. But a bizarre scene unfolded. The sharp kunai encountered no resistance as it passed through the jailer's withered hands. Stabbed in vain. The absence of contact sent a wave of dread through Uchiha Gin. Could this foe possess immunity to physical attacks? Ahahaha. The jailer laughed again at Yin's failed strike. If this is all you are capable of, then you shall drown in your own shadow. As the pull on his legs intensified, despair crept into Uchiha Gin's heart. Was he truly destined to perish here? Just then, a gentle breeze swept through the desolate dungeon, so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Yet the candlelight on the walls flickered precariously. The swaying flames distorted Uchiha Gin's reflection, causing it to warp and waver. As he beheld his shadow's erratic dance, a fleeting sense of relief washed over him as the tugging on his legs momentarily ceased. Could it be? He abruptly turned to gaze at the candle on the wall, a bold hypothesis igniting in Uchiha Gin's mind. He suddenly gathered strength in one hand, sweeping it forward to unleash a gust of wind that surged towards the candle on the wall. The powerful force extinguished the only source of light in the cell, plunging it into darkness. At that moment, Uchiha Gin felt his legs weaken as the previous force drawing him in vanished without a trace. Ha ha! You actually saw through my technique. The figure of the old jailer materialized from the shadows, and in the absence of candlelight, the faint glow filtering through the small window allowed them to discern each other. Thanks to your mercy, esteemed senior. Uchiha Gin focused on the old jailer, his previously furrowed brow relaxing. Upon hearing this, the old jailer appeared taken aback. You, esteemed senior, are not corporeal, are you? Uchiha Gin inquired, to which the old jailer fell silent. After a moment, confusion flickered in his grayish-white eyes. How do you know? This admission was tantamount to a confirmation. Uchiha Gin, not one to keep secrets, pointed to the ground before the old jailer. The faint light from the window illuminated the area where a shadow should have been. But there was nothing. The old jailer cast no shadow. From the very beginning, you did not launch any substantial attack against me. Even when you reached out to grasp my legs, I merely felt a pull, rather than being physically dragged. Uchiha Gin articulated his analysis. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. The old jailer began but hesitated, casting a peculiar glance at him. Since you have seen through my ruse, what questions do you have? I shall speak freely. The host emerged victorious, earning 1 point of heart energy, with the reward of unlocking the steel of the heart treasure chest after another battle. Current accumulated heart energy, 23. Uchiha Gin lamented internally at the missed opportunity, having not even begun his performance before his opponent conceded. This premature surrender disrupted his streak of hard-earned defeats. Although he felt regretful, if he could glean valuable information from the old jailer, his efforts would not be in vain. May I ask, esteemed senior, what was your purpose in bringing me here? Uchiha Gin organized his thoughts, eager to understand the old jailer's intent in luring him. Do you not wish to know who was imprisoned here 6 years ago? The old jailer inquired curiously. That is the next question, Uchiha Gin replied, shaking his head to indicate that he was solely interested in the old jailer's purpose and why he had chosen him. The old jailer's eyes darkened, and he bowed his head in contemplation. Noticing the old jailer's silence, Uchiha Gin raised his foot to depart. Wait, the familiar hoarse voice of the old jailer emerged, breaking the previously tranquil demeanor with an inexplicable ripple. I merely wish to meet you. Gazing in alarm at the bizarre old jailer before him, Uchiha Gin instinctively took several steps back to create distance. He had only sought information, yet the other seemed to covet his very being. Pa, old fool. Despite his internal disdain, he could not afford to reveal his feelings for the sake of the information regarding 6 years prior. He steeled himself and said, I appreciate your kind intentions, esteemed senior. Now, let us proceed to the next question. Who was imprisoned here 6 years ago? Uchiha Gin posed a question he was fervently eager to uncover. It was the so-called response of the old jailer, a traitor. A traitor? Upon hearing this term, Uchiha Gin's brow furrowed once more. What had transpired 6 years ago that would give rise to a traitor? Who could this traitor be? With a faint sense of speculation, Uchiha Gin inquired. As you have surmised, it is a member of the Uchiha clan, the old jailer replied with a tone laden with gravity. Then this has no connection to the assault on our clan grounds 6 years ago, does it? Uchiha In felt a surge of frustration. The one apprehended turned out to be a traitor from the Uchiha clan. From his understanding, internal strife had long been a persistent issue within the Uchiha clan. This discord stemmed from the fact that the Uchiha were inherently sensitive, harboring deep-seated obsessions towards people and matters, thus frequently erupting into internal conflict due to differing opinions. An assault on the clan grounds? The old jailer emitted a peculiar laugh upon hearing Uchiha Yin's musings. What do you mean by that? Sensing the underlying implications in the jailer's words, Uchiha In could not restrain his curiosity. They have disguised that incident as an assault, which is truly laughable. The old jailer remarked with a sardonic sneer. What exactly do you know? Uchiha Yin's heart trembled violently. He had initially sought to uncover the identity of the individual imprisoned 6 years ago, yet this inquiry had unraveled an even more clandestine affair. After a brief moment, Uchiha In pressed his hands against his throbbing head. But I am the sole survivor of that incident. I witnessed the Kagaya clan's massacre of our vulnerable and defenseless kin. The haunting memories, once sealed, resurfaced once more, the overwhelming stimuli causing a splitting headache, his eyes staining crimson, akin to a ravenous beast. How can you be certain that what you saw is the truth? The old jailer regarded the panting Uchiha In, letting out a soft sigh. How do you truly know that you are indeed yourself? The jailer's words struck Uchiha In like a thunderclap, reverberating within his mind. He felt as though someone had pried open his skull and was stirring frantically within. His eyes widened, the very orb seemingly on the verge of bursting. If viewed from a third perspective, one would observe that the two tomo in his left eye, which had never budged an inch, were now spinning rapidly, during which a third tomo gradually emerged. Oh! The excruciating pain compelled Uchiha In to wail in despair, his mournful cries alarming the guards at the door. Uchiha Huaha and Uchiha Erlang rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion. They discovered Uchiha In lying there, the very individual they had conversed with moments ago. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion ashen, eyes tightly shut. The two immediately endeavored to rescue him. However, despite exhausting all means, they could not rouse him. Realizing their inability to assist, they swiftly carried Uchiha In towards the clan's medical point. In his state of unconsciousness, Uchiha In dreamt of an unfamiliar scene. Within a strange hospital room, a young girl knelt in a corner, while an older boy sat in another corner. As the scene shifts, amidst the ruins, a young girl rests her head against a boy's chest, weeping and uttering something. At that moment, the boy's eyes overflow with blood. In the final frame, he lifts his gaze to reveal a hauntingly beautiful red moon hanging in the sky. In the medical point of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shin lies on a hospital bed, while two youths sit beside him. Uchiha Izuna, with a face filled with anxiety, gazes at Uchiha Shin, whose complexion is changing erratically. He turns to the boy next to him and inquires, "Brother, is our cousin going to die?" In response, Uchiha Madara's expression darkens, and he delivers a sharp slap to the disoriented Uchiha Izuna's head, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spewing? Did you not hear Elder Miao say this fellow is as robust as an ox? He may have fainted due to old injuries from his last mission." Uchiha Miao, who had just returned, informed them that Uchiha Shin's fainting was caused by a recurrence of old wounds. The mission records of Uchiha Fuho and others explicitly mentioned that Uchiha Shin had suffered a head injury due to an attack by the Senju clan. Outside, Uchiha Taijima, who had not been seen for a long time, is conversing with the round Uchiha Yen. The frowning clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, coldly inquires, "Elder Yen, what on earth happened to Shin in the dungeon?" At that moment, Uchiha Yen is drenched in sweat, genuinely unaware of how Uchiha Shin lost consciousness in his cell. After all, he had visited him just yesterday, and Uchiha Shin had been in excellent condition then. The two men fix their gazes on Uchiha Miao as he emerges, and Uchiha Miao states incredulously, "Shin's ocular power has increased. Moreover, I detected that the seal has loosened." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged solemn glances, their expressions laden with concern. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Not to mention the seal, his current pair of eyes were randomly taken from those corpses. There is no way they could awaken the Sharingan. Uchiha Yen asserted with conviction. What is the condition of the seal? In contrast to Uchiha Yen's fixation on the Sharingan, Uchiha Taijima is more concerned about the seal itself. That seal had been cast by his own hand, and his eyes have only just begun to recover from the severe aftereffects of their overuse years ago. I can only ascertain that there is a force lightly interacting with the seal, gradually eroding it, Uchiha Miao replied, his expression devoid of emotion, indicating his own confusion on the matter. Ensure you uncover the hidden secrets surrounding Uchiha Shin, Uchiha Taijima said, narrowing his eyes. Is it truly necessary? Uchiha Yen, wiping sweat from his brow, replied with bewilderment. Having lost his eyes, he is no longer worth our time. Our primary focus should be on uncovering the whereabouts of that weapon. Upon hearing Uchiha Yen mention the weapon, a flicker of apprehension passed through the eyes of those present. How is the interrogation of the Sarutobi clan in the dungeon progressing? Uchiha Taijima inquired. We will soon have results. Lu Ying is personally handling it. Even the sage of six paths cannot withstand his methods, Uchiha Yen assured Uchiha Taijima with confidence. Do not let me down again, Elder Yen. In Uchiha Taijima's eyes, a flash of crimson flickered, and the frigid gaze he cast upon Uchiha Yen sent chills down his spine. The oppressive aura emanating from Taijima made it difficult for Yen to breathe. Elder Miao, you must expedite your research on the materials left behind by that individual. Once the weapon is forged, we will require restraints, otherwise. His eyes grew even colder, narrowing slightly. And they no longer bore the familiar three tomo, but rather a peculiar shuriken-shaped pupil. The weapon may indeed turn against its master. The strange pattern vanished in an instant, leaving both Uchiha Yen and Elder Miao in a state of tense silence. Father, cousin In has awakened. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated as Uchiha Izuna burst into the room, flinging open the door with great fervor. Elder Yen, Elder Miao, please continue with your duties. I shall go see how In is faring. Uchiha Taijima donned a warm smile and addressed the two elders. Very well, the elders replied, appearing as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily departing. Izuna, let us proceed, Taijima urged, stepping into the room to find Uchiha In sitting up in bed, poised to inquire. However, it was Uchiha In, with a peculiar expression, who spoke first, his words sharp and startling. Cousin, Uchiha Madara is nothing but a deluded fool. This is a malady that must be treated. How dare you tarnish another's reputation without cause? Uchiha Madara bellowed at Uchiha In, his face flushed with anger. Had he known better, he would not have confided in such an unreliable cousin. I once thought your age would grant you wisdom, but it seems you are as superficial as the rest. I, Madara, am ashamed to be associated with you. With that, he flung his sleeve and stormed out like a gust of wind. Hey, don't go. Let me offer you some advice, or you shall spend your life beneath others. Uchiha In shouted after Madara, cupping his hands around his mouth, drawing the attention of passers-by in the corridor, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Madara wished he could sprout 2 more legs to flee this place of gossip. At the entrance, Izuna witnessed his elder brother's hasty retreat and promptly set down the medicine he had just acquired, chasing after him in a youthful display of pursuit. Uchiha Taijima, bewildered by the sudden flight of his 2 sons, turned to Uchiha In, a look of confusion on his face. Ian, what did you say to provoke Madara? It's nothing. Just ask Izuna when you return. He insists on personally reporting this matter to you, Uchiha In replied, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Such rudeness. I shall certainly reprimand this child when I return, Uchiha Taijima remarked, shaking his head, seemingly apologetic for Madara's conduct. Cousin, your words suggest I am an outsider. In retorted. In private, without the presence of others, Taijima would allow In to address him as uncle rather than clan leader. Ian, it was my oversight. You have just returned from your mission, and I should not have burdened you with work without allowing you time to rest, Taijima reflected, a look of guilt crossing his features. Your concern is unwarranted. It is solely my inadequacy that led to my injury at the hands of the Senju clan. Upon awakening, Uchiha Gin overheard a conversation between Madara and Izuna. His unconsciousness was attributed by Uchiha Miao to an old injury from a previous mission. Reluctant to disclose his actions, he naturally chose to play along with the narrative. It was essential for him to recuperate from his head injury to avoid any lingering repercussions. Uchiha Taijima patted Uchiha Gin on the shoulder, presenting himself as a kindly elder. However, from the glimmer in Taijima's gaze, Jin sensed a fleeting scrutiny. Jin, I suppose you have yet to complete the report from your last mission. After your encounter with the Uzumaki clan, what transpired? Did you encounter any suspicious individuals? After inquiring about Jin's well-being, Uchiha Taijima casually broached the subject of the last mission. Upon reflection, Jin recalled that during his previous report, his exposition had been abruptly interrupted upon revealing his Sharingan, and he had not had the opportunity to finish. During their encounter with the Uzumaki clan, They had quickly found themselves overwhelmed by the disparity in numbers and strength. Pondering this, Uchiha Gin began to recount. The muscular leader of their group managed to overpower our fire-sealing team. Fortunately, I captured a young member of the Uzumaki clan in the forest. With a smile, he reminisced about the adorable little bun atop Uzumaki Mito's head. It seemed that the child held some significance, and I used her as leverage to distract the muscle-bound leader. In the end, we struck a deal. I released the child, and he spared our lives. After listening to Uchiha Jin's half-truthful narrative, Uchiha Taijima nodded approvingly. Unflappable in a crisis. You truly are my nephew. All thanks to the training imparted by your uncle. Uchiha Gin offered a compliment in return. Did you encounter anything peculiar or unusual afterward? Taijima pressed on, unwilling to relent. Now that you mention it, during my capture of that Uzumaki child, she attempted to resist by producing a ninja tool. Uchiha Gin recalled with a light tap of his hand, as if a memory had surfaced. What kind of ninja tool? Uchiha Taijima inquired with interest. It was merely a pearl, nothing particularly special. When activated, it sent forth a rune towards me, but upon impact, there was no notable reaction. Perhaps it was defective, Uchiha Gin shrugged, indicating he felt no discomfort. Where did it hit? Taijima asked. Here, Uchiha Gin pointed to his head. I see. Then you should rest well, and refrain from work for the time being, Uchiha Taijima said, momentarily furrowing his brow before rising to address Uchiha Gin. I'm perfectly fine. I can return to work as usual tomorrow, Uchiha Gin replied as he got off the bed and demonstrated several complex movements to prove his well-being. Very well. Just don't push yourself too hard, Uchiha Taijima relented with a nod. Uchiha Gin smiled as he watched his uncle depart, but once Taijima was out of sight, the smile faded from his face. Uchiha Taijima was clearly concealing something from him. During the recent exchange between the two, Uchiha In inexplicably sensed a subtle malice emanating from Uchiha Taijima. Was it merely an illusion? Uchiha In pondered, but once such a feeling takes root, it is not easily dispelled. Shortly thereafter, having tidied himself up, Uchiha In bid farewell to the hospital bed, noting that the day was waning and it was time for him to return home. Passing through the market, he purchased an abundance of vegetables, preparing for the unlikely event of his absence, ensuring that the little rascal Senju Banjian could sustain himself for a few days. Selecting several storable ingredients, he was taken aback as he sensed a wave of hostility from the vendor at the moment he prepared to pay. This feeling struck him unexpectedly, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Yet he ultimately chose to toss the money to the evasive-eyed merchant. With his purchases in hand, he kept his head down on the way back, still contemplating the earlier sensation, wondering if it was a mere figment of his imagination or something more. Upon pushing open the door to his home, he was relieved to find that Senju Banjian, who had previously ambushed him, was absent. What had once been a chaotic room now appeared remarkably tidy. Hearing the sound of the door, the dark-haired Senju Banjian, clad in an apron, peeked from the kitchen, scrutinizing Uchiha Yin's seemingly troubled expression. Why are you home so early? What are you up to, you little imp? Attempting to gauge the earlier sensation with Senju Banjian, he found no trace of malice in return. Humph. I've merely prepared my own meal. You're welcome to try it. At this moment, Uchiha In noticed the little imp wielding a spatula. Oh my. The young master of the Senju clan can actually cook? Intrigued, he edged closer and was met with a bizarre, unidentifiable concoction simmering in the pot. What are you attempting to create here? Who are you underestimating? You must taste this. It's absolutely delightful. Detecting skepticism in Uchiha In's tone, Senju Banjian promptly scooped a plate of the mosaic-like substance from the pot and offered it to him. Never mind. I fear I may glimpse my Uchiha matriarch after tasting that. Declining with fervor, Uchiha In wished to live a few more years. Don't come begging me for a taste later. With unwavering confidence, Senju Banjian stuffed a hefty portion into his mouth. Moments later, I beg you, do not perish. With frothy white saliva spilling from his mouth, Senju Banjian left Uchiha In filled with regret. Had he known earlier, he would have devoured the entire pot. At worst, he would have suffered a few stomach troubles, but this little imp was truly reckless. Fortunately, after a frenzied bout of vomiting, Senju Banjian managed to expel all that he had consumed, narrowly escaping a dire fate. Gazing at the feeble figure before him, Uchiha In felt a pang of anxiety. The life of this little imp was now intertwined with his own, and should anything untoward happen to him, Uchiha In would surely follow suit. Lifting the diminutive figure, he found it remarkably light and soft, almost weightless. Upon observing the sleeping visage of the little imp, Uchiha Gin noted that he was not entirely displeasing to the eye. His round, cherubic face bore a certain endearing charm. Shaking his head to dispel the peculiar thoughts that had invaded his mind, he reminded himself that he was not Uchiha Madara. Therefore, he had no reason to harbor any notions regarding the men of the Senju clan. He carried the young boy into the bedroom, and with a deft motion, Uchiha Gin removed the apron and jacket from the child. To his surprise, the boy was not wearing an undershirt, though he did have on his underwear. Unable to resist a fleeting glance at the boy's front, he noted how delightfully rosy the child appeared, untouched by the burdens of the world. Not daring to linger further for fear of his Sharingan betraying him, he gently covered the boy with a blanket before retreating. Once outside, he took care of the messy remnants left by Senju Tobarama. Knowing full well that consumption was out of the question, the trash bin was its rightful destination. After a brief tidying up, Uchiha Gin made his way to the backyard, where the sun still hung in the sky. He wished to see if he could refresh his skills during the day. Settling into a familiar meditative posture, he closed his eyes and waited. Moments later, as the ambient energy coalesced, Uchiha Gin opened his eyes, a flicker of understanding crossing his gaze. It seemed that the refresh of skills was not restricted to a fixed time. As long as he was present in the backyard, there was a chance for renewal. A familiar figure emerged without warning, prompting a sigh from Uchiha Gin. With only the Double Tomoe Sharingan at his disposal, facing Uchiha Itachi was akin to confronting an insurmountable challenge. Yet, he could not remain idle. The NPC generated by the system was devoid of emotional memory, merely engaged in combat. If only I could live to see your birth, I would strike you 1,000 times. He mused about Uchiha Itachi, who would come into existence years later, vowing that when that time arrived, regardless of his father being the clan leader or his brother being the savior, he would not hesitate to act. Come, let the storm rage even fiercer. With the Sharingan activated, Uchiha Gin rose, ready to make a stand. However, upon activation, he noticed that his left eye's vision was markedly sharper than his right. Observing Uchiha Itachi, he felt an unusual feedback, as if he could learn from him. 3 Tomoe. This sensation could only be explained by his transformation into a 3 Tomoe state. The surge of ocular power filled him with confidence. If he had achieved 3 Tomoe, he was but a hair's breadth from the Mangekyo, no longer entirely defenseless. In the next moment, their gazes collided, and the contest of ocular prowess swiftly reached its conclusion. Collapsing onto the ground, Uchiha Gin found himself once again within the realm of Tsukuyami, a peculiar sense of belonging enveloping him. This time, he was not immediately bound to a crucifix. Instead, their ocular powers clashed within the Tsukuyami space, as he felt the flow of power slipping away. Aware of his inferiority and the futility of breaking the deadlock, he accepted his fate. Although the outcome remained unchanged, he could at least take pride in having made an effort. Countless times, Uchiha Itachi plunged his blade into his wounds, and Uchiha Gin braced himself for an agonizing ordeal that would last 72 hours. After a moment, he slowly rose from the ground, realizing that not only had his left eye advanced, but his right eye, now imbued with black flames, had also successfully attained the 3 Tomoe. In the backyard, the daily refresh of the random skill, Mugen Tsukuyami, granted 5 fragments of Tsukuyami. With the accumulation of 40 fragments, one could synthesize the illusionary skill Mugen Tsukuyami, which could be learned by those with the Sharingan. Upon receiving 5 fragments this time, Uchiha Gin reaffirmed his conjecture. As long as one exhaustively battles the NPCs whose abilities are refreshed by the system, even if ultimately defeated, the rewards would surpass those of a lackadaisical approach, embodying a more humane design. As the rewards were tallied, Uchiha Jin's body restored to its former state, and the trauma inflicted by Tsukuyami dissipated like mist. With a rumble from his stomach, Uchiha Gin recalled that he had not consumed any food that day and decided it was time to prepare a meal to reward his wounded spirit. Meanwhile, within the estate of Uchiha Taijima, he was poring over the family records concerning the Uzumaki clan in his study. The Uchiha and Uzumaki clans were separated by the Forest of the Thousand Hands, and aside from their confrontations on the battlefield, there was little interaction between the two. As he perused the accounts of battles against the Uzumaki, Uchiha Taijima stumbled upon a particular passage. This passage recounted an incident during a chaotic battle, where a clan member who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan fought against a formidable Uzumaki warrior, only to be sealed with a technique that drained life force, leaving his eyes sealed until death. As Uchiha Taijime scrutinized the passage, a frown creased his brow in contemplation. Was this the same seal? The account detailed that after the Uzumaki performed the sealing technique, their fiery red hair turned white, rendering them incapable of further combat, ultimately leading to the death of the Uchiha clan member whose eyes were sealed. Uchiha Gin only spoke of a sealing technique inscribed in a single bead, which likely lacked the potency to unravel such a profound seal. Then he recalled Uchiha Miao's mention of slight contact. Could it be that this sealing technique created a breach in his own seal? Coincidentally, Uchiha Gin had awakened his Sharingan again, and the opponent's ocular power might have begun to seep through that breach, gradually eroding his seal over time. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Yet Uchiha Taijima found himself troubled. His eyes had already performed a significant ocular technique and were currently in a cool-down phase. If Uchiha Gin were to break through his seal before it cooled down, how would he confront him when those memories resurfaced? A sudden, rapid knocking interrupted Uchiha Taijima's thoughts. "Come in. Father, I have something to report." Uchiha Izuna, panting as if he had just completed a marathon, entered, drenched in sweat. "What is it, Izuna?" Uchiha Taijima addressed his child with a gentle demeanor. "Father, do you remember you told me to keep an eye on what my brother has been up to lately?" Izuna steadied his breath. "Has there been any progress in this matter?" Uchiha Taijima inquired with curiosity, aware that Uchiha Madara was his future heir, and any missteps must be rectified promptly. "I've followed my brother several times and noticed he has been frequently visiting the nearby riverbank." Uchiha Izuna pursed his lips and continued. "I discovered that my elder brother was conversing with a stranger, and they seem to have become intimate friends. Is that so? What is the identity of the other party?" Uchiha Taijima, upon hearing that his beloved son was entangled with an outsider, immediately inquired further. "I couldn't discern the details. I asked my brother, and he merely stated that he was unaware." Uchiha Izuna felt a pang of heartache that his most revered brother would protect an outsider, chiding him for the sake of a stranger. "Very well, the next time Madara attends a meeting, you must come find me instantly." Uchiha Taijima's gaze shifted, and a plan began to brew within him. Achoo! Uchiha Gin, who had just finished frying vegetables, felt an unexpected chill despite the heat of the stove. It was indeed peculiar. After preparing the meal, Uchiha Gin recalled that there was another person at home, so he rose and headed to the bedroom, intending to awaken Senju Hashirama and show him what true culinary prowess entailed. In deep slumber, Senju Hashirama lay in a rather awkward position. The blanket he had been covered with long since tossed aside, leaving him clad only in his undergarments, with the rest of his body exposed to the cool air. It was February, and although the Land of Fire did not experience snowfall, the weather remained quite chilly. Concerned that this young boy might catch a cold, Uchiha Gin pulled the blanket back over him with one hand while gently shaking the drooling Senju Hashirama with the other. As he stirred, Senju Hashirama, still in a haze, noticed someone sitting at the edge of his bed, one hand lifting the blanket while the other was on him. Gradually awakening, he became fully alert in an instant. Staring incredulously at Uchiha Gin, who wore an impatient expression, he glanced down to see his upper body fully exposed, letting out a scream of the highest decibel since his capture. "Ah, there's a pervert." Startled by the piercing cry, Uchiha Gin immediately placed his hand over the boy's mouth, only to be met with more vigorous struggles. In a fit of shame and anger, Senju Hashirama, disregarding what was at hand, grabbed an object nearby and hurled it towards him, but Uchiha Gin deftly evaded it. With a sharp crack, Uchiha Gin, not paying attention to what had passed by him, turned to see the family portrait he had placed on the bedside being thrown against the wall, the glass frame shattering instantly. The noise jolted Senju Hashirama into a moment of clarity. He wrapped himself in the blanket, revealing only a small portion of his head, and said with a complex expression, "I didn't mean to." Uchiha Gin, initially poised to scold, softened at the sight of the pitiful Senju Hashirama and felt it unnecessary to quarrel with the child. He then crouched down and retrieved the family portrait from the shattered frame. The image of a harmonious family brought a wave of nostalgia to Uchiha Gin. The memories of the original owner's childhood were quite vague, and his impressions of his parents were not profound. However, from the photograph alone, it appeared that the original owner had enjoyed a blissful childhood. "Thus, I detest war." Shaking his head, Uchiha Gin lifted the photograph, preparing to rise, only to discover another picture wedged within the frame. The original owner had no recollection of this. Puzzled, Uchiha In withdrew the concealed photograph and studied it intently. The image depicted two children, a boy and a girl, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old. They stood on either side of a kindly old man, who gently caressed their heads. The joyful expressions on the children's faces indicated a close bond among the three. Upon closer inspection, Uchiha Gin recognized the boy on the left as himself, while he had no memory of the girl. She possessed long, waist-length black hair, fair skin, and wore a blue dress, her bashful demeanor tinged with a slight blush. The elder, with his gray-white curly hair and warm gaze, bore a resemblance to Uchiha Gin. As he examined the photograph, Uchiha Gin endeavored to scour the original owner's memories, retracing his recollections from the earliest moments. Yet he found himself devoid of any information regarding the two individuals in the photograph. Flipping the picture over, he discovered two small characters inscribed on the back. Gin Hikari. The Gin undoubtedly referred to Uchiha Gin, while Hikari was likely the name of the girl in the photograph. Uchiha Hikari. Even with this conjecture, Uchiha Gin found no trace of this name in his mind. Furrowing his brow, he sensed a significant distortion in the original owner's memories. Not only were the childhood recollections hazy, but the memories of the tragic incident 6 years prior were equally fragmented. Was it possible that the original owner suffered from selective amnesia, actively suppressing uncomfortable memories, leading to the loss of recollections surrounding his parents' sacrifice and the atrocities of the clan's massacre? Apologetically, Senju Banjian, who had curled up on the bed, observed Uchiha Gin's shifting expressions upon grasping the photograph, instinctively believing that the latter was exceedingly angry. From Uchiha Gin's abode, he sensed that the boy's parents had likely long since departed from this world. Shattering the only family portrait undoubtedly deepened Uchiha Gin's sorrow. Little one, I have matters to attend to outside. There is food available, Uchiha Gin hastily informed, eager to seek answers, without taking the time to address Senju Banjian. Cautiously peering out, Senju Banjian, who had anticipated a righteous reprimand from Uchiha Gin, was relieved to see him leave without further confrontation. Wrapped in a blanket, he tiptoed outside, his gaze drawn to the steaming meal left on the table, a peculiar emotion spreading within him. As Uchiha Gin traversed the path, he endeavored to recall those with whom the original owner had a closer relationship, hoping to glean insights into the original owner's childhood. However, he abruptly realized that his memories only intertwined with the Uchiha Taijima family, while his interactions with other clan members seemed to be mere acquaintances. He could recall their names, yet his experiences with them were only faintly etched in his mind, causing an unsettling chill to creep over him. He arrived at the clan's gathering place, surveying the bustling crowd around him. Uchiha Gin was horrified to discover that he seemed to recognize everyone in this place. Yet the details of his past encounters with them eluded him. It was as if there existed a cognitive dissonance, a notion that he simply ought to be familiar with those he wished to know, nothing more. This realization sent chills down his spine, as if the very air around him had turned to lead, causing his footsteps to linger precariously in midair, unable to descend. The original owner of this body not only suffered from memory loss, but also grappled with significant cognitive disarray. What could possibly be the source of all this? How can one be certain that what they see is indeed real? How can one ascertain that they are truly themselves? Suddenly, he recalled 2 phrases uttered by the old jailer just before he lost consciousness in the dungeon, hinting at something profound. Taking a deep breath to calm his restless heart, Uchiha Gin walked toward the Uchiha estate amidst the disdainful gazes of his clansmen. Approaching the familiar entrance, he hesitated not for a moment before forcefully knocking on the door. After a brief interval, a servant opened the door, and upon recognizing Uchiha Gin, offered no further inquiries and allowed him entry. As he tread upon the creaking wooden floor, Uchiha Gin pondered how to initiate conversation, only to collide with Izuna, who had just exited from the room of Uchiha Taijima. Cousin, it has been a long time since you last visited my home. What brings you here today? Since Uchiha Gin's defeat by Madara, he had not set foot in Uchiha Taijima's household. The Uchiha Taijima family had chosen to avoid him, feeling embarrassed that one so much younger had bested him. I suddenly have a few matters I wish to consult with Uncle, Uchiha Gin explained. After losing consciousness during the day, I noticed that my ocular power seems to have improved. Upon hearing Uchiha Gin's explanation, Izuna did not dwell on it. He had his own tasks at hand and no inclination to concern himself with Uchiha Gin's affairs. After exchanging brief pleasantries, he hurriedly departed. Guided by recollection, Uchiha Gin approached the door of Uchiha Taijima, gently rapping a few times. Moments later, a cold voice emerged from within. Who goes there? It is I, your nephew. I have some matters I wish to inquire about, Uchiha Gin replied. With a creaking sound, footsteps approached, and the door opened to reveal Uchiha Taijima. His stern demeanor softened as he greeted. Gin, it has been years since you last visited. I thought you had forgotten where I reside. Upon entering Uchiha Taijima's study, the two sat opposite each other. Uchiha Taijima was the first to speak. Gin, you've just been discharged from the hospital. Shouldn't you be resting at home? What brings you to me? Actually, I have some questions for you. Uncle, Uchiha Gin stated candidly. What topics do you wish to discuss? Uchiha Taijima instinctively furrowed his brow upon hearing that there were inquiries. I simply wish to know, aside from my parents and you, what other relatives do I have? After contemplating the resemblance to the elderly figure in the photograph, Uchiha Gin posed his question. That, Uchiha Taijima was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words by Uchiha Gin's unexpected query. In a contemplative state, Uchiha Taijima fell into deep thought, while Uchiha Gin remained silent, patiently waiting beside him. When asked about the purpose of his inquiry, Uchiha Taijima refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. I found an old photograph of an elderly man at home. He looks quite familiar, yet I cannot place him, so I wanted to ask you, cousin. After a moment of deliberation, Uchiha Gin disclosed his discovery, though he did not present the photograph for inspection. The mention of the elderly man sparked a flicker of barely concealed resentment in Uchiha Taijima's eyes as he spoke gravely. In truth, you have a grandfather. Grandfather? The realization struck Uchiha Gin. Could the elderly figure in the photograph be his grandfather? However, Uchiha Taijima continued, your grandfather and your father have not maintained a good relationship, and they ceased communication long ago. Noticing the questioning look in Uchiha Jin's eyes, Uchiha Taijima elaborated, moreover, your grandfather passed away 6 years ago. 6 years ago? Uchiha Gin felt a jolt in his heart. Uchiha Taijima's assertion that his grandfather had severed ties with their family raised questions about the photograph, especially since the original owner had evidently shared a significant connection with him. May I inquire about the circumstances of my grandfather's passing? Uchiha Gin sought to uncover more clues. Uchiha Taijima's expression darkened, and an unmistakable aura of despondency emanated from him, as if he were recalling a sorrowful event. His posture seemed to slump as he spoke. He was murdered on the very night of the attack on our clan, 6 years ago. Observing Uchiha Taijima's somber demeanor, Uchiha Gin sensed the authenticity of his words. A twinge of guilt washed over Uchiha Gin for reopening such a painful wound. The tragedy of 6 years prior had cost Uchiha Taijima his beloved wife and children, and revisiting it undoubtedly inflicted more pain. I apologize, cousin. I should not have. Uchiha Gin hurriedly expressed his remorse. It is of no consequence. The years have passed, and I have long since found peace. Your resilience brings me comfort, Uchiha Taijima reassured him, giving a supportive pat on his shoulder. I shall take my leave now. Uchiha Gin acknowledged that he would not glean any further useful information from Uchiha Taijima, and he rose to depart. Wait, Uchiha Taijima interjected. Is there something else you require, cousin? Uchiha Gin inquired. Recently, I may need you to accompany me on a task. I will notify you in advance, Uchiha Taijima stated. Very well. Uchiha Gin refrained from asking about the specifics of the task, recalling similar scenarios from his memory, usually involving negotiations or transactions that posed little danger while enhancing one's credentials. As Uchiha Gin left, Uchiha Taijima's previously sorrowful expression abruptly transformed into one of cold severity, his demeanor chilling as if encased in frost. That man still leaves traces behind. Uchiha Gin is becoming increasingly uncoordinated, Uchiha Taijima muttered to himself. It seems that I must send Gin to reunite with his family. The words he spoke were as frigid as his countenance. Upon returning home, Uchiha Gin ignored the eager conversation of Senju Hashirama and reclined on the sofa, surrendering to slumber. As Senju Banjian gazed at Uchiha Gin, who lay on the sofa with his back turned, a complex expression flickered across his face. He chose not to approach further and instead turned back to his bedroom. Slowly, Uchiha Gin opened his eyes, contemplating the events of the day. In the morning, he had encountered a peculiar old jailer in the dungeon. After a cryptic exchange, it seemed the jailer possessed knowledge of the events that transpired 6 years ago and hinted that the abandoned dungeon harbored the truth of the matter. The malevolence he inadvertently sensed at the medical point instilled a sense of wariness towards Uchiha Taijima, revealing that his cousin was far more complex than his memory suggested. A photograph discovered within the shattered frame broken by Senju Banjian unveiled two unfamiliar figures. One of them appeared to be his grandfather. However, upon inquiring with his cousin, he received the answer that he and his grandfather were not acquainted. Yet, the authenticity of the photograph could not be disputed, indirectly corroborating that Uchiha Taijima indeed harbored secrets. After meticulously organizing these details, Uchiha Gin sank into a deep slumber, his left hand emanating an enchanting crimson glow in the darkness. The following morning, Uchiha Gin awoke, having experienced another strange dream the night prior. In the dream, he was frolicking with a young girl when a group of individuals appeared before them, bowing and uttering something. The girl, upon hearing their words, collapsed in tears. The group then approached him, bowing as well and speaking softly. Although he could not discern their words, he vaguely recognized the leader as a younger Uchiha Taijima. Overwhelmed by the revelation, he fainted, and just before darkness enveloped him, he beheld a crimson full moon rising in the sky, a bizarre, yet familiar pattern gradually materializing upon its surface. Reflecting upon the dream's imagery, the appearance of Uchiha Taijima suggested that this was not merely a figment of imagination. These dreams were likely manifestations of experiences once endured by the original owner of this body. The silhouette of the girl in the dream bore a striking resemblance to the young woman in the photograph from the previous day. Could it be Uchiha Ikari? For the moment, he set aside thoughts of the girl, as today he intended to seek clues within the dungeon. As he traversed the corridors of the dungeon, the old jailer from yesterday had provided sufficient hints. He needed to search for the abandoned dungeon. According to Uchiha Ruji, the long-abandoned dungeon lay between Dungeon No. 1 and Dungeon No. 2. Standing before a Y-shaped fork in the path, the left led to Dungeon No. 1, while the right veered towards Dungeon No. 2. However, the wall directly ahead bore evident signs of excavation, suggesting that a passage once existed there. As he explored the protrusions on the wall, Uchiha Gin sought any mechanisms that might allow him to breach the wall before him, but despite his efforts, he found no success. Just as he contemplated giving up, he caught sight of a rotund figure in the distance. It was Elder Uchiha Yen, accompanied by the cold Uchiha Rien. Daring not to approach too closely, Uchiha Gin observed their conversation from afar, discreetly activating his Sharingan. As he recorded their lip movements, the dialogue between the two became decipherable. Uchiha Yen inquired, "Rien, has that Sarutobi clan member confessed?" To which Uchiha Ryuin responded, "Lord Yen, grant me a little more time. I will extract the desired answers without harming his brain." Uchiha Yen, "We must act swiftly. If necessary, we shall forcibly extract the memories." Uchiha Luing, "However, that could lead to immediate brain death. What if we fail to retrieve the memories?" Uchiha Yen, "That would be our last resort. Is the individual confined in Cell 0 behaving himself lately?" Uchiha Luing, "There has been no unusual activity. I am personally overseeing him, so please rest assured, Lord Yen." Uchiha Yen, "Ensure he does not perish. There are numerous questions that require his resolution." Uchiha Luing, "Understood. I shall check on him shortly." Having eavesdropped on their conversation, Uchiha Yin speculated that the Cell 0 mentioned by Uchiha Yen must refer to that abandoned dungeon. Unexpectedly, it contained a living soul, and Uchiha Lu Ing was personally monitoring him. This revelation significantly heightened the difficulty of infiltration, since Uchiha Lu Ing mentioned he would check on the prisoners soon. Trailing him clandestinely could potentially lead Uchiha Yin to the entrance of the abandoned dungeon. With a plan forming in his mind, Uchiha Yin began to follow Uchiha Lu Ing from a distance. Given the formidable strength of his counterpart, he had to maintain a safe distance to avoid detection. After some time, he observed that Uchiha Lu Ing showed no inclination to visit the abandoned dungeon. Instead, he lingered in a cell within Dungeon 1 for quite some time. Eventually, after a prolonged wait, Uchiha Lu Ing emerged from the cell, his hands stained with blood, and proceeded directly to his office. Fearing he might lose track of his target, Uchiha Ing contemplated before approaching and knocking on Uchiha Lu Ying's door. After a lengthy pause with no response, sensing something amiss, Uchiha Ing pushed the door open. Before him lay a spacious office, yet the somber hues cast a stifling atmosphere. Surveying the room, he found no trace of Uchiha Lu Ing. Where could he have gone? Uchiha Ing pondered, deducing that the room likely concealed a secret passage. Based on years of cinematic experience, he concluded that such mechanisms are often hidden behind bookshelves or ornamental vases. The furnishings in Uchiha Lu Ying's office were rather sparse. with the only conspicuous item being a vase on his desk, suspiciously devoid of any flowers. Just as he was about to investigate, Uchiha Yin's heightened senses, enhanced by his Uzumaki lineage, detected Uchiha Liu Ying's chakra approaching slowly. However, the office provided no hiding places. What should he do? If Uchiha Liu Ying caught him trespassing in his office, the consequences would be dire. Sensing the chakra, now only a few meters away, a shadow began to ripple across the office walls. As Uchiha Yin braced himself for impending judgment, he suddenly noticed his own shadow undulating, revealing a familiar visage. In the next instant, he felt an overwhelming heaviness as he was consumed by his own shadow. Hearing the sound of a door lock turning, Uchiha Yin abandoned any notion of resistance, seamlessly merging into his own shadow just before Uchiha Liu Ying opened the concealed door. Stepping out, Uchiha Liu Ying furrowed his brow, his keen senses alerting him to the presence of something unusual nearby. However, after activating the Sharingan and scanning multiple times without discovering anything amiss, I was left with no choice but to abandon my efforts, attributing my fatigue from the recent interrogations to mere hallucinations. Dragged into the shadows by the old jailer, Uchiha Gin was engulfed by a suffocating darkness, where his senses were rendered completely oblivious to the surroundings, and a profound sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him. Attempting to activate the Sharingan once more, the crimson-eyed Uchiha Gin was astonished to find that he could indeed counteract the encroaching darkness through the power of his gaze. As his ocular strength intensified, his senses were liberated, allowing him to discern the old jailer standing before him. What exactly is your purpose? Despite receiving assistance, Uchiha Gin could not ascertain whether the old man was friend or foe, and thus remained cautious. I have been waiting for you, the jailer replied, his pallid eyes betraying a long-suppressed anticipation. Once you enter the Zero Dungeon and find the person awaiting you, all will be revealed. The jailer's words were cryptic, and before Uchiha Gin could pose another question, he felt a sudden lightness in his body, and in the blink of an eye, he was back in Uchiha Ryuin's office. By this time, Uchiha Ryuin had already departed, and Uchiha Gin gazed down at his own calm reflection. Without further hesitation, he reached out to explore the vase on Uchiha Ryuin's desk. As he rotated the vase, the bookshelf behind the desk shifted, revealing a dark, profound passageway before him. It appeared this was the entrance to the Zero Dungeon. Uchiha Gin, now caught in a predicament, recognized that all known clues pointed towards this dungeon. The only way to unravel the enigma of the original owner's memories lay within its depths. Upon entering the hidden door, he noticed a switch on the wall. Uchiha Gin tentatively attempted to activate it, causing the dark door to revert back, confirming it was indeed the mechanism for the hidden entrance. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Gin refrained from closing his Sharingan, his scarlet eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, ever wary of impending danger. The layout of the Zero Dungeon resembled that of other dungeons, with dilapidated cells lining the corridors, long abandoned. A pungent odor of mildew made Uchiha Gin frown, yet knowing it was under Uchiha Ryuin's direct supervision, he surmised that this place concealed secrets unknown to the world. As Uchiha Gin ventured deeper, he encountered scattered, weathered skeletons within the cells, their irregularly bent limbs indicating the prisoners had endured unspeakable torment. Along the path, he found nothing aside from the remains, until he arrived at the last cell, barred by an iron door. Observing the intricate sealing techniques etched into the door, Uchiha Gin realized he had found what he was searching for. Lacking knowledge of sealing techniques, he stared at the imposing door in dismay, knowing that forcing it open would surely alert others. Yet, he possessed no skills for lockpicking. Just as despair began to settle, the familiar voice of the old jailer emerged from the shadows behind him. I can help you enter. Then I must trouble you, esteemed elder, Uchiha Gin replied, turning to face the old jailer's enigmatic smile, not daring to refuse. Since the old man had been guiding him to this very place, it was evident he sought to facilitate an encounter between Gin and the person imprisoned within the dungeon. Moreover, as I am not a person of significant importance within the clan, there was no need for this old jailer to go to such lengths for someone as notoriously inept as myself, Uchiha. Upon hearing Uchiha Jin's unhesitating response, the old jailer appeared unsurprised. He extended his gnarled hands, resembling chicken claws, and once again pulled Uchiha Gin into the shadows. Astonishingly, the reflection of his original form did not dissipate, but instead seeped into the crevices of the iron door like ink, gradually vanishing within moments. Having experienced the shadows before, Uchiha Gin felt only a mild discomfort this time. With a blink of his eyes, he traversed from outside the iron door into the confines of the cell. The environment within the cell was not as dreadful as Uchiha Gin had imagined. The walls were pristine, resembling new surfaces, adorned with a bookshelf and furnished simply, resembling more of a study than a prison. Beside the bookshelf stood an office desk, where a figure, with its back turned to Uchiha, was fervently scribbling away. Upon noticing the sound of movement, the figure paused, slowly straightening up. "You have finally arrived," declared the owner of the voice, turning to reveal a head of gray-white curls and a face etched with deep lines, radiating excitement. His eyes, one of which mirrored the old jailer's grayish hue, reflected a tremor of eagerness upon seeing Uchiha Gin. "Who are you?" Uchiha Gin inquired cautiously. The elderly man bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure in the photographs he had discovered at home. Observing the familiar curls and striking features, Uchiha Gin began to suspect the man's identity. "Indeed, do you not remember?" The elder, noticing the unfamiliar expression on Uchiha Jin's face, reined in his emotions, adopting a look of expected recognition. "I am Uchiha Yao." The old man uttered a name that was unfamiliar to Uchiha Gin, continuing, "I have a son named Uchiha Gin." Uchiha Gin, the father who had passed away in the original memories, flashed through Uchiha Jin's mind, and the identity of the elder became increasingly apparent. "Are you my grandfather?" Uchiha Gin asked with trepidation. "Indeed, my dear great-grandson," Uchiha Yao replied, nodding with satisfaction. "Then why do I have no recollection of you?" Uchiha Gin questioned, unable to shake the feeling of disbelief at the elder's identity aligning with his suspicions. "This is a long story, but you must remember," Uchiha Yao sighed, shaking his head. "Before revealing astonishing news, the root cause of all this is your uncle, Uchiha Taijima." Uchiha Gin felt a headache coming on. His maternal uncle, Uchiha Taijima, who had shown him considerable kindness in his memories, was now being labeled by his grandfather as the perpetrator of his memory loss. This revelation left him momentarily in disbelief. Observing Uchiha Jin's incredulous expression, Uchiha Yao recounted the unfolding events. "Many years ago, I was the head of the clan's research department, devoted to harnessing the power of our clan's Sharingan." "Just like that, Uchiha Yao?" Uchiha Gin interjected, unable to contain his surprise that his grandfather had once held such a prestigious position within the research department, elevating his status in the present. "Humph, Uchiha Yao, that coward." Uchiha Yao scoffed. Uchiha Yao seemed to scoff at the current head of the research department, as well as at Uchiha Yin, the one who had imprisoned me. "Both are my cousins. It is rather astonishing that the two prominent elders of the Uchiha clan, flourishing like the sun at noon, are indeed my relatives. Yet, from Uchiha Yao's expression, it is evident that he harbors significant discord with the two." Setting aside these traitors, Uchiha Yao deemed it beneath him to waste words on them. "The origin of all this turmoil must be traced back to the day my son fell in battle." When Uchiha Yao spoke of his son, his tone was imbued with profound sorrow. To die for the family is often considered the highest honor, yet for Uchiha Yao, it was the heart-wrenching tragedy of a white-haired man mourning his black-haired progeny, causing this elder, nearing the twilight of his years, to stoop even further. The sacrifice of Uchiha Gin lingered faintly in Uchiha Yin's mind, as if much of it had been erased. No matter how he attempted to recall the details, they eluded him, and the more he pondered, the more his head throbbed, as if pierced by needles. "My son, Uchiha Gin, was once the clan's foremost genius, the strongest contender for the position of clan leader." Uchiha Yao spoke of his son with barely contained pride. To think that his own father was the greatest prodigy. Uchiha Yin felt as if his mind was on the verge of crashing. The memories of his father that resided within the original owner's mind were scant. He merely remembered his father's gentle nature, his unwavering devotion to his wife, and the profound love he extended to him, embodying the ideal husband. Though he had little impression of his strength, your father awakened his Sharingan at the age of 8, and by 12, he had mastered the 3 Tomoe, overpowering many of his contemporaries, an undeniable genius. However, Uchiha Yao continued, "He should not have died. I believed he fell on the battlefield, dying for the honor of our clan. Wasn't he that the case?" Uchiha Yin inquired with a furrowed brow. "No, his eyes revealed to me that he had been betrayed." Uchiha Yao spoke these words through clenched teeth, and the betrayer was none other than his most trusted brother-in-law, Uchiha Taijima. The news that his father had been slain by his own cousin was far more shocking than the revelation of his father's extraordinary talent. causing him to gasp in disbelief. If it weren't for the discovery of the footage captured in Jin's eyes before his death, I would never have believed that the Uchiha Taijima, who wept at the funeral to the point of near fainting, could be such a despicable wretch. Uchiha Yao expressed his indignation. When you were 8, your parents led a small team on a beheading mission, only to find that the enemy had long been prepared, laying a trap. In the end, your father, alongside your mother and Uchiha Taijima, fought their way through a bloody path. Just as they were about to escape, Uchiha Taijima struck a grievous blow to your father, leading to his capture by the enemy. Your mother, unwilling to abandon your father, ultimately chose to perish alongside him. Uchiha Yao slowly revealed the truth behind the demise of the original owner's parents. These images resided within Jin's eyes. Afterward, Uchiha Jin's body was collected, and it was Uchiha Yao himself who examined his son's remains. From the lingering power in his son's eyes, Uchiha Yao sensed something amiss, thus enduring the pain to temporarily remove his eyes, taking them back to the research facility for further investigation. Years later, he beheld the scene through his son's Sharingan. My son is a genius, and you, my grandson, are an unparalleled prodigy, surpassing even your father's talents. Uchiha Yao shifted his gaze, and after a brief struggle at the corner of his eye, a mysterious light flickered in his solitary black eye as he fixed his stare upon Uchiha In, asserting his words with conviction. Uchiha In, suddenly mentioned, appeared bewildered. Was he not aware of the original's lack of prowess? Surely, unparalleled genius was an exaggeration. Unparalleled sweet potato might be more fitting. Perhaps this old man had mistaken identities. Noticing the disbelief etched on his grandson's face, Uchiha Yao continued. When Uchiha Tianjima informed you of your parents' demise, you awakened your Sharingan at the tender age of 8. Uchiha In felt his mind falter. Had not the original awakened his Sharingan? Moreover, it was the most formidable of the Uchiha clan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Yao's words were startling. Uchiha Yin's thoughts momentarily short-circuited. At that moment, he wished to slap himself, questioning the whereabouts of such a powerful Mangekyo. Uchiha Tianjima witnessed the birth of your Mangekyo Sharingan firsthand. From that moment, he had set his sights on you. Uchiha Yao disregarded Uchiha Yin's changing expressions and pressed on. Furthermore, you were not the only one to awaken the Mangekyo. A nostalgic expression graced Uchiha Yao's face. There was another child, just like you. Who? Flashed through Uchiha Yin's mind, recalling a concealed photograph. It was the child of your neighbor. Her parents perished alongside yours as part of the same team. After she awakened her Mangekyo, her emotions became exceedingly unstable, and those at the Research Institute referred to her as nameless. Uchiha Yao had little knowledge of the other child's family, due to your young ages and inability to control the powers of the Mangekyo. The elderly clan leader appointed me to care for you both, while simultaneously conducting research on the Mangekyo techniques. Uchiha Yao seemed to reminisce about happier times, a faint smile breaking through his typically cold demeanor. Initially, the two children thrived in the Research Institute, but 2 years later, Uchiha Yao's tone shifted, his expression cooling. The old clan leader passed away due to illness, leaving the clan leaderless. At that time, the militant faction's leader, Uchiha Yen, and the second-in-command at the Research Institute, Uchiha Miao, openly endorsed Uchiha Tianjima for the clan leader position, advocating for him to marry the former leader's daughter. Unaware of the truth, I cast my vote in favor. To my astonishment, Uchiha Tianjima's first act upon assuming leadership was to have Uchiha Miao usurp my position, relegating me to another department for research. From that day forward, I had little contact with you both. I inquired after you with Uchiha Miao, but was met with a closed door. He informed me that you were engaged in secret experiments and could not be easily disturbed. Reflecting on Uchiha Yao's experiences, Uchiha In was struck by a chilling realization. The original's memories contained no trace of this so-called Research Institute. Only recollections of Uchiha Tianjima adopting him as if he were his own. In that moment, he found himself unable to discern who was lying and who was speaking the truth. Do you truly believe I am deceiving you? Uchiha Yao remarked softly, observing Uchiha Yin's perplexity. Indeed, if what you assert is accurate, then why do my memories solely consist of moments spent with Uchiha Taijima during my upbringing? Uchiha In inquired. Your memories, and even your perception, have been altered, Uchiha Yao replied, shaking his head. It is the work of Uchiha Taijima's ocular technique, Kodoamet Tsukumi. This unique genjutsu, hailed as the mightiest illusion, can infiltrate an opponent's mind unnoticed, modifying their will. The technique is extraordinarily potent, allowing the wielder to manipulate others unconsciously, thereby achieving victory without conflict, yet it requires a cooldown of several years after each use. With an appropriately puzzled expression, Uchiha Yao elucidated, at some point. Uchiha Taijima activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. His ocular technique can alter a person's memories and even their will. He employed that technique on you, resulting in the discrepancies in your recollections. Uchiha Gin was astounded, realizing that the legendary Kodoame Tsukumi had existed even in the present. However, it was not entirely surprising, as during the Warring States period, many members of the Uchiha clan had awakened their Mangekyo. It was inevitable that the most formidable illusion, Kodoame Tsukumi, would become known to figures such as the third Hokage and be documented in history. What transpired while I was at the research facility? Uchiha Gin could not restrain his curiosity. When I was there, I was merely investigating why you both awakened your Mangekyo simultaneously, Uchiha Yao responded. I discovered a remarkable compatibility between your Sharingan and that of the unnamed individual. I speculated that this was due to the mutual attraction during the awakening of your ocular powers, which is also closely related to the deep bond you share. What became of me and that unnamed individual? Uchiha Gin was particularly concerned about the research conducted by Uchiha Miao after Uchiha Yao was expelled from the team. I am unaware. During your confinement, I attempted to contact you, but was thwarted by Uchiha Taijima and others. Soon after, I noticed you appearing at Uchiha Taijima's residence. Yet the unnamed individual was nowhere to be seen. Uchiha Yao finally broached the subject of the tragedy that occurred 6 years ago. Was it the Kagaya clan that attacked our clan's territory? Uchiha Gin speculated, recalling the memories of the original host. How could that be? The Kagaya clan is insignificant. Uchiha Yao scoffed, displaying disdain for the Kagaya clan, whom he deemed mindless and easily deceived. What do you mean by deceive? Uchiha Gin's curiosity was piqued once more. Uchiha Taijima dispatched individuals to masquerade as rogue ninjas, delivering information to the Kagaya clan who had fled to the land of water. What information? Uchiha Gin pressed. The Uchiha territory is vulnerable. Come swiftly. Uchiha Yao uttered chilling words. Uchiha Taijima, in pursuit of prestige, had lured the Kagaya clan to assault his own ancestral home, intending to appear as a savior in their moment of peril. Does Uchiha Taijima possess sufficient strength? The Kagaya clan's bloodline limits, to a certain extent, effectively restrained the relatively weaker physical prowess of the Uchiha clan. How would Uchiha Taijima, who had yet to reach his zenith, contend with the Kagaya clan, which was poised to strike? The two weapons he possessed at that time served as his greatest source of confidence. Uchiha Yao's frigid tone caused the air around them to crystallize with frost, prompting a slight tremor in Uchiha Jin's form. Weapons, were they referring to the fan? Upon hearing that term, Uchiha Gin immediately recalled the flame fan enshrined in Uchiha Taijima's household. He understood that it possessed the ability to control fire techniques through wind manipulation and could reflect attacks, yet it merely augmented combat capability. To regard such an item as a trump card would indeed be a source of great embarrassment for Uchiha Taijima. Weapons need not exclusively be ninja tools. As is true for our Uchiha clan, the most formidable weapon is eternally this. Uchiha Yao shook his head, dismissing Uchiha Jin's conjecture, and pointed to his own eyes. Aware that in the world of Hokage, lineage ultimately reigns supreme, Uchiha Gin nodded in agreement. Thus, Uchiha Taijima's weapons must be the 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Yao affirmed with a nod, indeed, it is you and the nameless one. Simultaneously, within the Uchiha clan leader's office, several figures engaged in a clandestine discussion. Leader, Uchiha Ryuen has extracted the location of the seal from the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Yen, plump and bowing his head, spoke with a tone that mingled trepidation with a hint of pride. Can we ascertain its authenticity? Uchiha Taijima, eyes closed in contemplation, inquired coldly. Absolutely no doubt. Uchiha Yen assured, thumping his chest. Elder Miao, has the control device been completed? Uchiha Taijima, satisfied with Uchiha Yan's report, turned to inquire of Uchiha Miao. The control device, which integrates various sealing techniques, has undergone successful testing, replied the gaunt and pallid Uchiha Miao, his head bowed. Excellent. We must not repeat past mistakes. Our Uchiha clan shall ultimately dominate the entire warring states. Uchiha Taijima, after listening to their accounts, slowly opened his previously shut eyes, revealing a pair of mesmerizing eyes adorned with otherworldly patterns, emanating an oppressive aura. Is that old fellow Yao still behaving himself? Uchiha Taijima, with a piercing gaze, scrutinized Uchiha Yen, who was behaving like an ostrich. He spends his days engrossed in books and writing, delving into antiquated topics, with no unusual conduct to report. Uchiha Yen reported, wiping the sweat from his brow, breathless. Alas, after all, he was my mentor. As long as he refrains from any outrageous actions, I shall release him once our goals are achieved, Uchiha Taijima said, his gaze dimming slightly. The leader is merciful, both Uchiha Yen and Uchiha Miao exclaimed in unison. In the depths of the number 0 prison, Uchiha Yao sat across from Uchiha Jin, his eyes filled with sorrow and compassion. The despicable Uchiha Taijima, through years of brainwashing experiments, has utterly eradicated your autonomy, turning you and the nameless one into mere pawns at his disposal. Through the experimental research conducted by Uchiha Miao, it has been revealed that you possess a remarkable affinity with the unnamed Mangekyo Sharingan, resulting in a synergistic enhancement akin to 11GT2 when combined with her ocular techniques. After an extensive discourse, the question arises, what precisely is the capability of our Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha In, who had been suppressing his curiosity for quite some time, could no longer contain himself. Ever since learning that the original host once wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan, his intrigue regarding its powers had only intensified. You're right, I harbors the fabled flame of Amaterasu, Uchiha Yao recounted with a nostalgic expression. Instinctively, he touched his right eye, realizing that he could invoke Amaterasu solely with the power of Double Tomoe. Initially believing this to be a mere advantage granted by the system, he now understood that this ability was inherently his, honed through practice. If the right eye possesses Amaterasu, could it be that the left eye? Recalling the numerous harrowing experiences since his transmigration, Uchiha In instinctively covered himself. Your left eye is capable of unleashing the Uchiha clan's most formidable mental assault, the Jinjutsu Tsukuyami. Indeed, his Mangekyo Sharingan mirrored that of the future paragon of virtue, thus illuminating why his skill refreshes consistently yielded these particular techniques. Reflecting on the patterns of skill refreshes in the backyard, he deduced that Tsukuyami and Amaterasu emerged due to the original host's prior possession of these abilities, leading to a significantly higher probability of their reappearance, verging on precise refreshment. Furthermore, the strength enhancement was not merely coincidental. The day he acquired this power coincided with Uzumaki Mito's use of monstrous strength, compounded by the system rewarding him for merging with a trace of the Uzumaki bloodline, which resulted in the acquisition of this skill that night. What appeared random was, in fact, a sequence with discernible patterns. Uchiha In stroked his chin, contemplating how to strategically employ this understanding to render the system's skill refreshes more practical. Your Mangekyo Sharingan embodies the most destructive physical attack in Jinjutsu, which Uchiha Taijima perceives as an exceptionally potent weapon. Uchiha Yao intoned solemnly. As Uchiha Yao prepared to discuss another Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha In swiftly reined in his thoughts, attentively listening. One of the unnamed Mangekyo Sharingan possessed a power known as Kagaya, which grants the ability to freely manipulate flames into various forms for both attack and defense. Kagaya, the ocular technique of the future two pillars Mangekyo, when combined with Amaterasu, will not only enhance damage, but also allow for greater versatility in battle. The Kagaya of the unnamed wielder seemed to have been birthed solely for your Amaterasu. Together, your combined use of fire release and Kagaya would be akin to the scythe of death, harvesting lives upon the battlefield. Uchiha Yao's eyes glimmered with a hint of madness, accompanied by an indescribable satisfaction. But what of the other ocular technique? Uchiha In interjected, interrupting Uchiha Yao's eloquent exposition. Upon hearing his grandson's impatient voice, Uchiha Yao nearly lost his breath. Taking a deep breath and choosing not to dwell on the youth's rudeness, he continued. The other ocular technique of the unnamed is known as Yashigoro. Yashigoro? Uchiha In pondered, recalling that few Mangekyo abilities had surfaced in the future plot. Yet he had not encountered this particular power before. Upon witnessing the perplexed and urging gaze of Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Yao displayed a look of hesitation. After a prolonged silence, he began to elucidate. The ability of the 8,000 spears is quite unique. It can bestow a seal upon others. As long as one bears this seal, they can connect to and manipulate the mind and chakra of any person. At first glance, Uchiha Jin perceived this ability as merely a means of control, capable of subduing foes while simultaneously siphoning their chakra, effective in both one-on-one and group confrontations. He found it neither weak nor particularly formidable. Do you think this ability is rather unremarkable? Uchiha Yao remarked, having sensed a hint of disdain in Uchiha Jin's demeanor towards the 8,000 spears. Acknowledging this perception, Uchiha Jin nodded, recognizing that such a skill would undoubtedly require stringent preconditions to manifest. Otherwise, if the wielder could impose seals at will, everyone would be hypnotized into becoming mere power banks, achieving an invincible status akin to Kaguya Otsutsuki's infinite Tsukuyomi. As he ruminated on this increasingly absurd notion, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Uchiha Jin's brow. Swallowing the bitter saliva in his mouth, he raised his gaze to the elder before him and, with a quiver in his voice, inquired, "Can the 8,000 spears be utilized in conjunction with my Tsukuyomi?" Uchiha Yao nodded gravely and replied, "Indeed. When the nameless 8,000 spears augment your Tsukuyomi, it will draw the crimson moon of your illusionary realm into reality, marking those ensnared by moonlight with a seal. We refer to this skill as, isn't this merely a simplified version of the infinite Tsukuyomi?" Uchiha Jin pondered aloud. As the master of the 8,000 spears, Nameless could not only exert mental control over others, but also endlessly absorb the chakra of those bearing the seal. Doesn't this render one invincible? Uchiha Jin queried, perplexed. If such potent weapons exist, why did Uchiha Taijima still meet with defeat? He calculated everything, yet ultimately failed to foresee that I had already unraveled his schemes. Uchiha Yao replied, stroking his grizzled beard with a sense of pride. I deciphered the seal left by that boy Kin within the Sharingan and witnessed the harrowing scenes of Uchiha Taijima's malevolence. Uchiha Yao's tone turned somber as he continued. When I beheld Kin's demise, my anguish reached its zenith, compelling me to awaken these eyes filled with resentment. As he spoke, the remaining eye of Uchiha Yao gradually reddened, the black tomo transforming into an equilateral triangle with a hollow center. To Uchiha Jin's astonishment, Uchiha Yao had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Observing the unfamiliar pattern within his eye, Uchiha Jin, feeling a sense of unease, cautiously asked, "What is the ability of your Mangekyo?" "My Mangekyo is known as Wang Liang," Uchiha Yao disclosed without reservation. "It produces a shadow clone, a manifestation of my will, possessing a degree of self-awareness. As it is composed of shadows, one could say it lacks a physical form. I term it a shadow clone." Uchiha Jin's discomfort deepened with each revelation, though he could not articulate what felt amiss, an itch in his intellect. As if he were on the cusp of greater understanding. Is it that old jailer? Precisely. It is no wonder that the other party was able to merge into the shadows and disregard physical attacks. It turns out he does not belong to the realm of humanity, but is, in fact, a product of Uchiha Yao's Mangekyo Sharingan. With the introduction of Uchiha Yao, the eerie old jailer re-emerged from the darkness, his face still adorned with that chilling smile, his grayish-white eyes fixated intently upon him. For some inexplicable reason, Uchiha Jin could faintly sense a deeply concealed malevolence emanating from this old jailer. Wang Liang possesses the ability to conceal his presence and stealthily attach himself to a person, exerting a degree of control over their body. Uchiha Yao continued to explain. The atmosphere grows increasingly intense. Upon hearing of this ability, Uchiha Jin could not help but scrutinize the old jailer from head to toe, yet the latter remained unmoved, resembling a compliant puppet. Having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, I immediately commanded Wang Liang to lurk beside Uchiha Taijima, simultaneously searching for your whereabouts while transmitting the schemes he was orchestrating. At that time, you had already fallen victim to Uchiha Taijima's brainwashing, and I was unable to approach you, forced to observe from afar as they conducted various experiments upon you. Uchiha Yao said this with a heavy heart once more, until one day, Wang Liang, who was surveilling the research facility, conveyed a message concerning you. Uchiha Jin was filled with curiosity about this matter. What further mischief could arise after he had already been brainwashed? During a health examination conducted by Uchiha Miao, it was discovered that your bodily functions were beginning to decline, particularly the vision in your eyes, which was plummeting sharply. Was this not the common affliction associated with the Mangekyo Sharingan? Especially for this purely offensive variant, which was used frequently and sustained for extended durations. In the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi had succumbed after only a few uses, his body deteriorating at the mere age of 21, ultimately drowning in the sea he had unleashed. Uchiha Miao promptly reported this situation, and upon learning of it, Uchiha Taijima resolved to extract your Sharingan once your body reached its limits. Intending to transplant the ocular technique into an unnamed individual with whom it resonated profoundly. Uchiha Yao spoke with a voice laced with hatred, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. The original host truly suffered immensely. Bereaved of his parents, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, failed to exact revenge, was brainwashed by his enemies, and ultimately stripped of his utility. Only to have his eyes harvested, truly a tragic protagonist. Naturally, I could not allow them to succeed. Seizing a moment of inattention, I commanded Wang Liang to attach himself to you, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver Uchiha Taijima a grand surprise. A frenzied and brutal glint flickered in Uchiha Yao's eyes. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Gin furrowed his brow. Had he truly been possessed by this old jailer before? Indeed, he maintained a skeptical outlook regarding Uchiha Yao's claims. This elderly man, who proclaimed himself as his grandfather, seemed far from the simple figure he portrayed. When the Kagaya clan was deceived into their ancestral grounds, and Uchiha Taijima began his massacre under your manipulation, I then urged Wang Liang to seize control of your body, lifting the seals from your mind, and initiated an assault against Uchiha Taijima's followers. Uchiha Yao spoke in a low, haunting tone. You did not succeed, did you? Uchiha Jin sighed and remarked that if Uchiha Ya had indeed succeeded as he claimed, Uchiha Taijima would not have survived to this day, nor would he have found himself imprisoned within this concealed dungeon. Indeed, I underestimated Uchiha Taijima. I never anticipated that there were 4 pairs of Sharingan present at that time. Uchiha Ya spoke with a hint of regret. I failed. Uchiha Taijima's Sharingan has the ability to alter one's perception, a unique ocular technique that transforms foes into allies by distorting memories. I was powerless against 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, ultimately succumbing to defeat and finding myself confined within this dungeon. As he recounted the secrets of the past, Uchiha Ya sighed deeply, lowering his gaze, uncertain of what expression to wear. In Uchiha Taijima's office, Uchiha Yin and Uchiha Miao were preoccupied with preparing their respective tasks and had already taken their leave. Uchiha Taijima sat alone in the position of clan leader, his eyes closed as if in slumber. Father, I overheard my brother's appointment with that person to meet by the river in 3 days. The ever-energetic Uchiha Izuna burst in, interrupting Uchiha Taijima's contemplation. Understood. In 3 days. I shall bring others along. Awakened by his son's intrusion, Uchiha Taijima opened his eyes, gazing fondly at his lively offspring. His fierce eyes brimmed with affection. Indeed, with this vivacious child, not counting the non-biological Uchiha Jin, he had 6 in total. Now, as he closed his eyes in the stillness of the night, his mind was flooded with haunting images of his wife and children being slaughtered. The horrors of his clan's fate robbed him of sleep and beset him with an unknown ailment. Uncertain of how much time remained, Uchiha Taijima yearned to leave behind a powerful and united Uchiha clan for his son before his demise. Thus, the sealed weapon must be entrusted to the Uchiha clan. Years ago, the elder clan leader had entrusted him with 2 children destined to awaken the Mangekyo, hoping that he, as the chosen heir, would nurture them to strengthen the family's power. He had cared deeply for the 2, especially Uchiha Jin, the son of his close relative, whose father, Uchiha Kin, was his senior. Both were disciples of the remarkably knowledgeable Uchiha Ya. Recalling his former teacher, Uchiha Taijima furrowed his brow. His mentor was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed unique insights into the Uchiha clan, particularly regarding the Sharingan, unmatched by any other. However, his character was somewhat eccentric. As his son, Uchiha Kin's relationship with him was far from harmonious, often ending in discord due to differing philosophies. Eventually, a conflict over a research topic severed their ties, and they had not crossed paths again until Uchiha Kin and his wife perished. Shortly thereafter, with the elder clan leaders passing due to illness, Uchiha Taijima, who had recently wed, reluctantly assumed the role of clan leader. Alas, the headache has returned, Uchiha Taijima mused, closing his eyes to massage his temples, his thoughts drifting back to years long past. 14 years ago, at home, he lovingly caressed his wife's rounded belly, the young Uchiha Taijima, filled with joy, pondering that their first child would be named Madara. At that moment, a slow knocking reverberated through the air. Confused, he opened the door to find his long-lost mentor, Uchiha Yao, standing before him. Teacher, you have been reclusive for these past few years. What brings you here today? Uchiha Taijima extended his hand, welcoming him inside. Taijima, no. Esteemed clan leader, Uchiha Yao began to bow. Please, teacher, there is no need for such formality. Before you, I will always be your disciple. Uchiha Taijima swiftly interjected, halting the gesture of respect. Courtesy must not be forsaken. Very well, but it is unusual for you to visit without a significant reason. What is it that you seek? Unable to resist Uchiha Taijima's insistence, he continued, I have witnessed the sorrow of a white-haired man bidding farewell to a black-haired youth. The Gin family has but one child left, and I wish to live alongside him, for I do not want his childhood to be spent in solitude. Uchiha Yao raised his gaze, his ebony eyes deep and enigmatic as black holes. Uchiha Taijima's expression turned troubled. These two youths, awakened to their Sharingan, had been entrusted to him by the late clan leader. Bearing powers not befitting their age, without proper guidance, they could easily become ticking time bombs. I am sorry, teacher. Observing Uchiha Taijima's internal struggle, Uchiha Yao wore an expression of understanding and continued, Then, allow me to join their research. I have heard from Uchiha Miao that you are investigating their Sharingan abilities. I believe I can be of assistance. If that is the case, I must trouble you, teacher. Acknowledging his inability to refuse, Uchiha Taijima acquiesced, especially since Uchiha Yao's expertise in Sharingan research was unparalleled within the clan. His involvement would greatly benefit the mastery of the two children's powers. Having received the response he sought, Uchiha Yao found no reason to linger and bid a brief farewell before vanishing into the night. In the ensuing years, Uchiha Yao became increasingly involved in the children's research, eventually supplanting Uchiha Miao as the lead investigator. During this time, Uchiha Taijima's wife gave birth, and as a new father, he found himself entangled in clan affairs and domestic responsibilities, leaving the research of the two children's Sharingan abilities solely in Uchiha Yao's hands. However, Uchiha Taijima had not been remiss in his vigilance. Alongside Uchiha Miao as his assistant, he had also dispatched the loyal Uchiha Yin to guard the research facility and discreetly monitor Uchiha Yao's every move. Thus, several years passed, and Uchiha Taijima welcomed several children into his family. Due to his status, Uchiha Yin was permitted to enter and exit Uchiha Taijima's estate during experiments, while the nameless child, bound by the powers of the 8,000 spears, could not leave the research facility. This tranquil existence persisted until 6 years ago. What? Uchiha Yao proposed training the two children as weapons of war? One day, while diligently reviewing documents, Uchiha Taijima raised his head in astonishment. Gazing at the anxious Uchiha Miao before him, incredulity etched on his face. Indeed, according to Uchiha Yao's research, he has discovered that the abilities of Uchiha Yin's Sharingan can complement those of the nameless child. The nameless eye technique, combined with the earthly fate of the Uchiha clan, enables the manipulation and enhancement of Uchiha Silver's Amaterasu, transforming the black flames into a ninjutsu of shape-shifting properties, exponentially increasing its lethality. Moreover, Uchiha Silver's Tsukuyami assists the nameless eye technique in imprinting enemies with the 8,000 spears, which absorb chakra and channel it back to Uchiha Silver's Tsukuyami, creating a perpetual motion between the two. Uchiha Miao, holding this document, reports the experimental results to Uchiha Taijima. Uchiha Silver is his beloved grandson. How could he bear to take such action? Uchiha Taijima, perplexed, inquires, for as the clan leader, he is well aware of the implications of war weaponry. It would amount to a brutal torment. Those labeled as weapons must forsake their humanity and exist as thoughtless instruments. I cannot say for certain, but he has already commenced the experimentation, beginning with the nameless. Uchiha Miao's gaunt visage reveals a trace of concern. He is acutely aware of the capabilities of the 8,000 spears, compared to Uchiha Silver's two straightforward combat-oriented eye techniques. The threat posed by the nameless 8,000 spears is far greater. Mind control combined with chakra absorption renders it a formidable tool for extended warfare. No. Immediately order him to cease the experiments. You must take his place and ensure the two children are comforted. Upon hearing that Uchiha Yao had commenced the trials of war weaponry without his directive, Uchiha Taijima swiftly commanded the immediate termination of the endeavor. Understood. Uchiha Miao promptly set off in response to the directive. Within the research facility, in a pristine white infirmary, 2 beds are situated. The youth by the window, bored, stifles a yawn, unaware that a nightmare is looming. This boy, named Uchiha Silver, inadvertently fell into a stream and became a typical transmigrator. Upon his arrival, the backward environment caused him to faint momentarily, believing he had returned to ancient times, where even personal hygiene would necessitate the use of bricks. However, upon glimpsing the emblem behind his father's back while swaddled, he immediately regained his composure. Here lies the world of the Hokage. And he is an Uchiha. He is destined to soar. Yet, contrary to his expectations, this era is still far from the onset of the narrative and lacking any extraordinary abilities. He must resign himself to being an ordinary child. However, fate is often unpredictable. Shortly after forging bonds with his current parents, he received grim tidings from the front lines. Perhaps it was the modern sensitivity of his emotions that triggered the awakening of his kaleidoscope, yet he succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive strain. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself under the protection of the then clan leader, alongside a girl from the neighboring household. After enduring numerous tribulations, the two fated souls ultimately arrived at this research facility. Stretching languidly, a beam of sunlight graced his raven curls, and an aura of languor enveloped his every movement. He turned to the slender girl on the adjacent bed and inquired, "Little Ko, do you truly not wish to go outside? I could ask my uncle to take you along next time he ventures out. Let me tell you, Izuna wet the bed a few days ago, and haha." He received quite the scolding from Andy. The curly-haired youth squinted his eyes in laughter, feigning vigilance as he surveyed his surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was watching, he raised a hand to his mouth, forming a trumpet shape, and whispered, "But I know that the bedsheet is actually stained. That rascal is quite the trickster," bullying Quan Nai for being younger and framing him for wetting the bed. Upon hearing the boy's words, the girl, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them, revealing a gaze filled with exasperation. She rolled her eyes dramatically and said, "Please, spare me the stories about your brother's embarrassing moments. I truly have no interest. As for going outside, I have nothing left to cherish out there. Staying here is quite agreeable, especially since I have you." The girl, who had long lost both parents and had no other relatives, found her only reliance in the boy before her. Contemplating this, her gaze shifted to the boy, who was making silly faces in an attempt to amuse her. She changed the subject. "Ian, if you're truly bored, why not visit your grandfather? He has been locked away in the laboratory for months. Aren't you worried about him?" The girl recalled Uchiha Yao, whom she had not seen much of lately. "Oh, why mention him? Every time he visits, he just drags us to the lab for tests, leaving us exhausted without even a piece of candy. Compared to him, Grandpa Yin is much better. He always sneaks me sweets." The boy's eyes drooped, adopting a lethargic expression as he vented about his grandfather. 8 years prior, the two young children had been brought to the research facility. Initially, Uchiha Taijima visited them frequently, but as he ascended to the position of clan leader, his visits grew increasingly rare. Uchiha Yin fared somewhat better, often being taken back by him, while Uchiha Hikari, due to his unstable Sharingan and immature ocular techniques, was confined to the facility under the watchful eye of the tall, slender, and cold-faced Uchiha Miao. As time passed, an elderly man, resembling Uchiha Yin with the same hairstyle, arrived. He claimed to be Uchiha Yin's biological grandfather, taking over Uchiha Miao's duties and often playing with the two children, leaving behind numerous photographs. However, as the children matured, their mastery of the Sharingan improved, leading Uchiha Yao to gradually focus more on research, thus reducing his interactions with them. "Stealing candy again? Aren't you afraid of cavities? I will tell Grandpa Miao," the girl warned when she caught the boy stealthily pulling a piece of candy from his bag and popping it into his mouth. Yet, before she could finish her warning, the boy swiftly shoved another piece of candy into her mouth. As the sweetness enveloped her senses, she felt the warmth of his hand on her lips, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "We are family. You mustn't betray me." The boy, realizing she intended to report his misdeed, reluctantly offered her more candy to keep her quiet. The girl, having grown up alongside him as childhood sweethearts, had always been regarded by him as a younger sister. Family. In the midst of her fluster, those words struck her like lightning, and overwhelmed with embarrassment, she fainted on the spot. Hey, hey, why have you fallen silent?" After a prolonged silence without receiving a response from the young girl, Uchiha Yin gazed curiously at the girl before him, her cheeks flushed and emanating heat. Upon removing his hand from her mouth, he exclaimed, "Ah, how could you faint again?" Recently, for reasons unknown, the girl had been fervently burning with fever and blushing, and every time he approached her, she would inexplicably lose consciousness. The initial instances had startled him, prompting him to call for assistance, but as time passed, no one seemed to care. The elder women in the research institute merely observed them with knowing glances, as if they were reminiscing about their own experiences, leaving Uchiha Gin utterly perplexed. She is merely my little sister. Before he could step out to summon help, the door to the infirmary swung open, revealing Uchiha Yao, who had not been seen for quite some time. This time, he did not wear his usual warm expression. Instead, a cold demeanor graced his features. Upon seeing the unconscious girl, he frowned and instructed his subordinates to wheel her away. It was perplexing. Given that they had just conducted an experiment that morning, why was he here again? The boy stepped forward to intervene, but Uchiha Yao brusquely shoved him aside. Staring incredulously at his grandfather's unfamiliar behavior, Uchiha Gin leapt up, baring his teeth in protest. Hey, where are you taking Xiaoguang? Hearing this, Uchiha Yao stiffly turned his head, his pitch-black eyes devoid of emotion, coldly scrutinizing Uchiha Gin for a moment, as if assessing something. He then spoke. There is a new experiment. You will be summoned later. His voice was utterly devoid of sentiment, akin to that of a soulless automaton. Grandfather? The gaze of Uchiha Yao felt strangely alien to Uchiha Gin, as if he were appraising a mere object rather than his own grandson. This sent a shiver down Uchiha Gin's spine, prompting him to speak up. When Uchiha Yao heard Uchiha Gin refer to him as grandfather, a flicker of anger flashed in one of his eyes, a brief glimmer illuminating his dark pupils before it was swiftly consumed by darkness. Without pausing, he departed with his subordinates, taking the girl with him, leaving Uchiha Gin alone in the infirmary, bewildered. However, after a brief moment of shock, Uchiha Gin hurriedly dashed out of the infirmary, disregarding the guard's attempts to stop him, racing towards Uchiha Miao's office. What? You say Elder Miao has been dispatched to search for clan documents? The breathless boy gazed at the empty office of Uchiha Miao, turning to the guard who had blocked his entry. Yes, Elder Miao left yesterday and mentioned that this trip might take several days, the guard replied truthfully. Wary of offending Uchiha Gin, the nephew of the Uchiha clan leader, this young master was not someone to be trifled with. Very well. With no one to turn to, Uchiha Gin recalled a rotund figure and sprinted towards the guardhouse office. As luck would have it, Elder Yin also left yesterday, stating he was going to the dungeon to seek experimental subjects. He is unlikely to return today. The guards informed him of Uchiha Yan's whereabouts. It was exceedingly unusual for both elders, who were typically present, to be dispatched simultaneously. A sense of foreboding washed over Uchiha Gin as he resolved to seek out his uncle. However, just as he reached the entrance of the research institute, he was halted in his tracks. I apologize, but starting today, you are prohibited from going outside until further notice from above. The guards at the gate are resolute in their duty. Observing the unfamiliar sentinel before him, Uchiha Jin's sense of impending crisis intensified. 2 elders had been conveniently reassigned. The guards at the gate changed, and he was forbidden to leave. Concerned for the safety of the young girl, Uchiha Gin resolved to confront Uchiha Yao and demand answers. Meanwhile, within the laboratory, the unconscious girl gradually regained consciousness, only to find herself bound to a bed, surrounded by several unfamiliar adult men. Startled, she struggled fiercely, but her efforts were in vain, and the restraints left crimson marks upon her limbs. Who are you? What do you intend to do with me? She demanded, glaring defiantly at her captors. Weapons must possess the resolve of weapons, one of the men replied coldly. What weapons? I have a name. I am Uchiha Hikari. Reacting instinctively to the strange terminology, the girl, known as Uchiha Hikari, retorted before attempting to harness her chakra to escape. Do not waste your efforts. Your fate was meant to be this way. Another man stepped forward, extending a large black hand toward her head. In an instant, she felt a surge of excruciating pain. As a torrent of haunting memories flooded her mind, the solitude following her parents' sacrifice, the anguish of being imprisoned and studied by her kin after awakening her Sharingan, and the desolation of licking her wounds alone in a dungeon. Countless negative emotions inundated her consciousness. Aya! The girl screamed, her head pounding as the onslaught of painful memories threatened to shatter her sanity. Just before she succumbed to unconsciousness, she glimpsed the men around her reaching out with suffocating hands. Weapons do not require weak names. Live on as an unnamed weapon, they denied her declared identity, plunging her into a chilling darkness. As she fainted once more, the men beside her suddenly morphed into a viscous blackness, crawling slowly in one direction. In the distance, Uchiha Yao, having witnessed the entire scene, remained impassive, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if he had not witnessed the bizarre occurrence. The dark shadows coalesced at his feet, eerily merging into his reflection. With the shadows' integration, Uchiha Yao appeared to awaken, a glimmer of life returning to his gaze. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the laboratory resounded with urgency, as Uchiha Gin anxiously awaited outside. After a prolonged silence, his eyes turned crimson. The tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly. Just as the darkness was about to coalesce, the laboratory door swung open, revealing a stern-faced Uchiha Yao. Scrutinizing the young boy, poised to unleash his power. What are you so anxious about? It will soon be your turn. You old fool, release Hikari at once. Uchiha Gin, feeling a sense of estrangement from Yao's unusual demeanor, refrained from addressing him as grandfather. The boy, with reddened eyes, fixed his gaze upon him, the latent power within him awaiting its master's command. Uchiha Yao observed the youth's expression, one that conveyed a fearless acceptance of death. After a moment of contemplation, he turned slightly, stating that the earlier incident was merely a rudimentary test of stress response, and instructed the boy to take her back. To his astonishment, the youth agreed without hesitation. Frowning, he retracted the potent gaze from his eyes, allowing them to gradually revert to their normal hue, yet remained vigilant as he stepped into the laboratory. Upon entering, Uchiha Gin immediately spotted Uchiha Hikari lying unconscious on the bed at the center of the lab. The young girl appeared to be in a deep slumber, her limbs bound tightly to the bed with straps. Gin noted with distress the redness and swelling around her delicate joints, evidence of her struggles. Her face was contorted in a manner he had never witnessed before, marked by an unfamiliar agony. Her graceful brows were knitted tightly, her breath erratic, and her cherry-like lips clenched shut, as if trapped in a nightmarish dream. What have you done to her? Though there were no grave external injuries, the torment etched across the girl's features ignited a fierce rage within Uchiha Gin. It was merely a simple emotional manipulation, Uchiha Yao replied coldly, his eyes remaining rigid as they finally fixed on Gin. Tomorrow, it will be your turn. I hope you will cooperate and refrain from unnecessary struggles. Without responding to Yao's words, the youth forcefully severed the straps binding the girl and, without a backward glance, carried her away. Uchiha Yao was left alone, gradually merging into the shadows of the laboratory, with only the faint outline of his face illuminated by the light. A flicker of clarity passing through his remaining eye before he was ultimately engulfed by darkness. As Uchiha Gin carried the unconscious Hikari, he moved with surprising lightness. Her rapid breaths persisted, yet there was no sign of awakening, leaving him to wonder what torment she had endured. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. Why could he not protect the girl with whom he had grown up? If only he could master his eyes perfectly, he might have been able to shield her from harm. Alas, his frail constitution hindered him from unleashing the full might of the kaleidoscope. Lost in thought, the boy clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, a trickle of blood seeping through his fingers. The previous day, Uchiha Miao had raised his head from the stacks of clan literature after a prolonged search, sensing something amiss about Uchiha Yao that day. As far as he knew, Yao had memorized the entirety of the clan's literature, rendering it improbable for him to forget any documented cases. Reflecting on the morning when he and Uchiha Yen had been dismissed, an inkling of suspicion began to form in Miao's astute mind. I must return tomorrow. The repository of clan literature lay some distance from the research facility, and with nightfall upon him, he resolved to depart at dawn. The following morning, when Uchiha Miao hastened back to the research institute, he was met with a pre-prepared experimental report from Uchiha Yao, detailing what was referred to as the war weapon project. Armed with this document, Uchiha Miao sought out Uchiha Taijima, eager for his judgment. Thus, the scene unfolds with Uchiha Miao presenting a proposal to Uchiha Taijima. Uchiha Gin, come forth. Uchiha Gin, who had kept vigil by the young girl's bedside throughout the night, slowly raised his head to behold several unfamiliar adult men standing outside the door. What have you done to Xiaoguang? After a night had passed, the unconscious girl remained unresponsive. No matter what methods Uchiha Gin employed, he could not rouse her. He yearned to uncover the truth of what his grandfather had inflicted upon her. If you wish to know, come with us, one of the stern-faced men stated. With Uchiha Miao and Uchiha Yen absent, he had no one to assist him. Casting a glance at the girl lying on the bed, her face twisted in pain, he recognized he had no alternative. Now, he was determined to discover what means Uchiha Yao, that old man, had employed. Let us go. Rising with resolve, he followed the men waiting outside towards the laboratory. Moments later, upon entering the laboratory, Uchiha Gin found Uchiha Yao diligently scribbling at his workbench. Upon seeing the young man, Uchiha Yao did not display surprise. Instead, he lowered his head and continued to write a few more lines, nodding in satisfaction as he handed a document to one of his subordinates for delivery. "What exactly did you do to Xiao Guang yesterday?" The youth, feeling disregarded, gritted his teeth and demanded. "I merely allowed her to glimpse her true fate," Uchiha Yao replied cryptically, leaving Uchiha Jin in a state of confusion. "Do not speak in riddles." The indifferent demeanor of his grandfather ignited a deep fury within him, and as his anger surged, a crimson hue began to glimmer in his eyes, casting a chilling atmosphere throughout the laboratory. Confronted by the aggressive youth, Uchiha Yao remained unfazed. He scrutinized Uchiha Jin's eyes thoughtfully and then remarked, "Do not be hasty. Tell me, have you noticed any decline in your vision lately?" Taken aback by Uchiha Yao's perplexing inquiry, Uchiha Jin hesitated before furrowing his brow and responding, "What of it?" Ever since he commenced the combat trials, each use of the Mangekyo had left him feeling his vision waning, though it was still far preferable to any future uncertainties. Indeed, Uchiha Yao mused, nodding to himself. He then gestured, "Lie down on the bed. Do not speak as if you know everything." The Tomoe in Uchiha Jin's eyes began to rotate slowly with the ebb and flow of his emotions. If you wish to uncover what the nameless one has endured, it would be best to comply willingly. The elder grasped Uchiha Jin's vital point, causing the young man to feel deflated, like a punctured balloon, as he lowered his head and lay upon the same bed the girl had occupied the previous day. After all, Uchiha Yao was his own grandfather. He surely would not seek to end his life. At the bedside stood an unfamiliar man. Upon seeing Uchiha Jin recline, he produced a syringe and, before the youth could react, injected a vial of unknown substance into his body. Just as he endeavored to resist, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, and his raised hand fell limply, succumbing to unconsciousness within mere moments. A group of researchers entered, carrying various testing instruments to install upon Uchiha Silver. Commencing the collection of data. Prior to the experiment, it was imperative to meticulously document the youth's physical parameters. The day before, Uchiha Nameless had undergone a similar examination. To ensure safety, the researchers secured his limbs with straps before activating the devices for assessment. Approximately an hour later, the lead researcher approached Uchiha Yao, announcing that the physical examination of the subject had concluded without any abnormal readings. "Very well, you may leave now. I shall conduct the subsequent tests alone." Without a backward glance, the elder proceeded deeper into the facility. Understood. The remaining researchers swiftly gathered their instruments and exited. Uchiha Yao approached the bedside, gazing at the serene visage of the sleeping boy, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. Yet, as a shadowy mist passed through his gaze, the elder's expression returned to its earlier coldness. Uchiha Silver's Mangekyo Sharingan was excessively taxing on his ocular prowess. Despite minimal development, he was already experiencing a decline in vision. A foreign voice resonated, and the elder did not turn, recognizing the speaker. "Indeed, my eyes may not endure until the day of my plan's fruition. Hee. That little girl from yesterday possesses a far more intact set of eyes, and her abilities far surpass this boy's. Let us utilize her." From a pool of inky darkness, a figure cloaked in pure black gradually emerged. "Wang Liang, even though you are my avatar, do not presume to make decisions on my behalf. I possess my own discernment," Uchiha Yao stated in a low tone upon hearing the suggestion from the darkness. "Hee. As your incarnation, I am acutely aware of your innermost desires." The shadow's eyes glimmered with an unsettling light, its tone sincere. "Do not meddle. You must attend to your own affairs." Uchiha Yao turned to regard the now human-shaped shadow. "I am immensely intrigued by this little one's dark side." The shadow emitted a peculiar, eerie laugh as it slowly approached the unconscious Uchiha Silver, extending a pitch-black hand to rest upon the boy's head. At that moment, two figures intruded upon Uchiha Yao's laboratory. Noticing the newcomers from a distance, Uchiha Yao furrowed his brow. He had hoped for a delay, yet they had arrived sooner than anticipated. Uchiha Taijima was no longer the indecisive lad he once was. Wang Liang had already informed him of Uchiha Miao's return, prompting Uchiha Yao to draft a plan concerning the 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. This plan was of great significance. The loyal Uchiha Miao would undoubtedly inquire about Uchiha Taijima's intentions at the first opportunity. This would afford him considerable time to maneuver. Yet he had not anticipated that his once indecisive disciple would exhibit such decisiveness since becoming clan leader. Wang Liang, terminate the plan. You will first inhabit Uchiha Silver's body and await my command before proceeding. It was crucial to conceal Wang Liang's existence, as his actions would surely lead Uchiha Taijima to sever him from this research, thereby ensuring Uchiha Silver's protection. Without hesitation, the shadow transformed into a pool of darkness, merging with Uchiha Silver's form. Uchiha Yao. The clan leader has issued orders to halt the experiment. Uchiha Miao, accompanied by the rotund Uchiha Yin, hurriedly approached Uchiha Yao, presenting the appointment letter from Uchiha Taijima. What? Does the clan leader remain unmoved by my proposal? Uchiha Yao turned his head, gazing coldly at his two younger clan members. At this juncture, such plans are unnecessary. The clan leader has appointed me to take over your research, specifically instructing that you, Uchiha Yao, have been overworking yourself and should return home to recuperate for a time. Uchiha Yin and Miao scrutinized the indifferent Uchiha Yao with keen eyes, secretly on guard against any sudden outburst from him. There is no need for your anxiety. Since it is the clan leader's command, I shall obey. Uchiha Yao shook his head at the wary expressions of the two, removed his lab coat, and departed the laboratory. Is it truly that simple? Uchiha Miao exchanged glances with Uchiha Yin, both feeling that the withdrawal was too effortless. Regardless, let us first escort Uchiha Yin back, the rotund Uchiha Yin urged, glancing at the unconscious Uchiha Yin. Unable to discern Uchiha Yao's true intentions, Uchiha Miao resigned himself to silence, turning to assist Uchiha Yin in carrying the youth back to his quarters. As Uchiha Yao exited the research facility, he cast one last look at the place where he had spent much of his life, a fleeting glimmer of regret passing through his eyes. What a pity. All of this shall soon turn to ashes, along with this cursed clan, Uchiha Yao murmured, a frenzied expression surfacing on his aged visage. In a world devoid of you, gold, there exists no necessity for existence. As night descended, atop a hillside several miles from the Uchiha domain, a disguised figure stood under the moonlight, seemingly awaiting something. With the sound of scattered footsteps, several men emerged from the woods, their robust physiques emanating a bloodthirsty aura, yet their rugged faces bore the incongruous delicate brows of Maru. Are you the one who provided us with the information? The leader, a man with a square face, spoke haughtily. Indeed, the Uchiha clan has recently transitioned leadership, and this new chief is not of the warlike disposition, advocating instead for a period of rest and recuperation. Thus, the Uchiha clan has amassed considerable resources over these years. The figure concealed beneath the mask spoke in a voice that was neither masculine nor feminine, rendering the listener unable to ascertain their age or identity. A cowardly approach. Only war is the singular path to progress, the square-faced man retorted disdainfully. Why have you handed over the Uchiha clan's defense plans to us? In the water country. Gazing across the sea towards the fire country, the Kagaya clan, newly arrived and engaged in widespread conflict, suddenly received a piece of intelligence. It detailed the Uchiha clan's information and conveniently included a defense map of the Uchiha clan. This caused the initially skeptical Kagaya clan to murmur amongst themselves. Such a lucrative opportunity, if seized, could not only bolster their strength, but also allow them to re-establish their foothold in the fire country. The Kingdom of Water is plagued by a scarcity of resources and poor transportation, and its islanders are notably fierce, perpetually embroiled in conflict. Several families gaze enviously towards the neighboring Kingdom of Fire, often reaching out tentatively, harboring dreams of one day stepping onto solid ground anew. You need not inquire further. Simply regard me as a seeker of vengeance. Upon hearing the inquiry from the leader of the Hyuga clan, a figure in the shadows spoke slowly. Cunning and secretive, I can ascertain the veracity of the information you provide, even without your words. The leader of the Hyuga clan regarded the unidentified individual before him with disdain, gesturing with his hand. From the crowd emerged a man who starkly contrasted with the others, for he lacked the distinctive Maru brows characteristic of them. This lad is a hybrid of our clan and the Hyuga, having awakened a bloodline ability that allows him to detect occurrences several kilometers away. His presence here is to verify the accuracy of the intelligence you supplied. The leader of the Hyuga clan patted the young man on the shoulder and spoke coldly. Should you dare to deceive us, you shall meet a most gruesome fate. Much like the occasional unions between the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools and the Senju clan of the Inland, the Hyuga clan has maintained ties with the Hyuga family for many years, often through marriage to strengthen their bond. The unremarkable man who stepped forward is the offspring of this union. Though he has not awakened the formidable corpse bone technique of his clan, he has activated a mutated Byakugan. Unlike the pure white pupils typical of the Hyuga, his eyes appear ordinary at first glance, resembling those of a common ninja. Hyuga Takuya. Scout ahead to ascertain whether the defenses of the Uchiha align with the intelligence provided. The man called Takuya nodded in acknowledgement and slipped into the periphery of the Uchiha clan's territory. Byakugan activate. Along the way, he raised his hand to form a seal, transforming his formerly dark pupils into a brilliant white, although the veins at his temples did not exhibit the typical protrusions seen in the Hyuga. Despite being termed a Byakugan, his eyes do not possess the purity of the true form. Their function is limited primarily to long-distance sight, perhaps due to his impure lineage. Nevertheless, his ability has made him a favored member of the clan, as ninja with reconnaissance skills are a rarity in this era, especially within the Hyuga clan, which relies heavily on physical combat and intelligence regarding enemy positions. With his mutated Byakugan activated, Takuya spotted the Uchiha's forward outpost from several miles away, swiftly noting the number of individuals present and continuing his surveillance in another direction. On the hillside, the Hyuga clan and the mysterious figure remained in a tense standoff. As Takuya returned, the atmosphere between the two parties reached a freezing point. "Takuya, how goes the reconnaissance?" Captain Sokiai of the Hyuga clan inquired. "Breathless from my return, I report that the defensive arrangements of the Uchiha at their perimeter align with the intelligence provided. Maintaining the Byakugan is indeed a taxing endeavor. Ha ha ha, fortune smiles upon us." Upon confirming the veracity of the intelligence, Kagaya Otsutsuki erupted into laughter, lowering his gaze upon the enigmatic figure who had remained silent before him. "It appears you harbor a profound animosity towards the Uchiha clan. However, fret not, for by the end of this night, the Uchiha will cease to exist in this world." The mysterious individual awaited the Otsutsuki clan's verification of the information before turning and vanishing into the darkness, unimpeded by the clan members, who regarded this elusive figure as merely a pitiful creature unable to exact revenge through their own strength. Beneath the moonlight, the mysterious figure shed his disguise, revealing an aged visage, pallid under the moon's glow, as the crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded. Uchiha Yao reminisced about his recent encounter with the Otsutsuki clan. These mindless fanatics would serve as an excellent diversion. When they descend into chaos with the Uchiha, I shall make my move. Ian awakened quickly. Feeling the dampness on his face, Uchiha Silver slowly opened his eyes to behold a slender maiden, tear-streaked and resembling a weeping pear blossom. Her tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling onto his face, and parched. He instinctively extended his tongue to taste the moisture at the corner of his mouth, salty yet sweet. Upon seeing Uchiha Silver awaken, the girl dove into his embrace, burying her head against his chest, her voice trembling with sobs as she lamented, "I had the strangest dream, one in which you were absent, and I was so frightened." Still feeling somewhat stiff, Uchiha Silver propped himself up, allowing the girl to weep in his embrace. He gently stroked her raven locks and reassured her, "It's all right. I will always be by your side." "Really?" The girl, with her nose reddened from crying, lifted her head to gaze into Uchiha Silver's eyes, as if seeking confirmation. "Of course. You have often said that I am the only one for you. If I do not care for you, who will?" He playfully patted her head, signaling her to rise. "Humph. Who said that? I can manage perfectly well without you." Suddenly realizing that her actions had been overly affectionate, the girl sprang up, turning her head away and pouting in protest. "Enough of your sweet nothings, you two lovebirds. You're making us old folks feel quite nauseous," teased the rotund Uchiha Yen. It was only then that Uchiha Silver noticed that Uchiha Miao and Uchiha Yen, who had been dismissed, had returned. "What about that peculiar old man?" he inquired anxiously. Recalling the odd behavior of Uchiha Yao, "The clan leader has decreed that he shall no longer participate in your research. You may rest assured," explained the slender Uchiha Miao. "Do you have any discomforts, perhaps with your vision or mind?" Upon hearing Uchiha Miao's inquiry, Uchiha Silver promptly voiced his concerns regarding his declining eyesight. While Uchiha Hikari mentioned the weapons that Uchiha Yao's subordinates had spoken of. "Weapons?" Uchiha Silver queried, puzzled by the unfamiliar term as he looked at Uchiha Miao, who sighed and produced a document regarding the war weaponry project. The boy glanced over it briefly, frowning as he remarked, "That old fellow must have lost his mind." Did they truly intend to transform me and Hikari into mindless instruments of war? Here, Uchiha Taijima rejected the war machine plan presented by Uchiha Miao, which had been crafted by Uchiha Yao, and returned to his residence alone. His wife, who had just given birth to a pair of twins, was nursing the infant swaddled in cloth, while a younger child slept beside her. In an era where family planning was not prioritized, each ninja clan revered procreation, for population signified strength. Observing his wife and children, Uchiha Taijima's stern gaze softened. "You have worked hard," he said, sitting by the bedside and gently caressing his wife's frail form. "Is everything all right? What of Ban and Izuna?" Uchiha Taijima's wife was a gentle and virtuous woman. Though the daughter of the previous clan leader, she had no penchant for battle. Her delicate nature was a perfect complement to the resolute and vigorous Uchiha Taijima, resulting in a remarkably affectionate bond between them. "They have reached the age of combat. I have instructed them to spend some time in the training room to refine their skills," he continued. Their eldest, Uchiha Ban, and second son, Uchiha Izuna, were now capable of engaging in small-scale battles on the battlefield. Uchiha Taijima believed that enduring hardship under his guidance would lessen their injuries in actual combat. "Oh dear, I am still recovering." Upon hearing her husband speak of their sensible children, the woman lying on the bed blushed, her voice becoming increasingly sultry. "What do you take me for, Uchiha Taijima?" The clan leader raised his hand to suppress his impetuous brother and chastised him with righteous indignation. The Uchiha clan territory was enveloped in tranquility beneath the night sky, with patrolling teams diligently following their routes around the clan's perimeter. The inky darkness did not hinder the Uchiha, who possessed dynamic vision. As the patrol route neared its conclusion, several guards relaxed their vigilance. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds echoed from the thicket, and the foremost patrol member collapsed, a spray of blood erupting around him. "Enemy attack!" The alarm was sounded, and a towering flame soared into the sky before bursting into a brilliant display. The remaining members swiftly drew their weapons, their crimson eyes wide open, and charged forward, determined to buy time for their kin behind them. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of figures emerged from the darkness, their faces contorted with ferocity. Exuding a bloodthirsty aura, the Kagaya clan descended upon them like ravenous wolves. The patrol team vanished amidst the surging tide, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered limbs. The scent of death, like an invisible hand, slowly enveloped the once serene Uchiha territory. Meanwhile, the listless Uchiha Gin lay on a cot in the research facility, counting the stars scattered across the night sky. Suddenly, he caught sight of a flicker of flame in the distant darkness, the unique alarm signal of the Uchiha clan. Staring in disbelief at the light symbolizing an enemy incursion, he wasted no time and sprang from the rest area. At this moment, the research institute was in utter disarray. The guards were assembling, while the defenseless researchers hurriedly gathered their materials. Amidst the chaos, a young boy dashed to a door, knocking vigorously. With a resounding thud, the door swung open to reveal a drowsy girl cradling a pillow, rubbing her eyes and yawning. "What is the matter?" she asked. "You need to find a place to hide. Our clan is under attack." Without a moment to spare, the boy disregarded the proprieties of gender and, seizing the girl's hand, pulled her outside. "Where are you taking me?" she exclaimed, still dazed, as he led her in a frantic sprint. They raced to the entrance of the institute, where a rotund figure was directing the guards' assembly. Upon seeing the two emerge, he shouted, "What are you doing out here? Get back inside. The institute is far safer than out here." Uchiha Yin had just received word from the perimeter that a group of unidentified individuals was advancing rapidly towards their territory, launching precise attacks on all patrols and sentries, catching them completely off guard. "Take Xiao Guang to a safe place. I must confront the enemy." Uchiha Yin positioned the girl behind him, patting his chest as his crimson eyes met Uchiha Yin's without a trace of fear. "I can fight too. This situation does not require your involvement. Stay back." Uchiha Yin replied with a bemused smile. Despite the formidable approach of their adversaries, it was not a moment of desperation for the Uchiha clan, having endured for a millennium. If such an attack could annihilate them, they would have ceased to exist long ago. "Humph, I will seek out my uncle. He will let me fight," Uchiha Yin retorted, gripping the girl's hand and sprinting out of the institute without a backward glance. Uchiha Yin, burdened with numerous tasks, chose not to impede them further. "Be careful," he called after them. Along their path, every home was ablaze with light. The able-bodied Uchiha clansmen donned their armor and retrieved their finest weapons. stepping out with fierce determination to demonstrate their might against the audacious foes. Chief, the enemy has breached our 3 defensive lines and is poised to invade our territory. A cloaked Uchiha reported to Uchiha Taijima, who was changing into his combat attire. How could they have advanced so quickly? What happened to the patrols? Uchiha Taijima inquired sternly upon hearing the enemy was at their gates. The enemy seems acutely aware of our defenses. Our sentinels were ambushed before they could react. The cloaked Uchiha replied, bowing his head. We merely rested for a brief period, and yet someone dares to brazenly attack us, believing we are weak. The Uchiha have always been the ones to strike, Uchiha Taijima declared, his voice cold and commanding as he waved his hand. Let me see who possesses the audacity to challenge us. Following his orders, Uchiha Gin gathered several hundred elite clansmen, their eyes opened in readiness, waiting at the entrance of their territory. Upon Uchiha Taijima's arrival, he surveyed the assembled clansmen before bellowing, "Those who dare to offend the Uchiha shall find no mercy. Those who dare to offend the Uchiha shall find only death." The ominous chant reverberated through the night, a multitude of voices echoing in a cacophony that sent chills down the spine. A chilling aura of malevolence emanated from the stern faces of the clan members, as Uchiha Taijima surveyed his subordinates with satisfaction. Onward. Face them head-on. Chief, the enemy wields the bloodline limit. According to intelligence from the front, they are likely remnants of the Kagaya clan who fled to the land of water, reported Uchiha Gin, his rotund figure surprisingly keeping pace with the formidable Uchiha Taijima, showing no signs of lagging behind. Those lunatics? They've taken such a long detour to ambush us, Taijima pondered, recalling the data on the Kagaya clan. A hint of introspection in his voice. My subordinates are unaware, came the response. That is of no consequence. We shall interrogate them after we defeat them. Uchiha Taijima held no fears of defeat, though reluctant to admit, for centuries, only the Senju clan could rival theirs. The Uchiha clan, led by Taijima, clashed head-on with the Kagaya clan, the battlefield erupting into chaos. Although the Uchiha were renowned for their mastery of fire release and illusions, their prowess in physical combat was not lacking. It merely paled in comparison to their other 2 exceptional skills. Flames engulfed the battlefield, blood and bones scattered, as the frenzied Kagaya fought desperately, exchanging lives for lives to maintain the battle's momentum. Observing their reckless tenacity, Uchiha Taijima felt a sense of unease. Elder N, have you spotted any formidable enemies among them? In such a large-scale assault, it was peculiar that the Kagaya clan had not deployed their top-tier warriors, only sending mere fodder to struggle in the fray. It seems not. Enemies of this caliber should not be able to infiltrate our territory so easily. The seasoned warrior Uchiha also sensed that something was amiss. Trouble. Realization dawned upon them simultaneously, their expressions shifting dramatically as they turned towards the distant clan grounds. In the next moment, a roaring inferno erupted within the previously tranquil territory, casting a stark glow on Uchiha Taijima's face. Not long before, while Taijima led his elite forces to confront the Kagaya clan, dozens of shadows had stealthily infiltrated from the opposite side of the clan grounds. At the forefront stood the resolute Kagaya Sasuke, alongside him the mixed-blood Kagaya Takuya, the offspring of their clan, and the Hyuga. Ha ha ha, to have infiltrated so effortlessly. Kagaya Sasuke exclaimed with excitement, gazing at the unguarded gates. Turning to Takuya, he continued, Takuya, your contributions to this infiltration are monumental. I shall report to the clan leader and advocate for your commendation. Thank you, Elder. Takuya, often subjected to discrimination within the clan due to his mixed heritage, realized that his awakened, mutated Byakugan bloodline would elevate his status, saving him from a life as a servant to the pureblood Kagaya. This assault, made possible by his Byakugan, allowed him to circumvent multiple centuries, earning him enough merit to secure his place within the clan. Why have you arrived so late? The enigmatic figure once again emerged silently from the shadows, as if having awaited this moment for an eternity. Enough of this trifling. Reveal to us the secret locations of the Uchiha clan and the whereabouts of its key figures, urged Kagaya Sasuke, unceremoniously addressing the mysterious contact. The figure produced a rudimentary map, marked with red crosses denoting several significant sites, and tossed it to Kagaya Sasuke with a haunting remark, I hope you act swiftly. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the anguish that Uchiha Taijima will surely endure. Upon unfolding the map, Kagaya Sasuke observed that the locations marked with red crosses primarily consisted of essential establishments such as granaries, armories, supply depots, and research facilities. Yet, the most prominent red cross was unmistakably marked over the clan leader's residence. Ha ha ha. I can only wonder what Uchiha Taijima has done to you to evoke such loathing. Kagaya Sasuke mused, a hint of perplexity crossing his bloodthirsty visage at the highlighted estate. That is of no concern to you, the mysterious figure replied coldly, head bowed, uttering those 4 words before vanishing into the darkness. Let us commence our tumultuous revelry, Kagaya Sasuke declared, handing the map to his comrade Kagaya Takuya. Rallying a cadre of elite warriors as they surged into the defenseless Uchiha territory, igniting a frenzy of slaughter. In the shadows, the mysterious figure discarded his disguise, his eyes glinting with a dim light. Observing the ensuing carnage wrought by the Kagaya clan, the aged Uchiha Yo produced a jar filled with liquid, within which floated a pair of eyes radiating a faint red glow. Gently caressing the glass, Uchiha Yo murmured, Gin, allow me to show you how a perpetrator receives their just retribution. Meanwhile, 2 slender figures raced along the silent streets of the Uchiha clan, where the once vibrant lights of countless homes now lay extinguished. Ein, where are you taking me? The bewildered girl inquired, disoriented from being whisked away by the boy. To my uncle's place. It is undoubtedly safe there, Uchiha Gin assured, knowing that his uncle's residence would still be under guard, making it the safest refuge for the girl. As they conversed, they arrived at an imposing estate, but before they could knock on the door, several shadowy figures materialized before them. The clan leader has decreed that no outsiders may enter. The foremost Uchiha, clad in black and with eyes aglow, gazed at them impassively, his hand subtly resting upon the hilt of his sheathed sword. I am Uchiha Gin. You have seen me before, he declared, recognizing the black-clad man as one of his uncle's personal guards, though they were not well acquainted. The clan leader has already departed for the front lines, the guard replied, scrutinizing Uchiha Gin with a piercing gaze. Ah, he has left already, Uchiha Gin lamented, smacking his forehead in frustration. Could you allow my friend to take refuge inside? He pleaded, pushing the bewildered girl forward. No, the clan leader's orders are absolute. No one may enter. The black-clad Uchiha maintained his stern demeanor. Please, do not be so unyielding. Uchiha In found himself in a state of acute anxiety. Outside, chaos reigned, and he felt uneasy leaving the young girl alone at the research facility. I apologize, but if you persist in this unwarranted interference, I shall have no choice but to act accordingly, the cloaked Uchiha stated as he slowly unsheathed the blade at his waist. Let them enter. The grand doors of the estate were suddenly flung open, revealing Uchiha Tajima's weary wife, who stepped out with a fatigued visage. Hello, Aunt, Uchiha In exclaimed, dashing towards her with a bright smile as he greeted the woman, then turned to the young girl, urging, come forth and pay your respects to Aunt. In matters of social etiquette, modern individuals certainly excel. The girl, cautiously approaching the unfamiliar woman, nervously greeted, good day, lady clan leader. Oh, you must be the little light that Ain often speaks of. No need for such formality. Simply call me Aunt, just like Ain does, Uchiha Taijima's wife responded. Observing her nephew with the young maiden and understanding their relationship, even if she were somewhat naive. Aunt, I shall refrain from entering. The youth declined her invitation to step inside. I must head to the front lines. I am certain I can be of assistance to Uncle. Without waiting for Uchiha Taijima's wife to persuade him otherwise, Uchiha In gestured reassuringly to the girl and vanished into the darkness of the night. He hoped it was not too late. As the boy sprinted down the streets, he silently prayed, increasing the force of his strides, moving like the wind towards the clan's gates. Suddenly, a chilling aura washed over him, causing Uchiha In to instinctively halt, his gaze fixated on the corner ahead. In the next moment, several unfamiliar figures clad in dark clothing emerged from the shadows, their faces stained with blood, yet devoid of fear, instead exuding a palpable thirst for violence. Who are you? The boy was the first to inquire, discerning from their peculiar appearance that they were not members of his clan. At this juncture, they could only be adversaries. With this thought, he activated his chakra, his senses sharpened, and his eyes gradually turned a vibrant crimson. Although he had remained at the research facility, his combat prowess had not waned. His uncle, Uchiha Taijima, was an exceedingly strict mentor. Haha, we have a little brat here. The leader of the group laughed heartily upon seeing the slender boy before him. Following that, the others closed in, fists clenched. Since you are foes, I shall not hold back. Surrounded by the menacing figures, the boy remained remarkably composed, with his Sharingan activated. He could clearly gauge that their strength was comparable to seasoned fighters, each at least on par with a squad leader. The boy lifted his head, flashing a radiant smile, while the underestimating assailants swung their massive fists, propelled by overwhelming force, aimed directly at the cornered youth. Kill him. Just as they were about to reduce the boy to mere pulp, their fists abruptly halted mere centimeters from his face. The leader's complexion turned crimson, straining with all his might, yet he found himself unable to budge his fist even an inch. The illusion of the Sharingan rendered several individuals immobile, as if their bodies were encased in lead. The young man, undeterred, cast another illusion of the Sharingan, incapacitating all but the leader. He then fixed his gaze upon the sole remaining conscious man, activating his ocular power to hypnotize him. The entranced man appeared dazed, obediently standing still, awaiting the commands of Uchiha Gin. Who are you? We are ninjas of the Kagaya clan, the man, claiming to be of the Kagaya lineage, answered without hesitation. How could it be the Kagaya clan? Wasn't it said in the original text that they were expelled to the land of water? What brings them here? Traversing such a distance? Uchiha Gin sensed the stench of conspiracy. What is your objective? To seize the Uchiha territory and capture key members of the Uchiha clan, replied the Kagaya man candidly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin's composure shattered. They intended to invade his home and utilize hostages as leverage. How many of you are there? And who leads your group? Uchiha Gin sought to ascertain the number of infiltrators, aware that the clan's strength had been thinned, leaving only a fraction behind. The consequences of a successful raid would be catastrophic for the Uchiha clan. There are 80 of us, led by Elder Kagaya Sosuke. The mention of 80 Kagaya ninjas dispatched for a covert operation indicated formidable strength. Where have they gone? Uchiha Gin quickly inquired, eager to determine the whereabouts of these 80 individuals. Grain storage, armory, supply depot, laboratories, and the clan leader's residence, the controlled Kagaya enumerated, causing Uchiha Gin to gasp in horror. These locations were vital to the Uchiha clan, particularly the leader's residence. This is dire. Xiao Guang is still there. The thought of Uchiha Guang, whom he had recently placed in the leader's residence, tightened his chest. Without further questioning, he contemplated briefly, then brandished several kunai, sending the intruders to their demise. It was time to adapt to the harsh realities of this era. Given the current situation, seeking out Uchiha Taijima was no longer feasible. He could only hope that the elder would soon discern the Kagaya clan's sinister plot. Uchiha Jin's singular thought was to hasten back to the leader's residence to safeguard his aunt and Xiao Guang. Time was of the essence. He set forth, once more traversing the streets of the Uchiha camp, which no longer bore the tranquility of daylight. Countless ordinary members of the Uchiha clan lay lifeless in pools of blood, their fates uncertain. Confronted with such a gruesome scene for the first time, Uchiha Gin struggled to breathe. The acrid scent of blood made him nauseous, suppressing his physical discomfort. He hurried toward the leader's residence, which he had just departed from. Outside the leader's residence, the sound of alarm rang incessantly as Kagaya Sosuke, assured of victory, commanded his subordinates in battle against the black-clad Uchiha guard. By the time Uchiha Gin arrived, the guard had suffered grievous losses, with many dead or wounded, and the remaining black-clad Uchiha struggled on, their eyes reddened and bodies battered. What awaited was not reinforcements, but rather the young Uchiha In. In his astonishment, he revealed a flaw, which was swiftly exploited by the Kagaya clan, who struck him with their bizarre white weapon, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Ha ha! Is this naive little brat the reinforcements you spoke of? Kagaya Kosuka laughed heartily, casting a derisive glance at the newly arrived youth. Uchiha In surveyed his surroundings and noted that this group had yet to breach the clan leader's estate, allowing him a moment of relief. However, his expression soon turned grave. The aura emanating from the Kagaya clan member before him indicated a formidable opponent. Daring not to underestimate the situation, Uchiha In fervently summoned his ocular prowess. Feeling the tomo in his eyes begin to spin, a chilling chakra permeated the air, even catching the attention of the Kagaya clan members, who typically lacked perceptive acuity. Amaterasu. This child is no ordinary adversary. Act swiftly. Kagaya Kosuka commanded urgently, as the surrounding members of the Kagaya clan charged forward. Before they could even graze the hem of the boy's attire, a surge of black flames erupted from the foremost attackers. flames that could not be extinguished by any means. Ultimately, those few Kagaya members who had come into contact with the flames were reduced to ashes, while the black fire, having lost its hosts, continued to blaze ominously upon the ground. The Kagaya clan members looked on in horror at the unquenchable black flames, hesitant to advance further, as this form of long-range physical damage was particularly effective against their type of taijutsu ninjas. Kagaya Kosuke furrowed his brow and descended to observe the raging black flames before turning his gaze to the boy, isolated by the inferno. Your eyes, a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It was then that Kosuke discerned that the youth's eyes were not merely the traditional three-tomo Sharingan, but rather a pair of strangely patterned crimson orbs. As a long-established clan, the Kagaya possessed considerable knowledge regarding the legendary eyes of the Uchiha, and Kosuke, as a high-ranking member of his clan, had prepared extensively prior to this encounter. To be honest, I'm rather reluctant to utilize these eyes. They are hardly impressive, Uchiha Gin remarked, shaking his head as he felt the power of his ocular abilities surge forth, leaving him momentarily drained. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan, unlike those described in family lore, was not adorned with the lavish patterns one might expect. Instead, the three spinning tomo had vanished, leaving a simple singular design at the center of his crimson pupils, what Uchiha Gin would refer to as a non-tomo Sharingan. In comparison to the dazzling patterns of others, he felt embarrassed to claim the title of kaleidoscopic. Those at the research facility who first beheld his kaleidoscope were inclined to believe that this child lacked talent. Awakening a Sharingan devoid of tomo. The boy's tricks will be ineffective if we engage him in close combat. That will deter him from unleashing such fire techniques. Understanding the indiscriminate nature of fire techniques, Kagaya Kosuke promptly devised a strategy, knowing that the ever-fearless Kagaya clan members would not easily retreat. This could spell trouble. As he beheld the approaching members of the Kagaya clan, Uchiha Gin felt an ominous foreboding within his heart. His Mangekyo Sharingan possessed but a singular capability for mass damage, Amaterasu. The other eye, wielding Tsukuyami, offered no advantage against a multitude of adversaries, serving only as an individual illusion. In that critical moment, a familiar voice resonated in his ears, as the black flames surrounding Uchiha Gin seemed to come alive, rapidly extending and ensnaring the Kagaya clan members with remarkable swiftness. The unfortunate Kagaya who inadvertently brushed against the black flames had no time to react. In the next heartbeat, the flames swiftly expanded, enveloping him in a fiery cocoon. And moments later, he was reduced to nothing but a plume of smoke and scattered ashes. Xiao Wang, how did you get out? Uchiha Gin exclaimed, recognizing the voice of the girl. He understood that the sentient black flames before him were a manifestation of her Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Kagetsuchi. If I hadn't come out, you would be in grave danger, the girl replied, her anxious gaze fixed on the menacing, unfamiliar foes before them. This marked her inaugural battle, and her delicate hands trembled tightly, beads of sweat nearly slipping through her fingers. Her unusual patterned Sharingan nervously regarded Uchiha Gin, as if awaiting his command. In stark contrast to the boy's simple, unadorned Sharingan, the girl's Mangekyo was a spectacle of elegance, with three shuriken-like shapes interconnected, forming a stunning design that had long evoked the boy's envy. Do not be anxious. It is just like during our training at the research facility, Uchiha Gin reassured her. Recognizing her tension, aware that he too was inexperienced in battle, he resolved not to display any signs of discomfort and promptly began to direct her actions. First, encircle them with Amaterasu. At his command, the girl exerted herself to manipulate the black flames, creating a barrier around Kagaya Sosuke and his kin. Now use that. Without needing to utter its name, the two, having worked in harmony for some time, understood each other's intent. The Kagaya clan members, trapped in the fiery embrace of Amaterasu, suddenly noticed that the pure white moonlight at their feet had imperceptibly morphed into a faint crimson. All instinctively looked up, astonished to see the moon in the sky transformed into a red orb, slowly revealing a pattern identical to that of the girl's pupils. Marking Tsukuyami, the Kagaya clan felt a sharp pain in their heads, and a red mark, identical to the pattern on the moon, appeared on their bodies. As the markings settled, the previously agitated members of the Kagaya clan fell into an eerie silence, their eyes now shimmering with a purplish-red glow. With a sigh of relief, Uchiha Gin felt a burden lift after successfully inscribing the mark. He was well aware of the girl's Mangekyo ability, Yata no Kagami, and knew that once marked, they would be under her control. Now, They merely awaited the return of Uchiha Taijima, considering the significant commotion that had ensued. Approaching the girl, Uchiha Gin inquired, "Are you managing?" Understanding that it was her first time commanding such a number, he expressed concern for her capacity, ready to intervene and eliminate a portion of the enemies should she find the task overwhelming. "No, I feel unprecedentedly well." The young girl, with her rosy cheeks radiating satisfaction, shook her head. Her 8,000 spears technique not only allowed her to manipulate the stamped reporters, but also to endlessly absorb chakra from them. This was her first time controlling so many individuals, and she could hardly contain her exhilaration, feeling remarkably spirited. Upon hearing her explanation, Uchiha Gin ceased to inquire further. Remembering that his aunt was still inside, he glanced at the girl, who appeared to be in good spirits, and asked, "Is Annie all right?" "I'm fine, thank you all," she replied, just as Uchiha Taijima's wife emerged from within, accompanied by 3 children. Observing the distinct patterns in the eyes of the 2 children, which were unlike any ordinary Sharingan, she, as the former clan leader's daughter, instantly recognized them as the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. "I didn't expect you two to possess such formidable strength at such a young age. The future of the Uchiha clan is entrusted to you, young couple." Uchiha Taijima's wife jested with a radiant smile. "Ah, Auntie, what are you saying?" Uchiha Gin, caught off guard, bashfully scratched his head, while the young girl nearby experienced a mental overload. The term young couple echoed in her mind, causing a sudden flush of crimson to invade her cheeks, as she felt as if her head were about to burst into flames from embarrassment. "Stop teasing her, Auntie. How much longer until Uncle returns?" Despite Uchiha Jin's thick skin, he felt too shy to broach the topic again in front of the girl. "It should be soon," Uchiha Taijima's wife speculated, glancing at the distant lights that had begun to flicker. "Hurry up, Yin, let us head back first." Sensing an anomaly from the enemy, Uchiha Taijima swiftly led a small team back to the clan. As soon as they entered the gates, the heavy scent of blood assaulted his senses, causing a surge of anxiety within him. The team sped through the streets of the Uchiha clan territory, encountering numerous corpses of clansmen and unfamiliar strangers. Not far along their path, they encountered a small team from the Kagaya clan. Uchiha Taijima and his companions, with overwhelming strength, swiftly dealt with this squad and continued their pursuit, annihilating several more small teams composed of Kagaya clan members along the way. Using Jinjutsu, they extracted information from the captives, learning that the target of the formidable elder Kagaya Sosuke was their very own home. Uchiha Taijima, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, could no longer wait for his team to deal with the captives and urgently took Uchiha Yen with him toward his house. In the chaotic Uchiha territory, a pair of cold eyes observed everything transpiring. The figure watched as Uchiha Gin and the young girl controlled the main forces of the Kagaya clan, and as Uchiha Taijima approached them, a flicker of determination crossed his indifferent gaze. Lowering his head and glancing at the jar in his hand, a peculiar smile twisted across his aged face. The show is about to begin. At the entrance of the clan leader's residence, the Kagaya clan members, ensnared by Uchiha Hikari's control, stood in a daze, forming an orderly line under the girl's command, awaiting the conclusion of the battle outside their clan. The young girl, still somewhat inexperienced with releasing 8,000 spears on such a multitude, found the accumulated chakra overwhelming, causing her head to spin. "Could you share some of your excess chakra with me?" As the girl appeared adorably intoxicated, Uchiha Gin, unable to contain his amusement, made a suggestion. Aware that the boy intended to alleviate her burdens, Uchiha Hikari promptly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. A surge of azure light enveloped the area, and a powerful chakra began to emanate from the mark left by their earlier combination technique. The boy, who had recently been weakened by the use of his Mangekyo, felt as if he had been rejuvenated, bursting with energy once more. "Thank you, Jin," the girl said, her face adorned with a gentle smile, a faint blush accentuating her cheeks. The boy found himself momentarily entranced by her charm, while his aunt observed the two with an amused smile. As the boy struggled to find the right words in response, the once bashful girl suddenly radiated a terrifying aura. Her clear eyes were shrouded by a veil of darkness, and an overwhelming pressure caused those around her to hold their breaths in trepidation. Sensing impending danger, Uchiha Gin attempted to move forward, but as he raised his hand, the mark on his palm surged with an intense agitation, compelling his body to halt involuntarily. He felt his chakra rapidly dissipating, his mouth unable to form words, and his eyes strained to move. It was then that he noticed Uchiha Taijima's wife bore a similar mark, her expression vacant as she too was drained of chakra. Yet, this scene was not the most harrowing, as the darkness in the girl's eyes expanded. The consciousness of the Kagaya clan members she had previously controlled began to awaken. What is happening? Kagaya Sokai, regaining awareness, looked bewilderedly at his kin. Recalling their last moments trapped in black flames, with the ominous red moon rising in the sky. Elder, I cannot move. Kagaya Takuya, who had been by Sokai's side, also regained his senses, realizing he was immobilized as if ensnared by a binding technique. Me too. Same here, echoed the other awakened members of the Kagaya clan. The only one capable of movement. The girl scanned her surroundings with vacant eyes, ultimately fixing her gaze upon the Kagaya clan encircled by black flames. With a mere lift of her eyelids, the flames obediently parted, revealing an opening. The mesmerizing patterns in her eyes began to swirl slowly, empowering her control. The Kagaya clan members, previously paralyzed, found their bodies moving against their will. One of the Kagaya members manifested a white, bone-like blade from his palm. In a panic-stricken frenzy, he swung it down violently, cleaving his companion beside him in two, crimson liquid splattering everywhere. No, the victim of his attack was his younger brother. Before he could even grasp the gravity of his actions, he looked down to see the bone blade protruding from his chest. Blood flooded his lungs, rendering him speechless as he collapsed onto his brother's lifeless body. Uchiha Gin, unable to intervene, could only watch helplessly as the massacre unfolded. The Kagaya clan members wailed and cursed, frantically wielding their weapons against one another, the scene quickly transforming into a horrific tableau of bloodshed. Elder Sokai, no. In stark contrast to the formidable physiques of the average Kagaya clan member, Takuya, with his awakened and mutated Byakugan, possessed only average physical prowess. Lacking the bone lineage, he was no match for the others, left defenseless against the chaos surrounding him. Especially in front of him, Kagaya Sokai, who resembled a hedgehog, pierced his heart with a mere glance. Do not blame me, Takuya. The controlled Kagaya Sokai was powerless to halt his massacre of his own kin. Forced only to watch as Takuya, who had placed his utmost trust in him, met his demise beneath his own bone pulse. Evil Uchiha, I shall rend you to pieces. Kagaya Sokai's body sprouted bone spikes as he endeavored to reclaim control over himself through sheer agony. The extent of such terrifying power was truly remarkable. An elder, who had been observing from the sidelines, could not suppress his astonishment at the sight of the girl orchestrating the Kagaya clan's self-destruction. Previously, at the Research Institute, he had exploited the ability of Wang Liang to instill a plethora of negative emotions into the girl's mind, simultaneously leaving behind a visual technique. Whenever he desired, he could activate this technique at will, unleashing the girl's pent-up negativity and rendering her a mere weapon in his grasp. Why do this to me? Uchiha Hikari's mind was inundated with tormenting memories of being oppressed, imprisoned, and studied by her own clan. In this recollection, the presence of Uchiha Gin was absent. Having activated his Sharingan, he was treated as a ruthless weapon by his kin. The dark aura in his eyes intensified with the ebb and flow of his emotions, his expression contorting into a fearsome snarl, blood tears streaming from the corners of his eyes due to the excessive use of his Sharingan. As the controlled Uchiha Gin beheld the girl's anguished countenance, his muscles twitched uncontrollably. With the surge of powerful emotion, a chilling aura enveloped Uchiha Jin's eyes. Drawing upon the explosive power of his gaze, the boy shattered the shackles of the 8,000 spears. Regaining his freedom, he was momentarily engulfed by dizziness as everything before him became a blur. Yet, he could not afford to linger on that. He charged towards the girl, seizing her shoulders in a desperate attempt to restore her consciousness. Wake up, Hikari. Unsure of the reason behind her sudden outburst, Uchiha Gin resorted to verbal persuasion in hopes of reviving her awareness. Upon hearing the familiar voice, a flicker of struggle crossed the girl's vacant eyes, her body beginning to tremble ever so slightly, as if resisting something. Hikari, it's me, Jin. We promised to go to the land of water for seafood, to the land of soup for hot springs, to the land of snow to admire the snow. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the boy unleashed a torrent of childhood promises, recounting their shared dreams in vivid detail. With each nostalgic vow he uttered, the dark aura in the girl's eyes began to subside, her gaze gradually regaining clarity. Jin, what have I done? The girl, now lucid, gazed at the disheveled Uchiha Gin, her frail form collapsing into his embrace, her pale lips barely whispering. "It's all right, I'm here." Uchiha Gin, unable to clearly discern the girl's features, reached out to caress her head, assuring her with unwavering conviction. "It's restored." Gasping for breath, Kagaya Sokiai's body abruptly halted. The bone spikes in his hand poised before a kin who lay with eyes closed, awaiting death. The surviving members of the Kagaya clan, having narrowly escaped death, found themselves ensnared by the red moon, compelled to slaughter their comrades. Each was left in a state of despair, with some having succumbed to madness, frantically fleeing in various directions. To everyone's astonishment, a glimmer of hope emerged. The young girl under their control was awakened by Uchiha Gin. This unexpected turn of events caught Uchiha Yao off guard, leading him to realize that his plan to manipulate the girl into annihilating the Uchiha clan had been thwarted. However, he still had a backup plan. With his faded eyes scanning Uchiha Jin's face, the elder's gaze momentarily flickered with a hint of struggle, but it quickly extinguished. As if his eyes had been filled with ink, becoming lifeless. The patterns in his eyes shifted, and from the shadow of Uchiha Gin, a dark entity detached and began to move toward the Kagaya clan. Now liberated, Kagaya Sokai cast a wary glance at the two young Uchihas in the distance. The situation had become dire, too much time had elapsed, and Uchiha Taijima would undoubtedly have seen through their ruse. Their only option was to flee while the two youth remained oblivious. "Where do you think you're going, Elder Sokai?" A sinister voice whispered in his ear. Instinctively, he turned to locate the source, but found no trace of any strangers. Just as he intended to depart, a chilling sight met his eyes, a black head emerging from his own shadow. The head grinned malevolently before merging into him like a pool of ink, flooding him with a familiar sense of manipulation once more. "Ha ha ha, little Uchihas, have you prepared your last words?" A furious roar shattered the atmosphere, and the frenzied Kagaya Sokai, eyes brimming with madness, conjured two colossal bone blades from his hands, charging toward them. Uchiha Gin furrowed his brow at the approaching Sokai, while the girl in his arms grew exceedingly weak from overexerting her Sharingan, struggling against near blindness to unravel the power of the 8,000 spears. He summoned the last remnants of his chakra, lifting the girl and narrowly evading the onslaught. "Is that all you can do, you brat?" Sokai taunted, and Uchiha Gin, refusing to be daunted, activated the Sharingan in his right eye. Sensing himself targeted, Sokai abruptly sidestepped, as black flames that should have ignited on his chest engulfed his right arm. Having witnessed the capabilities of this fire, he decisively severed his own arm with the bone blade, the severed limb, wrapped in black flames, falling to the ground and turning to ash moments later. Escaping by sacrificing your own arm? Uchiha Gin thought with trepidation. He no longer possessed the chakra or ocular power to wield the full might of his Sharingan. Retreating to a safe distance, he gently set the girl down, gritting his teeth as he retrieved an old kunai that he had not used in ages, positioning it before him as 3 tomo appeared in his eyes. It was time to demonstrate the Uchiha way of combat. Dance of the Corpse and Bone Blossoms. Observing Uchiha Jin's retreat rather than advance, Kagaya Sokai swung his remaining bone blade, charging toward the audacious Uchiha boy who dared to stand against him. The consumption of the 3 Magatama by Uchiha Gin had notably diminished. The Sharingan bestowed an extraordinary level of insight, allowing him to anticipate and counter the tempestuous onslaught of Kagaya Tsukuyami with precision. As Kagaya's techniques were deftly neutralized by Uchiha Gin, he discarded his bone blade and engaged in close-quarters combat. Transforming into a spiky hedgehog, Kagaya Tsukuyami charged at Uchiha Gin, only to be inadvertently wounded by his opponent's bone spikes, causing crimson droplets to blossom across his body. Despite the relentless barrage, even the Sharingan could not evade all the attacks. In the midst of their fierce exchange, Uchiha Yao, an onlooker, sensed the urgent approach of Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha En, a cruel smile creeping across his aged visage. Finally, they have arrived. It was time for them to experience his suffering. As dark energy swirled violently in his eyes, Kagaya Tsukuyami abruptly halted, retracting his bone spikes. Uchiha Gin, perplexed by the sudden shift in Kagaya's demeanor, sensed that something ominous was afoot. At that moment, a peculiar smile appeared on Kagaya's resolute face as he pressed his hands against the ground, feeling the chakra surging beneath him. Uchiha Gin quickly deduced that Kagaya was about to unleash a formidable AoE technique. He swiftly turned and raced toward the girl, intent on escaping the impending attack. Upon reaching her, his Sharingan revealed a horrifying truth. His aunt and 3 children lay just beyond Kaguya, perilously close to the impending catastrophe. While he stood a significant distance away, hoisting the weakened girl onto his back, Uchiha Gin summoned all his strength and dashed toward his aunt. Yet, as Kaguya Tsukuyami completed his jutsu, the scene he dreaded most unfolded before him. The dance of the corpse bones manifested, raising a forest of skeletal trees over a 1-kilometer radius, swiftly consuming the chakra-depleted Uchiha Taijima's wife and their 3 children. No! Uchiha Jin's voice erupted in a desperate roar. From a distance, Uchiha Taijima, exerting every ounce of effort to reach them, could only watch in horror as his family was entombed within the eerie forest of bones. Dodging the ground attacks, Uchiha Gin disregarded the menacing bone spikes surrounding him and charged frantically toward his aunt's last known position, with Uchiha Taijima mirroring his frantic pace. Ignoring the wounds that marred their bodies, they desperately clawed at the surrounding bone spikes. Despite a flicker of hope, the grim reality before them shattered their spirits. The gentle and virtuous woman they adored now lay lifeless, several bone spikes having pierced through her frail form. The children were not spared either, their young lives cruelly snuffed out by the merciless bone forest. Ah! Uchiha Taijima's anguish erupted, his beloved wife and newborn child brutally taken from him. The excruciating stimulation caused his vision to blur, a surge of chilling chakra erupted from his mind, and the 3 tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly. The intense sorrow elevated his Sharingan, and as the tomo whirled faster and faster, they ultimately fused into a windmill-shaped pattern. Ha! At last, you too shall experience the anguish of losing a cherished loved one. As Uchiha Taijima knelt, wailing in despair, Uchiha Yao, clutching a jar, erupted into frenzied laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Wang Liang, eliminate Uchiha Taijima, commanded Uchiha Yao, wiping away his tears. Responding to the order without hesitation, Kaguya Sosuke, under Wang Liang's manipulation, conjured another bone spear with one hand, poised to pierce the dazed Uchiha Taijima. Careful, clan leader. Several wind-laced shurikens flew in, forcing Kaguya Sosuke, spear in hand, to retreat. Uchiha Yen arrived, breathless, and gasped at the horrific scene before him, particularly upon seeing the lifeless form of Uchiha Taijima's wife, whose aged eyes radiated a chilling aura. Before he could take action, Uchiha Gin, equally entranced, silently lifted his head, his crimson eyes revealing a singular black that spun rapidly. Amaterasu, a black flame, comparable in size to the great fireball, enveloped Kaguya Sosuke's body. Anticipating this, Wang Liang commanded Kaguya Sosuke to encase himself in a white bony shell using the corpse bone technique, evading this lethal strike with a clever maneuver. Wang Liang, return. Seeing Uchiha Gin regain his senses and Uchiha Yen arrive as reinforcements, Uchiha Yao promptly ordered Wang Liang to retreat. Can someone tell me what transpired? The disoriented Kaguya Sosuke felt a sharp pain in his arm, realizing that one of his limbs had been severed at the root, surrounded by a forest of his own bones, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Tsukuyami, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. Upon looking up, he beheld a crimson moon descending towards him. The looming blood-red moon descended slowly, exerting an immense pressure that rendered everyone on the ground breathless. At the epicenter, Kaguya Sosuke turned pale, sensing he had been ensnared by this lunar orb, with no escape in sight. The Tsukuyami has transformed into a physical assault? Even from a distance, Uchiha Yao could feel the tremendous destructive force emanating from the moon. Unwilling to meet his demise in a foreign land, Kaguya Sosuke desperately tapped into the power within his bloodline. His bones began to grow rapidly, and he surged upward, transforming into a gigantic figure composed entirely of gray-white bones, adorned with menacing white spikes. I, Kaguya Sosuke, shall not perish at the hands of a mere child. The colossal figure's chest resonated with Kaguya Sosuke's frenzied roar. Uchiha Silver remained utterly unmoved by the transformation of Kaguya Tsukasa, his 2 crimson eyes coldly gazing at the descending red moon. Viscous blood streamed relentlessly from his eyes, and his once robust physique visibly withered at an alarming rate. The colossal bone giant raised its hand, morphing it into a spiraled bone spear, gathering energy and surging forth with the force of thunder towards the falling red moon. The moment the spear made contact with the moon, a powerful gust of wind erupted, rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes. To everyone's astonishment, the bone giant, embodied by Kaguya Tsukasa, managed to halt the momentum of the descending moon, igniting a flicker of hope within Kagaya Tsukasa, whose smile began to re-emerge. Crack! In the next instant, a crisp cracking sound echoed, freezing Kagaya Tsukasa's joyful expression. The bone spear began to disintegrate from its tip, a fissure spreading from the spearhead throughout the entirety of the giant's form. The once arrogant and untamed Kagaya Tsukasa departed this world without uttering a single farewell, dissipating into ash alongside the collapse of the bone giant. Uchiha Silver, stop! The only conscious being, Uchiha Flame, gazed in horror at the red moon that had crushed the bone giant, realizing that its descent showed no sign of abating. And he shouted with urgency. Uchiha Silver, however, remained unresponsive, standing there in a daze, blood staining his entire visage, exuding an aura of death. The red moon descended with relentless force, crashing heavily into the ground, unleashing a thunderous explosion that sent several individuals flying amidst the ensuing turbulence. As the dust settled, Uchiha Flame lifted his head, rendered speechless by the horrific scene before him. A massive crater had formed in the heart of the Uchiha clan's territory. The patriarch's estate laid to ruin, countless homes destroyed, and the anguished cries of survivors filled the air. Uchiha Silver lay sprawled on the ground, face turned skyward, blood oozing from every pore, while a frail girl staggered to her feet, stumbling towards the fallen youth. The explosive sound roused Uchiha Taijima, who had been lost in grief over his wife and child. Sensing the tumultuous power surging in his eyes, he painfully shut them once more. What good is a celestial deity now? Upon reopening his eyes, Uchiha Taijima bore a bitter expression, unable to bear the price of such legendary eyes. Patriarch, what transpired here? Uchiha Miao, arriving late, stood aghast at the devastation of their homeland, especially the vast pit that far exceeded his comprehension. You too, explain to me what exactly happened. Uchiha Taijima and the others, having arrived afterward, were oblivious to the preceding events. I had already managed to subdue the intruders alongside Silver, but the still conscious girl cast a concerned glance at the unconscious Uchiha Silver, recounting the unfolding events. You claim your consciousness went awry, and in a state of unconsciousness, you wielded the power of the Mangekyo? Upon hearing the girl describe her sudden loss of control and her use of the 8,000 Spears ability to drain everyone's chakra, as well as inciting the Kagaya clan members to turn against one another, Uchiha Miao couldn't help but interject. The young girl nodded, for at that moment, she was indeed unable to control her consciousness. Had there been similar occurrences before? As a researcher, Uchiha Miao felt that this outburst was not a mere coincidence. Yesterday, Uchiha Yao had requested my cooperation for an experiment, during which I lost consciousness and subsequently found myself haunted by some rather unpleasant memories. Reflecting on this, the girl recounted truthfully that the memory had resurfaced during her uncontrollable episode. Upon hearing her explanation, Uchiha Miao fell into a brief contemplation, recalling Uchiha In, whom he had retrieved from Uchiha Yao's laboratory the previous day, also in a state of unconsciousness. After a moment, he turned to the severely injured Uchiha In beside the girl and inquired about his condition. It was him. Everything here was orchestrated by him. Suddenly, Uchiha Yen, who had remained silent for some time, spoke up with indignation, dark energy swirling in his crimson eyes. He employed a technique I had never witnessed before, conjuring a crimson moon that laid our home to waste. No, Ain did so to save us. The girl hastily defended. And you? If you had not absorbed the chakra of the clan leader's wife, she would not have fallen at the hands of that Kagaya clan member. Uchiha Yen redirected his wrath towards the girl. Cough, cough, cough. Who turned off the lights? Hearing the commotion, Uchiha In gradually awoke, struggling to open his eyes only to find darkness before him. In, are you all right? The girl exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him awake. Xiaoguang, stop fooling around. Turn the lights back on. The boy, barely regaining his senses, urged as he recognized the familiar voice of the girl. No, I was just about to say something. The girl began, but was silenced by Uchiha Miao's gesture. Well versed in the study of the Sharingan, Uchiha Miao discerned the boy's predicament, but still had inquiries to make. Uchiha In, do you recall what you just did? As Uchiha In began to reflect on the recent events, he suddenly fell silent. He had personally witnessed his beloved aunt meet a tragic end at the hands of their enemies, and he had also lost 3 younger brothers. I am sorry. I failed to protect my aunt and my brothers. Uchiha In disregarded his own blindness, turning to kneel upon the ground, his forehead striking the hard earth heavily. This brought Uchiha Taijima to a solemn silence. Please, Lord Clan Leader, ensure that those who have ravaged our homeland are severely punished. At some point, the surrounding survivors gathered around, lamenting to the silent Uchiha Taijima. As the crowd grew, someone mentioned that Uchiha Gin was responsible for the destruction, and chaos ensued, with countless voices of doubt erupting, soon transforming into vicious curses. Lord Clan Leader, this matter likely pertains to Uchiha Yao's weapon project. Uchiha Miao quietly appeared behind Uchiha Taijima. Whispering, he mentioned a desire to brainwash two individuals to strip them of their will. The outburst witnessed during this battle is likely connected to Uchiha Yao's experiments. Upon hearing Uchiha Miao's analysis, Uchiha Taijima remained silent, merely nodding gently to indicate his understanding. Although Uchiha Gin, supported by the young girl, was unable to see, he gleaned from the fragmented words of the surrounding clansmen a vague understanding of the chaos he had wrought in his uncontrollable state. Uncle, let my life atone for everyone, he thought. Though blind, Uchiha Gin could distinctly sense the intense emotions of the surviving clan members around him. A deluge of malice engulfed him, weighing heavily on the heart of this typically optimistic and sunny youth. In that moment, his fragile spirit could scarcely withstand the extent of the cyberbullying directed at him. Even though the events had not been orchestrated by his conscious intent, his own power had ultimately inflicted pain upon his kin. Aljin, what are you saying? The girl, concerned for Uchiha Gin, quickly inquired upon hearing his words. Jin, this is not your fault. It was I who fell into the enemy's trap. Had you not intervened, our clan would have faced utter devastation. After several chapters, Uchiha Taijima finally spoke. No, if I do not step forward to bear this sin, the clan will never forgive you. Uchiha Gin shook his head, his vacant eyes locked onto Uchiha Taijima. Are you truly resolved to do this? Uchiha Taijima asked, his brow furrowing as he sensed the boy's determination. He did not blame the youth for the calamity that had befallen their clan. Uchiha Gin had already done all he could. Regardless, I am blind now. I am but a burden henceforth. The boy, having surmised the cause of his blindness from overexertion, spoke with self-deprecation. No, I cannot accept this. You have promised to fulfill so many things. You cannot leave me. Tears welled in the eyes of the young girl as she sensed the distance growing between them, her grip tightening on the frail arm of the boy. Now, Grandpa, when I am no longer here, please transplant my eyes to Xiaoguang, so she will not go blind. Ignoring the girl's pleas, Uchiha Gin turned to Uchiha Miao. The boy had read Uchiha Yao's treatise on war weapons, which contained a supplemental plan for an ultimate weapon in its final pages. When one of these weapons reached its limit, it was possible to extract its kaleidoscope and transplant it onto another, greatly increasing the likelihood of bestowing upon an individual the full capabilities of two kaleidoscopes, unaffected by diminished vision. As a transmigrator familiar with the narrative, he understood the truth of this theory. Having already faced death once, perhaps closing his eyes would lead him to a new life. Very well, Uchiha Miao said, recognizing the boy's resolute intent. Xiaoguang, I am sorry. Even in my absence, you must live freely, carrying my eyes, and witness the world beyond. In his final moments, the boy gently caressed the girl's head, imparting his heartfelt advice, each word striking like a hammer upon her tender heart. No, please, do not. Withdrawing his arm from the girl's desperate grasp, Uchiha Gin, heedless of her pitiful entreaties, steadily approached Uchiha Taijima. Today, I have lost 4 family members. The voice of Uchiha Taijima resonated, filled with a desire to prevent the loss of another. He regarded Uchiha Gin as his own, and thus found it impossible to act against him. Furthermore, your parents sacrificed themselves to save me. Should I betray you? Neither your sister nor brother-in-law in the Pure Land would ever forgive me. Uchiha Taijima recalled that fateful mission, where due to erroneous intelligence, they suffered grave losses from an ambush. He and Uchiha Jin's parents were relentlessly pursued by the enemy, and at the last moment, Uchiha Jin's parents sacrificed themselves to grant him a fleeting chance at survival. However, upon perceiving the unmistakable refusal in Uchiha Taijima's tone, the young boy furrowed his brows in contemplation. I have also awakened the Mangekyo, he declared, having endured the death of someone significant. Uchiha Taijima had unlocked the legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan. My ocular technique is known as Kotoamet Tsukumi, capable of altering a person's will. As Uchiha Taijima revealed the abilities of his Mangekyo, the blind Uchiha Gin was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that his uncle had awakened a technique akin to that of the sweet, naive, curly-haired individual from the future. Yet, upon reflecting on his own awakened ocular technique, Uchiha Gin felt a sense of relief. I have resolved to employ Kotoame Tsukumi to modify the will of everyone present, allowing them to forget the true perpetrator behind the destruction of our clan's territory. He surveyed the individuals around him and proposed his plan. Lord Clan Leader, can you truly alter the will of so many at once? As a researcher who had dedicated years to the study of the Sharingan, Uchiha Miao voiced his skepticism. The ability of Kotoame Tsukumi must undoubtedly have limitations. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would soon dominate the warring states. Indeed, I can only modify one person's will at a time, and there is a significant cooldown period following its use, Uchiha Taijima explained, fully aware of his Mangekyo's capabilities. However, there is Uchiha Gin. He pointed towards a stunned Uchiha Gin, leaving the latter momentarily bewildered. Are you suggesting we utilize his Tsukuyami? Uchiha Miao suddenly grasped the implication behind Uchiha Taijima's words. Uchiha Jin's Tsukuyami possessed remarkable compatibility. If it could harmonize with Uchiha Hikari's 8,000 spears, perhaps it could also synchronize with Kotoame Tsukumi, which bore a similar nature. But my eyes have already the young boy, now understanding Uchiha Taijima's intent, helplessly gestured towards his lifeless orbs. The notion was grand, yet the reality was stark. If you are blind, let us attempt to have Wuming provide you with a supplement of chakra and ocular power, Uchiha Miao advised. Upon hearing this, the young girl hastily transferred her chakra and ocular strength to Uchiha Gin through the seal on the back of his hand. Allah! As the withered body received the chakra sent by the girl, the boy let out a pleasurable moan, causing her to blush furiously. Gradually, as the chilling ocular power flowed in, the boy's once sightless eyes began to perceive indistinct figures. Though not entirely clear, it was certainly an improvement over his previous blindness. Overjoyed at regaining even a semblance of sight, the boy attempted to channel chakra through his eyes, and a vivid crimson hue erupted from within. The Sharingan can still be utilized. Uchiha Gin felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, revitalizing his spirit and leaving him more invigorated than ever before. Uncle, come quickly. The young boy clenched his fists, feeling the immense power coursing through his veins. While others rejoiced at the spirited Uchiha-in, Uchiha Miao alone wore a furrowed brow. Examining the boy's injuries, he subtly shook his head and approached Uchiha Tianjima, whispering in his ear. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tianjima's brow knitted tightly, and a hint of regret flickered in his gaze. "In, have you contemplated how to alter the will of our clan members?" he inquired of the exuberant Uchiha-in. Upon hearing Uchiha Tianjima's question, the once enthusiastic boy fell silent. Their clan's territory had been invaded by foes, and ultimately, both he and the girl bore an inescapable burden of responsibility for the outcome. Casting a glance at the girl who anxiously clutched her garment, Uchiha-in had already formed his thoughts. The girl's sudden loss of control had been a significant factor leading to the sacrifice of his aunt and others, while he himself had unleashed a destructive rage that devastated much of their clan's land, resulting in countless casualties. Uchiha Tianjima's method of altering the will of other clan members would make them forget the true culprits. However, as the one executing the technique, Tianjima's memories would remain unchanged, signifying that he would carry this painful recollection for all time. "Uncle, if we must alter memories, I hope everyone will come to despise me," Uchiha-in said, lifting his gaze, an inscrutable expression in his eyes as he made his request. "Even if the clan members can forget this memory, I shall never forgive myself." It is not in the nature of the Uchiha to rely solely on ocular techniques to absolve oneself of guilt. Among the Uchiha clan, those who awakened the Sharingan were often individuals of profound emotions, valuing connections deeply due to their immense love for people and things. Thus, in the face of loss, their hatred would only deepen, and this emotional evolution forged the unique bloodline of the Sharingan. "Let me bear this burden alone as a form of atonement," the boy declared resolutely, accepting the weight of his sins, for he possessed a heart large enough to endure it. "Are you certain?" Uchiha Tianjima responded, visibly moved by Yin's words. "You need not shoulder this alone." Understanding the boy's physical condition, he found it difficult to accept Uchiha Yin's decision. Feeling a tug on his garment, Uchiha-in looked down into the girl's tear-filled eyes. Gently placing a finger against her forehead, he spoke apologetically, "Xiaoguang, please forgive me this time." As the three tomo in his eyes shimmered, a simple jinjutsu enveloped the unsuspecting girl, rendering her unconscious. gazing at her slumbering form. The boy's weary eyes brimmed with remorse. Uchiha Gin stood shoulder to shoulder with Uchiha Tianjima amidst the ruins, their crimson eyes meeting briefly as the Tomoe within them began to spin rapidly. The three Tomoe in Uchiha Gin's eyes vanished into his pupils, transforming into his unique non-Tomoe kaleidoscope, while Uchiha Tianjima's eyes morphed into a windmill-patterned kaleidoscope. As Uchiha Gin's ocular powers surged, a crimson moon slowly ascended, casting its blood-red glow over the entire Uchiha territory. The surviving members of the clan lifted their heads, gazing in awe at the sudden spectacle before them. Uchiha Taijima's eyes widened in astonishment as the two pinwheels within his gaze began to whirl with increasing velocity. The power of Kotoamet Tsukumi intertwined, and before them, a windmill-shaped emblem gradually materialized against the backdrop of the full moon. As the immense pinwheel rotated slowly upon the crimson moon, a wave of dizziness washed over those present, accompanied by a surge of potent mental energy flooding their minds, conjuring the same windmill emblem in their thoughts. It was a success. Uchiha Gin struggled to maintain the Tsukuyami. He had previously collaborated with a girl to execute a kaleidoscopic technique, but he had not anticipated such harmonious synergy with Uchiha Taijima. As cousins, their bloodlines were closely intertwined, allowing for such seamless cooperation in their kaleidoscopic endeavor. What shall we name this technique? Uchiha Taijima inquired, gazing at the enchanting crimson moon overhead. Let us call it Limited Tsukuyami, Uchiha Gin replied, absent-mindedly tousling his curly hair. He was at a loss for a more fitting name. This technique might well be his magnum opus, so this title seemed quite appropriate. As long as you are content, Uchiha Taijima remarked, casting a sidelong glance at his nephew with a hint of exasperation. Patriarch, I have a request, he stated solemnly. As all the clan members beneath the red moon fell under the enchantment, their wills being manipulated, including the girl with a kaleidoscope of her own, who remained unaffected. Observing the girl standing quietly, Uchiha Gin spoke with gravitas. Speak. It was the first time Uchiha Taijima had heard Uchiha Gin address him as patriarch, and he understood the gravity of the boy's forthcoming request. Once the technique concludes, I wish to donate my eyes to Ko for my own body. The boy's voice trailed off, recalling the terror he had felt when his ocular powers had been depleted. During his previous rampage, his kaleidoscope had drained a significant portion of his life force, leaving his body irreparably damaged. His eyesight might never be restored, and chakra could elude him entirely. Perhaps by relinquishing his eyes, he could grant Ko the eternal vision. And perhaps in the future, it might even shield him from that wretched Madara. Uchiha Taijima remained silent, but nodded gently at the boy. Uchiha Miao had already informed him of Uchiha Jin's condition. At that moment, the boy was akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Whether he would survive the ordeal remained uncertain. Within the clan grounds, all who had just returned were enveloped in the red moonlight. In a distant corner, an elderly man, his features contorted with rage, stood frozen in a daze, evidently ensnared by the limited Tsukuyami. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the full moon gradually faded into the inky night sky. Amidst the ruins, Uchiha Gin smiled and gave Uchiha Taijima a thumbs up. Before Uchiha Taijima could respond, the boy's expression shifted suddenly, and torrents of blood erupted from his eyes, mouth, and nose. Bathed in blood, the boy collapsed backward. Jin. Uchiha Taijima reacted swiftly, rushing to catch the boy, feeling his faint heartbeat beneath his fingers, which brought him a moment of relief. As those ensnared by the Kotoamet Tsukumi variant of limited Tsukuyami began to awaken, they beheld the devastation surrounding the clan grounds. The surviving members were engulfed in sorrow, lamenting the treachery that had befallen them, yet none uttered a word regarding Uchiha Gin. The will of everyone within the clan has been rewritten, in their current understanding. The true culprit behind the destruction of the clan is not Uchiha Gin, but a group of mysterious foes. It is known that the clan leader's residence and several significant locations were attacked, resulting in the death of the clan leader's wife and several children. With much of the clan territory reduced to rubble and the fate of the survivors unknown. Similarly awakened, Uchiha Miao and Uchiha Yen rushed forward upon witnessing Uchiha Taijima cradling the bloodied Uchiha Gin. The situation of the clan leader, Uchiha Gin, is rather dire, Uchiha Miao observed, his expertise in human anatomy allowing him to discern at a glance that Uchiha Gin was on the brink of death. If not treated promptly, he may soon depart this world. I shall pursue these despicable villains, Uchiha Yen declared, his crimson eyes scanning the surroundings for traces of the assailants. These two had not escaped the confines of the limited Tsuki no Mi. Their memories were akin to those of the ordinary clansmen, merely supplemented by the recollection of following the clan leader and discovering the bloodied Uchiha Gin amidst the ruins. No need for that. Uchiha Gin has already eliminated all the enemies, Uchiha Taijima stated astonishingly while holding Uchiha Gin. How is that possible? Uchiha Yen exclaimed in disbelief, for in his mind, Uchiha Gin was merely an annoying brat, lacking any substantial skills, let alone having awakened his Sharingan. Under the duress of the enemies, Uchiha Gin had awakened the legendary eye. Uchiha Taijima, having prepared his words in advance, spoke without a quiver of his heart. However, it seems this lad has overexerted the power of his eyes. We should examine him first. After handing Uchiha Gin to Uchiha Miao, he turned and instructed, Elder Yen, go collect the corpses of our enemies and ascertain their origins. Wait, why is Nameless here as well? Uchiha Miao, examining Uchiha Jin's body, noticed the girl who had fainted nearby and inquired with confusion. I brought her here. The scene was perhaps too harrowing for her, causing her to faint, Uchiha Taijima explained. In the perceptions of others, the girl had become a test subject in the research facility due to the awakening of her Sharingan's unique abilities. Then I shall take her back as well. Whether it's one or two, it's the same, Uchiha Miao said, shouldering both individuals as he made his way to the research facility. What? How could my grand research facility simply vanish? Uchiha Miao gasped in disbelief, staring at the facility that had also been leveled to the ground. With the disappearance of the research facility, all records of Uchiha Gin also faded from existence, leaving no one to attest to his past excellence or his cheerful demeanor. At that moment, within the rewritten memories of all, there lingered a semblance of disdain towards Uchiha Gin. This was a request of Uchiha Gin himself. Even if the clansman forgot his transgressions, he could not forgive himself, seeking to chastise his soul through such means. In a dark corner, an elderly man with a ghastly visage awakened, his eyes darting around in confusion, feeling an overwhelming chaos within his mind. Before he could insert anything into his memory, the old man suddenly felt a sharp ache in one eye, as his crimson gaze gradually dulled to a grayish hue. Concurrently, a substantial segment of memories began to rewind. He nearly fell prey to the machinations of Uchiha Taijima. Sweating profusely, the old man gratefully touched his eye that had succumbed to darkness and spoke bitterly. The forbidden technique known as izanagi can transform unfavorable events that transpired over a period into mere illusions, rendering them as if they had never occurred. It selectively manifests only those occurrences advantageous to the practitioner, with the duration of activation varying based on individual capability. However, employing this technique inevitably results in the blindness of the user's Sharingan. Cautiously, Uchiha Yao inscribed izanagi in his eye upon witnessing the rise of the Crimson Moon. When confronted by other techniques, izanagi would automatically activate to negate their adverse effects. Now, another individual in this world had come to know the truth. Wang Liang. Let us depart, Uchiha Taijima declared, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. In his current state of having only one eye, he knew he was no match for his adversary. Gently caressing the Sharingan contained within the jar at his side, these two eyes bore witness to the brutal scenes of Uchiha Taijima plotting against his own son. And each recollection left him sleepless, his hatred intensifying. The entity known as Wang Liang followed closely behind the old man, a flicker of shadow passing through his vacant gaze. This time, the several pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan that appeared were not as expected. Inside the last remaining medical facility of the clan leader, Uchiha Gin, was gravely exhausted. His cells were on the brink of collapse, ravaged by the backlash of the Sharingan's ocular techniques. If no measures were taken, he might not survive the night. Uchiha Miao, having removed his mask, spoke with evident concern. Let us transplant his eyes to the unnamed one. Uchiha Taijima stated. The Mangekyo Sharingan is merely a burden for him now. After this, we shall replace them with ordinary eyes to alleviate his plight. Understood. Uchiha Miao promptly accepted the directive. In his understanding, the research facility had originally contained only the unnamed 1S pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. He had not anticipated that the often offensive Uchiha Gin had also awakened his powers, only to find them rendered useless shortly thereafter. Serves him right, he thought, but suddenly, Uchiha Miao fell silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. When had Uchiha Gin ever wronged him? Was it yesterday, or perhaps last month? Yen. Go procure a pair of ordinary eyes for me. Unable to fathom why he harbored animosity toward Uchiha Gin, he resolved to focus on his tasks. The previous destruction of the research facility had obliterated all experimental materials, necessitating the collection of various organs anew, thus amplifying his workload. The rotund Uchiha Yin received his orders and prepared to search for a fortunate soul in the prison. As he passed by the morgue, he halted. Recalling the recently collected enemy corpses, he deemed it unnecessary to venture further afield. Randomly lifting a sheet, he beheld the terrified visage of a male corpse, whose eyes remained relatively intact. Without hesitation, Uchiha Yin removed the eyes from the man, whose chest bore a gaping wound, casually discarding them into the nutrient solution before reporting back to Uchiha Miao. The youth in a state of unconsciousness underwent an ocular transplant, his removed eyes preserved in a nutrient solution. The boy, now adorned with fresh eyes, lay in bed, swathed in bandages, oblivious to the world. Elder, I shall proceed to transplant the eyes for the nameless one, declared Uchiha Miao, cradling Uchiha Yin's eyes before taking his leave. Is this truly worth it? Uchiha Taijima, with a tinge of sorrow, gazed at Uchiha In, whose condition had deteriorated. Cough. This is a pain I must endure, came the frail response from Uchiha In, awakening from an indeterminate slumber. Do you have any further requests? Uchiha Taijima inquired, unable to bear the sight of his nephew's suffering. If possible, seal my memories as well. I can no longer face anyone in my current state, Uchiha In replied, his voice tinged with solitude. The world had forsaken his past, and those once dear had become strangers. Very well, I shall grant your wish, Uchiha Taijima responded, placing his hand upon Uchiha Yin's head. A kaleidoscope of pinwheels flickering in his eyes, he poured his ocular power into Uchiha In's mind, sealing away all his memories and rewriting the blank slate to align with others. Upon completing this task, Uchiha Taijima, out of breath, closed his eyes, feeling the repercussions of utilizing his Mangekyo Sharingan twice. Sensing the stillness in his eyes, he understood that his Mangekyo had entered a cooling period, though the duration remained unknown. Meanwhile, Uchiha Miao seized the opportunity while the girl remained in a coma to perform the transplant surgery. After its completion, he placed her into a recovery room, awaiting her awakening. With a flutter of her long lashes, the girl finally stirred after a day of unconsciousness, experiencing an unprecedented clarity in her vision. She felt a jolt within her heart, reaching for a small mirror by her bedside to examine her eyes. Activating her own Mangekyo Sharingan, she sensed a familiar power from the subtly shifting patterns, tears streaming down her face as she noticed the new black that within the intricate designs. Nameless, do your eyes adjust well? Uchiha Miao entered, holding a report, but upon seeing the girl's turned gaze, he exclaimed, it seems to have succeeded. Where is In? Wiping away her tears, the girl rose and fixed her intense gaze upon Uchiha Miao. What are you saying? Uchiha Miao, with a furrowed brow, questioned. As the modified memories left him bewildered, in his recollection, Uchiha In and the nameless one had no connection. Take me to see him, the girl commanded, her eyes radiating an overwhelming pressure. Feeling an unprecedented sense of dread, Uchiha Miao immediately acquiesced, leading her to a hospital room. The elder is inside. Please be cautious with your words, he cautioned the suddenly formidable girl, fearing a conflict might arise. I can enter alone, she declared, disregarding his warning as she pushed the door open. Before her lay the familiar youth, peacefully asleep with a gentle smile gracing his lips, as if dreaming of something beautiful. Standing by the bedside was Uchiha Taijima, the patriarch who appeared somewhat weakened, continuously rubbing his eyes. How is Silver? The young girl inquired cautiously, lacking the earlier bravado she had displayed in the presence of Uchiha Miao. Unmiai, what brings you here? Uchiha Taijima, his vision somewhat blurred, recognized the girl, who shared a close bond with Uchiha Silver, yet she, too, should have been affected by the limited Tsukuyami. I remember everything, the girl stammered, aware of the plan between Uchiha Silver and the patriarch. Before losing consciousness, she feared she might awaken with no memory of Silver. However, it appeared she had somehow become immune to the effects of the limited Tsukuyami. Uchiha Taijima furrowed his brow, confident in his abilities. Anyone who had fallen under his Kotoeme Tsukumi would be influenced, unless he gazed into the girl's eyes and noticed subtle changes in the patterns of her Sharingan. You successfully transplanted Silver's eyes. Yes, Yin's eyes have now merged with my being, she replied, touching her eyes with a hint of sadness. Taijima recalled Uchiha Yao's manuscript on the plans for war weaponry, which noted that when Uchiha Silvers and the girl's Sharingan intertwined, they would give birth to an unbounded Mangekyo, free from the limitations of ocular power and unaffected in vision. It seemed the girl's fusion with Silver's Mangekyo elevated her ocular prowess far beyond his own, which explained her immunity to his Kotoame Tsukumi. Realizing this, Uchiha Taijima shook his head and remarked, "I am pleased that you have not forgotten Silver." But he turned to the unconscious Uchiha Silver. Yin's memories have been sealed by me. He no longer remembers you. Taijima felt a pang of nostalgia. The boy believed the world had forgotten him, yet one of the most significant people in his life still remembered him, even as he chose to forget others. Was this not a melodramatic tale, fit for a classic Korean drama? If Uchiha Silver were to hear that the girl still remembered him, he would surely awaken from his slumber in disbelief. What are you pretending for? Why must you embody a tragic childhood? The girl cried, her voice choked with emotion, leaning against the boy's bedside. Perhaps it was his profound love for this family. Taijima sighed. Uchiha Silver, the bearer of the legendary eyes, had obliterated much of their clan's territory and could have chosen to silence all dissent, concealing the truth to become a hero, yet he opted for the most arduous path. The strength of the Uchiha clan stemmed from their eyes. The key to awakening them lay in emotions. The world's prejudice against the Uchiha was often cold and unfeeling. The truth, however, was that a heartless Uchiha would find it nearly impossible to awaken the Sharingan. Those who unlocked their eyes were typically driven by profound love or hatred, and Uchiha Silver's ability to awaken the fabled Mangekyo at such a young age was a testament to his deep love for family and home. Please, allow me to become a weapon. The tear-streaked girl raised her head resolutely and declared, "Let me carry on with Yin's eyes and continue to protect this family he cherished dearly." Years later, the girl, who had fought valiantly for her clan, fell into an ambush by the enemy and was sealed away, her whereabouts becoming a mystery. Uchiha Taijima, seeking retribution, employed ruthless measures to capture the instigator of Uchiha Silver's and her companion's downfall, Uchiha Yao, and imprisoned him in dungeon number 0, within his residence. Documents pertaining to the weaponry project were discovered and subsequently sealed away by Uchiha Taijima in secrecy. In the dimly lit dungeon, the sound of pages turning resonated. Uchiha Silver furrowed her brow, meticulously perusing the documents in her hands. This was a plan presented by Uchiha Yao, intended to substantiate his claims. And as she ran her fingers across the rough texture of the paper, it was evident that it bore the marks of age. The weathered cover boldly proclaimed, "War Weapon Development Plan, authored by Uchiha Taijima and edited by Uchiha Miao." Struggling to suppress her disdain for the overtly flawed title, she began to read it word by word. The document was rather lengthy, with the first half dedicated to explicating the original owners and the nameless one's Sharingan abilities along with their inherent flaws. It subsequently noted the high compatibility of their Sharingan, suggesting that simultaneous activation could enhance the destructive power of the Mangekyo. Uchiha Miao posited that the emotional volatility of the Uchiha clan's bloodline surpassed that of others, particularly among the youth. The combination of two emotionally unstable adolescents could spell disaster for the clan. In light of this, Uchiha Miao proposed the de-individualization of the two, intending to eliminate their unstable consciousness while retaining their abilities, transforming them into emotionless weapons to fight for the clan. Reading this content left Uchiha Silver feeling overwhelmed. The original owner had harbored immense trust in Uchiha Taijima, and the presentation of this document by Uchiha Yao seemed to carry a sinister intent. As she reached the final pages, the document emphasized the solution to the irreversible decline of Mangekyo ocular power. According to historical records within the clan, when a pair of Mangekyo eyes was exhausted, symptoms such as bodily function deterioration, decreased immunity, and, most critically, impaired vision would manifest. The proposed remedy involved transplanting another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. If the two pairs exhibited no rejection, ocular capacity could be restored, and there existed a chance to utilize the full capabilities of both sets of eyes. So, my Sharingan was taken? Uchiha Silver lifted her gaze, questioning Uchiha Yao, who sat in silence beside her. Upon hearing her inquiry, he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, your Sharingan was taken by Uchiha Taijima and successfully transplanted to the more manageable nameless one. Thus, it became apparent that the eyes she possessed were not her own. From the astonished reactions of Uchiha Taijima and others upon her return from the mission, Uchiha Silver could surmise that her current eyes might not even belong to the Uchiha clan. What ultimately became of the Nameless One? Uchiha Silver was curious about the final fate of this enigmatic figure. According to the intelligence conveyed by Wang Liang, the nameless individual, after undergoing the transplantation of your kaleidoscope, has significantly increased her strength. She was dispatched by Uchiha Taijima to execute a brutal war mission, and her peculiar abilities have instilled great apprehension in the other clans. With a single eye glimmering with a faint dark light, Uchiha Yao spoke slowly. Soon after, during the course of her mission, she was ambushed by the Senju clan and the Sarutobi clan and sealed away in an unknown location. The fact that she has been sealed is troubling. Uchiha Gin furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable urge to find this girl known as the Nameless. In an instant, the restlessness within him made it difficult to breathe, as a sense of unease accumulated in his chest, compelling him to express it. You have drawn me here and revealed such secrets. Do you wish for me to undertake some task? Although this Uchiha Yao is, by blood, his grandfather, the other party's intentions are undoubtedly not as simple as mere recognition. Otherwise, why would he have gone to such lengths to instill so many so-called truths in him? Indeed, Uchiha Yao readily admitted. In truth, I could have acknowledged you long ago, but Uchiha Taijima's power is far too formidable for us to contend with, especially considering your diminished strength after losing your Sharingan. Uchiha Yao was well aware that on that fateful day 6 years ago, Uchiha Gin had nearly exhausted his bodily functions through the overuse of his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Although he had managed to sever the connection to the Sharingan in time, the foundations of his body's meridians had already been ravaged by the backlash of the kaleidoscope techniques. If luck were to favor him, he might retain a sliver of chakra, otherwise, he would be rendered useless. Judging by the current circumstances, his luck seemed to be holding. What do you seek from me now? Uchiha Gin, conscious of his own limitations, inquired once more. Recently, Uchiha Yin had captured a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Yao's eyes sparkled with determination, for that individual possesses knowledge of the Nameless One's sealing location. So this Uchiha Yao is indeed scheming regarding the Nameless, Uchiha Jin realized. Although he had never witnessed this Nameless One's combat prowess firsthand, based on the various abilities she wielded post-transplantation, her fighting capabilities surely rival those of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke at their peak. If Uchiha Yin could extract the location of the seal from the captured ninja, Uchiha Taijima would undoubtedly act swiftly to unravel the seal and reclaim his most prized war asset. Uchiha Yao fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Jin's eyes, asserting with conviction, "As long as you accompany Uchiha Taijima to unseal her, I possess a means to allow you to control the Nameless before anyone else does." At that moment, no member of the Uchiha clan will stand in your way. On what grounds? Based on the author's handsomeness? Or the reader's charm? Upon hearing Uchiha Yao's plan, Uchiha Jin's immediate reaction was to question why he would be allowed to participate in such a confidential mission alongside Uchiha Taijima. According to Uchiha Yao's words, he had previously betrayed Uchiha Taijima. The fact that the latter had not killed him was already a concession due to their blood relation. Who would reinstate a person who had once betrayed him? Simply express your desire to join him on this mission, and he will undoubtedly agree. Perceiving the confusion in Uchiha Silver's eyes, Uchiha Yao spoke softly. I can only say that the only person Uchiha Taijima can trust in this world is you. Upon hearing Uchiha Yao's hoarse whisper, Uchiha Silver's mind momentarily faltered. The Uchiha clan was enveloped in the stillness of night, within the residence of Uchiha Taijima. Madara and Izuna had already succumbed to slumber. In the study, a candle flickered, illuminating Uchiha Taijima, who sat cross-legged on the couch, enveloped in an aura of coldness as he refined the chakra within his body. After an indeterminate period, Uchiha Taijima exhaled a deep breath, opening his tightly shut eyes. At that moment, his gaze was not that of the usual 3 tomo. Instead, a pinwheel pattern slowly revolved within his pupils, as he sensed the immense power of his eyes. Uchiha Taijima mused to himself, "It seems I have nearly recovered." Reflecting on the events of 6 years past, he closed his eyes in anguish. Wishing for a chance to start anew, he would gladly relinquish his most powerful eyes to avert that calamity. That incident not only cost him his beloved, but also turned his cherished nephew into a target of scorn. In the dungeon, Uchiha's face appeared pale and eerie under the flickering candlelight. After listening to the elder's account, Uchiha Silver's mind stirred with contemplation. This elderly man might indeed be the original's grandfather, recounting tales of the past that left Uchiha Silver profoundly astonished. The uncle, Uchiha Taijima, who had shown him such care in the original's memories, turned out to be a man of ruthless ambition, responsible for the deaths of his own parents, imprisoning his grandfather, and brainwashing him to extract his eyes. Casting another glance at the elderly figure, Uchiha Silver noticed the genuine warmth in his gaze. The original might have believed him, but he was not the true Uchiha Silver and instinctively sought to distance himself from the original's fate. At that moment, he was still burdened by an incomplete system, prone to erratic behavior. He resolved to set a modest goal, to survive until the founding of Konoha. Silver, do not harbor excessive worries. You need only to assist Uchiha Taijima in locating the Nameless One. Upon finding her, he could place this upon her. As he spoke, Uchiha Yao produced a simple hairband and placed it before Uchiha Silver. I have installed a control device within it, allowing us to seize control of the Nameless One from Uchiha Taijima. When you return, I can manipulate her, removing her Sharingan to transplant it to you. In that moment, we shall exact our revenge and unite the Uchiha clan, with you as the clan leader. The elder's words bore an insidious charm, and Uchiha Silver, whose resolve wavered, began to feel a flicker of aspiration. He was on the verge of falling prey to the old man's schemes when a sudden chill coursed through him, jolting him back to clarity and leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Cautiously regarding the elder, Uchiha Silver silently pondered. This old man truly harbors ill intentions, attempting to ensnare me in his grand designs. The rich experiences from his previous life as a corporate drone taught him that those who paint grand visions are often unreliable. Very well, Grandpa. United in purpose, we shall achieve greatness. I shall prepare at once. Sensing an unfavorable turn of events, Uchiha Gin immediately reconsidered. However, the circumstances were beyond his control, and it was unwise to confront the old man directly. With a tender grasp of the elder's hand, tears welled in Uchiha Jin's eyes. His voice quivering with emotion, Grandpa, you have endured much over the years. Your grandson will surely rescue you. This sudden shift left Uchiha Yao momentarily perplexed. His eldest grandson appeared rather dim-witted. Could such a person truly execute his plan? Perhaps it would be better to have Wang Liang possess him instead. The elder remained in this dungeon not due to an inability to escape, but to avoid raising unnecessary suspicions from Uchiha Taijima. You need not worry about my situation. What is paramount is to find the Nameless One. The old man shook his head, displaying an air of arrogance. In that case, I shall take my leave. Uchiha Jin prepared to sneak away. You may return. I will have Wang Liang inform you if anything arises. Uchiha Yao did not attempt to retain him, merely nodding in acknowledgement as a gesture of farewell. Just as Uchiha Jin was about to turn, he heard Uchiha Yao's voice behind him. At this hour, Uchiha Ryuan has returned. I shall have Wang Liang escort you home. With that, the enigmatic old jailer emerged from the shadows. His usually expressionless visage now hinted at a smile, sending chills down Uchiha Jin's spine. That truly is a great assistance. Licking his parched lips, Uchiha Jin knew he could not evade this. The old jailer transformed into a shadowy figure, enveloping him, and Uchiha Jin felt his senses fade away as his body was swiftly transported. In mere moments, light returned to his vision, and he found himself outside the dungeon's entrance. The old jailer nowhere to be seen. Glancing at the sky, he thought, enough for today. The influx of information has been overwhelming. Time to return home and sort through my thoughts, perhaps even take a day off. As he walked home, the Uchiha clansmen around him still wore expressions of distant respect. However, after several days, Uchiha Jin had grown accustomed to it. After all, the original owner had been blamed, and he bore no psychological burden. Why are you home so early today? Is work finished already? Asked Senju Hashirama, dressed in home attire, wielding a broom while tidying up. Surprised by Uchiha Jin's early return, he inquired. This B class is hardly worth attending. Uchiha Jin yawned, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, expressing his disdain. You certainly seem quite familiar. Observing Senju Hashirama's demeanor, Uchiha Jin teased, such a wicked Uchiha. Who is familiar with you? Upon hearing Uchiha Jin's jest, Senju Hashirama's face flushed crimson as he tossed the broom aside and swiftly retreated to his bedroom, slamming the door shut. What a mischievous little rascal. Uchiha Jin shook his head. The young one's pride was still too fragile. Cousin, I'm coming in. As the door was forcefully kicked open, Uchiha Izuna burst into the room with great fervor. Uchiha Izuna, If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, prepare to accompany my door to its demise. Uchiha Gin threatened, gripping Izuna's spiky hair with an irate expression as the door wobbled precariously. Wah cried the captured Izuna in anguish. No, no, don't make me bald. I have something important to tell you. Speak, what is it? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Gin relaxed his grip, while Izuna, with tears welling in his eyes, continued. Dad asked me to relay a message. What does my uncle want? Uchiha Gin wondered if Uchiha Taijima had somehow discovered his clandestine activities. There's a mission in 3 days. Dad instructed me to inform you, so we can go together, Izuna said, puffing up his cheeks with utmost seriousness. What is the nature of this mission? Jin queried, puzzled as to why the young Izuna was the one delivering such news, typically reserved for designated messengers. It's classified. I cannot disclose further details for now. You'll find out when you attend, Izuna replied, turning his gaze sideways, his eyes darting mischievously as he spoke in a hushed tone. With a thud, Uchiha Gin landed a punch on the conceited Izuna's head. Then hurry up and fix my door. With a large bump on his head, Izuna obediently grabbed a hammer and nails, fervently working on the repairs. After a while, with an air of pride, Izuna proclaimed while propping up the now restored door, I am indeed a professional at door repairs. Yet, you ultimately met your demise at the hands of a door, Uchiha Gin thought, rolling his eyes in silent derision as he recalled the circumstances of the young boy's fate. What are you thinking about so ominously? Izuna, noticing Jin's peculiar gaze, inquired, bewildered. Izuna, treat your cousin kindly. Perhaps one day he may save you from the clutches of a door, Jin said earnestly, patting Izuna's small head. Ah, you hit my bump. The sudden display of tenderness failed to move Izuna, who, in pain, quickly retreated, fearing for his own life. Observing Izuna's pitiful state brought Uchiha Gin immense satisfaction. Alleviating the pressures he had accumulated throughout the day, rubbing his empty stomach, he called into the room. Kinshur, what would you like to eat tonight? Huh, Kinshur, who had been stealthily observing the exchange between Jin and Izuna, swiftly recoiled into the bedroom. Upon hearing the mention of food, his eyes sparkled momentarily. But he quickly remembered the pride of the Senju clan and retorted defiantly, You despicable curly-haired gorilla, do not think to use Uchiha's sweet words to corrupt me. Upon hearing his new nickname, Uchiha Gin clenched his fist, vowing to treat this insolent brat well in the future. You truly won't eat? I'm preparing sweet and sour fish, Jin lured, with a mischievous glint in his eye. I, Senju Kinshur, would rather starve than accept a single morsel from you. Recalling the sweet and sour pork tenderloin, Senju Banjian swallowed hard, trying to maintain his stubborn facade. Fish was undoubtedly his favorite food. His elder brothers would often take him to the riverbank to catch fish, which they would then roast to perfection, fragrant and delectable. Oh, this sweet and sour fish is truly tantalizing. He gazed speechlessly at Senju Banjian, who was voraciously devouring his meal with his head buried deep in the bowl. Are you certain this little rascal isn't named Senju Kyozai? After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child, easily swayed by the allure of culinary delights. Slow down. Be careful of the fish bones, Uchiha Gin cautioned, worried that the gluttonous child might choke on a bone. The mission was still incomplete. If this little brat were to choke on a fish bone, it would be an unjust fate for him. Upon hearing these words, Senju Banjian paused with his chopsticks, confusion washing over him as he lifted his head. When did he even arrive at the dining table? What was this sweet and sour fish he was savoring? The despicable curly-haired gorilla had actually cast a jinjutsu on him. Forcing himself to swallow the food in his mouth, Senju Banjian revealed a look of comprehension. He had indeed fallen victim to the jinjutsu of this Uchiha before him. Otherwise, he would never have accepted a single bite of this guy's meal. Stop daydreaming over there. Finish eating and quickly clean up. I have matters to attend to, he declared, slapping Senju Banjian out of his reverie and clearly outlining his instructions before rising to head to the backyard. Observing the barren expanse behind his home, Uchiha Gin pondered. Uncertain of what skills he might acquire today, anything aside from a 1 against 7 would suffice. As he made his silent plea, he felt a surge of energy coalesce around him. Here it comes, here it comes. The sky suddenly shifted hues, and a mesmerizing crimson moon slowly emerged. A shimmering gray-white wall, reminiscent of rippling water, appeared in the desolate backyard, and a familiar old friend stepped forth from within. A string of unpublishable expletives escaped Uchiha Jin's lips. As he spoke, his eyes instantly shifted into battle mode. the 3 black tomo of his Sharingan spinning slowly within his vibrant crimson irises. Ever since he had advanced to the 3 tomo level, Uchiha Jin's strength had surged to rival that of a Jonin. It was unfortunate that the original host's body was so frail. Otherwise, with his right eye capable of utilizing Amaterasu at an extraordinary level, he might have been able to contend with the future formidable mentors. Amaterasu. Uchiha Jin chose to take the initiative. Those who tested their foes first were fools. When confronting an enemy, one should always strike with lethal intent. Jet black flames erupted from Uchiha Itachi, and upon witnessing the ease with which it struck, Uchiha Jin felt a surge of hope. Could this be the moment of victory? To his surprise, the next second, the Uchiha Itachi hit by Amaterasu transformed into a swarm of crows, scattering in all directions. The black flames lost their target, lingering in the air for a few moments before dissipating. Crow clone technique. Dozens of crows swiftly assembled before Uchiha Jin, morphing into a single silhouette. This was one of Uchiha Itachi's signature jutsu, Tsukuyomi. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Uchiha Jin's gaze locked with that of the cold, kaleidoscopic Sharingan of his opponent. However, in that moment, Uchiha Itachi, devoid of emotional depth, bore a hint of amusement that Uchiha Jin remained oblivious to. Without any suspense, Uchiha Ine was once again drawn into Uchiha Itachi's illusionary realm. Alas, it was inevitable. Arriving in the familiar space, nailed to the well-known cross, Uchiha Ine felt an uncanny sense of belonging. Without activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, he realized he was indeed no match for Uchiha Itachi. Come now. Do not pity me merely because I am a delicate flower. Faced with a daunting multitude of 7 adversaries, Uchiha Ine chose to embrace his fate. It was merely Tsukuyomi. Endure it, and it shall pass. He was not one to be trifled with, lingering long after a single onslaught. The 72 hours swiftly elapsed, and the tormented Uchiha Ine knelt on one knee. The system's negative clearance had yet to commence, yet he felt little in the way of lasting wounds, as if he had developed a certain immunity to Tsukuyomi. With a refreshing wave coursing through his mind, the fatigue following Tsukuyomi dissipated. After a prolonged silence, the familiar system notification rang in his mind. Daily refresh of random skill, illusionary Tsukuyomi. In the backyard. Obtained 10 Tsukuyomi shards. Tsukuyomi shard, 2040. Gather 40 shards to synthesize illusionary Tsukuyomi. Skill Mangekyo Sharingan can be learned. To his astonishment, he had received 10 shards of Tsukuyomi. Congratulations, host. You have acquired over half of the Tsukuyomi skill shards and received a single-use Tsukuyomi experience card. Tsukuyomi experience card, upon use, can release Tsukuyomi without cost. Effects remain unchanged regardless of the enemy's strength. With additional rewards at hand, Uchiha Ine gazed at the Tsukuyomi experience card nestled within his system backpack, exclaiming that the system had finally done something commendable. This card bestowed upon him a sense of confidence. The next time he encountered an exceptionally formidable adversary, he could unleash a Tsukuyomi that would leave them utterly incapacitated. Cheerfully brushing off the dust from his knees, Uchiha Ine hummed a tune as he returned home, gently pushing open the door which Uchiha Izuna had painstakingly repaired. One could not deny the lad possessed some skill. The door creaked not at all. Lifting his gaze, he spotted a little posterior jutting out. At that moment, Senju Hashirama was diligently scrubbing the floor, remnants of food scattered about. Clearly, this little rascal had been up to mischief. Fixating on the wiggling little backside, Uchiha Ine felt an irresistible urge to act. Seizing the opportunity while the child remained oblivious, he stealthily approached and delivered a playful slap to Hashirama's protruding rear. Startled by the sudden assault, Senju Hashirama jumped up, clutching his rear, his face a mixture of shame and indignation as he glared at his assailant. Why, you have quite the ample backside, my boy, Uchiha Ine remarked with surprise at the plumpness of the child's rear, chuckling as he clapped his hands. You perverted Uchiha. I will have my revenge. Upon hearing Uchiha Yin's teasing, Hashirama's face flushed crimson from head to toe. He dropped the cloth in his hand and, baring his teeth, charged at Uchiha Ine. Detecting the host's engagement in battle, the heart of steel treasure chest began to accumulate. Uchiha Ine raised an eyebrow. Had he inadvertently triggered a duel with this little rascal? This was nothing short of a gift. With a plan firmly established in his heart, Uchiha Ine faced the assault from Senju Hashirama without flinching. As Hashirama leapt toward him, the sheer force of the impact sent Uchiha Ine tumbling to the ground. Straddling him, Hashirama, momentarily dazed, unleashed a flurry of strikes and scratches upon Uchiha Gin, eventually resorting to biting his face in a fit of frustration. Initially savoring the massage provided by Hashirama's weight, Uchiha Gin was taken aback by the unexpected bite. Muttering about the gentlemanly principle of refraining from verbal conflict during a physical altercation. I concede. It stinks. Get off me. Wiping the glistening drool from his face, Uchiha Gin raised a white flag in disdain. Host has failed. You have gained 10 heart energy. The Steel of Heart treasure chest reward has been unlocked. Current total heart energy, 33. The system's melodious notification echoed within his mind, causing the corners of Uchiha Gin's mouth to curl upwards uncontrollably. Although he hadn't achieved a complete victory, this outcome was certainly an improvement over the last. Eyeing the heart steel icon that had fallen onto the system's game board, Uchiha Gin restrained himself, choosing to await the evening's bath and incense offering before unlocking it. Hey, little rascal, stop clinging to me and go tidy up, he said. Feeling rather pleased. In a light-hearted manner, he patted Hashirama's behind, urging him to attend to his duties. The little rascal jolted at the sudden attack on his rear and let out a startled cry. What are you doing? Hurry up. Do you still want to eat vegetables tomorrow? Uchiha Gin delivered a just reprimanding thump to the top of Hashirama's head, silencing the boy's sonic shriek. Cuddling his head, Hashirama glared at Uchiha Gin with a mix of indignation and bitterness. Ignoring the boy's murderous gaze, Uchiha Gin hummed a cheerful tune as he stepped outside. Upon seeing his rather monotonous backyard, he resolved to renovate it, envisioning a more pleasant space for skill training in the future. Walking along the main thoroughfare of the Uchiha clan, lined with neatly arranged wooden houses that appeared newly constructed, Uchiha Gin noted some of these homes had been transformed into shops, offering daily necessities and unique goods transported by trading caravans. Boss, how much for this? Uchiha Gin inquired, picking up a peculiar mask displayed on a stall. A mere 100 ryo. The stall owner greeted him warmly, without a hint of disdain, prompting Uchiha Gin to take a closer look. Are you not from the Uchiha clan? He asked, noticing the familiar red hair atop the vendor's head. You guessed it. Young man, I hail from the land of whirlpools as a traveling merchant, replied the jovial middle-aged man, exuding an aura of amiability. The Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Gin pressed on. Indeed, the land of whirlpools, as you might expect. It's all Uzumaki clan members there. But I am no ninja. I am just an ordinary person, the vendor explained, clearly accustomed to such inquiries. Although the world is imbued with the existence of chakra, the individuals capable of harnessing and utilizing it are far from numerous. In the realm of ninjas, their proportion is remarkably low, predominantly overshadowed by ordinary people. Among the various ninja clans, there are those unable to awaken or wield chakra, who, under the protection of their families, engage in various trade activities to enhance their family's income and provide for their basic necessities. Thus, I shall take this mask. Aware of the other party's origins, Uchiha Gin chose not to dwell on it further and retrieved from his pocket currency exchanged for gold to hand to the shopkeeper. Very well, do you require anything else? The proprietor of the Uzumaki clan, having concluded a transaction, cheerfully continued to promote his specialties to Uchiha Gin. Are there any toys that would amuse a child? Uchiha Gin pondered briefly before inquiring. Do you have children? How old are they? The shopkeeper, upon hearing the request for a child's toy, asked in detail. No, just a cousin's child, around 5 years old, a rather unruly one. Indeed, the Senju and Uchiha clans were once closely related, so referring to each other as relatives was not inappropriate. Then I recommend this. The shopkeeper rummaged through his backpack and produced a doll. This, Uchiha Gin exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the doll's appearance, is called a tailed beast. Residing near our land of whirlpools. Do not be deceived by its cute visage. It is said that the actual creature is immense and exceedingly ferocious. With a wealth of knowledge, the shopkeeper expounded upon the doll. I'll take it, Uchiha Gin decisively proclaimed. A mere 3,000 ryo. The shopkeeper's grin widened, reaching ear to ear. This doll had been in stock for ages without a single sale, and finally, he had encountered a generous buyer. Money is no object. Uchiha Gin exuberantly tossed the notes to the shopkeeper, cradling the doll and scrutinizing it closely. The three tails Isabu. One of the tailed beasts that does not make frequent appearances in the original work, dwells primarily in water and was once captured by Hashirama Senju, along with the 6 tails, and sold to the land of water. Its next appearance was when it was sealed within the body of Lin, leading to the birth of an enraged child, before being reclaimed by the land of water and given to the faux youthful figure of Koki Yagura, only to return to nature after Yagura's demise, eventually to be captured by the Akatsuki organization. The tailed beast doll in hand was crafted with remarkable detail. The chibi version of the Three Tails Isabu possessed an endearingly quirky charm, appealing to both genders and all ages according to Uchiha Yin's discerning taste. Quite splendid indeed. I am Uchiha Yin. Should you acquire any other tailed beast dolls from the same series, please do notify me. Uchiha Yin's growing fondness for the doll stirred his peculiar collecting obsession anew. Certainly. My name is Uzumaki Shusen. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity if I receive any other tailed beasts. The shopkeeper, realizing that the buyer did not haggle, felt a twinge of regret for selling it at such a low price, mentally vowing to price future items according to the number of tails. Uzumaki Shusen? Such an unusual name. Bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, Uchiha Yin donned the peculiar mask at a jaunty angle and clutched the adorably quirky Three Tails doll as he made his way toward the general store he had visited previously. Shopkeeper, this one, and that one too. I want them all delivered to my home. Uchiha Yin arrived at the general store, where the same proprietor welcomed him as before. After perusing the furniture section, he selected a stone table and a wooden reclining chair. He then proceeded to the ninja tools area to choose a training set consisting of targets and dummies. After completing his purchase, he left his address with the owner, requesting prompt delivery and installation. He also needed to find a carpenter, for the handmade fence in his backyard was rather subpar. The makeshift fence that Uchiha Yin had erected was so shoddy that it would topple with the slightest gust of wind, detracting from the aesthetic appeal of his home. It was imperative to commission an expert to craft a proper one. With an overwhelming number of tasks at hand, and having just strained his back yesterday, he lamented his inability to undertake the work himself. No, you should look elsewhere. He had been told repeatedly by various craftsmen, each offering a different excuse. The last one had even displayed blatant disdain, leaving Uchiha Yin perplexed. It was baffling that they would forego profit out of aversion. Thus, it appeared that the task of constructing the fence would fall to him after all. With a sigh, Uchiha Yin resolved to surprise the little rascal at Senju's place. But before he could take more than a few steps, he encountered a familiar face. Captain Fenghua, Uchiha Yin called out, waving to his former captain from a distance. On leave, Uchiha Fenghua rarely had the opportunity to stroll about, and just as he was enjoying his day out, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Turning in confusion, he spotted a curly-haired figure smiling and waving at him, prompting a surreal feeling akin to a temporal dislocation. Brother Jin? He murmured instinctively. As the figure approached, Uchiha Fenghua suppressed his nostalgic expression and, with a cold demeanor, asked, Uchiha Yin, didn't you go to work in the dungeon? What brings you here? Just finished work and thought I'd pick up some supplies. Are you still on leave, Captain Fenghua? Uchiha Yin replied with a smile, avoiding the admission of having skipped out on duty. Uchiha Fenghua nodded coolly, maintaining a demeanor that suggested a desire for distance. Aware of the hidden buff of disdain that the original owner of this body possessed, Uchiha Yin was unperturbed. Instead, he smiled and scratched his head, inquiring, Captain Fenghua, do you know someone named Uchiha Jin? Upon hearing the name, a gentle and warm figure materialized in Uchiha Fenghua's mind, with similar curly hair and elongated phoenix eyes. Uchiha Jin always bore a cheerful expression, contrasting sharply with the current Uchiha Yin. I do, Uchiha Fenghua admitted without reservation, as it was unnecessary to conceal the truth. Anyone familiar with Uchiha Jin would undoubtedly recognize Uchiha Yin's identity. What kind of person is he? Uchiha Yin, lacking knowledge about his father, could not help but ask. This is not the place for conversation. Follow me, and we shall talk more privately. With a sigh, Uchiha Fenghua suppressed his inexplicable aversion and invited Uchiha Yin to a more suitable location. Uchiha Yin had no objections and followed Uchiha Fenghua to a tavern. Once inside, Fenghua skillfully led him to a small booth, ordered a bottle of wine, and closed the door behind them. The two individuals sat cross-legged, observing one another intently. When the wine was served, Uchiha Fenghua poured each of them a glass before indulging in his own solitary drink. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, almost identical, he remarked, his gaze lingering on Uchiha Yin's face as he savored the warmth that coursed through him after the first sip. Do you know my father? Uchiha Yin inquired, sensing a deep connection in Uchiha Fenghua's tone. Not just acquainted. Your father was once my captain, and also a mentor of sorts, Uchiha Fenghua replied, tilting his head back to consume another glass of wine, a wistful sigh escaping his lips. Brother Gin was the most formidable genius of our time, without equal. He awakened his Sharingan at 8, mastered the 3 Tomoe by 12, excelled in all 5 nature transformations, and accomplished numerous high-difficulty missions single-handedly, earning accolades in the war. As Uchiha Fenghua recounted Uchiha Jin's illustrious feats with fervor, his expression suddenly darkened. But alas, what do you mean, alas? Uchiha Gin pressed, intrigued. Alas, he passed away young. Had he lived, the position of clan leader would have been fiercely contested, Uchiha Fenghua lamented, shaking his head with a profound sense of loss. The notion that his father had nearly assumed the role of clan leader left Uchiha Gin astonished. He had previously dismissed Uchiha Yao's boastful tales as mere exaggerations, but now he realized their truth. Could you share the details of this matter? Uchiha Gin asked eagerly, his curiosity piqued. Uchiha Yao had provided a narrative regarding Uchiha Jin's sacrifice, and if Uchiha Fenghua indeed knew him, his account might align with Uchiha Yao's. Outside, the sounds of clinking glasses filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere, while Uchiha Fenghua's usually composed demeanor revealed a rare nostalgia. I was once a teammate of your parents. Alongside clan leader Taijima, in the same squad, with your father as our leader. He gestured for Uchiha Gin to refill his glass, and without hesitation, he downed the freshly poured sake, as if seeking solace in the drink. During our squad's final mission, everything was prepared flawlessly, to accommodate my lesser strength. Your father assigned me to a lookout position. The mission was progressing seamlessly until, at the last moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. Uchiha Fenghua's voice grew somber. And as he mentioned the incident, his grip on the glass tightened, veins standing out on his hands, his usually steady demeanor slipping away. His eyes blazed with anguish. There was a traitor. Someone had secretly leaked our mission route, ambushing us with overwhelming numbers along our path. 3 other squads that accompanied us were completely annihilated, and your father fought valiantly to lead our team to safety. Were you present at the scene? Uchiha Gin asked, recognizing the familiar narrative shared with Uchiha Yao. Of course. I was there, and I witnessed your parents' sacrifice firsthand. I am truly sorry. I was powerless to intervene. Uchiha Fenghua spoke with a quivering voice, his tiger-like eyes glistening with tears as he continued, I am but a coward. When the captain ordered me to retreat, I obeyed without hesitation. And I feel deeply remorseful for the care the captain bestowed upon me for so long. Uchiha Gin, noticing the discrepancies in the details, inquired, what transpired in the end? Your parents, bearing the unconscious chieftain Taijima, fought their way through a sea of blood, but the enemy relentlessly pursued us. I, as a lookout, joined the fray. Yet my weakness rendered me a mere burden, Uchiha Fenghua lamented, closing his eyes in anguish, as if the words drained him of all his strength. In the final moments, your father commanded me to evacuate with the injured and unconscious chieftain Taijima, while they bravely held the rear. Was chieftain Taijima unconscious the entire time? Uchiha Gin recalled the account shared by Uchiha Yao, which starkly contrasted with Uchiha Fenghua's narrative. Indeed, chieftain Taijima sustained grave injuries and only regained consciousness several days after receiving treatment, Uchiha Fenghua confirmed. Did my parents leave behind any final words? Uchiha Gin asked, eager to learn if his parents had uttered anything of significance before their sacrifice. Alas, there were none. The situation was dire, and there was no time for parting words. Uchiha Fenghua shook his head regretfully. Thank you, Captain Fenghua, for sharing so much about my parents today, Uchiha Gin said, straightening himself and bowing respectfully. I do not deserve such gratitude. I watched helplessly as your parents perished, and for that, I owe you an apology. With that, Uchiha Fenghua knelt, preparing to bow deeply to Uchiha Gin. Captain Fenghua, there is no need for such gestures. My parents chose this path, fully prepared to sacrifice their lives. Uchiha Gin quickly interjected, offering support to him. Having asked most of what he wished to know, Uchiha Gin rose to take his leave, while Uchiha Fenghua continued to pour himself drink after drink. As Uchiha Gin departed, he faintly heard the inebriated murmurs of Uchiha Fenghua behind him. Why did you not evade that sword, Brother Gin? Having uncovered much of the truth regarding his parents' sacrifice through his encounter with Uchiha Fenghua, Uchiha Gin's thoughts became muddled, rendering him disinterested in seeking a carpenter for renovations to his courtyard. With a mask slung over his shoulder and cradling a doll, Uchiha Gin approached his small abode. The shopkeeper had arranged the predetermined tables, chairs, and training targets, transforming the once bare courtyard into a space of slightly elevated elegance. Touching the newly manufactured training dummy, Uchiha Gin nodded in satisfaction. Now, he merely needed to reconstruct the surrounding fence. If only he possessed the wood release technique, it would simplify matters, but alas. Such was not the case. After tidying the courtyard, just as Uchiha Gin prepared to enter his home, he suddenly paused. A peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. Adjusting the strangely angled mask on his shoulder, he gently pushed open the door. At this moment, Senju Hashirama sat in a stupor on the sofa, entirely oblivious to the figure stealthily entering from outside. The nefarious Uchiha Gin crept up behind him and placed a hand upon his shoulder, leaning his masked face closer. Suddenly aware of the unexpected presence on his shoulder, Senju Hashirama turned in alarm, only to behold a terrifying visage. "Ah, a ghost." Startled, he gasped and promptly fainted, foam escaping his lips. "TSK, TSK, TSK. How can this little rascal be so timid?" Uchiha Gin, disappointed that his performance had barely begun before his counterpart succumbed to unconsciousness, removed his mask and muttered in disdain. Hey, wake up." He crouched down and patted the unresponsive Senju Hashirama, anxiety gripping him. "Don't die on me now. I'd be in quite the predicament." With trembling fingers, he checked for breath, and upon finding that there was indeed air flowing in and out, relief washed over him. Thank goodness, he has merely fainted. Uchiha Gin thought as he dressed Senju Hashirama again, cleaning away the remnants of foam from his mouth and nose, before carrying him to the bed in the bedroom, leaving him to recover on his own. The Senju clan must possess remarkable vitality, right? Uchiha Gin mused nervously as he gently closed the door behind him. Gazing at the three-tailed doll in his hands, he sighed, relieved to have prepared a gift. I hope this little rascal doesn't contemplate ending it all upon waking tomorrow. After hiding the purchased gift away, Uchiha Gin, feeling utterly fatigued, took a bath. Afterward, he lit incense and offered a prayer to the ancestral spirit of the Uchiha clan. Indra. With everything in place, he entered the system space, eyeing the heart of steel law ball that had been settled on the chessboard earlier that day. Uchiha Gin rubbed his hands together, apprehension coursing through him as he approached, murmuring incantations. Let the luck of the fortunate shine upon me. Grant me success. Feeling the moment arrive, Uchiha Gin decisively struck the left law ball. A brilliant golden light enveloped it, and upon recognizing the golden hue, his heart raced, breath quickening. Was he truly about to ascend to greatness? As the golden light gradually dissipated, 5 substantial gold bricks lay lined upon the ground. Uchiha Gin nearly choked on his breath, his eyes glistening with emotion as he clenched his teeth to steady his frayed nerves. Turning his gaze toward the other heart of steel law ball, he thought, there's still one more. The previous one can serve as a mere stepping stone, while this one must yield something splendid. With hands clasped in prayer, Uchiha Gin bowed deeply to the remaining law ball, entrusting his fortune to the fates. Release. With a resolute mindset, Uchiha Gin remained indifferent, extending his hand to press upon the orb of law. Instantly, a radiant blue light enveloped the entire space. After a brief moment, the blue luminescence transformed into 2 luminous orbs, gently hovering before Uchiha Gin. He casually activated the first one, revealing Hyuga Clan Physique 1. Gain a trace of Hyuga bloodline upon use, resulting in a slight enhancement of attributes. The mention of the Hyuga clan left Uchiha Gin momentarily stunned. Having never encountered the Hyuga clan in his journey, he was perplexed at how he could activate their physique, especially since the Hyuga bloodline was said to require the Byakugan. After all, he possessed the genuine Sharingan, and despite any distant familial ties, they were hardly connected at this point. Setting aside this peculiar reward for the moment, Uchiha Gin proceeded to the second orb. As the gentle glow dissipated, a few words gradually materialized. With keen eyes, Uchiha Gin spotted the term would release, and he was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. His hands trembled as his imagination conjured a vivid scene of himself creating a splendid wooden structure with a clap of his hands. As Uchiha Gin's breathing quickened, the subsequent words emerged. Would release. 4 pillars house, capable of instantly constructing a complex wooden residence, remarkably convenient to use. Goodness, what has this system bestowed upon me? Uchiha Gin thought, vigorously rubbing his reddened eyes and changing his angle of view to confirm that this ninjutsu was indeed accurate. It was unmistakably the wood release technique employed by the illustrious Hashirama, famed for its ability to construct houses. Uchiha Gin pinched the area between his eyes, seeking to reassure himself. It's all right. It is still would release, right? Now I need not hire anyone to repair the fence in the backyard. Forcefully convincing himself, Uchiha Gin beckoned, merging these two rewards into his being. In an instant, he felt a warm surge flow into his eyes, significantly enhancing his vision even without the activation of the Sharingan. It appeared that both Uchiha and Hyuga bloodlines possessed traits that bolstered visual acuity. The wood release, Four Pillars House technique was etched into Uchiha Gin's mind without any apparent restrictions, allowing him to utilize it without the Senju bloodline. Grumbling as he exited the system space, Uchiha Gin, having reaped substantial rewards, made his way to the backyard. Drawing upon his memory, he attempted to activate the ninjutsu, would release, Four Pillars House. As chakra flowed, wooden stakes emerged from the earth in the backyard, aligning in the order Uchiha Gin envisioned. The wooden pieces gracefully encircled the yard, ultimately merging to form a refined fence. Beholding the fence that mirrored his mental design, Uchiha Gin nodded in satisfaction. Though it lacked the intricate detail of the famed 5-5 opening earth flow wall, it was nonetheless aesthetically pleasing. With a pat of his hands and a cheerful tune, Uchiha Gin returned home and first checked on Senju Banshu, discovering that the latter had returned to normalcy, drooling and soundly asleep. Oh, to be a child is indeed a blessing, free from worries. Reflecting on the challenges of growth, Uchiha Gin turned to recline on the sofa, drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, Uchiha Gin rose early, preparing a hearty breakfast. After indulging in a generous portion for himself, he left another serving on the table before tidying up and heading to work. As he walked along the main avenue of the clan's territory, he encountered fellow clansmen gradually making their way to their respective jobs. Reflecting on the tumultuous events of the previous day, Uchiha Gin's mind felt somewhat disordered. He had originally sought merely to understand the tragic incident that befell their clans 6 years prior, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon his grandfather, who had been imprisoned, and shared several startling revelations with him. The original host had been a kaleidoscope, yet was betrayed by a hypocritical uncle who orchestrated the demise of his parents to seize the position of clan leader. Moreover, the host's own eyes were on the verge of awakening, and reclaiming them would elevate him to the status of a leader revered by many. However, before he could fully digest these revelations, he encountered Uchiha Funghua, a former subordinate of his father, who recounted his own experiences, casting doubt on the credibility of his grandfather's words from the dungeon. Must there be so much darkness in these narratives? Uchiha Gin lamented. I anticipated a light-hearted and humorous tale. As he ruffled his unruly curls in frustration, he was interrupted by his cousin, Uchiha Izuna, whose exuberance pulled him back to the present. What's the rush this early? Izuna inquired, breaking into Yin's contemplations. What else is there to do but work? I have become a pitiable adult. Izuna, cherish your blissful moments while they last. Gin sighed, affectionately patting the head of the oblivious young Uchiha, whose hair resembled that of a small hedgehog. I don't understand. I won't need to work when I grow up. My family is wealthy. Uchiha Izuna retorted, impatiently swatting away the hand of this seemingly odious adult, proudly puffing out his chest. With a swift motion, Uchiha Gin delivered a classic justice-infused smack to Izuna's head. This is why I detest self-righteous little brats. Shaking off the sting in his hand, he ignored the sulking Izuna, making his way to his post. Lord Uchiha Gin, have you encountered that old jailer? Just as he settled into his office chair, Uchiha Luocha's head appeared cautiously through the door's crack, inquiring with care. I have indeed seen him. I truly appreciate your assistance, Brother Luocha, Uchiha Gin responded, showering praise upon Luocha, who was known for his exceptional efficiency. Such talent as yours should not be confined to a mere guard position. You ought to join my ranks to truly showcase your abilities and realize your grand ambitions. Desiring to shirk his own responsibilities, Uchiha Gin employed all his persuasive skills to convince Uchiha Luocha to take on his duties. However, Luocha, feeling somewhat bewildered by Yin's enticements, hesitated to agree, understanding that such decisions rested with their superiors. I will report this matter to Elder Yin. You may carry on with your work without concern, Uchiha Gin assured him, fully aware of the difficulty Luocha faced. But Uchiha Luocha began to waver, weighing the feasibility of the proposal in his mind. What is there to hesitate about? I entrust this to you. Without further ado, Uchiha Gin thrust the file into his hands, offering an encouraging expression that conveyed his confidence. Before hastily retreating, You take care of things here. I shall investigate a prisoner in the dungeon. The prospect of free labor was too tempting to resist, and Uchiha Gin, shedding his burdens, strode towards the entrance of the second dungeon with a carefree gait. On duty today were Uchiha Lucha and Uchiha Taidan, who had failed to swap shifts. With Uchiha Lucha coerced into service as free labor by Uchiha Gin, only Uchiha Taidan remained to guard the prison entrance. Lucha said he was just going to the restroom. But why has he taken so long? Could he have fallen in? Pondering the prolonged absence of Uchiha Lucha, the bored Uchiha Taidan muttered to himself, "Brother Taidan, let me in to take a look." A strange voice suddenly pierced his reverie. Startled, Uchiha Taidan looked up to see Uchiha Gin, the man who had become his recent nightmare. "Is there an issue?" Uchiha Gin inquired, raising an eyebrow at the startled clansman. "No problem at all. Please come in." Coming to his senses, Uchiha Taidan swiftly opened the dungeon door and respectfully invited him inside. "I need to find this prisoner. Please lead the way." Uchiha Gin had casually picked up a file on a prisoner from the second dungeon, not having glanced at it before, and now handed it to Uchiha Taidan for guidance. "Ah, this prisoner. Very well, please follow me." Uchiha Taidan quickly scanned the name on the file and nodded in affirmation. "Brother Lucha is currently assisting in the archives. I shall inform Lord Luing to reassign you a partner." Uchiha Gin, following behind Uchiha Taidan, spoke up. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiedan's heart tightened with dread. Sorrow engulfed him at the thought that his dear brother might have met with misfortune, and he blamed himself for the predicament. Lost in his frantic imagination, Uchiha Taidan led Uchiha Gin to the door of a cell, pointing inside to indicate, "This is the one." Are you here to interrogate me, Uchiha brat? Whatever tricks you have, unleash them. I, Yamamura Soichiro, shall not flinch." Inside the cell was a middle-aged man with brownish-yellow hair, his hands bound behind him, fierce indigo eyes glaring at them as if he were ready to devour them whole. "You have a fly on your forehead," Uchiha Gin remarked suddenly, staring at him. "Huh." Yamamura Soichiro instinctively raised his brows at this irrelevant comment. "Ah, look," he frowned, "didn't he?" Having achieved his goal, Uchiha Gin exclaimed triumphantly. An awkward silence enveloped the space. Not only did Yamamura Soichiro remain silent, but Uchiha Taidan also seemed rendered speechless, his gaze fixated on his own feet, as if counting his toes. "Ahem, Lord Gin. You may proceed with the interrogation. The entrance is unguarded now, so I shall take my leave." Unable to endure the awkward topic any longer, Uchiha Taidan seized the opportunity to excuse himself. How dull. The people of old possessed not a shred of humor. Shaking his head, Uchiha Gin reproached him with a tone of frustration. "My dear boy, are you mocking me?" With his teeth clenched, Yamamoto Suchira, having just regained his senses, questioned him bitterly. "Is it so difficult to share a jest? At your age, one would expect a modicum of tolerance." Uchiha Gin replied casually, perusing the documents in his hand. Yamamoto Suchira, adept in mental techniques, apprehended simultaneously with Yamamoto Aya and others. "I've heard that your clan possesses formidable secret arts." With a hint of intrigue, Uchiha Gin approached the bound Yamamoto Suchira, observing his restrained hands while musing. "Yet, ultimately, you fell victim to our Uchiha clan Sharingan. Humph. Were it not for your numbers overpowering us, how could we have succumbed to your hands? If you possess any courage, face me one-on-one." Yamamoto Suchira, aflame with anger, struggled to articulate his defense. "Very well," Uchiha Gin remarked, stroking his chin and nodding earnestly. Yamamoto Suchira, suddenly finding his hands free, stood momentarily stunned. "No way. No way. You spoke so fiercely, yet turned out to be a coward?" Noticing that the system remained inactive, Uchiha Gin could not help but stoke the flames further. "Combat detected. The steel of the heart treasure chest begins to accumulate." A smirk graced his lips. Indeed, the provocation method proved effective. "Curse you, Uchiha brat. In gratitude for your release, I shall ensure your departure is most tranquil." Realizing the restraints had vanished, Yamamoto Suchiro rose, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he raised his hands, forming an unusual gesture. Recognizing the stance, Uchiha Gin, well-versed in the lore of the Hokage, instantly identified it as the signature move of the Yamamoto clan. Their secret arts were all focused on mental manipulation, excelling in psychic attacks, memory reading, and controlling the consciousness of foes. Mind transfer technique. Yamamoto Suchira raised his hand to unleash the clan's renowned jutsu. The mind transfer technique allowed the practitioner to release their spirit and temporarily occupy the body of an enemy, moving freely within. As the man's dreamlike seduction unfolded, Yamamoto Suchira's mental force surged towards Uchiha Gin, who instinctively activated his Sharingan. Whether due to the Sharingan's prowess or not, he could vaguely perceive a shadowy chakra enveloping the mental force, barreling toward his consciousness, debating whether to feign a slip to deceive his opponent. Uchiha Gin sidestepped the impending strike. Huh, did you think you could evade so easily? Unfazed by Uchiha Gin's evasive maneuver, Yamamoto Suchira twisted his hands, causing the mental force to veer. In shock, Uchiha Gin found himself helplessly watching as Yamamoto Suchira's mental energy invaded his consciousness. Ordinarily, the mind transfer technique could only launch a direct attack, yet it was astonishing that Yamamoto Suchira, through years of rigorous training, had managed to alter its trajectory, a truly terrifying feat at this moment. Uchiha Gin realized he could no longer exert control over his body to perform any actions. A sudden surge of mental energy invaded his mind, causing him to feel a dizzying sensation akin to having ridden a roller coaster for 3 days and nights, leaving him on the verge of nausea. Foolish Uchiha boy, did you not anticipate that this old man's secret technique could take an unexpected turn? An eerie voice emanated from Uchiha Gin, the tone markedly different from before. Yamamoto Soichiro appeared to lose all consciousness, his body collapsing limply to the side. Let me grant you a painless end. With a sinister grin, Yamamoto Soichiro manipulated Uchiha Jin's body, trembling as he drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, poised to stab it into his own neck. Meanwhile, within the sea of Uchiha Jin's consciousness, Yamamoto Soichiro confined his consciousness to a small dark room, completely occupying Uchiha Jin's awareness. As he laughed maniacally, Yamamoto Soichiro surveyed the consciousness sea he had invaded. It was a void, much like that of others he had previously intruded upon, and he was prepared to orchestrate Uchiha Jin's self-inflicted demise. Suddenly, he noticed a flickering presence within Uchiha Jin's consciousness sea, something he had never encountered before. Driven by curiosity, Yamamoto Soichiro parted the veil of mist surrounding it. Before him slowly materialized a peculiar door, entirely black and secured with a large, tightly fastened lock. Approaching, he examined the lock, which gleamed a deep bronze, yet bore no keyhole. Adorning its surface was a windmill motif that emitted a faint, eerie red glow, exuding a subtle allure. Encountering such a phenomenon for the first time, the elderly Yamamoto Soichiro, with an insatiable curiosity, temporarily postponed Uchiha Jin's self-destruction plan to investigate the enigmatic door lock. As his palm brushed against the lock, he was taken aback by the intense heat emanating from it, contrary to his expectations of coldness. Upon touching the design on the lock, he discovered several fine cracks etched into its surface. Being a master of mental arts from the Yamamoto clan, he could distinctly sense that someone had placed a seal within Uchiha Jin's mind. What secrets lay concealed within this seal? Unable to resist, Yamamoto Soichiro probed the cracked lock with his mental energy. At the moment his mental force made contact with the lock, a pair of crimson eyes materialized before him, and an overwhelming force surged from the lock's design, propelling him backward. The backlash of his mental energy struck him with ferocity, and the once dominant Yamamoto Soichiro found himself disoriented, compelled to flee from Uchiha Jin's consciousness sea. In the physical realm, the kunai that Yamamoto Soichiro controlled halted just before piercing the throat, the hand gripping it falling limply after a brief struggle. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Soichiro's original body, previously unconscious, jolted awake, his eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth is in your mind? He gasped. Uchiha Gin, suddenly regaining consciousness, stared in bewilderment at Yamamoto Soichiro, who was clutching his chest and panting heavily. Having just consumed a surge of the Uchiha's heart-turning technique, Uchiha Gin felt a sudden darkness envelop him. Realizing that his consciousness could no longer command his body, his spirit was confined in an abyssal corner of the sea of consciousness by Yamamoto Suchira, who had transformed into a war deity. He contemplated whether to utilize its Tsukuyomi experience card on Suchira's spirit, considering that facing the kaleidoscope illusion would yield effects that were not merely exponential, but rather a profound enhancement. As Uchiha Gin observed his own body's movements, at the very moment when Suchira, in control, was about to pierce his throat with a kunai, he withdrew the system-provided Tsukuyomi experience card. Just as he prepared to use it, he noticed Suchira pausing his action to step into the profound void of the sea of consciousness. In mere moments, Uchiha Gin, card in hand, witnessed the once bulging Suchira being forcefully expelled, crashing heavily to the ground before ricocheting away. No way. Is this truly the end? Have you faltered, old man? How could you be so strong yet falter midway? Regaining his freedom, Uchiha Jin's output remained steady, and he spoke with the gravitas of an elder. Uchiha brat, do not be so arrogant. I have yet to unleash my full might. My next move shall surely reduce you to ashes. Though wounded by the backlash, Suchira, as a seasoned master of secret techniques, managed to mitigate the damage in a short span of time. Truly, the venerable elder of the Yamamoto clan exhibited remarkable resilience. I, Uchiha Jin, gladly acknowledge you as the strongest in mind control ninjutsu. With admiration, Uchiha Jin raised his thumb in respect. Initially expecting the young Uchiha to utter some crude and outrageous words, he was taken aback by the sudden shift in attitude. The stark contrast caused Suchira to momentarily lose his breath, overwhelming him with anger, leading to a blackout. Host failure. Acquired 10 heart energy. After 3 more battles, you may unlock the Steel of Heart treasure box reward. Current accumulated heart energy, 10. The delightful system notification chimed, prompting Uchiha Jin to nod in satisfaction. He proceeded to securely bind the unconscious Suchira once more, humming a cheerful tune as he closed the cell door. Today was indeed a splendid day for feasting. After greeting Uchiha Taidan, who was on guard duty, and completing his daily tasks regarding the Steel of Heart, Uchiha Jin felt no desire to linger further. Just as he prepared to skip work like the day before, he unexpectedly encountered someone who took him by surprise. Elder Miao, good morning. From a distance, he spotted the familiar, gaunt figure of Uchiha Miao, who appeared indifferent yet had come to the dungeon for reasons unknown. Since their paths had crossed, it seemed only courteous to greet him, so Uchiha Jin approached respectfully. Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Miao was equally surprised to find Uchiha Jin here. What brings you to this place? Uchiha Jin briefly recounted the circumstances of his reassignment to the dungeon to organize files. After listening, Uchiha Miao reflected before replying. This task indeed suits you. It spares you from outdoor missions and avoids interaction with clan members. Uchiha In had heard whispers of his notorious reputation. Even he felt a tinge of aversion towards the seemingly harmless Uchiha before him, although his profound introspection kept his true sentiments concealed. Your eyes, do you feel any discomfort? Suddenly recalling something, Uchiha Miao fixed his gaze upon the other's eyes and inquired. Not at all. My Sharingan has awakened, and my vision is remarkably sharp. Uchiha In boasted proudly. The Sharingan, you say? If you have the time, come to the research facility, and I shall examine them for you. Uchiha Miao remarked before turning his back and striding deeper into the dungeon. Uchiha In, bewildered and perplexed, pondered the implications of this interaction. From Uchiha Yao, he had learned that his current eyes were not the original, and it was highly likely that Uchiha Miao was the one responsible for the alteration. He should be well aware of the condition of his eyes. Why then did he exhibit curiosity about them? Lost in thought, Uchiha In exited the dungeon, while Uchiha Miao emerged from the shadows, contemplating why he had instructed Yin to procure a pair of ordinary eyes, yet the Sharingan had still manifested. Filled with uncertainty, Uchiha Miao resolved to seek clarification from Uchiha Yin, the provider of the eyes. He also wondered if the young Senju Hashirama had awakened. He planned to return and present a gift, hoping it would lift the boy's spirits. The fate of Senju Hashirama was inextricably linked to his own. Until he returned the boy to the Senju clan, Uchiha In could not find peace. He cooked for him, fearing the boy might starve or succumb to despair. Hence the thoughtful gift. I truly am a benevolent Uchiha, he mused, nodding approvingly to himself. Hey cousin, why are you wandering around instead of working? A familiar voice called out. Having just stepped out of the dungeon, Uchiha In turned to see 2 youths nearby. A quick thought flashed through his mind, and he was ready with a retort. Izumi, Ban, do you know what qualities a competent leader should possess? Initially intending to tease Uchiha In, Izumi found himself perplexed by the counter-question, as he had never contemplated such matters at his young age. Unmatched power? Uchiha Ban, ever the precocious one, stroked his chin thoughtfully and ventured a reply. That's correct, but it is merely one of the most fundamental requirements, Uchiha In affirmed, nodding while shaking his head, his expression conveying their superficial understanding, which irritated the 2 boys. Then tell us. An exasperated Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, shaking his small fists in frustration. Allow me to enlighten you on the essential qualities of a qualified leader, Uchiha In declared, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one else was present, before beckoning the 2 brothers to come closer. Intrigued, they approached, eager to hear Uchiha Yin's insights. Aside from power, the most important thing is. Uchiha Yin paused dramatically, extending a hand with his palm facing upward, thumb and forefinger forming a circle, illustrating a universally recognized gesture. Two youths wore expressions of confusion. As a leader, one must possess gold coins. Only then will others follow you wholeheartedly, Uchiha Jin remarked with a tone of exasperation. How simplistic, retorted the more impatient Uchiha Izuna. Do not rush, this is merely one aspect. There exists a far more crucial point. One that is beyond the reach of the average person. Shaking his finger, Uchiha Jin gestured for the boys to remain calm, then struck what he believed to be an impressive pose, declaring confidently, charming. Just like me, relying on exceptional looks to compel my colleagues to assist with work. Having explained why he could leave work early, Uchiha Jin disregarded the two stunned youths, turning to depart with an air of nonchalance. I have never encountered such unabashed audacity. Uchiha Izuna, realizing the absurdity only after a moment, found his face flushed with indignation. Beside him, Uchiha Madara appeared deep in thought. Uchiha Jin hummed a tune as he slipped through the door, only to find Senju Hashirama languidly sprawled on the sofa, lost in thought. The shirt was slightly lifted, a hand idly scratching at his exposed belly, his eyes hollow as he yawned, embodying the quintessential sloth. You little rascal, you seem quite at ease. Uchiha Jin thought to himself, feeling a surge of unfairness at having to rise early for work while the boy lounged at home. Do you even realize who is earning a living for the family? Huh, why are you back so early? Senju Hashirama, noticing Uchiha Jin's return, abruptly rolled over, instinctively creating distance. You spend all day either eating or sleeping, accomplishing nothing, yet consuming everything, Uchiha Jin exclaimed, nearly poking his finger into the rounded face of Senju Hashirama in anger. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Unprepared. Uchiha Jin felt a sharp pain as the mischievous boy bit down on his finger, the sensation reverberating through his body. Uchiha Jin exerted all his strength. Yet the boy clung on stubbornly. Realizing that a more subtle approach was necessary, he offered, I have a present for you. Let go, and I will show it to you. Gift. At the mention of a present, Senju Hashirama's eyes sparkled with interest, and his grip on Uchiha Jin's finger loosened slightly. Really? Truly, it's in the cupboard. Go see for yourself. With hope rekindled, Uchiha Jin urged, fearing his finger might soon be consumed by the little rascal. If you trick me, I'll bite you to death, warned Senju Hashirama, his cheeks puffed in indignation, before he turned to search the cupboard. That infuriating little brat. The Uchiha clan is known for its honesty. Once a promise is made, it is sealed, Uchiha Jin thought as he examined the faint red bite marks on his finger, glistening with the boy's sticky saliva, which made him feel quite queasy. Disgusted, he held up the bitten hand, rushed to the bathroom, and scrubbed it vigorously until it was pale and peeling. Wow, what an adorable turtle. Senju Hashirama exclaimed upon discovering a Three-Tails plush doll, his response perfectly befitting his age. Humph, a little rascal is just a little rascal. Observing the exuberant Senju Hashirama, who was excitedly spinning around with the Isafa doll, Uchiha Jin curled his lip, his gaze distant as he spoke. With the recipient of the gift preoccupied, Hashirama no longer troubled him, granting Uchiha Jin a rare moment of tranquility. That evening, Uchiha Jin took it upon himself to cook, preparing several dishes, while Hashirama, never parting with the doll, indulged in 3 hefty bowls. After the meal, he even volunteered to help with the cleanup. The power of the Three-Tails doll was indeed formidable. As night fell, the exhausted Hashirama succumbed to a deep slumber. Clutching the Isafa doll, once the young one was fast asleep, Uchiha Jin made his way to the backyard, where the refreshed decor lifted his spirits. Reclining in a newly acquired wooden lounge chair, he awaited the refreshing of his skills. This, he mused, was the essence of life. Stretching comfortably, Uchiha Jin delighted in the notion that relaxation was the true path to happiness. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere around him, after a prolonged wait. It had finally arrived. A curtain of shimmering waves appeared, and a figure gradually emerged. Why the change of appearance? Uchiha Jin inquired, slightly puzzled, as he recognized his old friend, the mentor Tsukuyami. Unlike previous encounters clad in the formal Akatsuki attire, this time, he appeared somewhat disheveled. His classic garb nowhere to be seen, replaced by a snug fishing net top, his complexion unusually pale. Observing Uchiha Itachi's frail state, Uchiha Jin did not let his guard down. His heightened perception clearly indicated that this transformed Itachi was far more formidable than those he had encountered before. Without waiting for his opponent to make a move, Uchiha Gin seized the initiative, activating his Sharingan to reveal 3 Tomoe. With a concentrated gaze, Amaterasu manifested at his will, enveloping the still-dazed Uchiha Itachi in a sea of black flames. To his surprise, the attack struck with alarming ease. With the ability to control Amaterasu through his eyes, Uchiha Gin felt the confirmation of hitting his target. Just as the black flames intensified, a pair of imposing orange hands gradually tore through his Amaterasu, revealing a transparent orange skeletal figure. Susanoo. Uchiha Gin retreated a few steps, cautiously uttering its name as he beheld the spectral giant before him. The stubborn black flames were effortlessly extinguished by Itachi's Susanoo, dissipating into the ether. The realization that his strongest trump card, Amaterasu, had been so easily countered instilled a sense of powerlessness in Uchiha Gin. He currently lacked the means to compete with such formidable strength, unless he too embraced a higher form. Fixated on the Susanoo-encased Itachi, he remained vigilant against any sudden assaults from his opponent. With his nerves taut and concentration heightened, Uchiha Gin found himself locking eyes with Itachi's mesmerizing kaleidoscope. A wave of familiarity washed over him, and darkness enveloped his vision, transporting him to a realm of nostalgia. With exasperated murmurs, Uchiha Gin was invited into the Tsukuyomi space. This young Uchiha lacks martial ethics, resorting to deceit and ambush against me, a comrade of 69 years. In the illusory realm of Tsuki no Mi, Uchiha Gin, crucified, gazed upon the seemingly endless spectacle of 1 against 7. A wave of helplessness rising within him as an elder. Regrettably, his earnest teachings elicited no resonance in Uchiha Itachi. Instead, they hastened the latter's actions, resulting in a relentless barrage upon the lower realms. The span of 72 hours waned swiftly, and Uchiha Gin sensed that this iteration of Tsuki no Mi was more ferocious than previous encounters, for the pain was particularly profound. Slumping onto a recliner, he clutched his head, panting. The aftermath of Tsuki no Mi was overwhelmingly potent, leaving his head throbbing until the system's debuff clearing feature activated, granting him respite. In the backyard, the daily refresh of the random skill, Illusionary Tsuki no Mi, yielded 10 fragments of Tsuki no Mi fragment, 3040. Accumulating 40 will allow synthesis of Illusionary Tsuki no Mi, a skill learnable through the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. At last, he was nearing the accumulation of the necessary fragments. Once gathered, he would no longer require the arduous care of 1 against 7. Envisioning a brighter future, Uchiha Gin could not suppress a chuckle. Straightening his back, he strode home with an air of indifference, surveying his long-utilized dwelling. He pondered whether, having mastered the wood release for Pillar's house, he should take the time to renovate or even completely rebuild it. Never mind, he thought. I shall decide upon awakening tomorrow. The next day, as a diligent worker, Uchiha Gin rose early as usual, prepared a simple breakfast, and, after a few hurried bites, departed for the office. Navigating the familiar path to his file room, he was astonished upon entering. "Brother Lukai, you're quite early," he exclaimed upon seeing Uchiha Lukai seated at his desk with his back turned. "Good morning, Lord Gin," Lukai replied, fatigue evident in his voice, turning to reveal dark circles beneath his eyes, which were bloodshot, resembling those of a nocturnal creature. "Surely, you haven't been working all night?" Uchiha Gin inquired cautiously, sensing something amiss with Lukai's condition. Lukai nodded, stuffing a blue file onto a shelf as he spoke. "Indeed, I toiled from yesterday into today, without a moment's rest. Brother Lukai, you are truly an exemplar for us all. Your dedication to your duties is genuinely inspiring." Uchiha Gin praised generously. "Not at all. It is my honor to alleviate Lord Jin's burdens," Lukai responded, displaying a knack for eloquence and charm, a promising talent indeed. "However, one must remember that health is the foundation of all endeavors. Rest well. I shall handle the upcoming tasks," Uchiha Gin asserted with righteous determination. For he was no tyrant. Exploiting employees was unwise, and sustainable development was the true path forward. Uchiha Richa gazed at the few remaining files on his desk, rolling his eyes internally at the situation. However, the circumstances compelled him to acquiesce, so he reluctantly called upon Lord Silver. Rising from his seat, Uchiha Richa departed the archives, leaving the straightforward task of tidying up to Uchiha Silver. With meticulous care, Uchiha Silver filed the last document onto the bookshelf, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. What a truly arduous endeavor. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, Uchiha Silver remarked. Satisfaction washed over him as he surveyed the neatly organized archives. He casually selected a file from one of the shelves, declaring, "This one shall do." The dungeon served as an excellent venue for fortifying one's skills. Those imprisoned remained there until death, ensuring that even a feigned act of submission would not carry any information beyond its confines. The prisoner drawn today possessed no distinctive traits, prompting Uchiha Taidan to escort him away. Once the prisoner departed, Uchiha Silver engaged in a cordial exchange with him. Mission failed, earning 12 heart energy after 2 additional battles. The reward of the Heart of Steel treasure chest can be unlocked. Current accumulated heart energy, 22. Upon hearing the system's notification, Uchiha Silver contentedly brushed off the dust from his attire and waved farewell to the kind soul. With little to occupy his time in the dungeon today, Uchiha Silver opted for an early exit, humming a cheerful tune as he slipped through the dungeon's door. Strolling along the main road of the Uchiha clan's territory, he relished the hard-won moments of freedom. As he absent-mindedly twirled his curly hair, a thought struck him regarding Uchiha Miao, who had suggested he come by for an examination of his Sharingan. Seizing the day, he decided to seek him out today, as he had recently sensed a notable improvement in his vision. Guided by the memories of the original owner, he navigated the winding paths of the clan grounds, ultimately arriving at a building situated far from the main area. Upon his approach, the guards at the entrance promptly intercepted him. "This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. I was sent by Elder Uchiha Miao," Uchiha Silver explained earnestly, unperturbed by their hostile demeanor. "Please wait, I shall inquire within." The guard, upon hearing this, did not question the veracity of Uchiha Silver's claim and turned to report to the research facility. After a brief interval, the guard returned to the entrance, addressing the patiently waiting Uchiha Silver. "Elder Uchiha Miao has granted you entry." With that, he stepped aside, allowing Uchiha Silver to enter this unfamiliar territory. "Uchiha Silver, I presume? Elder Miao has instructed me to guide you." A frail young Uchiha awaited him inside, inquiring as Uchiha Silver approached. "Then I am in your debt." As he followed the slender young man through the spacious research facility, Uchiha Silver mused to himself. "No wonder they required someone to escort me. It is remarkably expansive within." The equipment within the research institute appeared to be quite modern, clearly indicating it had been constructed in recent years. "This is it. You may proceed on your own. I have other matters to attend to," the slender young man instructed before turning away without hesitation. "Elder Miao, are you there?" Through the narrow crack of the office door, Uchiha In glimpsed a faint light and promptly knocked. "Come in," a voice as cold as ice resonated from within. Without hesitation, Uchiha In pushed the door open. Inside, Uchiha Miao donned a white lab coat, engrossed in his work at the desk. Not wishing to interrupt, Uchiha In quietly surveyed the laboratory. A row of bookshelves lined the walls, laden with numerous labeled folders, while a display cabinet nearby housed an array of glass jars. Upon closer inspection, the jars contained various human tissues and organs, eliciting a shiver from any onlooker. "Uchiha In, I did not expect you to seek me out today," Uchiha Miao remarked, ceasing his work to turn and scrutinize him with a penetrating gaze. "Elder Miao, your personal summons prompted my immediate arrival," Uchiha In replied, fabricating his words without a hint of embarrassment. "To expedite my visit, I worked through the night to complete Elder Yan's assigned tasks." Uchiha Miao, upon hearing his response, spoke with a knowing tone. "It seems you are quite eager." In the depths of Uchiha Miao's memories, he recalled the attack on their clan's territory 6 years prior, during which Uchiha In awakened the legendary eye of the Uchiha clan in a moment of despair. However, the excessive use of its power led to a backlash, causing his body's genes to approach collapse. Consequently, Uchiha Tianjima ordered the removal of Uchiha Yin's eyes to transplant them to Uchiha Wuming, who was also cultivating the Sharingan. Uchiha In, having lost his eyes, was then fitted with ordinary human eyes to quell the chaos within his body. Unexpectedly, 6 years later, the previously unremarkable Uchiha In had once again awakened the Sharingan during a mission. This revelation astonished Uchiha Miao, a researcher by trade. Following this, he inquired with Uchiha Yin, the one who had provided the eye, who assured him that the transplanted eyes came from the body of an invader. This piqued Uchiha Miao's interest in Uchiha In's Sharingan. leading him to invite him for an examination upon their chance encounter in the street. Prior to the awakening of your Sharingan, did you experience any discomfort? Uchiha Miao, seasoned in human experimentation, was well aware that transplanting another's eyes often results in a high probability of rejection. Discomfort? After opening my eyes, I felt a surge of exhilaration, never once experiencing discomfort. In fact, these eyes feel more attuned than my original ones. Uchiha Gin candidly conveyed his situation to Uchiha Miao. Remarkably, there was no rejection. Uchiha Miao furrowed his brow. According to his research, even those of Uchiha bloodline would encounter some degree of mild rejection when receiving eyes from another, let alone eyes from a non-Uchiha lineage. What is the current level of your Sharingan? Uchiha Miao shifted his inquiry. Uchiha Gin remained silent, allowing his eyes to take on a crimson hue, revealing the chilling aura of his newfound prowess. You have indeed reached the level of 3 Tomoe, Uchiha Miao observed. A flicker of surprise passed across Uchiha Miao's indifferent visage. He was acutely aware of Uchiha Gin's physical condition. The memory of that broken body from 6 years ago lingered vividly in his mind. Had it not been for timely medical intervention, Uchiha Gin, severely afflicted by the backlash of his ocular powers, would have long since succumbed to death. A narrow escape indeed, Uchiha Gin humbly remarked. Please save some of your ocular samples for me. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Miao retrieved a set of collection tools from his drawer and handed them to Uchiha Gin, stating, upon seeing the tools meant for ocular sample collection. Uchiha Gin nodded in acknowledgement. After a series of meticulous operations, rubbing his slightly reddened eyes, Uchiha Gin presented the collected samples to Uchiha Miao. There is nothing else. I will notify you once the results are in. Upon receiving the samples, the other party promptly issued a dismissal. Uchiha Gin, understanding the cue, refrained from further inquiries and departed from Uchiha Miao's laboratory. As he left the research facility, Uchiha Gin patted his emaciated belly, reflecting on his current routine of only consuming 2 meals a day. At this rate, his frail body would not sustain the excellence of his spirit. This simply will not do. I must indulge in a proper meal. However, dining alone seemed rather dreary. Observing the bustling crowds on the streets of his clan's territory, an inexplicable sense of loneliness enveloped him. As an outsider, it felt as though he had yet to truly integrate into this world. In any case, the original owner of his body had also led a solitary existence, sparing him the burden of familial obligations, which could be viewed as a virtue, albeit one that occasionally fostered feelings of isolation. Merging his memories with those of the original owner, Uchiha Gin sought out culinary delights within the clan's territory. Passing through the marketplace, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Boss, how much for that fish? It was Senju Hashirama, clutching a plush toy while inexplicably venturing out alone to make purchases. The vendors at the market were predominantly outsiders, trading under the protection of the Uchiha clan, who received regular tax contributions from them. Are you here helping your parents buy things, little one? The fish vendor, a robust man devoid of any chakra traces, was merely an ordinary merchant. Indeed, Senju Hashirama, cradling his 3-tailed plush, gazed longingly at the plump fish in the vendor's hands, fantasizing about how delectable it would be if transformed into sweet and sour fish. Haha, you're quite the capable child, running errands for your family at such a young age. The fishmonger laughed heartily, noticing the young boy's intense focus on the fresh fish. I'll give you this fish at half price. Really? Thank you, boss. Elated, Senju Hashirama sprang up, his eyes sparkling with joy. With the freshly purchased fish in hand, he eagerly made his way home. Yet, after only a few steps, he collided with a tall figure, losing his balance. Whose child are you? The figure that had been struck lowered its head, gazing at the unfamiliar Senju clan member before it, and coldly inquired. Due to the fact that this Senju clan member was clad in the garments worn by Uchiha Silver during his childhood, adorned with a conspicuous fan motif, it was entirely understandable for the Uchiha clansmen to mistake him for one of their own. This was the first time that Senju clan member faced such interrogation, and he found himself at a loss, gripping the hand of his doll tightly, his nerves causing him to tremble. Observing the erratic gaze of the Senju member, the inquisitive Uchiha clansmen became somewhat vigilant, their scrutinizing eyes scanning the anxious child up and down. Hey, you there. Why did it take you so long to buy a fish? Uchiha Silver, who had been observing from a distance, noticed the awkward predicament of the Senju member and promptly intervened. The Uchiha clansman questioning the Senju member cast a glance filled with evident disdain at Uchiha Silver, who had stepped in. Take care of your own child. Don't let him run wild on the main road. Recognizing Uchiha Silver, the man chose not to pursue the matter further, coldly tossing a remark before turning away. Come home with me, Uchiha Silver sighed, addressing the silent Senju member who kept his head down. The two walked back home in a line, one following the other. Uchiha Silver cast a resigned glance at the quiet child behind him, reflecting on how this situation was partly his fault for having previously advised the child to procure supplies from the clan grounds. He hadn't anticipated that even with his hair dyed black, the Senju member would still raise suspicions among the watchful clansmen. In the future, if you encounter someone interrogating you, just say you're Uchiha Silver's child. Generally, the clansmen won't make things difficult for you. Uchiha Silver organized his thoughts and spoke to the child trailing behind him. The Senju member, upon hearing this, looked up in surprise. He had assumed that following this incident, Uchiha Silver would confine him, but he was taken aback to learn that he could venture out as a member of Silver's family. Humph, your child, you say? How presumptuous. You might as well come to the Senju and be one of us. However, the pride of the Senju clan forbade him from yielding. The Senju were characterized by their resilience, unwavering from head to toe. Don't you want to eat fish anymore? Uchiha Silver, upon hearing the child's defiant words, rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was a simple matter to handle this little one. Wah, father, please don't. The child lamented. You've been eating fish for several days. Aren't you tired of it? Uchiha Silver inquired, noticing how this young one could devour so much food. Their rice supply was depleting rapidly. The Senju member, engrossed in his meal, paused momentarily at the question. He lifted his round head, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Is there something tastier than fish? He queried, genuinely perplexed. Uchiha Silver, taken aback by the child's incredulous expression, realized that this little one had never experienced finer delicacies. Is your Senju clan impoverished? He asked, slightly offended by the child's response. What do you mean by that? The Senju member bared his teeth defensively. There are countless delicacies in the world. Why do you singularly prefer fish? Uchiha Silver, now curious, probed further upon learning that it wasn't due to a lack of resources. I simply like fish. Is that a problem? The child retorted. Without the desire for excessive explanation, Senju Hashirama continued to immerse himself in his meal, while Uchiha Gin, sensing the dullness of the moment, refrained from further inquiries. At that instant, with his face buried in rice, Senju Hashirama's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he voraciously savored the fish, his mind wandering to the cherished memories of fishing with his brothers by the river. His elder siblings often took the young Hashirama to the riverbank, particularly his second brother, who had a profound love for fish. Each catch would result in an impromptu barbecue, leaving the brothers delightfully stuffed. Regrettably, such moments seemed irrevocably lost to the past. As Hashirama's emotions crumbled, his body trembled with sobs, leaving Uchiha Gin perplexed. Suddenly, the young boy began to sputter, startling Jin into action as he rushed forward, prying open Hashirama's mouth while voicing his complaints. I told you to eat slowly. Look, you've choked on a fish bone. With urgency, he probed Hashirama's throat, while the choking boy, unable to articulate, could only think, this guy must be seriously ill. After futilely attempting to extract the obstruction, Uchiha Gin furrowed his brow, pondering whether the bone had already been swallowed. His gaze fell upon the vinegar intended for seasoning on the table, and recalling a remedy from his past life. He seized the vinegar jug and twisted it open, pouring its contents into the mouth of the retching Hashirama. Ugh! Hashirama weakly flailed his arms, but lacking the strength to resist Uchiha Gin, he was forcibly made to consume an entire jug of vinegar. This should resolve the issue, Jin remarked, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, addressing the dazed boy who was still trying to express gratitude with a wave. No need to thank me. It is my duty, he replied. I truly will thank you, Hashirama exclaimed, nearly shouting before losing consciousness. What a polite little fellow, Uchiha Gin mused, nodding in appreciation. After depositing the unconscious Hashirama into the bedroom, Jin scrutinized the cramped space for a moment before clapping his hands in resolution to expand it. Sleeping on the sofa was untenable, as it would lead to long-term back issues. Being a young man, he couldn't afford to deplete his vitality in such a manner. Stepping outside, he surveyed the old house that had belonged to the original owner for many years, gesturing with his hands as he envisioned the renovations. With a mental blueprint drawn, Uchiha Gin clapped his hands, invoking the technique, would release, for Pillar's house. As his chakras surged, countless wooden branches erupted from the barren ground, merging and folding according to Jin's envisioned design, ascending layer upon layer. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, a brand new two-story cottage rose adjacent to the original dwelling, and Jin, having released his hands, gazed contentedly at his creation. Pushing open the grand door, he beheld the interior furnishings revealed by the wood release, wooden furniture of every kind, a testament to the renowned art of construction. Satisfied, he patted the sturdy furniture and moved to one side of the wall, where he had intentionally left a hidden door, allowing for seamless connectivity between the two structures with a simple opening in the original house's wall. After procuring some bedding and daily necessities, Uchiha Gin was ready to move in with just his bags in hand. He compiled a list and made his way to the clan's marketplace. Upon arriving at the familiar grocery store, the proprietor, recognizing his loyal customer, greeted him warmly. "What can I assist you with today, Lord Jin? Do you have everything on this list?" Uchiha Jin inquired, handing over his list. "It's merely a few everyday items, and we have everything in stock," the shopkeeper replied after quickly reviewing the items. "Splendid. Once prepared, please deliver them to my residence." Uchiha Jin nodded, then produced an irregular gold ingot from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper. "Too much. This is excessive," the shopkeeper exclaimed, weighing the ingot nervously. "Not at all. Simply keep the excess on my account, as I will be purchasing more in the future," Uchiha Jin reassured him, not wanting to cause any distress. "Very well, Lord Jin," the shopkeeper said, relieved to accept the gold. As Uchiha Jin exited the shop, he encountered Uchiha Madara. "Cousin, are you here to shop?" Madara appeared somewhat troubled, only lifting his head at Jin's greeting. "I'm merely acquiring some ninja tools," he replied, his gaze shifting uneasily, as his excuse seemed feeble. Being the son of the clan leader, he could directly obtain superior quality tools from the clan's arsenal, rendering his visit here unnecessary. "Buying a gift?" Uchiha Jin remarked unexpectedly. "I would never gift him anything." Madara hastily defended himself, only to realize he had misspoken, his face flushing as he exclaimed, "Cousin, aren't you supposed to be at work? I shall inform father." All right, I saw nothing," Uchiha Jin teased, the lightheartedness in his eyes making Madara's cheeks redden further. "Humph." The embarrassed youth huffed defiantly, turning away as he entered the grocery store. "Ah, the vitality of youth," Uchiha Jin mused, appreciating the exuberance of the younger generation. However, just a few steps away from the store, he spotted a sneaky figure lurking around the corner. Approaching discreetly, he placed a hand on Uchiha Izuna's shoulder and whispered, "What are you up to, little cousin?" Ugh, Izuna squeaked in surprise, nearly losing control as he had been intently peering through the window to spy on Madara. Shoo, making such a racket could draw attention. Uchiha Jin quickly covered Izuna's mouth, ensuring his voice remained undetected. It's a secret mission," Izuna said, his delicate brows furrowing in distress. "Following your brother." Uchiha Jin interjected. "How did you know? Did father tell you?" Izuna gasped, alarmed at the thought that this task had been assigned to others. "Wasn't it supposed to be his exclusive mission?" "Your intentions are far too obvious. It's hardly a mystery," Uchiha Jin replied, exasperated. "No worries. As long as the mouth is silenced, no one will know of my mission." The disoriented Uchiha Izuna pulled out a kunai from behind, mumbling incoherently. At such a tender age, indulging in such antics, imitating the darkened persona of a primary school student. Uchiha Jin delivered a swift slap, causing Izuna to yelp in pain. "Isn't this rather cool? This trend has recently swept through our clan." Izuna, clutching his head in pain, tearfully replied. "Over the past few days, the children in the clan have inexplicably learned this dark persona game, each adorning themselves with smoky makeup and solemnly uttering nonsensical phrases, leaving the adults utterly perplexed. Tomorrow marks the third day. What exactly is the task that the clan leader spoke of?" After dealing with the overly dramatic Izuna, Uchiha Jin, tousling his fluffy curls, pondered. The last time Izuna informed him of a mission with Uchiha Taijima, the time had nearly arrived. "I was just about to discuss this matter with you," Izuna exclaimed, his face lighting up as he recalled the intention to seek out Jin. Unexpectedly, he had encountered the enigmatic Uchiha Madara along the way. His curiosity piqued, causing him to forget his previous thoughts and follow his elder brother. "Come to our house tomorrow at noon. Father has plans." Izuna recounted his father's instructions, relaying them to Uchiha Jin with precision. Not wishing to disturb the now obsessive Izuna, Uchiha Gin strolled confidently towards his new home after purchasing some ingredients at the marketplace. After placing the ingredients in his newly constructed Western-style house, he was fortunate to find that the items he had ordered from the grocery store had also arrived. The delivery man, having visited the barren plot of land not long ago, now stood in disbelief at the luxurious house that had seemingly sprung up overnight, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. How could such a grand building have appeared? Uchiha Gin, too preoccupied to explain, focused on unloading the goods. The men, feeling a sense of trepidation, chose not to question further, confirming their deliveries before hastily departing. Handling this load alone proved somewhat taxing. Embracing the philosophy of making use of every opportunity, Uchiha Gin returned to the old residence and abruptly roused the still slumbering Senju Banjian. Time to get up and work. You little rascal. Whining that he could not eat, Senju Banjian remained lost in his dreams, his resilient constitution allowing him to withstand the wake-up call. Uchiha Gin narrowed his eyes, targeting the plump posterior of his counterpart, and delivered a merciless slap. The resounding crack echoed sharply. The strength of the blow was astonishing. Senju Banjian, who had been sleeping like a log, sprang up in surprise, clutching his throbbing rear. His face a mix of shame and fury as he glared at the smug instigator, steam visibly rising from his head. You pervert! I will take you down with me. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Senju Banjian resolved to confront the detestable Uchiha. Enough of this nonsense. We have serious matters to attend to. Blocking the furious Banjian with a finger, Uchiha Gin smiled brightly. I am moving. What about me? Upon hearing these words, Senju Hashirama was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, You still living here? I must move out. This sofa is simply unbearable to sleep on. Uchiha Gin, with an air of indifference, replied, Well, can I sleep on the sofa then? After a prolonged pause, Senju Hashirama finally blurted out, If I sleep on the sofa and you take the bedroom, does that mean I don't have to move? His expression suggested he had made a decision that contradicted his ancestors' wishes. Do you really care about me? Uchiha Gin asked in surprise, noticing the other party's unexpected concession to relinquish the bedroom. I'm merely considering the sweet and sour fish. Don't be ungrateful. The stubborn Senju Hashirama justified his earlier words with what he believed to be a flawless excuse. Is that all I am to you, just a cook? Uchiha Gin lamented dramatically. What else could it be? You wouldn't think I harbor any other feelings for you, would you? Senju Hashirama retorted, holding his head high and gazing disdainfully at Uchiha Gin, for he, as a Senju, could harbor no emotions other than animosity towards an Uchiha. TSK. This is why I detest you little brats, Uchiha Gin exclaimed, shaking his head wearily, ignoring the haughty demeanor of Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Gin gestured at the old walls for a considerable time. Under the astonished gaze of the little rascal, he unleashed a powerful strike against the wall. With a resounding crash, the dilapidated wall was shattered by Uchiha Jin's fist, collapsing in an instant. If you're moving out, at least don't demolish the house. What am I to do then? Senju Hashirama exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to kick Uchiha Gin on the calf. Calm down. Is impulsiveness a trait of your Senju clan? Uchiha Gin said, brushing off the dust. Thanks to the bloodline enhancement from the system rewards, his physical prowess had dramatically increased, no longer resembling the weakling who could be outmatched by the little rascal before him. Upon hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Senju Hashirama, still fuming, turned to look at the hole in the wall. To his astonishment, the other side revealed an entirely different world. With an insatiable curiosity, the little rascal abandoned Uchiha Gin and hopped through the opening like a rabbit. Wow! Stunned by the sight on the other side of the wall, Senju Hashirama lost his ability to articulate, gazing at the unfamiliar home decor, his mouth agape in awe. The interior of this quaint little villa was designed by Uchiha Gin in the style of grand mansions from his previous life, featuring avant-garde decorations that far surpassed the current era, which explained the native's astonishment. This staircase is spiral? What is this hanging thing for? Regaining his senses, Senju Hashirama began to chatter incessantly, bombarding Uchiha Gin with questions about the novel and strange decor. Why are you asking so many questions? It's not like I'm letting you stay here, Uchiha Gin declared, playfully pressing down on the frantically moving Senju Hashirama's head with a grin. No, I also want to live in the new house. Upon hearing that he was destined to be separated from this house, Senju Hashirama collapsed onto the ground, throwing a tantrum while incessantly shouting about the Uchiha's mistreatment of captives. Wasn't it promised that guns would be lowered and no harm done? the benefits have been greatly diminished. Uchiha Gin, unable to endure the ruckus, felt an angry symbol materialize on his forehead. He extended his fist, as large as a sandbag, and waved it in front of the pouting Senju Hashirama, who was crying and making a scene. You need to understand your position. Uchiha Gin's threat proved effective. The little ghost, who had been rolling on the ground, quickly scrambled back to the old house, peeking out from behind the wall with a pitiful expression, asking, "But what about my meals? If I can't stay in the new house, I can't go without food. You can come over to eat, but you must return to sleep at night." Adhering to the principle of not overly provoking the little ghost, Uchiha Gin decided to grant some leniency. Yea, however, he cautioned against premature joy. During the day, you must help clean this place, or forget about eating. It was also essential that the little ghost did not enjoy free meals. Maintaining such a large house was no trivial task. Did you hear that? Uchiha Gin asked loudly. I heard. Compromising for the sake of food, Senju Hashirama reluctantly set aside the dignity of the Senju clan, clenched his small fist, and silently vowed, in 30 years, east of the river, in 30 years, west of the river, do not underestimate the poor, commanding the little Senju to carry the purchased items into his grand abode. He resigned himself to the fact that actual work was out of the question. Uchiha Gin seized the opportunity to slip away while Senju Hashirama was busy, making his way to the backyard, ready to face today's refreshing NPC. Sitting back in a lounge chair with a cup of tea, Uchiha Gin pondered the tasks awaiting him tomorrow. Could it truly be, as Uchiha Yao suggested, a mission to unseal Uchiha Ko? Sipping the warm tea, he felt a persistent unease, as Uchiha Yao's words had lodged themselves like a thorn in his heart, disrupting his prior resolve to relax. Suddenly, sensing a change in the air, Uchiha Gin noticed a shimmering ripple in the distance, and as it faded, a figure slowly emerged. I knew it. Gazing at the familiar old friend before him, Uchiha Gin sighed, hoping today would be fortuitous enough to gather enough fragments. Come, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Clapping his hands, Uchiha Gin's aura intensified dramatically. With the swirling clan's bloodline enhancing his chakra, he no longer needed to worry about conserving it. Prepare to receive my benevolent fire style. He formed hand seals, the scorching chakra coalescing in his mouth, and as he completed the seals, the guided chakra transformed into fierce flames, surging toward the astonished Uchiha Itachi. Fire style, great fireball technique. As he unleashed one of the few offensive ninjutsu from the original's memories, Uchiha Gin activated his Sharingan, fixating his gaze on Uchiha Itachi, awaiting his next move. Just as the enormous fireball was about to engulf Itachi's frail figure, a swirl of black began to emerge from within the flames. The strands of Amaterasu's black flames swiftly devoured Uchiha Silver's great fireball. In mere moments, the colossal fireball was entirely consumed, dissipating into the ether. Could Amaterasu be wielded in such a manner? Uchiha Silver gazed in astonishment at the flames capable of devouring fire. Without hesitation, he seized Uchiha Itachi, who had just completed his technique, and his right eye's pupil flickered with a glimmer of light, causing black lotuses to bloom around him. Observing the blazing Amaterasu, Uchiha Silver mused that surely, after so many attempts, he would finally succeed this time. However, contrary to his expectations, Uchiha Itachi, tainted by the Amaterasu, shattered upon contact, his form scattering like a flock of crows. Employing the classic crow clone technique, Uchiha Silver's eyes darted rapidly in all directions, searching for Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts. After the crows dispersed, Uchiha Itachi did not reappear. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, Uchiha Silver pivoted and delivered a powerful elbow strike. The elbow strike of the Uchiha body technique made contact with something solid, eliciting a smile from Uchiha Silver. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Itachi had materialized behind him, finally receiving a genuine hit. Perhaps due to his Hyuga lineage, Uchiha Silver could perceive the traces of his opponent's chakra through his keen eyesight, significantly expanding his field of vision. Every movement of Uchiha Itachi, who had stealthily approached him while hiding as a crow, was laid bare before his watchful eyes. The elbow strike Uchiha Silver executed was infused with tremendous force, capable of cleaving mountains. Uchiha Itachi was sent hurtling several meters away, ultimately crashing against a boulder in the backyard, remaining motionless for an extended period. As silence lingered without any system notification, Uchiha Silver furrowed his brow and cautiously approached to investigate. Just as he intended to reach out and touch his old friend, Uchiha Itachi, who lay in disarray, transformed into a puff of white smoke. Trouble. This was a shadow clone. A warning bell rang in Uchiha Silver's mind as he sensed the impending danger. Just as he attempted to retreat, a pair of orange hands appeared, leaving him no avenue of escape as he was seized in their grasp. Despicable. A mere 1 against 7, they dared to ambush me, an old man with diminished strength. Uchiha Silver lamented the state of the world, where even NPCs resorted to cunning strategies. Encased within the orange Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi was not faring well himself. Uchiha Silver's elbow strike had landed with genuine impact. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and Uchiha Itachi, acutely aware that time was of the essence, needed to conclude matters swiftly. Enduring the pain in his chest, his eyes transformed into a pinwheel, unleashing a chilling chakra towards Uchiha Silver, who remained ensnared. Tsuki no Mi, Uchiha Silver, struggling within the grasp of the Susanoo, fell victim once more, his consciousness drawn into the realm of Tsuki no Mi. Nailed to a cross, he shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that he could not yet triumph over an NPC. Gazing at the overwhelming odds before him, Uchiha Silver resignedly uttered, "This is the final time. Can you refrain from piercing me?" Before he could finish, Uchiha Itachi, emboldened, thrust the blade into the very spot he had yet to vocalize. "Wait for me, you little rascal. Even if I have to endure, I will do so until your arrival. Just see how I will deal with you then." The despondent Uchiha Gin, feeling utterly defeated, summoned his last ounce of strength to threaten the relentless Uchiha Itachi. However, his words bore no effect. Instead, they merely expedited Itachi's relentless assault. Amidst the myriad of Itachi's clones, one clone, wielding a knife, displayed an expression markedly different from the other indifferent duplicates. This clone approached with a peculiar demeanor, methodically delivering several strikes before turning away, a hint of a smirk gracing his otherwise impassive face. After enduring for a grueling 72 hours, Uchiha Gin lay breathless on the ground of the backyard. Each day, the backyard refreshed its random skill, Jinjutsu, Tsukuyami, granting him 10 shards of Tsukuyami. Having finally gathered enough shards, Uchiha Jin's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. He would no longer have to suffer the torment of Uchiha's overwhelming numbers. Trembling, he extended a finger to click on the Tsukuyami shards, eager to attempt the synthesis. Jinjutsu, Tsukuyami, synthesis successful. The shards he had painstakingly accumulated floated in the void, merging together in a flash of light, resulting in the genuine Tsukuyami skill card. He clicked to learn. Eagerly, Uchiha Gin frantically tapped the learning option, envisioning himself soaring after mastering Tsukuyami. Learning failed. A glaring red cross appeared before Uchiha Gin, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Why? I endured countless trials to obtain these shards. And now you say I have failed? All my prior suffering was in vain." Enraged, Uchiha Gin could not suppress his frustration, eloquently expressing his discontent. The cold system notification followed with a delayed announcement. The host has not awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. This skill cannot be learned. It was then that Uchiha Gin recalled the description of the Tsukuyami shards, which noted that the skill required the Mangekyo Sharingan. Previously, he had assumed that Tsukuyami, like Amaterasu, could be used without awakening the eyes, only to discover that such a prerequisite was indeed necessary. With a sigh, Uchiha Gin, now free from the debuff, rose to his feet and dusted himself off. This endeavor had yielded no rewards. With the Tsukuyami learning card temporarily useless, and unsure if his non-original Sharingan could even awaken the Mangekyo, he pondered the possibility of awakening his eyes. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. There was indeed someone who could provide clarity in this situation. With a plan in mind, Uchiha Gin made no further delay in the backyard and returned to his old house to prepare a meal. Before long, Senju Hashirama was drawn over by the enticing aroma wafting from the new house. "Are you done?" Uchiha Gin, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, inquired with a furrowed brow. "Of course. How could such a trivial matter pose a challenge for me?" Senju Hashirama, covered in grime, raised his small fists proudly, though the dirt and sweat smeared across his face rendered his bravado unconvincing. "Perhaps you should wash up before you join me." Holding his nose in disdain, Uchiha Gin waved his hand dismissively. "Humph." Realizing he indeed required a wash, Senju Banjian raised his head and huffed before entering the bathroom, poking his head out with a wary expression, warning, "You better not peek. Who would want to steal a glance at a stinky brat like you?" Upon hearing this retort, Uchiha Gin nearly spilled an entire jar of salt into the pan, his forehead adorned with black lines as he shot back, perhaps having learned from the previous lesson. Senju Banjian completed his washing expeditiously. By the time Uchiha Gin presented the last dish, Banjian was already seated at the dining table, steaming with anticipation. Truly, he excelled at little else but dining. Observing the boy's remarkable speed, Uchiha Gin taunted, "Stop your rambling, let us eat," ignoring his rival's jibe. Senju Banjian's eyes fixated hungrily on the sweet and sour fish in Uchiha Jin's hands, his expression one of sheer longing. "I'm diving in." Upon seeing the coveted sweet and sour fish, Banjian wasted no time and entered a whirlwind of culinary consumption. Sweet and sour fish for lunch. Sweet and sour fish for dinner. Aren't you worried about diabetes, you little rascal? As he savored a piece of his own creation, relishing the excessively sweet sauce, Uchiha Gin thought maliciously, never pausing to reflect on his own insatiable sweet tooth. The swiftly eating Uchiha Gin was the first to set down his empty bowl. Noticing the boy still engrossed in his meal, he stood up while picking his teeth and said, "I have some matters to attend to at the office. Remember to clean up for me." With his mouth full, Senju Banjian could only respond with muffled sounds of acknowledgement. Exiting the house, Uchiha Gin made his way towards the dungeon where he worked. Upon entering, he took a few turns until he arrived at the entrance of cell number 3, where two familiar youths stood guard. "Erlang's little brother, are you on duty again today?" Uchiha Gin greeted the stout-faced boy amiably, having become quite familiar. "You're my brother's friend." Uchiha Erlang, taken aback by the mention of his name, quickly recalled that Gin was indeed his brother's acquaintance. "That's right. I forgot to introduce myself last time. I'm Uchiha Gin." Uchiha Gin smiled warmly, exuding the charm of an elder brother. "Big brother Gin, are you here to check on the prisoners?" The boy inquired, recalling Jin's role as a file officer. "Yes, there are some discrepancies in the files, so I came to verify a few things. Please allow me passage." Uchiha Gin casually fabricated an excuse to persuade the boy to let him in. "No problem." The earnest Uchiha Erlang promptly opened the cell door, granting him entry. "Thank you, young sir," Uchiha Gin replied, smiling as he waved goodbye to the two. "Erlang, don't you find this fellow suspicious?" Once Uchiha Gin had distanced himself, the previously silent Uchiha Honkai furrowed his brow and questioned, "What is suspicious about him?" "He's a teammate of my brother. I asked my brother a few days ago, and it's definitely him. The curly hair makes him quite recognizable." Upon his first encounter with Uchiha Yin, Uchiha Erlang returned home that day and inquired about Yin's character from his elder brother, Dalong. The latter, with a peculiar expression, confirmed that Yin was indeed his teammate, advising him not to concern himself with the individual. However, the name Uchiha Yin resonated in Erlang's mind, evoking an unsettling sensation. Uchiha Huahua, pondering deeply, could not fathom the source of his discomfort. Could it be that the late-night indulgence had conjured illusions? A hint of awkwardness surfaced on Uchiha Erlang's honest visage, revealing that his simplicity was merely a facade, while the essence of Uchiha Huahua remained perplexed. What is this indulgence? He pondered, the unfamiliar term igniting a flood of curiosity within him, prompting him to inquire further. Wait until I finish work, and I shall show you something delightful." "A treasure pilfered from my brother," Uchiha Erlang whispered conspiratorially to Uchiha Huahua, casting a glance around to ensure their privacy. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yin, guided by memory, navigated the dimly lit corridors of Dungeon 3, ultimately encountering his objective. In the gloom, a hunched figure wielding a broom was methodically clearing the area. Approaching, Uchiha Yin fixed his gaze upon the familiar silhouette and declared, "I wish to see grandfather." The old jailer, lifting his pale and gaunt visage, responded with an expressionless, "Very well." The sound of his voice was akin to nails scraping against glass, sending shivers down Yin's spine. With the utterance of that simple word, the old jailer transformed into a pool of black sludge, swiftly slithering towards Uchiha Yin, enveloping him entirely. Suppressing his discomfort, Uchiha Yin took a deep breath, yielding to the jailer's engulfing presence. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, as if he were traveling at an astonishing speed. When light returned, Uchiha Yin found himself back in the cell that housed Uchiha Yao. The elderly man, whom he had encountered days prior, remained engrossed in his writing. Only upon hearing the movement behind him did he raise his head in surprise, exclaiming, "Yin, how did you arrive so swiftly? Has the matter been resolved?" Mistakenly believing that Uchiha Yin had already manipulated the enigmatic Uchiha Yao, In shook his head in response. Not yet. Uchiha Tianjima has made no moves. What brings you here? Then, the elder inquired, pausing his writing to scrutinize him with his remaining eye. I seek information regarding my Sharingan, Uchiha Gin stated plainly. Within the Uchiha clan. Apart from Uchiha Miao, whom he had met during the day, only Uchiha Yao possessed a profound understanding of the Sharingan. Approaching Uchiha Miao directly felt inappropriate, as it might arouse Uchiha Tianjima's suspicions, whereas Uchiha Yao presented no such concerns. Aware of the elder's ulterior motives, Uchiha Gin, adhering to his philosophy of seizing opportunities, boldly posed his inquiry. Is it that your vision has diminished? Uchiha Yao furrowed his brow and inquired, fully aware of the origins of Uchiha Yin's eyes. After the original Mangekyo Sharingan was transplanted to the unnamed, what remained were the eyes taken from the corpse of a member of the Kagaya clan by Uchiha Yin. He vaguely recalled that the original owner of those eyes was a subordinate of Kagaya Sosuke, who unfortunately met a bitter end at the hands of his own leader. No, I merely wish to ask, can my eyes still awaken the Mangekyo? Uchiha Gin's eyes widened slightly, and the Double Tomoe Sharingan manifested before Uchiha Yao. The elder could distinctly sense the surging ocular power contained within those eyes. Truly, the child of gold, capable of nurturing eyes not originally his to such an extent. The eyes you possess now were taken from the corpse of an invader by that fellow Uchiha Yin. Uchiha Yao elucidated the origin of Uchiha Gin's current eyes, adding, logically, you should be unable to awaken the Sharingan. The elder gazed at Uchiha Yin's slightly reddened eyes, and he too was taken aback by the revelation of Uchiha Yin's ability to awaken them. Eye transplants were not uncommon within the clan, due to certain forbidden techniques. Ordinary Sharingan could be utilized as expendable resources. Then what is the situation with my eyes? Uchiha Gin pondered, recalling the process of awakening his Sharingan, which seemed inextricably linked to the system. Could it be a reward from the system? There are several possibilities, Uchiha Yao mused before elaborating. First, these eyes may have been swapped. The ones you received could indeed belong to a clan member. However, this likelihood was low, as Uchiha Miao and Uchiha Yin were well aware of Uchiha Yin's physical condition. Recklessly transplanting the Sharingan could exacerbate his bodily burdens and cause further harm. Second, your body has assimilated these eyes. Assimilation? Uchiha Gin looked at Uchiha Yao with a puzzled expression, eager for clarification on this unfamiliar concept. The human eyeball contains countless blood vessels and lymphatic vessels that maintain its proper function. After the transplantation, your blood occupies the eyeball, altering its fundamental nature through your blood. Uchiha Yao quietly shared his speculation with Uchiha Gin. This is the most probable scenario, as even a lifetime of studying the mysteries of the human body has not unraveled all its secrets. Uchiha Gin could not deny this. In fact, I have another hypothesis. Just when Uchiha Gin thought Uchiha Yao's speculations had reached their limit, the elder seemed to recall something after a moment of contemplation and continued, what is it? Uchiha Gin interrupted his own musings, unable to contain his curiosity. Over the years, I have dedicated myself to the study of bloodlines. Our clan has acquired a wealth of experimental materials during the wars, and after extensive research on numerous specimens, I stumbled upon some intriguing phenomena. Uchiha Yao's well-preserved eye shifted slightly, as if reminiscing. Uchiha Gin did not interrupt, instead listening intently. I discovered that several unrelated ninja clans share similar genetic chains within their bloodlines. Initially, I believed this to be the result of millennia of intermingling. Yet some clans have been long-standing adversaries, with no possibility of intermarriage. Senju, Uzumaki, Hyuga, Kagaya, Uchiha Yao recounted the names of several prominent clans, including the Uchiha. All of these clans are, without exception, descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha Gin, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, understood that these clans were indeed the progeny of the ancient Otsutsuki lineage. And your eyes, Uchiha Yao revealed, are a fusion of the Kagaya clan and the Hyuga clan. At that moment, Uchiha Yao laid bare the truth to Uchiha Gin. His eyes were a blend of Kagaya and Hyuga bloodlines. This revelation left Uchiha Gin momentarily bewildered, realizing the intricate complexity of his own ocular heritage. As a member of the Uchiha clan, with eyes derived from Kagaya and Hyuga, coupled with the Uzumaki lineage bestowed by the system, it seemed he was merely a step away from combining the Senju and Yuhi bloodlines to propel himself toward cosmic ascendance. The shared genetic sequences within his bloodline enabled his eyes to adapt seamlessly to his body, transforming into Sharingan. Had he belonged to the Hyuga clan, the likelihood of awakening Byakugan with these eyes would have been considerable. Was this a form of adaptive hot swapping? The ability to awaken Sharingan indicated a profound compatibility between his eyes and himself, and with nurturing, the manifestation of Mangekyo Sharingan seemed imminent. Observing Uchiha Yin's furrowed brow, Uchiha Yao mistakenly assumed his reluctance stemmed from an aversion to foreign bloodlines, and sought to reassure him. Awakening Mangekyo is not overly difficult. It merely requires an appropriate catalyst. Uchiha In, having previously awakened Mangekyo, knew that doing so again was far from insurmountable. Yet, Uchiha In pondered the nature of this so-called catalyst, acutely aware of the intricacies involved. However, in this world, he lacked any significant attachments or deep bonds with others, making the awakening of Mangekyo a perplexing endeavor. I may have a method, though I cannot guarantee its efficacy, Uchiha Yao contemplated aloud, sensing Uchiha Yin's urgency. Grandfather, please assist me, Uchiha In exclaimed, bowing deeply at the prospect of such fortune. To endure this slight for the sake of Tsukuyami was a small price to pay. Truthfully, I did not wish to reveal this to you so soon, the elder replied, shaking his head as he turned to unveil a hidden compartment in the wall. Retrieving a glass jar. This pair belonged to your father. The somber Uchiha Yao presented a glass jar containing an eye submerged in a verdant nutrient solution. Despite having lost its owner for many years, Uchiha In could still sense the formidable power emanating from the crimson Sharingan within. These eyes recorded the entire ordeal of your father's betrayal by Uchiha Taijima. Should you gaze upon them, the likelihood of awakening Mangekyo is substantial. Uchiha Yao caressed the glass jar, his voice thick with deep-seated animosity. Who among them spoke the truth? The mention of this topic caused Uchiha Yin's head to throb, as the narratives surrounding him, aside from his grandfather Uchiha Yao's, painted a picture of his father's self-sacrifice to protect his comrades. Now, he would witness the event with his own eyes. By utilizing the power of his Sharingan, the sealed memories within would surely be revealed. Under the guidance of Uchiha Yao, the shuriken within Uchiha Yin's eyes subtly rotated, as a chilling chakra infused itself into the Sharingan housed within the glass jar. Nearby, a shadowy figure stood, its dull eyes flickering with an inscrutable expression as it quietly observed the actions of the grandfather and grandson before it. As the powers of the eyes intertwined, Uchiha In felt his body lighten, transporting him into a third-person perspective. A man with curly hair rushed along the path, accompanied by several kin dressed in identical garb, all bearing wounds that hinted at their perilous predicament. The sound of shuriken and kunai slicing through the air served as a constant reminder that they were being pursued. Captain, they are closing in on us too swiftly. A youth spoke, and Uchiha In recognized him as his cousin, Uchiha Taijima, who appeared to be in his 20s yet possessed an aura of steadiness akin to that of an elder. Do not panic. I will hold them off while you all make your escape, the curly-haired man declared, his voice smooth as jade, exuding a charm that instantly put others at ease. Akin, do not be a fool. I will accompany you, a striking woman beside him retorted, her eyes narrowed with determination. I shall remain as well. The young Uchiha Taijima voiced his resolve. Enough of this. I can manage alone. Your presence would only be a burden, Uchiha Akin insisted, shaking his head. You must first rendezvous with Fenghua. I shall catch up swiftly. With that, Uchiha Akin turned to confront the enemy. Cursed fiends. The striking woman, seeing Uchiha Akin bravely stand alone, felt a surge of anger and turned to Taijima, saying, Taijima, you must retreat. I cannot bear to leave your brother-in-law behind. With that, she sprinted after the man. Uchiha Taijima stood momentarily, his expression wavering, before seemingly making a resolute decision to follow suit. Why have you returned? I told you to leave. Uchiha Akin exclaimed in desperation upon seeing the two rushing back. How could I abandon family? The woman, her demeanor growing cold, drew her weapon, while Taijima merely nodded and activated his Sharingan in preparation for battle. After a tempest of bloodshed, the trio fought and retreated. And as the moment to hasten their escape approached, calamity struck. Taijima, what have you done? Uchiha Akin gasped in disbelief at the sight of the katana protruding from his abdomen, turning his weary gaze to the frenzied expression of Uchiha Taijima. I am sorry, brother-in-law. If you do not perish, I cannot inherit the clan leader's position. With a forceful twist, Taijima's grip tightened, causing a torrent of blood to gush from Akin's wound as he staggered backward. No. The final scene imprinted upon Uchiha Yin's mind was of Taijima's cold silhouette, accompanied by the woman's desperate cry. Emerging from the memories captured by the Sharingan, Uchiha Gin did not awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, as Uchiha Yao had anticipated. Despite the profound loss of his loved ones. Have I failed? Uchiha Yao's expression darkened, reflecting upon how he had once activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan under similar emotional turmoil, hoping that Uchiha Gin would do the same. Alas, his expectations were unmet. Perhaps my memories of my parents are somewhat hazy. After all, they sacrificed themselves when I was very young. The troubled Uchiha Gin massaged his temples, seeking a plausible excuse for his discomfort. As you are aware, it was that scoundrel Uchiha Taijima who orchestrated the demise of your parents. Uchiha Yao, stroking the Sharingan that belonged to his deceased son, spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Do not be deceived by his current facade. Once we gain control over the nameless, it shall be the moment for us, grandfather and grandson, to exact our revenge. While still contemplating the scenes recorded within the Sharingan, Uchiha Gin nonchalantly nodded, stating, I shall take my leave for now. I will return when I have news regarding the nameless. Unable to further advance his own Sharingan, Uchiha Gin expressed his desire to depart. Then let Wang Liang escort you once more. Uchiha Yao showed no intention of detaining him further, waving his hand to command the old jailer standing nearby to accompany Uchiha Gin. Once again enveloped by the black liquid, Uchiha Gin descended into the depths without significant reaction, even extending his hand to touch the liquid form of Wang Liang. Do you possess self-awareness? Uchiha Gin attempted to inquire. I am the embodiment of the Master's will. What the Master desires is my consciousness. After a brief silence, a black face emerged from the dark mud, opening its mouth in a semblance of a smile as it explained. What hobbies do you have? Uchiha Gin suddenly shifted the topic, posing a seemingly random question. Wang Liang paused, taken aback by the inquiry, unsure of how to respond. Since you possess self-awareness, you must have your own interests. For instance, I have a fondness for sweets. Do you have anything you enjoy doing? Uchiha Gin chatted casually, unfazed by the fact that Wang Liang was not a true human. Aside from fulfilling the Master's commands, I have no other hobbies. If I were to mention anything, a thoughtful expression crossed the black face for the first time. I occasionally gaze at the moon when I have nothing else to do. Goodness. A wave of intense déjà vu washed over Uchiha Gin, nearly prompting an exclamation from him. This being was far from mere triviality. After exchanging a few more words, silence enveloped them once again. And soon Uchiha Gin found himself escorted out of the dungeon by Wang Liang. When he turned back, the black mud had already merged into the ground, vanishing from sight. Before this encounter, he had been uncertain who spoke the truth and who did not, but after conversing with Wang Liang, the latter had inadvertently revealed his true identity. Uchiha Gin could now be absolutely certain that the original's grandfather, Uchiha Yao, had been deceived by this so-called embodiment of will. It appears I cannot return to this place in the future. Having confirmed that Wang Liang was merely a facade for Jujuizi, Uchiha Gin resolved to avoid contact with this so-called grandfather henceforth, lest he attract the attention of the hidden puppet master and invite calamity upon himself. Upon returning to his new abode, the spacious house, now tidied up by Senjuban, was quite pleasant. Uchiha Gin nestled into the freshly purchased bedding and fell into a deep, sweet slumber. The following day, awakening from his dreams, Uchiha Gin rubbed his curly hair and ambled back to his old house to prepare breakfast. Get up, you little rascal, come and help. Kicking open the bedroom door, the still grumpy Uchiha Gin shouted loudly. Every time, I rise early to prepare breakfast, while that little rascal Senjuban slumbers until the sun is high in the sky. Utterly unbalanced, Uchiha Gin resolves to inform this imp that his days of ease are over. Wah, I can't eat anymore. The drowsy Senjuban is yanked from his cocoon by Uchiha Gin, clad only in a tiny pair of underpants, mumbling incoherently. Eat, eat, eat. Are you from the Senju clan or the Akimichi clan? Initially intending to chide the boy for his indecent sleep attire, Uchiha Gin, upon hearing the boy's ramblings, is incensed to the point of fury and, without hesitation, delivers 2 resounding slaps to the boy's round little backside. Smack, smack. Uchiha pervert, let me go? Feeling the delightful bounce of the boy's skin beneath his palm, Uchiha Gin gazes at the now awakened Senjuban and, satisfied, tosses him aside before departing. Hurry up and help out, or you won't have any food to eat today. Senjuban, clutching his blanket with a face full of indignation, wishes he could devour Uchiha Gin whole. You little brat have no sense of gratitude. If it weren't for me, you'd have been minced and sent back to the Senju clan long ago. Uchiha Gin rolls his eyes at the seething gaze directed at him by Senju Banjian and adds, "Besides, if you don't eat soon, your meal will go cold." Senju Banjian shoots him a venomous glare, his gaze lingering on the delectable breakfast spread on the table. Swallowing hard, he reminds himself that one must never forsake good food and swiftly enters into eating mode. That's more like it. A full belly is essential for contemplating other matters. Uchiha Gin claps his hands in satisfaction, rises, and as he heads out, leaves a parting remark, "Remember to clean up. Otherwise, there will be no food when I return." Senju Banjian can only nod like a scorned little spouse, for the aroma of the meal is irresistible. Upon exiting, Uchiha Gin does not, as usual, linger in the dungeon, but instead makes his way directly to the residence of Uchiha Taijima, relying on his memory. After a gentle knock, it is not long before Uchiha Izuna peeks his head out from within, and upon recognizing Uchiha Gin, opens the door wide to welcome him in. "Where's Madara?" Following Izuna along the lengthy tatami, Uchiha Gin notices the absence of anyone else in the house and can't help but inquire. "Big brother left early this morning." Izuna replies in a muffled tone, his voice laced with palpable resentment. "Off on another date, is he?" Uchiha Gin teases with a smile. "Indeed." Izuna snaps back, his small feet stomping on the wooden tatami, producing a loud thud. "Father, cousin has arrived." Upon opening a door, they find his uncle, Uchiha Taijima, awaiting them in silence. "Uncle, what mission awaits?" Uchiha Gin nervously asks, glancing at the stoic Uchiha Taijima, wondering if the task truly involves unsealing the unnamed. "Originally, I wished to keep this matter from too many people, but since Madara and Izuna have been under your watchful eye as they grew, as family, I believe you should be part of this mission." Uchiha Taijima opens his eyes, a rare gentleness gracing his stern features as he gazes at his nephew, whom he has raised with care, and speaks slowly. Not long ago, his second son, Izuna, inadvertently mentioned that his eldest son, Obito, had been behaving rather strangely. Initially dismissive, he casually assigned Izuna an investigative task, only to discover unexpected revelations. Izuna found that Obito had been engaging closely with a youth from a foreign clan near their territory. What he presumed to be mere childish frolicking turned out to reveal the foreign boy's remarkable ninja prowess. This revelation compelled Taijima Uchiha to scrutinize the boy's intentions. After much contemplation, he resolved to take Izuna and Silver, his two children, to meet this foreign youth, intending to probe his true origins. Obito's recent odd behavior raised concerns, and after Izuna's investigation, it became evident that he had been developing a close relationship with a foreign boy, leading to fears that the latter might be a spy from another ninja clan. Taijima Uchiha explained the mission to Uchiha Silver, stating that their objective was to apprehend the foreign youth and discern any ulterior motives he might harbor. "Surely, such a task does not require your direct involvement, uncle?" Silver questioned, perplexed by the need for the clan leader's personal intervention in capturing a mere child. "Obito is my son and may one day assume the mantle of clan leader. His record must remain unblemished," Taijima contemplated with foresight, asserting that only family members could partake in this mission. Upon hearing the mission details, Uchiha Silver gasped in surprise. "So, I am also involved in this matchmaking endeavor?" Father and son, equipped for battle, led a bewildered Uchiha Silver as they dashed through the forest bordering their clan's territory. It was the first time Silver witnessed Izuna donning battle attire, comprising simple yet effective armor and a katana nearly as tall as himself. "Brother often mingles with that watermelon-headed boy by the Nanga River," Izuna remarked, guiding the way while speaking in a tone tinged with melancholy. "Truth be told, I suspect that boy hails from the Senju clan," Taijima murmured to Silver, a glint of lethal intent in his eyes. "Yesterday, Obito sensed our intentions, which is why he departed early. I hope this young lad does not fall prey to foreign deceit." It became evident why Obito had vanished so early. He was likely alerting his companion. If he were indeed of Senju lineage, ambushes would likely be set. "Be cautious, Silver," Taijima warned, employing his strategist's acumen to deduce that the Senju clan might also be lurking nearby. "Understood," Silver nodded resolutely. "Look, brother is over there." The trio stealthily concealed themselves within the forest, quietly moving behind a large tree near the riverbank, where they could see Obito gazing across the water at the foreign boy. On the riverbank, young Obito hurled a stone he had gripped for quite some time across the river, while the watermelon-headed boy reciprocated with a similar stone. The two stones arced gracefully through the air before landing firmly in their respective hands. The smile that had graced Obito's face faded as he noticed a few words etched upon the stone, mirroring the somber expression of the boy across the river. "Sorry, Hashirama. I cannot play today." Upon discerning the prominent characters inscribed upon the stone, the youth known as Ban promptly declared that he had matters to attend to today. He turned, gesturing with his hand, and said, "I suddenly recall I have other commitments." The other boy, with a head resembling a melon rind, who had also read the inscriptions, displayed a conflicted expression but still raised his hand in farewell. The two youths pivoted, exerting force beneath their feet, and simultaneously sprinted in opposite directions. So swift. Do they intend to flee? That rascal, Hashirama, has actually divulged information. A figure concealed behind the boy with the melon rind noticed the target was making a hasty retreat and felt a pang of anxiety. Turning to a diminutive white figure beside him, he exclaimed, "They are leaving, Tobarama." "Understood," replied the white-haired youth, nodding in compliance. "This is bad. They're attempting to escape." Uchiha Taijima observed the boy with the melon rind on the opposite riverbank, hastily retreating after merely a brief encounter. Immediately deducing that the other party was aware of the ambush, he waved his hand, commanding, "In, Suena, pursue them swiftly." Without hesitation, he was the first to take flight in pursuit. "Yes," responded the eager Suena and Uchiha In, following suit. The individuals from both sides, upon witnessing the fierce approach of their adversaries, momentarily halted. Utilizing their innate ability to walk on water, they came to a standstill upon the river's surface, both parties eyeing each other warily. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was shattered by the sound of a splash. My apologies. I haven't practiced in quite some time," Uchiha In said apologetically, struggling to maintain his balance on the water's surface. The silence that followed was deafening. "It seems our intentions align," Uchiha Taijima remarked, his Sharingan eye twitching slightly as he took a deep breath, grasping the hilt of his sword at his waist. He fixed a stern gaze upon the familiar figure across from him, stating coldly, "Senju Hashirama." And Tobarama, beside him, Uchiha Suena, wearing a disdainful expression, sought to restore the honor of the Uchiha clan, provocatively addressing the white-haired youth across from them. "Indeed, Uchiha Taijima," responded the middle-aged man clad in armor reminiscent of the first Hokage, his demeanor mature and composed. He wielded a kunai defensively, returning the icy glare. "And you, Suena?" Unable to tolerate the insolence of the young Uchiha, the white-haired Tobarama, brandishing an oversized samurai sword, responded with a fierce determination. Hey, little cousin. How do you know that ill-tempered white-haired fellow over there?" Uchiha In could not resist whispering to the fervent Suena beside him. "I have crossed paths with the Senju clan alongside my father numerous times. That conspicuous white-haired boy is often active on the battlefield. We have clashed many times. He is the child of Senju Hashirama, named Tobarama." Despite the palpable tension, Uchiha Suena took a moment to elucidate in response to his beloved older cousin's inquiry. "It's time to begin." With the descent of a leaf from the sky, both sides, in perfect synchrony, launched their attacks. The larger combatants faced off against each other, while the smaller ones engaged in their respective duels. Uchiha Taijima confronted Senju Hashirama, a battle of clan leaders, while Suena clashed with Tobarama, their long weapons colliding and sending up a spray of water. "And what of me?" Uchiha In gazed in bewilderment as his opponents found their respective challengers, leaving him alone to spectate. Scanning the battlefield, he felt that idling was not a prudent choice, so he set his sights on the dazed watermelon-haired boy, his eyes glimmering with an inexplicable fervor. He was eager to seize the opportunity to confront the future god of shinobi and did not wish to miss the chance to deliver a blow to the first Hokage. Seizing the moment, he charged towards the dazed Senju Hashirama, calling out, "Senju lad, do you dare to battle with me, Uchiha In?" The initially contemplative Hashirama, who had been pondering how to avoid escalating conflicts with his own Madara, looked up in surprise to see a curly-haired Uchiha advancing towards him with an unmistakable lewd expression. Instinctively, he assumed his classic combat stance, prepared to engage in battle. As the host sensed the impending confrontation, the heart of steel treasure chest began to accumulate. Signaling a system alert, "Take this punch." Uchiha In, gathering his strength mid-air, aimed to deliver a minor yet shocking blow to this future deity of the shinobi world. With such a punch, even the god of shinobi would be incapacitated for several days. Just as Yin's fist was about to connect with Hashirama, a figure rushed in, swiftly kicking the defensive Hashirama away. "Cousin, you need not intervene. I shall be his opponent," declared Madara, who had been previously indifferent while watching his father's brother engage in combat. "Well then, it appears I shall leave it to my younger cousin." As Uchiha Gin relinquished his position, realizing he could no longer participate, he shrugged his shoulders in acquiescence. Now, each would engage their respective foes, leaving him once again as a mere backdrop. Forced to retreat to the sidelines, Uchiha Gin resigned himself to observing the unfolding spectacle. "Izuna, do not engage in a battle of strength with the Senju clan. Simply spit in his face, and you shall prevail," he advised the still confronting Uchiha Izuna, offering his strategic counsel from the sidelines. Despicable Uchiha. The white-haired, red-eyed youth seethed with fury upon hearing such a vile scheme. How could there be another Uchiha who resorted to cunning and deceit like him? This boy must not be allowed to remain. Though Izuna found himself at a disadvantage in the struggle, he lacked the breath to respond. However, his mind raced as he contemplated his cousin's suggested tactic. At that moment, as the two youths remained locked in their standoff, the two clan leaders leapt high, hurling their weapons towards the battling boys, intent on claiming their lives. Not good. Both Madara and Hashirama, engaged in their mock battle, were alarmed to see their fathers targeting their younger brothers. They instinctively ceased their sparring, ready to rescue their siblings. Yet they remained somewhat powerless to intervene. "Izuna, Tobirama," the two shouted in unison, desperate to warn their younger brothers to evade the impending danger. Yet, both boys were now fueled by an odd desire for victory, each waiting for the other to yield, but stubbornness held them in a stalemate. Ding, ding. As the shuriken and short blade were about to descend upon the heads of the two younger brothers, a flying katana intercepted their path. With a resonant clash, the three weapons plummeted into the water. All present turned their gaze toward the shore, where Uchiha Gin stood, the apparent owner of the katana. "Do you believe me if I say I slipped?" he remarked. At that moment, the two youths engaged in close combat exhaled a collective sigh. Sensing the stalemate, they retreated in unison, leaping back to their respective sides. The cold-faced Madara fixed his intense gaze on the opposing group and issued a stern warning. "I shall not forgive anyone who attempts to harm my brothers." "I feel the same," added Hashirama, standing resolutely at the forefront, echoing Madara's sentiment. Following this declaration, a complex expression crossed Madara's face as he addressed Hashirama with a chilling tone. "How about it, Hashirama?" Upon hearing the icy inflection in Madara's voice, Hashirama's heart tightened. "Those foolish dreams of a beautiful future we spoke of. Why does that sound so strange now?" Uchiha Gin, observing from the sidelines, nearly produced a snack and a seat to witness the naive love and enmity between the two youths. Perhaps it truly remains unattainable. After uttering these words, Madara seemed to expend all his strength, his gaze transforming from turmoil to indifference. "Madara, you." Hashirama's expression turned to shock as he regarded his once dear friend, but he found himself unable to continue. Having resolved to sever their bond, Madara lifted his vacant gaze and coldly stated, "Though our time together was brief, I genuinely cherished it, Hashirama. The Senju clan is renowned for their stamina and endurance, is it not?" As the two boys bade their heartfelt farewell, the adults on both sides harbored their own thoughts. Senju Tobirama observed, "There are 4 of them. 3 against 4 puts us at a disadvantage." Uchiha Taijima, standing behind them, inquired, "What do you think, Madara? Can we manage?" He intended to restrain Senju Tobirama while Izuna would hold off the white-haired boy. If Madara could defeat the Senju youth, it would distract Tobirama, allowing their side to secure victory. "No, Hashirama is stronger than I am." Hearing the underlying tone of doubt in his father's words, Uchiha Madara responded, "If we confront them head-on, we will lose." "Wait, did you forget about me? This is 3 against 4. The advantage is mine." Uchiha Gin detected the retreating sentiment in Madara's words. It seemed that Madara might indeed struggle against Hashirama, but with his assistance, the outcome should be manageable. Given his current strength, Uchiha Gin could easily overpower the 4 youths present, provided he refrained from revealing his true abilities. "Stronger than my brother?" Izuna, standing behind Madara, couldn't help but ask, astonished. In his eyes, his brother was the strongest among his peers. "Is that so? Such strength exists?" Uchiha Taijima, sensing his eldest son's lack of combat intent, remarked helplessly, "Come now, cousin. If we join forces, we might just manage to keep this old fellow here." Uchiha Gin stealthily approached Uchiha Taijima, whispering encouragement as he expressed his frustration over the prolonged silence. However, he received nothing but a dismissive roll of the eyes from Uchiha Taijima. "In, you do not comprehend the strength of our clan leader. Senju Hashirama stands on par with me. Taking your life would be a trivial matter." Uchiha Taijima did not deliberately disregard Uchiha Yin's capabilities. He was acutely aware of Yin's physical condition. It was precisely this understanding that prompted him to dissuade In from acting recklessly. "I've awakened my Sharingan," Uchiha In murmured, feeling underestimated. "It is precisely because you have awakened it that I cannot allow you to engage. Your body cannot withstand it," Uchiha Taijima succinctly explained. "What do you mean by cannot withstand?" "I feel as strong as an ox," Uchiha In retorted with a resigned pout. The original host's physical prowess was indeed lacking, and his current brilliance only served to raise suspicions. Oh well, perhaps lying low would suffice. "Retreat." Uchiha Taijima, uncertain of any reinforcements on the enemy's side, deemed it prudent to withdraw given that their own side had none. "Hey!" Young Madara cast a glance at the cap-wearing Hashirama before turning to leave. "Madara, you have not truly given up, have you?" Witnessing the departure of the one he cherished, Hashirama stepped forward, fervently urging him to stay. "You have finally come to share my sentiments. You are of the Senju." Turning his back to Hashirama, the young Madara spoke earnestly. "If only our thoughts could diverge. Our clans have been adversaries for generations. My kin have perished at the hands of the Senju, just as your siblings have fallen to the Uchiha. Thus, there is no need for us to be candid with one another. From this moment forth, let us meet on the battlefield." "Senju Hashirama." The cold tone of young Madara's words pierced through the air, each syllable wielding the force of a blade, severing the bond they had forged. "I am Uchiha Madara." For the first time, a surname was introduced between them, creating an unfathomable chasm that eternally separated the two childhood companions. After uttering these words, Madara felt a sharp pain in his heart. Under the intense stimulation in his mind, a chilling energy surged through his eyes, and when he looked up again, the once dark orbs had transformed into a vivid crimson. "Look, father!" Brother's eyes. The first to notice was Izuna, who excitedly pointed at Madara's eyes and called out to Uchiha Taijima behind him. Although we have failed to acquire information on the Senju, we have gained something of great value." Observing the approaching young Madara, Uchiha Taijima nodded in satisfaction. Despite their retreat yielding no tangible rewards, the awakening of his eldest son's Sharingan was indeed a momentous occasion. "Sharingan, has it just awakened?" Senju Hashirama, still poised for action, witnessed Madara's transformation and felt a surge of foreboding. Such a prodigy must be snuffed out in its infancy. With a subtle shift in his gaze, he contemplated that although their numbers were not in their favor, if he acted swiftly during the enemy's withdrawal, he stood a considerable chance of seizing that young Uchiha. With a subtle exchange of glances, the scheming father and son duo reached a silent understanding, their hands stealthily reaching for the weapons concealed behind them. "Ian, let us depart. It is unwise to linger here," urged Uchiha Taijima, a faint smile playing on his lips as he nudged the dazed Uchiha Gin beside him. A sense of unease enveloped Uchiha Gin. Why was the Heart's treasure still in a state of combat activation? Hadn't they all ceased hostilities? A flicker of doubt stirred within him as he observed the Heart's treasure still playing its ominous background music in his mind. "Very well," he replied, scratching his head, and hurriedly fell into step with his elder cousin. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Positioned with his back to the Senju, he could distinctly see the feigned retreat of Senju Fukin and the white-haired imp drawing his weapon once more, charging toward the last two brothers of their group with alarming speed. This is bad. With no time to ponder how he could suddenly perceive the scene behind him, Uchiha Gin propelled himself forward, his legs infused with monstrous strength, launching himself like a cannonball toward his two cousins. "Lower your heads." The newly awakened Uchiha Madara felt a wave of weakness wash over him, supported by Izuna at his side. Unbeknownst to them, the imminent threat loomed dangerously close. The two brothers instinctively ducked at the sound of their elder cousin's urgent call. Swish, swish, swish. Several razor-sharp shuriken whizzed past, narrowly missing their heads, causing the two young ones to break into a cold sweat. "You despicable Senju brats, perhaps you ought to rename yourselves the Thieving Senju," Uchiha Gin scoffed, narrowly evading the onslaught. Realizing his attack had missed its mark, Senju Fukin furrowed his brow, now facing the curly-haired Uchiha with newfound seriousness. Just moments ago, he had stumbled in his assault, Yet somehow the Uchiha had perceived his planned ambush. All as fair in war, brandished the white-haired imp. Wielding a blade far larger than himself, his face twisted in disdain as he glared at the Uchiha assembly. Merely sharing the same air as you wicked Uchiha is a torment for me. Truly, she was the songstress of Konoha, quick-witted from a young age. Realizing he had failed to land a hit, Senju Fukin's mind raced. He needed to strike before Uchiha Taijima could react. With a clap of his hands, his chakra erupted, infusing his powerful punch aimed at the weakened boy Madara. This old fool still refuses to give up. Attempting to take my little brother right under my nose, Uchiha Gin thought, determined not to let him succeed, his eyes flashing crimson. The movements of Senju Fukin slowed to a crawl in the gaze of his three Tomoe, revealing the trajectory of the impending attack before his very eyes. Dare to lay a hand on my little brother? Have you consulted me first? He swiftly positioned himself in front of the two young ones, crossing his arms in an attempt to intercept the assault. It was only when Senju Fukin's fist connected with him that Uchiha Gin comprehended his elder cousin's earlier words. The chasm between their strengths was insurmountably vast. Uchiha Gin had once believed that with the rewards from the system, he had gained sufficient strength to stand firm in the warring states. He had become somewhat arrogant. Now, one simple punch from Senju Fukin shattered that illusion. Crack! A forceful blow resonated, leaving Uchiha in disbelief as his forearm fractured, the impact of the punch causing his chest to cave in. An alarm blared in his mind, the scent of death looming ominously. Blood gushed from his body as he was propelled backward, tracing a vivid line of crimson through the air. Post failure. Earned 14 heart energy. Unlock the steel heart treasure chest reward after one more battle. Current accumulated heart energy, 36. Suspended in midair, he received the system notification. Cousin. X2 witnessing Uchiha gasping for breath after being struck by his own fist, Senju Hashirama stood momentarily stunned. How daring was this Uchiha youth to confront him head-on? It was well known that his reputation for unparalleled strength was not unfounded. Despicable Senju clan. Picking up the severely injured Uchiha Taijima's eyes blazed with fury. His crimson Sharingan fixated on the instigator. As his emotions surged, the three Tomoe in his eyes began to spin rapidly, seemingly on the verge of converging. Cousin, you mustn't die? Izuna cried helplessly, tears streaming as she leaned beside Uchiha, her eyes glistening with a faint red hue. Meanwhile, Madara clenched his fists, his gaze seething with a desire to rend the Senju clan to shreds. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Yin's injuries appeared grave, yet with the resilience bestowed by the Uzumaki lineage, the bleeding had ceased. He merely required the fractured bones to be set to heal fully. It was worth all the care I've shown you both, he managed to say, expelling the blood lodged in his throat and feeling slightly rejuvenated as he spoke to his concerned cousins. Don't move. Let me take you back for treatment. Uchiha Taijima was taken aback to hear Uchiha could still speak, fearing this was merely a fleeting moment of clarity. The immediate priority was to tend to his grievously wounded nephew. Senju Hashirama, next time we meet, it will be either your demise or mine. Gently cradling Uchiha Uchiha Taijima looked towards the restless Senju Hashirama in the distance. Those eyes, initially intent on taking advantage of his opponent's weakened state, Senju Hashirama abruptly halted, recognizing the peculiar patterns swirling in Uchiha Taijima's eyes. Hashirama, Tobarama, retreat. Although he was not afraid to confront Uchiha Taijima alone, the presence of his two remaining sons made the prospect of battle too perilous. Should a fight ensue, the devastation would be catastrophic, leaving no survivors in the vicinity. Hearing his father's command, the white-haired Tobarama cast a reluctant glance at the individuals before him. Sensing the ominous chakra radiating from Uchiha Taijima, he understood that engaging further would yield uncertain outcomes. Without a backward glance, he departed with his father. Madara, I am sorry. With an apologetic expression, Hashirama silently conveyed his regrets to his former friend before casting one last lingering glance and following suit. Once the Senju departed, Uchiha Taijima finally closed his Sharingan, staggering slightly as he regained his footing. The price of forcibly activating one's power is a profound emptiness within the body. Just moments ago, in an attempt to intimidate the formidable Senju, he had no choice but to compel the use of the kaleidoscope. Fortunately, the opponent was cautious. Otherwise, a confrontation would have been inevitable, and both Uchiha Gin and the two children would have faced dire consequences. Swiftly, they made their way back to the clan grounds. their feet seemingly propelled by the wind. Upon their return, Uchiha Gin was immediately taken to the medical facility. Uchiha Taijima fixed an unwavering gaze upon the doctor and coldly stated, "You must save him, otherwise you shall accompany him." The doctor, drenched in cold sweat from the intimidation, hurriedly wheeled Uchiha Gin into the operating room. It was evident that the patient had sustained injuries akin to being struck head-on by a carriage, with both arms and the chest bone shattered. Fortunately, the internal organs remained unscathed by the fractured bones, prompting an immediate commencement of surgery. Several hours later, the surgeon, observing the stable vital signs of Uchiha Gin, expressed his astonishment. How is it that his life signs are so stable, seemingly unscathed by such severe injuries? Upon exiting the operating room, the doctor, having removed his mask, addressed the anxious individuals waiting outside. The patient is no longer in danger. He merely requires a period of rest for complete recovery. Wonderful. Upon hearing that Uchiha Gin was out of danger, Izuna leaped with joy. "Humph. I told you this fellow wouldn't perish easily," Uchiha Madara remarked, his eyes brimming with delight as he turned his head away in a proud manner. "Is everything truly all right? Could this lead to a relapse of old injuries?" Uchiha Taijima, initially brightened by the news, quickly became apprehensive and pressed for further clarification. "I found no signs of previous injuries," replied the lead surgeon, reflecting carefully. Indeed, he had discovered no remnants of old wounds. Rather, Uchiha Gin appeared robust beyond belief. After hearing the doctor's words, Uchiha Taijima fell into contemplation, realizing that Uchiha Miao would need to assess how Jin's body had recuperated. "Madara and Izuna, you are tasked with caring for Gin in the days to come." With Uchiha Gin out of danger, Uchiha Taijima, burdened with other responsibilities, deemed it unwise to linger. He entrusted the care of his cousin to his two sons and hurriedly departed. "Leave it to me. I will ensure my cousin is plump and healthy." Uchiha Izuna exclaimed enthusiastically. Yes, right there. Put some effort into it. I refuse to concede." Uchiha Gin lay comfortably in bed, relishing Izuna's massage while turning to Uchiha Madara beside him. "Cousin, please peel an apple for me and carve it into the shape of a little rabbit." Having just discarded the remnants of a banana, young Madara felt veins of irritation surface on his forehead. Yet, upon seeing Jin's hands wrapped in bandages, he forced himself to swallow his frustration, grasping the fruit knife and thrusting it into the apple with vigor. I want to eat with such emotions. It hinders my recovery." Uchiha Gin wore a mischievous grin, provoking Madara's irritation further, who then envisioned the apple as someone he wished to torment. Your technique is commendable. No wonder you can dance." Uchiha Gin nodded in approval, his tone laced with admiration. "Cousin, how does the pressure feel?" After a lengthy struggle on the bed, Uchiha Izuna lifted his head, his complexion flushed as he inquired of Uchiha Silver. Indeed. Cousin, your future prowess in martial arts will surely overshadow all others. I find myself humbled in comparison." The delightful tingling sensation in his legs was quite pronounced, and Uchiha Silver, basking in the luxurious service, offered his compliments with satisfaction. "The host has failed, earning 16 heart energy points. The Steel of the Heart treasure chest reward has been unlocked. Current total heart energy, 52. The enchanting voice of the system resonated within Uchiha Silver's mind. Delightedly gazing at the accumulating figures, Uchiha Silver could hardly contain his joy. Just days prior, he had been knocked down by Senju Hashirama's punch, narrowly escaping with his life, only to be cared for by his two younger cousins. He had awakened the day after surgery, and his first order of business was to send Izuna, who had met Hashirama, to inform him of his hospitalization, urging him not to wander aimlessly. "What? That curly-haired gorilla is injured?" Senju Hashirama, surprised to see Uchiha Izuna, asked, "Is it serious?" "Quite serious indeed. He was sent flying a great distance, broke his arm, and has a massive dent in his chest." Izuna recounted Uchiha Silver's injuries without embellishment. "Oh no, is he going to die?" Upon hearing the severity of Uchiha Silver's condition, for reasons unknown, Hashirama felt a tightening in his heart and could not help but burst into tears. Hey, don't cry. Cousin is awake. The doctor said he will recover in due time. Right now, he's in the hospital, and I have something to give you." Seeing the young boy suddenly weep, Uchiha Izuna flustered and explained, pulling out a scroll to hand to Hashirama. "Is he really okay?" The tearful Senju boy tilted his head in inquiry. "Absolutely. Take this. I still need to buy some fruit for cousin." Without awaiting a response, Izuna hurriedly shoved the scroll into Hashirama's hands before dashing away. Back in his old room, the now calm Hashirama hesitated before opening the scroll in his hands. It contained a message. Dear Sinjabrat, I have bravely sustained injuries and need to recuperate in the hospital for a few days. During this time, take care of yourself. Be cautious when going out to buy things. If anyone troubles you, invoke my name, and I guarantee you will not be harmed. P.S. Take this money and spend it wisely. Do not let yourself starve. At the end of the scroll was a sealing charm for storage. Curious, Hashirama tapped on it. And with a puff, the scroll transformed into a cloud of white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, he was blinded by a dazzling golden light. These gold bricks should suffice, shouldn't they? Lying in bed, Uchiha Silver gazed at the unfamiliar ceiling, pondering whether he ought to contribute a few more. Cousin, whose grand house is that next door? Izuna, attending to Uchiha Silver, suddenly lifted his head to ask. He had seen the opulent house next to Uchiha Silver's during a recent visit and, unable to contain his curiosity, sought to uncover the mystery. It's my new construction. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Uchiha Silver lifted one leg, a suggestive smile gracing his face as he remarked, Cousin, if you treat me well, I shall arrange something for you in return. All right, cousin, do you think this pressure is adequate? In an instant, Izuna unleashed the skills he had honed over the past few days, bringing Uchiha Silver to the brink of ecstasy. Very impressive, Izuna. You could open a massage parlor for the visually impaired. Your business would undoubtedly thrive. During his previous hospital stay, he had found himself aimlessly provoking Izuna with competitive games, unexpectedly triggering the steel of the heart. Overjoyed, Uchiha Silver not only indulged in the previous round but also enjoyed another, establishing a consistent routine during his hospitalization. The provocation and competition flowed seamlessly. Cousin, the time agreed upon with father has arrived. I must take my leave. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, having finished peeling an apple, presented a plate to Uchiha Silver. Gazing at the intricately carved rabbit, Uchiha Silver turned his face away, intrigued. Elder cousin, your craftsmanship is quite professional. Have you practiced in secret? I, Uchiha Madara, have always aspired to be an artist. The youthful Madara proclaimed earnestly. Excellent. Having aspirations is commendable. I support you. Uchiha Silver gave a thumbs up to his elder cousin's dream, believing that those with dreams are truly remarkable. Hurry along, lest uncle becomes anxious. However, this was not the time for lofty discussions. The future of the Uchiha clan relied on his elder cousin, and he must not stray down the wrong path. The future remained uncertain, should Konohagakure be established. His elder cousin's pursuit of dreams would undoubtedly receive his wholehearted support. Bidding farewell to the two, the youthful Madara departed in haste. Ever since brother opened his eyes, father has become increasingly strict, training him late into the night. Izuna sighed, silently massaging his legs as he spoke to Uchiha Silver. After your brother severed ties with that fool, he gained clarity. His training is self-imposed. As children of the clan leader, he does not wish to be outdone by that fool of the Senju clan. Understanding Uchiha Madara's mindset, he explained to his younger cousin, before quietly relishing Izuna's massage. In the system space, Uchiha Silver eagerly surveyed the steel of the heart treasure chest before him, with 3 steel of the heart orbs from the previous round scattered nearby. As he clicked to settle, the pulsating treasure chest emitted a cheerful tune while releasing the orbs. Another 3, Uchiha Silver exclaimed, exhilarated as he beheld the 6 steel of the heart orbs on the board. Extending his divine right hand, he called out, release. Just a cushion, the feeling is right. Let it be. A type of plant. Having opened golden bricks twice in succession, Uchiha Silver hesitated with his outstretched hand. Could it be that my divine right hand has lost its efficacy? When has it ever been effective? Left with no other option, Uchiha Silver resorted to the sacrificial method, reminiscing about his younger cousin's visage. Forgive me, Izuna, I shall treat you well henceforth. With 10 years of Izuna's lifespan, grant me a release. It was as if in response to Uchiha Silver's summons, the steel of the heart orb burst forth with a radiant brilliance unlike any seen before. As a radiant golden light flashed, an unusual suit of armor in a grayish-brown hue materialized upon the chessboard, its surface bristling with sharp thorns, creating a rather menacing appearance. No way, this thing can also appear. Observing the oddly familiar equipment before him, Uchiha Yin's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Thorn Vest grants an increase of 5 to maximum health and reduces damage taken from attacks by 8 when struck by an attack. It inflicts 100 points of damage to all nearby enemies. With a mere thought, the attributes of the armor manifested in Uchiha Yin's mind. Wasn't this strikingly similar to the shovel of a feather? Not too shabby. As long as it wasn't a golden brick, it was acceptable. Forcing himself to divert his gaze from the armor, Uchiha Yin turned towards the remaining 3 magic spheres. Having already secured a safety net, he felt undaunted and waved his hand to activate them. Golden brick 10, golden brick 10, golden brick 10, the familiar rhythm resumed, and the stakes were raised again. Uchiha Yin nodded in satisfaction, convinced that next time there would be something of great value. Subsequently, fixating on his sole trophy, Uchiha Yin resolved to find a secluded spot to test it out. In reality, I certainly do not wish to be outdone by that white-haired brat. Suddenly lifting his head, Izuna, who had been anxiously gripping his legs, stated earnestly, "Next time we meet, I will definitely teach him a lesson." Such ambition, yet ultimately futile, barring any unforeseen circumstances. You would likely be taken down by that white-haired boy in a single blow. I have faith in you. That despicable Senju brat shall surely fall before my little cousin. Encouragement serves as the finest guardian for a child's growth. Sensing Uchiha Yin's support, Izuna pressed on with even greater vigor, observing his little cousin's frail figure. Uchiha Yin felt a surge of emotion and spoke, "Izuna, when you come of age, I shall bestow upon you a gift to ensure your well-being." His little cousin looked perplexed. Just as the two brothers exchanged banter, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Uchiha Yin was taken aback by the visitor's presence. "Elder Miao, what brings you here?" Holding a basket of fruit, Uchiha Miao maintained his usual indifferent demeanor, scanning the room before his gaze settled on Izuna by the bedside. Extending the fruit basket towards him, "Young clan leader, please wash a plate of fruit." The seemingly mundane request carried an unmistakable tone of insistence. Frowning, Izuna glanced at Uchiha Yin, who nodded in affirmation, before finally accepting the fruit. "Izuna, take your time washing and be thorough." Sensing that Uchiha Miao had something he wished to discuss privately, he proactively suggested that his little cousin step aside. Once Izuna had left, Uchiha Miao spoke slowly. "The test results for your eyes have come in." "Ah, what is wrong with my eyes?" He had not anticipated that the visitor was there to relay such news. Yet it was rather late. He had already learned the origins of his eyes from Uchiha Yao. However, he could not afford to appear too indifferent. "Within the cells of your eyes, I have detected multiple distinct forms of power." Uchiha Miao regarded Uchiha Yin's dark pupils, continuing slowly. "Your eyes are derived from the Kagaya clan. Logically, they should merely serve as a common substitute, allowing you to regain your sight." The Kagaya clan. Uchiha Yin was taken aback, his face displaying a flicker of resistance. "Moreover, I detected the genes of the Hyuga clan within his eyes." This revelation left Uchiha Yin even more astonished, as he hastily seized a mirror from the table to inspect his own eyes. After a prolonged examination, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "But my eyes are not white, are they?" He noted that the thin bloodline was insufficient to awaken the Byakugan. However, the composition of his eyes had become rather intricate. It was indeed curious that such eyes could awaken the Sharingan. Uchiha Miao expressed his astonishment, as this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. "I deduced that the immense quantity of in-release chakra he once possessed had transformed his eyes, resulting in this anomaly." Uchiha Miao presented a perspective that starkly contrasted with that of Uchiha Yao. While Uchiha Yao believed that Uchiha Yin had assimilated this complex-eyed composition through his own bloodline, Uchiha Miao theorized that it was the in-release chakra within him that had altered these eyes. An immense quantity of in-release chakra? Uchiha Yin pondered, realizing that the original owner had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and possessed a significant amount of in-release chakra. Wouldn't that cause rejection? Uchiha Yin inquired curiously. "Your data is remarkably stable, as if these eyes were inherently yours," Uchiha Miao remarked, noting the high compatibility of these eyes with Uchiha Yin, entirely unlike a mere transplant. "Can I awaken the Mangekyo?" Uchiha Yin narrowed his eyes, his expression serious as he scrutinized the somewhat wistful Uchiha Miao. "You should consult the clan leader about that." "I must take my leave," Uchiha Miao said, casting a meaningful glance at Uchiha Yin before directing his query towards Uchiha Tianjima and departing. "Oh dear, Elder Miao has left. This orange he gifted is truly sour." Holding the washed fruit, Uchiha Chunai returned to the ward, only to find Uchiha Yin alone. Elder Miao had urgent matters and left. "Quickly, let me taste just how sour it is." Uchiha Yin, now in a relaxed state, opened his mouth wide, waiting for Uchiha Chunai's offering. Damn, this is a lemon, you fool. A week later, Uchiha Gin was discharged from the hospital, tearfully bidding farewell to his two cousins as he embarked on his journey home. Reflecting on the visage of Senju Hashirama, he pushed open the door to his old house, only to find it empty. The entire room was cloaked in dust, resembling a long-abandoned dwelling. Oh no, has the little ghost been captured? Uchiha Gin's first thought was that Senju Hashirama had been taken away. A sudden dread gripped him. He was bound to that little ghost by a soul chain, and if that ghost perished, he too would meet the same fate. Hello, your takeaway. Just as Uchiha Gin was about to leap into action to search for the little ghost, a voice emanated from outside the door. Stepping out, he encountered a sweet-faced Uchiha girl with purple hair who was carrying a wooden backpack and loudly inquired if anyone was home. Hello, your grilled fish has arrived. Please sign for it. The Uchiha maiden, upon noticing someone emerging, hurriedly approached, setting down her basket. From within, she retrieved a steaming hot grilled fish and addressed Uchiha Silver, stating, I have another delivery. Please inspect and sign for it. Gazing at the grilled fish before him, Uchiha Silver's brow furrowed in irritation. After taking a deep breath, he calmly inquired, who placed this order? The order was made by a gentleman named Uchiha Silver, replied the bright young maiden, producing an order slip from her bosom and glancing at it before continuing. Is this kind of service now commonplace? Suppressing his inner turmoil, Uchiha Silver, intrigued by the maiden's work, asked, is this a long-term endeavor? It's a consistent task. The Uchiha maiden beamed, her smile radiant. It earns money quickly and allows me to practice my body techniques. Remarkable. At such a young age, you can earn money to help support your family. Unlike a certain useless individual, Uchiha Silver thought to himself, gritting his teeth as he accepted the grilled fish from the maiden. As he signed the order, he suddenly noticed a crooked line of his name, Uchiha Silver, sprawled across the paper, nearly causing him to crush the pen in his grip. Regaining his composure, he smiled at the diligent maiden and said,